never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? forever? Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never work out. We just wanna try some more. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never work out. We just wanna try some more. It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we're taking tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we're taking tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
In Vegas.
Baby. Baby.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Vegas for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We're diving into day 2 and immediately into the bracket stages after a pretty chaotic and amazing finish to our group stages just yesterday. As always, I am joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to break things down for you and to preview the day. And we got to start with reflecting on that group stage yesterday. The fact that we went to a tiebreaker, but maybe more notably, David Howell, the fact that our only 2 previous freestyle Grand Slam winners have already been knocked out of contention for the top spot.
I'm going to call it the group of death. It was crazy. Magnus Carlsen not making it, Vincent Keimer not making it. Also Wesley So, a bit of a specialist in that format, dropping down into the bottom 4 there. It was crazy. Nobody would have expected that, and the way it happened was even more dramatic.
It was absolutely insane. I think I'm still not over it. What we saw yesterday, you know, the chess was spectacular. You had all the brilliancies, the blunders, the hits and misses. But Hikaru Nakamura's dominant performance, I mean, 6 out of 7, crushing the field in his group. And I think the biggest storyline had to be Magnus crashing out from the championship bracket. Levon Aronian, far from a favorite in that match, you know, bouncing back, that comeback story, being the underdog. This is Las Vegas. Unreal things are happening here. Levon with that beautiful performance in the tiebreaker. Magnus getting crashed out. And you think Levon was the happiest guy in the building, but that wasn't the case. It was a certain Hans Niemann.
That is very true. That is very true. Let's put some numbers to the madness that took place on the stage yesterday by first taking a look at our standings from Group A. This is, of course, what David was mentioning, the group of death, let's say, with Pragnananda, Noterbeck, and Javokir all coming out on top. But it was that tiebreaker that ended up being forced between Levon Aronian, where Levon comes out on top over Magnus Carlsen to get that 4th and final spot in the upper bracket. Of course, the top 2 seeds, they were the ones who had the privilege, let's say, of being able to elect their opponents from the opposing group. That's Group B. We can flip over there to see how things broke down, because while it was a tight race in Group A, maybe a little bit more spread out here, with Hikaru really separating himself from the rest of the pack in Group B. Of course, Hans had a hot start to the day yesterday, cooled off maybe a little bit towards the end, but still snags 2nd place for himself out of the group stage. Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana getting this next 2 spots. Fabiano, his day yesterday, what an interesting one that was. Picture of consistency the whole way through. Draw, 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 David, but at the end of the day, he was still nearly on the bubble and needed to get a victory just to eke up into that number 4 position.
Yeah, very consistent from Fabiano, as we're becoming used to this season, but also very professional. That's how they used to do it back in the good old days. Very solid, but you wait for your chances. And Fabiano, he had so many winning positions. He must have felt like it wasn't his day, failing to convert, but he was patient, took his chance, and made it. That top four, I think all of the favorites in that group made it through.
Now, Tanya, I had the privilege to talk to Fabi real briefly yesterday after the show, and he kind of told me that he felt like his group really played out sort of to expectation as compared to that other group where there were some surprises, saying if I had to a pre-tournament pick the four to qualify through from that Group B, it would have been exactly those four who ended up qualifying through: Hikaru, Hans, himself, and Arjun.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense. That's actually what we were predicting in our studio as well. You know, the big heavy hitters, the favorites in this one, Fabiano, Caruana, what a run he's had in the entire Grand Slam tour, you know, finishing second in Weissenhaus. He finished third in Paris, and now looking for that, his first Slam victory here. He makes it through undefeated, 6 draws, 1 win. Hikaru just unbeatable yesterday. I mean, he was on boss mode. Arjun as well, fantastic stuff. I think Hans, the performance he had, it was clear that in that group, these four really do belong, very deserving, but I think all the action, all the drama happened in the other group, which was eventually topped by Pragg.
Now, David, I think there's some proof in the pudding to a discussion we had yesterday about with the change of format and group stage existing on just a single day, single round robin, the importance of showing up and having your best day, because of the fact that once you enter that lower bracket, your maximum placement is third. And so for a number of players, they're going to be thinking back towards, you know, which one of those 7 games yesterday could have gone just slightly differently that would have earned them the bid into the uppers.
Yeah, many regrets for those players, especially, I'm going to say, in Group A, who did come in the bottom 4 places, especially Magnus Carlsen. Magnus isn't necessarily known as a fast starter, and it was a bit of a sprint day, but he was in such a good position, winning 2 out of his first 3 games, drawing the other. He was on 2.5 points before disaster struck, he losing 2 games in a row there, and it was just uncharacteristic. I think it's the heat of the moment. Everyone is so good here in Vegas, but yeah, ultimately, so many missed chances and regrets.
I think that was the turning point, right? Magnus's loss to Wesley yesterday. I mean, from a completely winning position, he was on the front foot throughout the game. And then those last few moves, those last few seconds, when Wesley eventually ended up checkmating Magnus, and then everything that we saw play out in the tiebreakers, where it just felt that both players, but Magnus especially uncharacteristically, extremely slow in that blitz format.
Well, talking about extremely slow, let's talk about the switch up in time controls going into the day. Now, this is something that has existed in our previous events in terms of a timing switch up, but as opposed to going to, say, a 45-45, we're only going to a 30-30 here today. Even still, it is a much slower approach. How do we feel this changes the outlook of the field? Does a player like Hans Niemann have a similar advantage that he put on display yesterday, where he was really applying clock pressure to everybody? Can he do that in 30-30 as easily as he could in 10-10?
I think he'll try. I think he'll be successful to some extent. On paper, the longer time control, or at least 30 minutes, it's not that long, it should favor the older players. Throughout the season so far, other than Vincent Keimer's incredible run in Weissenhaus, it has been the more experienced players who've been rising through and doing pretty well in the knockout stages. But yeah, for the likes of Levon Aronian, such a deserved win yesterday, making it through. I think the extra time on the clock will be a relief.
I think the 30-30 is going to be a completely different animal. It's not something that any of the players are used to in the Grand Slam tour so far. It's a brand new time format, so it's sort of somewhere between playing fast but also classical, because you have to take those extra minutes, you have to have a think early on. I think we'll see a lot more accuracy by the players. Yesterday the bar was jumping up and down in the very first 10 moves. You know, we saw these dramatic changes in evaluation. I think we'll see a lot less of that, more accurate play, but you've got to be careful in finding that sweet spot and how much time you spend early on.
Okay, that's a preview of the format and what stands in front of all of our players. Let's talk about the matchups. We have all 16 players stepping back onto the stage today. And again, as I mentioned earlier, because of their performances in the group stage, certain players earn themselves the right to pick their opponents. So it was those top 2 from each group who get to pick out of the 3-4 positions. Here you can see Sam Sevian up against Wesley So. That's one of our lower bracket quarterfinals. Lanier Dominguez, he picked Bibi Sara as his opponent in that lower bracket. Ray Robson up against Vincent Keimer. Again, surprise dropout from those group stages. Rolling right along, we've got Magnus Carlsen versus Vidit in the quarterfinals. We got Hans Niemann up against Javokir Sindarov. I think there were some questions about who ultimately Hikaru would pick between Javokir and Levon. He ultimately goes for Levon. We'll have a discussion about that in just a moment. Noterbeck up against Arjun Erigaisi. That's going to be a fiery matchup for sure. And then, of course, Pragg with his #1 seed picking Fabiano Caruana. There you have the full picture of our upper bracket and lower bracket quarterfinals. So talking about a couple of those matchups, let's first start with Pragg. You're the #1 seed. seed, you're looking at who to pick out of the other group. You got Fabiano and you've got Arjun. So maybe an inkling to not want to pick your own countryman, but at the same time, Fabiano is that guy who, even if he has a slow start in those group stages, he seems to find his way towards top 3 and final tables quite often. So to me, it's somewhat of a bold pick, Tanya.
I think Pragg took about 3 seconds to make that pick.
Yeah.
You know, it was between world number 3 Fabiano Caruana and world number 5 Arjun Argaisi, but more importantly, there are 2 storylines here. Firstly, Arjun and Pragg, they're best of friends. They know each other so incredibly well. Picking a teammate, you know, picking somebody who you're so close to is always very difficult psychologically, but also if we move to what's happened over the board between these 3, I mean, Pragg has had some fantastic results against Fabi. Let's not forget the 2023 World Cup where he played a match and eventually knocked out Fabi in the semi-finals, winning that match in the tiebreakers in a faster time control. And that was a huge moment, a career-defining moment for Pragg, because back then he became the 3rd youngest player to qualify for the candidates, only after Bobby Fischer and Magnus Carlsen. So he had that result, then went on to have a great win against Fabi in Norway chess as well later on. So I think he feels that confidence when he's playing against him. It's been shaky against Arjun. So I think all these factors put together, Pragg did what he had to. He chose Fabi, but it's going to be a big fight, David.
Yeah, nobody likes playing against their best friend, and he's doubled India's chances of winning this event. So I think a totally fair pick.
So that leaves Noterbeck then with Arjun, and talking about that matchup a little bit. Wow, Noterbeck, you know, is maybe the 2nd most happy person on the planet to see Magnus Carlsen knocked out, because he's who he had the unfortunate privilege of running into the last couple events. I wonder for him, how does he match up against a player like Arjun? Noterbeck in a tie for 9th place overall standings, but Arjun really surprising and delighting us ever since he stepped onto the tour stage in Paris, David.
Yeah, this one is going to be fascinating. 2 extremely ambitious players. If you give them a position, they'll always play the most critical move. They'll always go for the opponent's king, the opponent's throat. I think it's just about who's more informed. The first game could be vital in this one. If you strike as the attacker, it's going to be very hard for the opponent to come back.
I think both these players have got nerves of steel, ice-cold nerves. They love to play those dynamic positions. Arjun's called a madman of chess for the best of reasons, just because of the chaos he brings on. Noterbeck, equally fearless. You know, he's got this universal style of play, but loves to take on complications. I did have an interview with Noterbeck back in India, and he did tell me that playing against the Indian kids is one of his favorite things. He sort of figured out their style, so he loves to take on Gukesh, to take on Pragg, to take on Arjun. And I think there's also this country rivalry forming between Uzbekistan and India, and I think you're going to see that play out over the next many, many years.
Okay, a new rivalry is born. Let's go to, speaking of top performers yesterday, Hikaru Nakamura, right? So 1st seed out of his group, he gets to choose between Levon and Javokir. You and I actually began this discussion on air at the end of the day yesterday, and we were split in terms of who he would ultimately pick. You went Levon, I said Javokir. He ends up picking Levon. So what do you think it is about Levon that he feels like is his recipe for success today?
Well, better the enemy you know, and these 2 have faced each other for so many years. Hikaru and Levon, they've had so many clashes, dozens and dozens of classical games, rapid games, blitz games. Also, Javokir Sindarov did knock him down in the lower bracket in one of the previous Grand Slams, Hikaru, in the blitz, in the rapid tiebreaks, which is very hard to do. So I don't blame him at all, Hikaru. We did see how happy Hans was that Magnus lost, but I think quietly, Hikaru, he was looking at that. He's like, okay, the field has opened up. If Magnus is not in this bracket, it's mine for the taking.
Yeah, it kind of feels like open road, right? For him to just put the foot on the gas and drive it all the way to the finish. We'll see if he can do just that. I will say, I do fear, you know, when you pick somebody who feels like such a streaky player, that again, if you get Levon in his best form yesterday, he was on and then off, wins with black, losses with white. Ultimately gets it done against Magnus in brilliant fashion, but that's my fear for Hikaru. You just get the Levon who's firing on all cylinders, and you've picked yourself into a bad position, as opposed to maybe a guy who you have a better understanding of his level of play and where he's at currently in the tournament in Javokir.
I mean, here it's an absolute stellar star cast, right? Whoever you play, you know you're going to have a tough fight. But you're absolutely right. It is about the form that the players bring in. Yesterday, it was a different animal, a different beast with the 10+10 today. What is the shape that the players show up? I think for Hikaru, it was more about who not to pick rather than who to pick. You know, again, the ghosts of Weissenhaus. Javokir is the one who picked Hikaru and then went on to prove that pick in the quarterfinals. Do you really want to face such an opponent? Probably not. Hikaru, as David said, knows Levon so well, you know, wants to fight it out. And I think Levon, you can never underestimate overestimate him, but on paper, the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, definitely a favorite. And let's not forget, 6 out of 7. That was insane by him yesterday.
It really was such an incredible performance. Not a single loss, 5 wins, 2 draws for 6 points out of 7. Hikaru Nakamura is definitely the man to beat in the tournament right now. Those are the quarterfinal matchups. Let's go ahead and refresh on the lower bracket quarterfinals. Because yes, while everyone who fell down to the lower bracket is out of contention for the top 2 spots, the cool thing about our tournament is that it is a pseudo double elimination. So everybody has their second life here and can get as high as a 3rd place finish, which is huge, not just in terms of prize money, but also in terms of tournament points. So taking a look at a number of those matchups, of course, Magnus falling down with 4 points out of 7 in that tiebreak. He's going to elect to pick or play against Vidit. Vincent up against Ray Robson, Sam Sevian up against Wesley So, and Lenier Dominguez up against BB Sara. And so let's just start with Magnus up against Vidit. Obviously, he's coming off of maybe a little bit of shell shock from yesterday, but Vidit probably an opponent that he should feel confident in, just because Vidit has still yet to kind of show us the consistency of closing out winning positions here on the freestyle chess stage. Not his inability to get winning positions, David.
Yeah, for Vidit, it's all about the clock. He's just not been able to handle it to the same practical levels as some of the rivals here. As you say, winning positions left, right, and center, but then the blunders come, then the stumbles. He even lost on time in a key game yesterday when he still had some chances alive in the tournament. Magnus, though, it depends on his mood. It's very rare for him to have ever been in this situation with slightly less at stake. Yes, 3rd place, yes, some tour points, but how motivated he is might decide how the first 2 games go. But for Vidit, he'll need to be at his best and quicker, Tanya.
And I think I agree with everything you said. It all comes down to how Magnus is feeling right now after what happened. Do you think he managed to get some golf in? Because we've noticed that always helps him out a little bit.
Yeah, I know he's been playing some golf early mornings here in Vegas. I think early mornings is the only time you can play golf. It's so hot outside.
Oh, dear God, yeah. After about this time, don't step outside until the sun goes down. From Magnus and Vidit over to Vincent and Ray Robson, even before we talk about the matchup as a whole, we didn't end up talking too much about Vincent yesterday just because of how disastrous the day began for him, right? Sporting 0 points out of 3. He managed to climb all the way up to 3 points by the end of the day, so it was quite a recovery in terms of his performance in those individual games. It just wasn't quite enough to get him over the line. But then how do you feel about him coming into the day today up against someone like Ray Robson here, Tanya?
Well, I think the good news for Vincent is how the day ended. You know, he had the smashing win against Levon, who went on to knock out Magnus Carlsen. But Vincent, it wasn't just the scoreline in that match, just the quality of play was was extremely high for him. I think we saw the reflections of what we've seen of him in Paris, in Weissenhaus, but it was too little and it was too late for Vincent to make it through. So coming in, he's playing the debutant Ray Robson. I think with experience on his side in that one, I would say Vincent's a favorite.
Yeah, that's a good reminder that we have Vincent to thank for the fireworks that were on display yesterday. If not for that victory over Levon, we never get that tiebreaker, and who knows what today would have looked like. From there, we go to Lenier Dominguez. He had 3 points, which got him that 5th spot and the opportunity to elect his opponent. He'll take on BB Sara. I mean, he, so far for me, has been, and I don't mean to disparage with this comment, but like a Fabi light in a way, in terms of his kind of approach to freestyle and his overall stability in the game.
Well, he was Fabi's second for many years, so maybe that's why. But yeah, Lenier yesterday just couldn't quite click into top gear. He was very, very solid. He actually had some big chances, had winning positions, but couldn't get it over the line, and ultimately falling to Hans Niemann. I think that was the tournament changer for him in a very technical position, which is normally his forte. Of course, he starts as the favorite today against BB Sara, but I know BB Sara has a lot of fans out there. She looked very happy at dinner. I think the pressure's off, and this one, it could be closer than it looks on paper.
That leaves us with one match, Sam Sevian up against Wesley So. Wesley So, again, a fan of the format, a powerhouse in the format, at least in his absolute prime. 3 points out of 7. He was just on the outside as well of that conversation for top 4. When you kind of take a look at the 8 people who are currently in the lower bracket, do you feel like he's a front runner outside of Magnus, of course, in terms of this format?
I mean, you can never write off a player like Wesley, right? He is the first Fischer Random world champion back in 2019. Once again, he did it after beating Magnus in a final when it was a complete Wesley So show in that one. But I think yesterday, one of the big takeaways was, again, it was a bit of an up and down in this format. You need that consistency, which Wesley failed to show. He had that win against Magnus, but somehow still had a more cautious, cagey approach in a lot of the games, and that's never good enough to make it to that group stage, to that top 4 situation with this player field that we have. Definitely, Wesley feels that this is not the bracket he wanted to be in, but the fight for third place, he's going to give it his best, and I think along with Magnus, he's one of the favorites to make it to the third position.
Hit me with the other side of that matchup, Sam Sevian. How can he dispatch Wesley So today?
I think he needs to be alert. Wesley really uncharacteristically was making one-move blunders yesterday. Against Magnus, he blundered some material, went on to win through a bit of fortune. Against Vincent Keimer, Wesley blundered a whole queen in one move, arguably the blunder of the day. And it did feel like he was a bit shaky. So if Sam Sevian is stable, yesterday he proved he can hang with the best, then he might get his chance a bit later on.
Well, so then how about that? You know, the idea of the format change again and how it plays into the cleanliness of play, let's say. Will there be that many more opportunities for one-move blunders when we now move to 30-30? A lot more time on the clock. They're still going to have the 10 minutes ahead of gameplay to discuss or sit on their own, as Hans elected to do just yesterday. But this is a real difference, and we've seen in the past players like Vincent Keimer taking 10 whole minutes to make a first move on the board, whereas yesterday you obviously would not have been afforded that luxury.
If they're anything like me, then one-move blunders are still going to be a part of the game. The clocks are going to tick down no matter what. Like you say, 30 minutes, it sounds like more. It's 3 times as much as they started with yesterday. But the early stages of the game, that tends to be where the players invest most of their time. So later on, I think there'll be a few.
I think the big difference here is that the increment is 30 seconds compared to 10 seconds, which will give players a little more time to build up on the clock in those critical moments. So perhaps somebody who does have a great advantage will find it slightly easier to convert. So I'm interested to see how that plays out in the final moments of the game, because 30 seconds, I think that's the big differentiator here.
That's a really good point. Yesterday, I'll remind everyone, we were playing a 5-2 tiebreaker matchup, and somehow Magnus Carlsen was building up a time bank in a time scramble. So just imagine what these players can do with 30 seconds every time they make a move. Either way, that's the preview for the day. We are about to launch into our bracket stage here in Las Vegas for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We need to meet the players. Then on the other side, we'll go to that position lottery to see what the landscape of the battlefield looks like. We'll see you on the other side. Still very much alive in this tournament. Anything from third place all the way up to first for those top 8 in our upper bracket quarterfinals. The players, though, they need to know what the battlefield looks like before they can step out there and begin to tussle with each other. So once again, I'm going to welcome back Tanya Sachdev and David Howell. They drew us a beautiful starting position yesterday for game number 1. So come on over. Let's get these balls rolling once again. And David Howell, pick us a good one. Pick us a fiery one here.
Okay, here we go. It is position 262.
Position 262, and as you can see behind me, all the players flooding the stage and making their way to their boards. As you guys are probably aware, you will have 10 minutes to discuss either within your pods or to sit on your own and strategize. And then I wish you the best of luck as you dive into your 30-30 quarterfinal matchups. We're going to head back to the studio. We'll catch you there in just a bit to help break down all the action. We'll see you soon.
F4, knight b6, a4, f5, no? Can't.
Knight b3?
No, but wait, f4, knight b6, a4 is like b4? Rook a8? No, but then I take a5.
So f5, knight b2, a5?
So wait, sorry, so how's it go? So f4,
F4,
knight b6,
knight b6,
a4, a4, f5.
Knight
I
b3,
can move,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, we can also play b6, I don't know, but it's yours.
doesn't. Maybe actually f3 is interesting for white, yeah,
it's not
because
bad
then we
for
get e4. For example, against b6, f3 is much better.
So f3 good. So b6, e4, f5, we trade the pawns.
I was more worried about like some d4, because then our knight is dead. d4, what do we do?
d4, f5, and
Knight b3?
we'll have to play bishop b7. Bishop b7? Anyway, I'll play knight f6, c6. I mean, I also have a. Okay. Let's see. No, but they're gonna play f4. F3 is a bit strange. Why would they do that?
F4 because the knight goes to f3. It's not really going to d3. It seems weird.
But I'm not sure. Against f4, I like b6 maybe.
F4, b6.
Yeah, I think.
Now we can play b4, e4. And go c5.
Okay, I will get
C5
control over e4 square. I think it's fine.
If white plays b.
And something like g3. I mean, that's the moment. g3, bishop b7, bishop b2. We just take it.
Okay, g3 we go, let's say f5, and then already, I mean, if it's b3, I don't think it's that dangerous.
Knight b3 just c5, knight c7.
C5.
Let me go here.
Knight b3. Okay, this actually.
Can I do e5?
No, that's not an 8 is very bad.
Yeah, for now.
What? I take f6.
f6. I mean, it's not clear that white is doing that great. Yeah.
Knight b3, and you want to take e5 or b4? It's e5.
Probably b5.
Yeah.
Although, wait, why not b4? It's an important pawn, so.
I just feels dangerous, no?
No,
Like some
E5.
d4?
Okay, e5.
e5
Yeah,
then.
but d4 is strange.
Why?
I can take on e1.
Okay, king e1. There are all the dark
Bishop
squares.
b7, one castle.
We can castle, yeah.
I mean, white's king is pretty.
No, if we can castle, sure. Yeah. Okay, but like we can play knight b6, or is it actually bad?
Is there like any downside to doing this? Is it like a better version to play e5 first, or what does it change exactly?
Just 6 here. It's the same, no?
Yeah, like it's gonna be the same, right?
Yeah, well, let's say take.
Knight f3.
Knight 3, e4. Okay, so b4 is still hanging.
Like knight g5.
Castle 1.
You're one.
Everything happens so fast.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's so risky.
Oh, that we can castle fast is actually hugely
But
important.
This b4 is extremely dangerous.
So if f4, b6, and if f3, knight b6.
Okay, so what about this? Let's say a4,
F5,
knight b3.
Is a5 not a move?
Yeah,
Yeah,
a5.
Queen a to ab6 takes bc7,
No,
queen
I take,
ab.
take
Oh,
this. If a5, queen a2,
Oh, there's
ab8.
queen c5.
What's
Queen c5.
Oh, e6.
or,
But can't I trap the queen?
What?
but you can't take it, no? I have to play e6.
Queen d4, queen a.
maybe. I'm not so
And
sure.
then e3, bishop d3.
Queen d4 with a king.
You mean back the rook? Knight
Yeah,
e4.
like a5.
So this.
Take b6.
I can still play rook a8 after queen.
Ah, you take
You have rook a. Yeah, you got rook a. Yeah.
No, wait.
Queen e4, rook a8. I don't think you can do this. A my queen up. And also no weaknesses.
So if queen e3, you go here. Yeah?
I mean, if queen 3 also I could take him.
Played this exact position 4 days ago. And he played g5 and I got huge initiative. But okay, even before g5 is bad. Okay, let me give you guys. Let me show you a comparative thing. Okay, in our game, I played g5 here. F4, he played g5. Even this was bad. Our game went like this: knight f3, queen d5, knight b3. It went like this. Knight f6, and here h3 plus 1. Yes. just g4,
This is our
bishop
game.
g2.
You played bishop d2.
No, I played e4. I played no.
You played bishop d2.
So this is so even with b4, which is a stupid move, g5 is bad.
Okay, Professor Hans has spoken.
Okay, I played the exact position.
Okay, so c4 you want. Wait a second, so there is no knight c4 at all. There's no chance something like this can work.
By the way, England says b6. Before b6, yeah? Before b6.
That's what I'm saying, before b6, that's right. And you guys are laughing at it.
What now? Before, no?
Yeah, this is. But before I'm not sure. F5?
Knight f9, b3,
b6.
knight d3.
But they don't like this knight on d3.
No, I agree. But then I didn't see
What if
something.
we just protect a3?
Just go
c5?
What if b5?
Yeah.
b5?
A little bit soft.
You want to play b5 here?
Yeah. No.
Why not? It's interesting, no?
Yeah, c6 you take.
But wait, a6?
a4?
Take 6, knight b6?
Knight b4.
Knight-
Also e3.
e3. B5, yeah? B5 is interesting.
Yeah, that's nice.
I like this.
You approve, Professor?
No, I like it.
Okay, people will go like b6.
E6 is very ugly.
And c4.
It's such luck. The same position. No, I remember the whole game we played.
And you like b3?
No, because d4, d3, you want to take as much space as possible. And if there's no g5, then you're just developing normally with d4.
Whoa, so what are we actually doing after g5? Just take and knight 3, yeah?
Even. Yeah, you have so many times.
Queen h5.
And this is too much, yeah?
I'll play. No, I can play
Somewhere
g.
c5, c6? Like knight h3, queen h5, c5, c6.
No, then bc.
b7, rook b6.
Yeah, bc. We had a game with rook d6, remember?
And okay, if they just play like normal chess.
Or a4 somewhere, I don't know.
a4, we can include.
Or a5.
No, this is committed.
So, I think they want to play b3.
Yeah, maybe I don't
bishop.
want to. I don't want to.
Wait, d3, bishop e3.
Yeah,
How do you do
b6. b6 sometimes.
Knight d7. What exactly?
Okay, let's say b6 or b7.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start in 2 minutes.
Somewhere
Such a
f4.
big deal.
Yeah, it seems.
The pieces are much better.
Slightly better for me.
What a gift set.
Professor gave us the knowledge.
I know the whole game.
Dropping knowledge.
Position 262 for the first round of quarterfinals here in the knockout stages of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam here in Las Vegas. There on your screens, Hans Niemann taking his seat already. And he was a very active part of the discussions here, even seeming to indicate that whether he's played this exact position or something eerily similar, he started to really take control of the discussions there, David, within his group.
Yeah, it was fascinating. He literally said, just everyone, watch me. And he showed them a very interesting variation to start this game. Of course, there's a lot of choice, but yeah, he joined us in the studio yesterday and was saying how he actually preferred being alone most of the day yesterday, not discussing, not getting his thoughts kind of corrupted by fellow teammates there. But today, it looks like he's very chilled, very relaxed.
Well, you can't talk about Hans and then not talk about Magnus. We saw him there looking very, very slick, but it's definitely not the fight that he wanted. But that still means that he still wants to finish at the top. He still wants to get that game, those wins coming in. Big one against Vidit. Vidit struggling with his form so far. 15 seconds to lift off. I think Hans joining in that group is a bit of a power statement after yesterday being Hans solo for the most part of it.
Yeah, again, a very interesting switch up because he had said he felt like sometimes eight voices too many. Maybe if it was smaller groups, 2, 3, he'd be a little bit more willing to be a participant, but something has shifted from last night to tonight. Whether or not it's the position itself and just the idea that he thinks he has such a good understanding of it and wanted to make sure he bounced that idea, double checked his own work against somebody else saying, well, don't forget about this as an opportunity. We'll see. Either way, that clock is at 0. That means the arbiter has given the okay for the handshakes to extend and for the play to be underway. We are going to kick things off by taking a look at the Hikaru Nakamura board, though, because he came out of our group stage absolutely head and shoulders above the rest. So we'll go there. We'll definitely be checking in with Hans Niemann, though, as well, to see if what he was talking about strategically there within the groups actually comes out onto the boards itself.
It was all guns blazing yesterday for Hikaru Nakamura, and look at that, he's totally locked in, as well as is Levon Aronian, who's got to be feeling the confidence after his tiebreaker win against Magnus. Coming to the hands point, I think one of the reasons that he did join the group there, the discussions there, he's just in a good mood right now. You know, he's feeling good about the chess, about everything, so I think that was part of the reason. Hikaru gets up as he waits for Levon to make his first move, and I think, David, this is key, right, with this time format, 30 plus 30, and you have those minutes, you've got that time to give the position a real think and kind of try to get to the truth of it. This is, of course, a standard 5-1-8 that we have in front of us, not the position that the players will be playing again. Hey, this is freestyle chess, man. We got to get the right one up.
Yeah, we will get the right position up just temporarily then, before Levon makes the first move. There is a glitch in the matrix. Okay, I was going to put another board up, but Levon, I think, has just reached out. Takes his hand back. Hasn't made a move. We talked about time. It could be all important. I'll put a different board up in the meantime. Oh, okay, he has Levon Aronian, but maybe we're just not getting the moves in right now. We see on the screen he played the move that a lot of the players were playing. Instead of the pawn to f3, the pawn one square forward to f4. And just to put this on the board, it is unleashing an immediate attack. All of the players with the white pieces were discussing this earlier when we saw them in deep in discussions there.
We've got our tech gurus on it. I'm being told that this is the only board that, for whatever reason, isn't updating for us. So while they're working on a fix, we're going over to Hans Niemann, right? And I can tell you, at the very least, because I can see the live updating of Levon and Hikaru, this is actually the position of Levon and Hikaru's game. Barring that most recent move made by Sindarov, Hikaru hasn't made a second move on the board just yet. So mirroring from a number of our boards already.
You know, one of the very interesting dynamics of freestyle chess is the player who picks their opponent. In this group, it was Hikaru who had to get that pick, chose Levon. So in many ways, Hans did not have to decide who he's playing against. Hans's fate was in Hikaru's hands. He's up against Jawakhir Sindarov, who was fantastic at Weissenhaus. You know, he was a last-minute entry into that tournament, had such a great run, eventually finished fourth after a loss to Magnus Carlsen in the knockouts there. But what a power play was by him. And I think this is going to be just such a fascinating battle, because Jawakhir, you know, you give him the opportunity to make the situation fun, he'll do it at first go. Hans, he showed us yesterday he's ready for the fight as well. And what we have right now in front of us, David, both pawns on flanks going up, I think that's aggressive play from the start with the white pieces.
Yeah, very aggressive play, but quite committal play as we see these first moves. Let's break it down from the start position. Let's talk about some of the specifics of this position 2-6-2, and it was the f-pawn moving forward in most of the boards, I believe, maybe even all of the boards. Some chose to push just one square as the arbiter steps in, maybe adjusting the clock, or something's happening there with the arbiter.
I think he's working on the iPad, yeah. So what we've done is we've provided each of the tables with an iPad that will track their move numbers. They're not required to write down their moves, which is typical and actually was required in previous events in the 45-45 portions. We still had the players writing down their moves, as would be typical in standard chess. We don't require them to do that. They can do it if they please, if it's a part of their system and format, but therefore we've provided them with that iPad so it will track and they're aware of when that 40th move comes in and things like that.
Yeah, and this attack that most of the white players chose to make as the iPad there we see gets replaced by the arbiters and by, I was going to say one of the tournament directors, but no, there we go. It's the arbiters, and after pawn to b6 blocking this attack by the white queen, this move, very, very interesting. Personally, it wouldn't be on my radar at all, but the whole idea is to activate the white rook, potentially up the board a bit later. You could swing that rook. You also have a nice square for a knight. Knights belong behind pawns normally. The pawns go first, the infantry, then the cavalry afterwards. And also the white bishop might have a nice long diagonal to stare down at. Hence Jawakhir Sindarov's next move. Also attacking a pawn. The black queen now staring down. The white knight develops, and central tension already. I've got to say, I really like how this game has developed just from a dynamic standpoint. It promises to be a really, really fiery battle.
I love it, and you won't be disappointed to hear that this is the action going on across our boards. If we can get our bird's eye view, if we can zoom out and get all the boards up, this idea that's been chosen by Jawakhir Sindarov of striking early in the center with the e-pawn moving 2 steps forward, an early trade being offered, which means it's going to be a fun fight for us, has been the choice of moves for most of the players playing with the black pieces who've had this opportunity, including the world number 3 Fabiano Caruana.
Well, you want that bird's eye view, we'll go to it. We're going to take a look at the upper bracket. We've split on 4 boards and 4 boards, not to overwhelm you too much. This is still a lot of information coming your way, but you can see how those who finished in the top 4 of their group have approached our initial position of the day right here.
Yeah, and as Tanya points out, every board so far has pretty much been the same, to some varying degrees of how far they've progressed, apart from Levon, Aronian, Nakamura yet, where Nakamura chose the same first move, but yet to decide on his second turn. Interesting, the hive mind strikes again.
Yeah, hive mind definitely strikes again. You can see some boards more advanced than others, right? Even getting a peek in the bottom right of your screens there between Noterbeck and Arjun. That tension that was created between pawns in the center has already been alleviated to a degree, with Noterbeck electing to capture towards the center. Now, of course, we're waiting to see what the response will be here from Arjun. When does he decide to capture back with that pawn that right now is currently a little offsides, already starting to infiltrate his side of the board?
To me, it's just so interesting that all these guys, we're talking about the best players on the planet, as white have chosen the same idea of advancing that f-pawn 2 steps forward, coming in with a tempo of opening up the queen. And I'm just wondering, you know, this placement as we're seeing, David, and you can have a check on it and confirm this, was this also the top choice by Engine in the position that we have in our starting position? Was this the right path that we're seeing chosen across the battlefield?
Wow, good question, Tanya. It's not necessarily the top choice according to my very low-level engine here. And it does look interesting, however, and once you put the first couple of moves in, it does start to suggest some of these moves. And yeah, it's just, to my eyes, it's very interesting because a lot of players, it's a stylistic thing, of course, but a lot of the players prefer to grow into the game. You just get your pieces out, you get a sense, you get a sense of where the pawn structure is going to be fixed for a while. But this one, it's very hard to know where the kings are going. The kings in this start position centralized, a long way before they can castle. It's very difficult to know what to do exactly with your bishops. Do they go on long diagonals? Centralizing them doesn't look feasible right now. So it's hard to rely on normal patterns in this start position. And as you say, Tanya, very interesting according to the computer, which actually advocates some pawn sacrifices for both sides in the next few moves.
Yeah, now you mentioned pretty much everybody aligning on what they wanted to do on the outset of the day today with the starting position. There is one player with the white pieces who elected to go their own way. Can anybody guess the name of that person?
Initials MC.
That is exactly right, Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a look at his board because there's one distinct difference here. Obviously, while most others went to push that pawn in front of the rook 2 spaces up, it's Carlsen who instead elected to push the pawn in front of that dark squared bishop 2 spaces up earlier in the game. Completely changing already the dynamics of this one as compared to a number of our other boards.
Yeah, I must admit I prefer this approach. It's just easier to play. Less kind of onus to find all the accurate moves. With white now, you can just start developing your knights. You can start pushing some pawns in the center. You can kind of take your pick here. And the kind of jeopardy is far lower.
That's just incredibly stylistic of you to say that. David is the most positional, solid grandmaster who, you know, for a reason, wrote a book alongside Magnus Carlsen called Grind Like a Grandmaster. So I think totally understandable that both these guys like this approach, keeping things more under control, looking at fan-catoing that bishop on the square in front of the rook, also eventually coming out with a knight. But first, Magnus strikes early on in the center, so taking the fight to with it, with that last move defended by a queen next to the rook.
Yeah, I was going to say that's just my style, no tactics, but Magnus does liven it up immediately here. He wants to break the center. Normally in Chess 960 and Freestyle Chess, we want to break the symmetry. There wasn't symmetry anyway, but normally the first central strike tends to give you a little bit of a initiative, a bit of momentum there. So very interesting start to this game. Far less kind of unique, I'm going to say. Although it is unique, the fact that he has developed his pawns in such a modest manner, the F and G and B pawns especially.
All right, so from here back up to the upper bracket, we've got the Hikaru board figured out, I believe. So we can go ahead and peek in there, see how our group stage leader is faring in his matchup against Levon Aronian. Once again, out of his seat. This is very typical of Hikaru, though, once we get to these longer time controls. He likes to keep the blood flowing in between the moves.
Yeah, and Hikaru, he loves, I think he's got similarities to Magnus in that sense. He loves just getting out of the opening here with a very harmonious setup, very healthy kind of backbone, normally pawn structure, two things, and very logical what Black is doing here. No piece developments yet, but just staking a claim in the center here, Tanya. And I wonder whether Levon's going to get up and look at some of the other boards and see what's going on there, because they had this position on many of them a few minutes ago.
But that's also such an awkward thing to do, right? Everyone knows what exactly you're up to right there, you know, when you go and take a peek, and especially because everybody has this exact same position. In fact, it's on the hand sport that we've got maximum number of moves, I want to say, with this opening setup. Also a bit of a power statement by a player, you know, with a shorter time format when they make a move and they get up and leave, because it sort of makes you think that they're feeling a lot more comfortable with the development of the game. And have you just walked into their opening plan? Finally, Levon does decide to trade in the center. Another storyline that we're seeing across the boards being played out. I'm expecting Hikaru to come back. He doesn't even sit down. He stands there, makes a move, and walks off. That's Hikaru Nakamura for you.
He didn't even make it fully into the camera frame before he's off again. I will note, though, you know, with all this movement and everything, he is already down 5 minutes on the clock. Of course, they start with 30. They gain 30 seconds per move, so I'm not worried about him necessarily getting into time trouble. But Levon is definitely doing himself a service just by keeping that time bank nice and healthy, perhaps for some tougher decisions down the line.
Yeah, this just reminds me what Hikaru just did, playing a move without even sitting down. It reminds me of people in offices who they use these standing desks. They just stand there. Everyone else is sitting down on these comfy chairs, and they're just standing there, tapping away. It's like, come on, like...
What do you have against health?
I don't know. It's weird to me. You have such a nice chair there.
All right, next freestyle event, we're standing desk casting, all right?
What have I done?
I don't know how you feel about this, David, but I think in competitive play across levels, and I've had this, you know, I've always felt very uncomfortable when my opponent makes a move standing and not sitting.
Really?
It just... yeah, it does play with your mind. So I don't know if you feel the same way.
What's the
David,
feeling you're getting? Is it like I'm being disrespected? They don't even have to sit down to play me?
Are we going to make this into a therapy session now?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out the psychology of chess players. I've only ever played over the internet, right? So I don't have an experience of actually ever seeing my opponent face to face and having the psychology of, you know, what they're telling me, trying to read them.
I think it is, for me, a bit intimidating and a bit overwhelming. And you kind of also feel that you want to prove them wrong. So it kind of plays these mind games with you. What about you, David? Have you faced that? And how comfortable are you?
It used to annoy me a lot, especially players who would just walk around, who'd make faces when they come back to the board. They would never be there, so as soon as you make a move, they come back and they just frown and they grimace, and then they kind of stare you down. They're like, are you sure? Sometimes it's like your only legal move in the position, they come back and they stare you down. It's like, come on, man, I had to play that move.
I think the stare down is equally annoying, as is the smashing of the clock. You know, when they make a move and they go bang, that is also tough to deal with. By the way, as Levon goes into a thing, I suggest we move to the Hans Niemann board. It's fireworks already because the game's progressed quite a bit. And maybe we just bring that on, and David, we backtrack and you take us through it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks like this board hasn't updated either. So maybe we'll jump in a moment. This is actually a position that's appeared earlier in the game. And yeah, maybe you can tell me the moves here, Tanya, so that we can catch up with the current position.
Let's do it. So it started with f4. We had the pawn in front of the rook move forward as we have it on the board. The knight came out, and in this position, as black strikes in the center, there was a trade in the center. White picks up the pawn, as we saw on the Levon Hikaru board as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe we just wait this out.
Sorry, go on, Tanya. In this position, the knight came out.
The knight did not come out.
Oh, it did not come out.
The bishop came out. It's bishop before knight here, just hitting that central pawn, and which was pushed one step forward in defense. So this was an interesting move because we see it's 2 steps away, 2 squares away from the white knight, so taking down some key squares for development from that knight, but it also makes that pawn a bit of a weakness. And after this move, Hans Niemann replies with the queen moving forward to a square that has been vacated, not defended anymore, so centralizing his queen, getting in with the attack. Another aggressive approach here, defended by the bishop, fianchettoing itself in front of the rook, a development and a defending move. Hans Niemann continues by pushing that central pawn 1 step ahead, opening up the diagonal of his own bishop to eventually target the queen at the edge of the board, so watch out for a threat like the bishop sliding up. Black continues with development, placing the bishop in front of the knight, vacating some more running squares for the queen. And finally, a pawn move by Hans. The last move played in this game is the b-pawn moving forward, taking control of the queen side, asking big questions to Jabakir. What are you doing with the knight at the edge of the board?
And very, very interesting position here. Very interesting. The eval bar says level, but I'm just looking at this knight on the corner and the white knight in the center, neither of which can move and probably won't move for the foreseeable future. I actually really like what Hans Niemann has done, but the fact that he's committed so quickly, it is the type of position where your queen might actually end up being a bit embarrassed in the center, might start getting kicked around. It's very high risk, but high reward potentially.
And there's a big threat in this board, on the board right now. You know, this move that you're talking about, the bishop sliding up, is what I would be thinking is what you want to play. Now, Hans's last move comes with a big idea. That queen from d4 can suddenly slide over to the edge of the board. And David, notice how that a-pawn cannot be defended. You could move up the board with that a-pawn, but that just runs into a streamer's favorite move. En passant, you get a passer, and you're actually completely winning. I think Hans is threatening queen, sliding over, winning big material on the next move.
Wow, very impressive. That is full board awareness to the max. That white queen was sitting in the corner almost a few moves ago, and suddenly she's doing some real legwork here.
That is beautiful stuff. And it just comes out of nowhere at you. You know, because you think this move, the pawn move that's just been made by Hans, it takes control of squares, but he's not really threatening anything. Jabakir Senderov needs to be very alert right now.
Yeah, that's an important pawn. It's not just the fact that black's pieces might kind of get trapped in the corner up there. It's going to force maybe the black king to step across and defend that rook. And then you lose castling rights, then you're very committed for the rest of the game. Hans Niemann asking some big questions. Senderov, I have a feeling he might sacrifice that pawn in some way or other. It's just hard to know exactly what to do. Is he going to bring his knight out, just ignore it, try to prioritize getting the black king to safety, castling it onto the right side of the board? But okay, time is roughly level on the clocks. Tanya, I love it. Creative.
Yeah, roughly level now. But that said, Jabakir actually had a pretty solid start from a clock perspective. He was the one who had advantages pretty early on, but because of this most recent move, now taking some solid time to think, making sure he doesn't misstep here too early on in his matchup against Hans Niemann, a very aggressive player, right? So you give him that one opening, he's going to go ahead and lunge for it.
James, that's an absolute curveball, this last move. And the more you look at it, the more you appreciate the idea behind it. I mean, just the structure and the setup, the development that Hans has taken, how he bought out. Let's just highlight the square the queen was on and the path that it took to get there. You know, first, you centralize it, only to threaten to take it to the edge of the board to win a pawn. And like you said, Jabakir, he's burning the clock. And the reason is because he's seen this threat. And it's not an easy one to really counter right now. There's this realization that sets in that you have to play for the initiative. You have to sacrifice material early on, and that wasn't on Jabakir's bingo card today morning.
Yeah, so now that is two more moves being spent, though, from Niemann, right? To capture a pawn, 1 point of material. And so I kind of come back to your point, David, or your question, right? Whether or not he's going to just elect to willingly give this up and see how much progress he can make within those two moves to his own advantage or with his own plan, or whether or not he's going to try and mount an actual defense of that pawn. And is it worth it?
Yeah, I've been trying to kind of rack my brains here and find a way to defend the pawn. I can only come up with one. But it's quite a committal one. You have to castle in this exact position. It is legal now for black to just slide the king across one square and the rook to hop over. And just to put this on the board while Senderov thinks, by bringing your king over, you do create a potential defense. The black king slides and holds onto this pawn. That being said, you are putting your king on the same line as a rook. Yes, it's a very congested line for now, but you could imagine, for example, the white knight coming in, later the bishop moving out the way, maybe some sacrifices just to open things up. Your king is stuck on this board forever, on this side.
Breaking news, guys. Pragnananda has this exact same position against Fabiano Caruana. We don't need to jump into it if you don't want to, but I just want to say that this trap has been set up by the Group A stage winner, Pragg, against Fabi. So Fabi as well trying to deal with these ideas on his board, just like Jabakir is.
And now forgive me, if you can recollect all the way back to the strategy sessions, was this a bit of the line that Hans was exploring with people and showing, or is this completely divorced from that?
It was different.
Okay, different. So he's found another inventive way to attack the position, and as you mentioned, at least one other player electing to go a similar direction. And granted, Pragg took 10 whole minutes off of his clock, now down below 20 to end up in this position. So Fabi has a good amount of time to think and figure out how he wants to respond. I wonder if, to a degree, Jabakir just sits and waits too, says maybe I let Fabi go first.
Oh, he's reaching for his king. He does castle as we predicted.
Wow. This to me, I mean, it makes sense from the perspective of defending the pawn, but it seems a little bit counterintuitive because I've already been witnessing my opponent move all of his pieces in that direction towards that side of the board. And so I am castling into conflict.
Exactly. It's so risky. He's banking on the fact that it's just it's a very time-efficient move. He's getting his rook into the center. He's getting his king to safety all in one go. And he's actually ahead in development here, somewhat, Black, with 2 bishops already developed and already having his king decently placed. That being said, as you mentioned there, James, the white pawn can already step forward and undermine its counterpart here, opening up a very important line on the side. The black knight in the corner, not a happy piece either. And yeah, this one is fiery. I'm going to predict this isn't a draw. I know it's early, but I just can't see how this game fizzles out anytime soon.
Okay, I like that. We want fire. We want action here on the freestyle stage. Well, I will keep my eyes on the Fabiano Caruana board. Once he makes his response, maybe we can check in to see whether or not he'd elected to go the same way as Sindarov, or if he decides to blaze his own path through the chessboard here today. Onus back on Hans Niemann. Hans not in his seat. He's probably taking a nice stroll.
Just gonna say it's gonna be hard to pick a game to go to, because guess what? Hikaru Nakamura, Levon Aronian also headed exactly in this direction, just a move shot. If Levon is to find the idea of pushing that B pawn one step forward with this threat that we've been discussing of sliding the queen, we'll have the exact same position in our championship bracket on 3 boards. That's crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, so with the exact same position on a number of boards, we'll again be sure to track whether or not anybody decides to come out with a unique move of their own. But from here, I'd like to zoom out, take a picture of all 16 heart rates out there on the stage. We've done this in previous events. It's always kind of fun to set a baseline. Where's everyone coming into the day, and where do they finish when it comes to those time scrambles? See some triple digits already for a few players, but most everybody feeling calm, cool, and collected early on here in our 30-30. From here, we can go to the accuracies early on. Does anybody stand tall and above the rest? No, most people in the green. Arjun, the only one who slipped slightly down into the yellow, but that's not going to cause anybody too much concern. Keimer sitting at the 100 mark. How often have we seen that? Within like the first 10 moves of a freestyle match, Keimer just seems to find what the engine likes.
Yeah, and Keimer's story here has been a little heartbreaking, right? Because you win Weissenhaus. Paris was a bit up and down for him. You come in here to kind of show that Weissenhaus was not a fluke. And then you play Magnus Carlsen in the first round of the round robin. You get this drawn endgame. You slog it out. You slug it out for the next 100 moves, but Magnus does Magnus things. You lose that eventually, and it's a bit of a tilt since then. Only until the very last round, but too little too late against Levon Aronian's win. He gets knocked out into that lower bracket, and gives a helping hand to Magnus along the way by doing just that.
And speaking of Magnus, this was the board that went its own way from move number 1, and how different does it look at this point? That trio of pawns there, far advanced from Magnus, and as I say that, he elects to break their connectivity there, capturing a pawn on the left-hand side of the board. But he's also got those beautifully placed knights behind him in support. What do we make of this one? Still plenty of tension there towards the center, too. Vidit with the option to respond, multiple pawn captures available to him.
Yeah, this one is equally, I'm going to say, dramatic as the other boards. This one, it's all about concrete calculation right here, right now, I'm going to say, Tanya, because white has gone a pawn up. Maybe just a quick action replay of how we got here over the last few turns, because we left it already quite a while ago. We left it with Magnus striking in the center in what looked like a very peaceful position. Vidit decided, okay, no peace for you. I'm also going to strike in the center. Neither king is happy about this decision, but whose king is going to be more vulnerable? That's the big question. Magnus gains a bit of time, kicking the black knight back. We have some moves, so we'll catch up. But Magnus just playing with pawns the first half dozen turns, then bringing his knights out. And this is a good tip for everyone at home. If your opponent has far advanced pawns, undermine either the base of the chain or the head of the chain. You need activity. And here he goes, full throttle for the white pawns. We see a capture and a bit of a mistake, apparently, from Vidit here. Just to check with the computer, moving the black queen across is the top move, but it's difficult. I'm going to say it's odd to move a queen for a second time when you're a pawn down. Doesn't even kind of make any concrete threats. Maybe it's because after pawn takes pawn, the most obvious moves to my eye, that white can take with the knight, and there's some tension between the rooks, and the black queen a bit vulnerable. So maybe getting the queen out of dodge was the first order of business, but instead Vidit makes a question mark move, the first of the day. And okay, Magnus replies by just solidifying his center. So there's awkward tension here, but at least now Magnus's pawn chain looks like it might live a lot longer.
Yeah, very, very strong connected pawns there for Magnus from the right-hand side of the board, extending all the way over to the left-hand side. And with that pawn capture, right, the knight can always jump forward, take that, as you mentioned, put the rooks on the same line as each other, staring each other down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing about chess is when you've had a bad result the day before, the only thing that can make you feel better is a win. It doesn't matter what your friends say around you, what you do. I think you have to come back to the board and you feel like sort of just redeeming yourself, you know, with a power pack performance is the best way to get over a loss. David, you know Magnus incredibly well. I mean, this is not the fight he wanted. This is not the group he wanted, but here he is. How is he taking this match against Vidit? How much of a motivation is still in him to fight for that third place? What do you think is going on in his mind right now? And just how difficult is this right now for him? I mean, position looks great, but just up there in his mind.
Yeah, I think going into today, it was going to be very difficult. It always was, just to recover so quickly after a setback. It was only, what, just over 12 hours since he lost that tiebreak. But he looks fresh, he looks sharp, hair slicked back. He looks a lot fresher than yesterday, at least. And I have a feeling that he feels there's nothing left to lose anymore. The tension yesterday was what got to him. That's what slowed him down in the blitz, I feel. Now the stakes are a bit lower. Maybe it will actually free him up.
I've seen two Magnuses, right? One is with the hair ruffled up, looks like he's just gotten out of bed, comes on, crushes his opponent. The second is a slick back look, anyways comes on and crushes his opponent. But is there sort of a pattern to that? Does Magnus mean business when he shows up like that?
Yeah, I'm more used to the slick back, you know, business mode. But, I mean, either way, it's Magnus is Magnus. He's super strong, and he's playing very, very quickly in this game, very intuitively. Just to point out one big trick for everyone, it looks like stepping the black pawn forward here, the A pawn, to hit this white knight. It looks like it wins a piece due to the pressure, the tension between the rooks, but the white knight will just slide back, defend its rook, and a very healthy position. The black pieces are a bit cramped due to white's far advanced C pawn. Magnus very happy.
Wow, look at that. That's not a face of a happy Magnus, though, on camera.
I think he's happy with the position. He's just not happy with where he is in the tournament.
Okay, so we had asked the question, who would be, or how would the rest of the players respond when it comes to being presented with the same question that Javalkir Sindarov was asked just a moment ago, right? He elected to castle in response to Hans Niemann's very tricky move. Fabiano was posed the same question on his board by Pragg, and he has elected to go for something a little bit different. So let's hop over there and see what that move was. He spent a fair amount of time while Pragg ate about 10 minutes on his clock just to go the same way as Hans and ask that very tricky question. Fabiano took about 7 minutes of his own to come up with this response here. David, computer might not be so happy with it, but maybe you can help us understand the logic behind making the knight move instead.
Yeah, I think, first of all, it is a development move. It does get black closer to castling on the other side, so not committing to the left side of the board, as Sindarov did with his king. I think, given another move, Fabiano will just develop his queen, get his king to safety. But I guess the rationale here is that the white queen can slide across. Let's put these moves on the board as someone blocks Fabiano's camera. I think that might be Magnus. But the queen slides across. If now white goes pawn hunting, then black will just move his own queen out the way. A pawn will disappear, and Fabiano will save his pieces on this left flank by castling his king. Now the rooks are connected, everything looks healthy. The black rook, black queen are actually already poised on a very nice line, and the white queen now looks offside. It's that factor you mentioned earlier, the fact that white has burned so much time with the white queen. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves with the white queen to stand offside like this, so far away from any action. And the black knight is also coming to embarrass the white king. So I think greed here, not good at all, although the eval bar says it's still roughly level. Tanya, there might be other options, though, for Pragg here.
And that's a tough decision to make, right? Because you know you're getting material on the very next move. You know you're going to be up a pawn. You see that there's compensation and some tricks that your opponent has, but then is it enough? Is this your opportunity to try to play for a win? Because when you're playing against guys like Fabiano Caruana, you need to drive them into these complications if you want your chances to have a big win. You know, playing slowly, playing steadily, playing the positional grind, more often than not, does not work out. So I think this is a huge moment for Pragg, and we'll know his intentions, we'll know his mindset with this next move. David, he might not rush with capturing that pawn. He might just attack it for the time being. because he can wait. There is really no good way for Fabi to defend it over the next few moves as well. I'll point out one more dynamic in this position, right? And that came to my mind after, David, you highlighted the threat of eventually black jumping with the knight and the idea of a fork coming in on that square in front of the bishop. Very often we think about castling the king. But look at what we have in front of us. Maybe the safest move for white to counter those threats at some point would be just to slide the king one step closer to the rook. Keep the rook where it is. Don't go all the way. Don't commit to the castle, because the rook's already been opened up with that b pawn that's moved up the board. And it's a much more active square than finding itself on the d line. So that's a resource that I think Pragg will have on his radar.
Yeah, I can't see any scenario where the white king goes the other way, unfortunately. The white knight in the center is just trapped. You can't really get it out. And you won't have time once the black rook or queen stares down this open file to get castled. So I like Tanya's idea. I was actually only thinking about castling. I'm just so used to kind of hopping the rook over the king. But as you say, actually just sliding across one square, very safe. He might do that now. He could just develop his bishop. He could even kind of try to provoke a pawn push in the center by bringing his bishop out to hit the black queen. Lots and lots of choice for Pragg, but I'm slightly worried now about the clock situation. He's down to 14 minutes already. This is just move 8 for Praggnanandhaa. He needs to speed up as he goes pawn hunting potentially, although as Tanya says, doesn't need to take the pawn yet.
Right, step 1 of 2 here, right? But can just leave that threat hanging on the board and then continue to develop in other spaces. From here, I want to go back over to Hans Niemann and Javokir Sindarov. Queens have left the board as we get over there. And so while that very tricky question hadn't been asked, the pawn won't ultimately fall. And maybe we can step it back just a few paces here, David, and see where that queen trade was effectively made.
Yeah, and this is the live position, but if we go back to where we last joined it with Sindarov playing this move, castling his king, watch how the king and rook move here. It was Hans who decided, okay, it's time to push pawns, try to open up a line. This A line is where the rook now wants to be to break through on this flank. The bishop hits the queen slides across, and now after black offers a queen trade, Hans Niemann felt obliged. The white queen doesn't really have too many other squares to run to, so we saw the exchange here, and this is how we find ourselves in this position. I'm really unsure how to evaluate this, to be honest, Tanya. The white knight and the black knight in the corner, I don't know if they just cancel each other out. They just both look terrible. I guess both sides will start moving pawns to try and activate that piece, and black will try to do the same. But it takes a while. Pawn structure a bit odd. The black pawn looks great, but it does blunt his own bishop. This is a very positional kind of endgame now that we're headed for, very strategic. And I think that might favor Hans on paper, who's really proven himself in the last few months in these types of positions.
Especially when it comes to these endings, right? He just seems to find where the pieces belong. I love the idea of developing the central knight for white and the knight at the edge of the board by simply moving the c pawn 2 steps ahead, getting the knight on the square that's been vacated, and then planting it to that central d4 square as well, where you start feeling very, very powerful, controlling all those movements. Now, I will point out one thing: there is a trade on offer, and very often when that happens in chess, you have to figure out, do you keep the bishops on? Do you move it? Do you want to trade on your terms? That's the first question that's going on in Hans's mind right now with that last move. The worst of that decision, I think, would be to take the black bishop immediately, because that just allows black to finish development by bringing his own knight, recapturing that bishop in a very healthy way, eventually landing the knight at some more glorious squares as well. So let's say that's out of the picture, right? Oh, wow, did he just do that?
No, this is just me showing your idea.
I was like, commentators, because how did that even happen? Would have made me look very stupid. Hans, don't go for it. But the other way that I look at it is that, David, maybe the dark square bishop Hans is thinking about is moving, sliding it up, hitting the rook, which has just come there, and asking some questions, because you don't really want to push the d pawn one step ahead, blocking that idea. Leaves behind some key squares, some light square weaknesses. Also, hello to that knight on e8. Where is that even going? You know, you start feeling very uncomfortable with your pieces. So I wonder if Hans will go for this direct approach, or does he just keep the bishops on the board, continues with development of the other pieces? I do have a feeling that Javokir is hoping for a bishop trade here. Is that fair to assume?
I agree. Now having kind of seen this move, bishop hitting the rook, the fact that it gains a bit of time as well, kind of giving you the opportunity to push pawns, liberate your knight next. It just feels like the most efficient move here. And trading bishops just guides the opponent closer to safety, improves the opponent's pieces, as you mentioned, Tanya. We do see him plant a knight in the center instead. A similar idea, he just doesn't want the bishop trade. Now he says if you want to get this bishop off the board, it will come at the cost of allowing the white dark squared bishop to dominate. So a very interesting move. He's basically said the black pawn in the center as well, not moving, because then the white knight will have access to some squares.
Now, always look to trade on your own terms, and ideally in a way that improves the position of one of your own pieces. A lot of our boards looking very similar because most people went the same way as Hans in laying that early tricky queen trap. But one of our upper bracket bouts that we haven't checked in yet at all is Arjun Erigaisi versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And while most of the boards are also level by eval standards, this is one of the few in which a player with the black pieces has garnered an early advantage. So maybe we can walk it back here. How did Arjun find a way to warp his game and go a totally different way?
Yeah, high risk, high reward, I think, from Arjun Erigaisi. As always, that is his brand of chess. We actually saw the same few start moves to this one as well, but instead of the white bishop stepping forward, attacking black's central pawn, that happened on most of the boards. It was Nodirbek who pushed his pawn forward first, so a bit of a switch up in move order here. The black knight developed, given a question mark. I don't think it's the worst move in the world necessarily, although the computer thinks white can punish this move by playing a very cool pawn to g4 and going hunting for this knight. That is difficult. That is very unorthodox. So Nodirbek brings his knight out. Arjun develops his queen very early. Again, the queen a bit of a target, maybe could get hit soon, but we see the question marks start to appear. It's just that irrational type of position. And if we catch up, the pawn hitting the knight, gaining a bit of time on this board, Arjun Erigaisi. Every move coming with a threat. And we see en passant for the first time, maybe this tournament, but at least today, taking the pawn as if it just moved one square, given an exclamation mark. And now Nodirbek's big mistake. Instead of chasing the black queen, which is very natural, and I'm slightly surprised he didn't play that, he plays a very timid move, pawn to h3, question mark. Yes, he's stopping some checks, but that wasn't too scary anyway. And I think that slow move is what has given black the advantage. Losing time with a pawn, not improving your position. Now the white knight is getting booted around.
Yeah, that knight's already moved 3 times. He's going to have to move one more time here on the board to avoid capture. So quite a journey he's been on. I will say, though, the placement of the black king goes against everything I know about chess. So, again, no pawn sitting in front of it, hasn't made its way to either side of the board, so feels like it's in a precarious position if Nodirbek ever finds the initiative. But I think that's the question, right? Because Arjun right now is the one pressing. Will Nodirbek ever be able to wrestle back an opportunity to launch an attack and maybe make that king feel uncomfortable with where it is?
Yeah, the one thing I was taught as a youngster, it's like your king is only as vulnerable as the pieces that can attack it. Like if your opponent doesn't have any pieces nearby, it's actually fine. So pushing pawns is high risk. I don't advise it normally, but in this exact scenario, the fact that white's queen, I think, is so poorly placed, that is the key right now. It's going to be very hard, Tanya, to get her into the game.
I'm just amazed at this development that we're seeing in front of us, and this is the thing about Arjun. It doesn't matter if he's playing white or black, he manages to get these chaotic, completely, out of your textbook games, positions, almost out of the opening, and he sticks to his style, and once he gets them, you just see sort of beauty unfold, these very non-traditional ideas. Right now, Nodirbek, instead of defending his own knight, has decided to go on the counter offense. He attacks the queen, but it also comes with the motive that we often discuss in freestyle chess, knights behind pawns. I think once the queen falls back, what then Nodirbek wants to do is get back with the knight now that the central square as well is under control. At some point, you want to plant your knight on that d5 square. David, to your point about the queen on g1, which is misplaced, I wonder if white does at some point have the threat of placing that queen just in front of the rook, also eyeballing the black rook at the edge of the board at the right moment. You need to time it well, making sure that black doesn't have a bishop attack coming in counter to that. So a lot of dynamics in this position. All that said, I'm still surprised. I mean, this is where I call the eval bar the evil bar. Simply because Arjun's made these pawn moves, right? His queen is coming under attack, move out of move. Look at Nodirbek. He's got 2 knights, the rook on the open file already. By the way, Arjun does retreat to the square that David was highlighting earlier. It feels like white's not done that much wrong, right? You've got your pieces out, the queen sliding over to h2, hitting that rook on b8. But the bar says Arjun's clearly better out of the opening.
Yeah.
And not very easy for me to understand that evaluation.
I would hate this position with white. I'm sorry, Tanya.
No, but break it down to me.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that the white king, it's unclear where it's going. Also the fact that James mentioned the white knight has danced around 4 times, or it will do after this turn. If white just retreats, let's say black cuts across your idea of the white queen ever landing on this diagonal, this square, black is just going to castle. White has a very, very backward pawn here that's never going to step forward. It's unclear where the white king is going. And I don't see it being safe ever.
Everything just feels slow. I'm thinking about how do I get my light squared bishop involved? It's got to be 2 moves, right? First, I've got to, exactly, 1 move up and to the left. Then maybe I can bring it to that other diagonal and threaten the queen or something like that. Same thing with the dark squared bishop. At the most, what I'm doing is tucking it up behind, that knight for maybe a future long sight line. But then, of course, I'm kind of trapping in my rook on that same file. So it just doesn't feel easy for white to ultimately maneuver and get the pieces fully involved into the game, and even to do so, it's just at a much slower pace than what Arjun's able to hit.
Yeah, Arjun just has so much scope for his pieces, especially the black queen versus the white queen.
All right, guys, sold on everything that you said.
Sweet.
Agree, but it's really fascinating how with the black pieces he's managed to get all of this, and perhaps what the bar indicates, it's not far from the human evaluation as well with the position. If you kind of go deep down and just understand the white king in the center just does not have a safe route out to get the pieces connected, and maybe that's why you need decisions like these. You need to play aggressive, you need to change the dynamics, you can't just sit slow if you're not a Beck right now.
Yeah, he's pushing a pawn on the flank the black king wants to move to, which is very logical. Starting a pawn storm, hitting the black knight along the way. The idea is twofold. You just want to kick the black knight, and then you want to go for black's isolated pawn in the center. Again, he needed to play this to back it up, not a Beck, but it shouldn't work according to our eval bar.
Yeah, I want to go back over to Hans Niemann up against Javakir Sindarov because Hans has played that provoking move. Over on the left-hand side of your board, you'll see that A pawn has slid up into the A5 square, attacking the head of that pawn chain that you talked about, but really trying to blow open the left-hand side of the board, find a way for that rook to get in and infiltrate. Going to need a couple more pieces in support, I think, and that's maybe the question I have for Hans, is how does he, again, unlock that knight, bishop, and rook from the right-hand side of the board to get a little bit more involved in the assault. But either way, he definitely still has his foot on the gas. Granted, 12 minutes on the clock for him. Sindarov has plenty of time to craft a response.
Yeah, and we normally talk about a minority attack. Normally it's 2 pawns undermining 3 pawns, but often it is just 1 pawn undermining a duo of pawns here. And no matter what happens, even if Hans temporarily goes down a pawn, he's going to ensure that these black pawns end up isolated and as targets. So whether it's capturing this black pawn on his terms, whether it's allowing Sindarov to take and, as you say, James, slide the white rook across, the black pawns are going to be weak for the rest of the game. And it is a matter of time as well before those pieces get active. I think his idea is to push a pawn forward, unleash the white light bishop here.
How do we get this king out of the way, though? Our own white king. We got to get our king, like you said, that is, again, the slowness of the position here for Hans. First, the knight's got to jump over to C2. Then that bishop has to slide up after the pawn move that you highlighted a moment ago, and then finally we can castle. So what, we're 4 moves away from getting that king to the right-hand side of the board and connecting our rooks?
Yeah, luckily enough for Hans here, the center's blocked, so king in the center of the board isn't easy to target for Javakir. So I think for now, he might just be happy to leave his king in the center, maybe even just slide it across 1 square. Tanya was talking on another position about just kind of leaving it hanging on this flank, and that's not the worst idea in the world either. But Javakir, in the meantime, wants a decision on this flank.
Yeah, he keeps his pawn formation as intact as he can, not going for that double pawn structure on the A line. Asking some questions now because knight takes pawn is a big threat, right? That pawn is hanging. So will Hans decide to push it 1 step forward, which might look tempting to many watching, but that just makes it extremely weak. You're sort of inviting the black knight to a beautiful square where your own pawn becomes a target and is only a strength for 1 move, because guess what? It's falling on the next one. So pawn push would be a bad idea. I'd be just very tempted to exchange, swap those pawns in b6, and to your question, James, about how do you develop, I'm unsure about the king. But the more I look at this position, that light squared bishop that Hans has, and I wonder if this is a plan in his mind, he wants to push the g-pawn ahead and bring it out on the other side of the board, from the right side, where it just feels like you've got more open diagonals and perhaps more targets. And then again, it's just an endgame. Yes, the queens are off the board, but I think it's 1 for all 3 results. He does start with pawn takes pawn, recaptured, and now we'll find out. How does Hans want to complete his development?
Yeah, Javakir demanded an answer about how we're going to resolve the left-hand side of this board by repositioning that knight. Hans says, okay, goodbye to a pawn each.
I'll just point out one dynamic that we didn't see yesterday. This is Hans Niemann in a bit of time trouble.
Yeah.
He's down. He's got half his opponent's amount of time. And that is slightly odd to see, because normally a lot of his success, Hans, is putting pressure on the clock, psychologically just trying to bully the opponent into a mistake. But here, shoes on the other foot.
It was his biggest trump card yesterday, right? It was not only pressure on the board, even when there was chaos, he just had those extra minutes. He had more time on the clock for those critical positions every single time than his opponent did. So this is new territory for Hans Niemann. He's got half the amount, less than half the amount of time than his opponent, and this endgame is anything but simple.
Anything but simple. And speaking of time, it might feel like we're going back in time if we go over to Hikaru Nakamura versus Levon Aronian, because this position will look familiar to some of you. Not as far progressed, but down the same line here. We have already the castling having occurred for black in response to the proposition of that tricky queen move, but instead the A pawn moves forward to support that B pawn. The queen slides over, the trade is offered, and just like Hans elected to do, Levon says, okay, now's the time. I'm going to let that rook come over and occupy the F file. So we're going the same way.
I was just going to ask, do you think Hikaru comes on and makes the move without even sitting on his chair? He just played instantly. He picks up the queen, and look at that. That's a new idea. You know, at this moment, this was the difference. We were looking at this on the Hans board as well. Hans's decision was to plant the knight at the center of the board to avoid the bishop trade. Instead, Levon goes the other way, the more direct approach that David and I were looking at, hitting the black rook.
Yeah, equally healthy as a move. It's just cost Levon a lot of time, and Levon had a bit of success in rapid chess a few years back when he was just playing lightning speed. But yesterday against some of the opponents, he was playing a bit slower. Today, he spent 2/3 of his time just to get to this point, which happened on another board 15 minutes ago. So slightly confusing, but this position looks roughly level. And Tanya, who do you think this favors more, this type of queenless middle game?
Tough question. I think just with the position that's there, Levon's feeling comfortable with what he's got out of the opening. You know, you always have these ideas of the A-pawn moving one step forward. You have more space on the left side of the board. You're the one coming in with the tempos. And an uncomfortable decision, an uncomfortable question already posed for Hikaru here. Are you going to put your rook on a square where the other bishop has the potential of attacking it? Are you going to push that d-pawn one step ahead to block the threat? What's going to happen to your knight? Or will you put the knight to block the threat on the rook and then potentially allow a trade that destroys your pawn formation? And it's not an easy choice to make out of all of these, while for white, the play flows easier, right? The c-pawn moves forward, the knight comes into the center of the board, further goes on to a central square. And I think Levon's happy with what he's got right now, David. I think the pressure's slightly more on Hikaru.
Yeah, maybe that's why his blood pressure slightly higher, the heart rate over 100. But yeah, early days in this one, at least in terms of moves. The clock situation, though, it feels like a time scramble is guaranteed a bit later.
And I love a time scramble. And I love to see Hikaru Nakamura operating in a time scramble. But with a moment to think here, let's hop on down to the lower bracket for the first time in a while. Magnus Carlsen looking like he might be the first person to deal a killing blow to one of his opponents. It's gone maybe from bad to worse here for Vidit, at least by the eval bar's consideration.
Wow.
Yeah, poor Vidit. The clock and board very much against him, Tanya.
Yeah, I mean, the clock just tells the whole story. Vidit's movements on the camera tells the whole story. Just the panic setting in, you know, he's shaking, he's not being able to move the knight because the rook is hanging. You don't have great squares. Magnus in complete domination in this one. Vidit will not survive this.
Now, wounded Magnus is the scariest Magnus, coming off of a sour finish to his day just yesterday and looking at a best placement of third in this tournament. Given the fact that he's in the lower bracket, he has just been cruising. He's been moving with such efficiency, right? 22 minutes on the clock to the 7 minutes of his opponent. Seems like he hasn't ever run into a situation where he's felt the need to think too much. Yeah. Cruise control.
We didn't see this Magnus yesterday, at least not after the first couple of games. It looks like he's full of energy, full of decisiveness. And yeah, for Vidit, as you say, Tanya, he's not going to survive this. He's also down a pawn. Not just as he's being attacked, the black king in the center, one move away from castling, but yeah, he's down a pawn too. So Magnus cruise control is the right way to put it.
You know, we often speak about the Magnus effect, Magnus just living in his opponent's heads rent-free, and just the domination that he's had, not only over the board, but psychologically. You know, he's just, and he's walked that talk as well, right, with his performance. And I think Vidit is one of those players who has faced that psychological barrier against Magnus as well, where it's just not been easy to play. He did win against him. He's had a couple of wins, but for the most part, Magnus has come out cruising through in his matches. And I think this one just adds to that book, that storyline, that it's just hard to face him.
A very tough spot for Vidit to be in. This is, of course, only game 1 of 2. They will flip sides of the board going into the second game of the day, and perhaps we'll have an opportunity to respond. Back over to one of those marquee matchups in Hans Niemann versus Javokir Sindarov, because, again, I'm super curious to see how Hans is going to deal with the time pressure that he might begin to feel. Just making a move on the board to go from 6:30 on the clock back up to 7, but he's staring at 21 minutes there for Sindarov. So, again, it's a different feeling than we've had yet in this tournament here for Hans Niemann.
On the bright side, the board has cleared up somewhat, so getting closer to the end of the game. And, yeah, 7 minutes with a 30-second increment should be enough. He's also the one creating threats. I really like his position, maybe because I'm biased towards the bishops, and White's light squared bishop, despite the fact it's sitting at home, might end up being the MVP later. It's unchallenged, no rival, and as Tanya pointed out earlier, it's got some nice diagonals to come to. And yeah, White's rook as well, staring at a potentially backward pawn on this line once the white bishop moves out of the way. It feels like strategically Hans in control. It's just whether in practical terms the clock is going to be his friend.
And while we were away, right, that knight has gotten involved. It's double jumped up towards the center of the board, getting the exclamation point there. But take a look at A8, top left corner of your screen. We're still somewhat locked away. There has been a vacated square in front of the king, so it as well can slowly get involved. But now it just feels like we're a tempo or 2 behind.
There's a direct threat on the board, right? The pawn is attacked, and I think the clock is a factor, but perhaps position-wise, Hans is feeling comfortable. David, can we just back up from where we left it and see how we got here? Because there have been a few trades. The bar says Hans is doing really well. I think the clock will play a factor, and this is the position that we saw last, right? So what happened here after pawn takes pawn?
Yeah, we saw a trade of pawns as Hans Niemann looks like he was about to get up with 7 minutes on his clock. So he brings his other knight out. This was the key. That was the problem piece. The knights defend each other now, which isn't always the best thing in the world. The knights get in the way of each other. So he says, OK, I'm going to clear the board. I'm going to trade off a bishop for one of my knights. I'm going to replace it with an equally strong piece in the middle. And I do wonder whether we'll see another exchange of bishop for knight, 2 bishops versus 2 knights. It sounds like they should favor the 2 bishops in such an open position, but actually knights, if they have outposts, this one does potentially later, they sometimes can fight back. This one's slightly awkward to deal with. The move you kind of want to play is to defend it with your king, but if you defend it with your king, your knight on A8 is screaming in the corner.
Oh my God, yeah. Seriously, let me breathe.
Yeah, it won't be breathing for a while.
No.
And the thing is, there are no good squares for the king to actually defend it. You know, you're pointing out one. Let's see another one. If you slide over to the same file as the white rook, saying, I want to bring my knight out on the next move, you're not in time. Because, again, an idea that we've been seeing across the board. The bishop comes in and suddenly pins that knight, and there's no good way to defend it with the rook being x-rayed at the back of the board, and white's rook just pinning that defending pawn on b6. So not an easy decision, but I believe Javokir has made a move.
Yeah, we got our answer. He's going for 2 knights versus 2 bishops. Goes for the trade at the center of the board.
He needs to be quick now. You need to accelerate the play when you're facing the 2 bishops. You need something concrete. Right now, there is another threat that has appeared on Hans's favor here. He's attacking a pawn, maybe gaining a bit of time, but at some point, Javokir needs to get his rook in, or he needs a knight to land on a nice square, and oh, he actually does get it in.
Wow.
I was saying a bit for later, but...
Yeah, just counterattacking now.
At least for now, you can't take this pawn, because then the black rooks would both have eyesight on a pawn in front of the white king.
This is getting very spicy now, because that is a pawn sacrifice. You're also threatening to double up your own rook on the F line. And you know what's impressive is that Javokir barely took any time to make this move. He knows that Hans's clock is his best friend. He wants to put the pressure on the clock as much as the board. So he's going for dynamics in a position where it's going to be hard for Hans to be precise, sacrificing for compensation for attack. And that's not an easy position to be in when you're under 7 minutes on the clock and big questions lie ahead.
I love it, because this is a matchup between 2 players who feel just utterly fearless. We've seen Javalkir take matches straight to Magnus Carlsen before, right? Even time up. Very actually similar clock position, against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Granted, that was in a 10-10 game, so maybe it wasn't quite a 12-minute differential, but from a percentage perspective, it felt about the same. So he's always willing to push the pace, and he's willing to go against anybody with the same intensity.
But Niemann's bringing the intensity as well. I actually love this last move by him, David, because it again comes with an idea that we've been talking about, the double bishop, the power of the bishops as when the position's open. And this is an open position. They've got beautiful diagonals to play with. Hans doesn't rush with taking that pawn which is under attack, but focuses on completing the development, focuses on getting those bishops into the game. I'm loving Hans's position, hating his clock.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too bothered though getting up. Hans Niemann, I'm not sure if that's a bathroom visit or whether he's just chilling, looking at the other games. I don't think he's too worried. He's a blitz specialist, Hans Niemann, so 30-second increment, it's going to feel like an eternity for him a bit later, especially with the scenario we've got on the board. But yeah, Javalkir, he doesn't fear anyone, and maybe Hans wants to settle it in these longer 30-minute games, because it was Sindarov who took down Hikaru Nakamura in quicker time formats in Weissenhaus earlier this year.
And that was an absolutely roller coaster of a match, right? Just tactics galore everywhere. And Javalkir in trouble first, then turns it around. So he has it in him to be resourceful as well. And let's not forget, these knockout matches are just a best of two. You know, the entire freestyle tour with its format is designed to test players in every single aspect of the game. The margin for error right now is almost close to none, because coming back in the next round, if you lose this one, is just so incredibly hard. And yeah, I think it's Sindarov is feeling the pressure. I would not want to be black in this position. And with a 30-second increment, perhaps the clock factor is not as big of a deal as it would be with a lesser bonus time.
I wouldn't want to be black in this position, but I'll tell you a position I'd love to be black in. That's Arjun Erigaisi's position. We're going to take a little trip around the upper bracket on our way back to this Niemann versus Sindarov matchup. But let's go ahead and see how Arjun is faring up against Noterbek Abdusattorov. He's found a similar advantage by the eval standards as Magnus had found up against Vidit. It's just going the other way. So still one of the only players with the black pieces who has seemed to reverse course here.
Yeah, and I was going to say, oh, okay, he didn't move his queen away. He trades off the queens. It's actually level material, which is the crazy thing. It's a totally winning advantage, but that's because it's all strategic here, and the white kingside pawns, or at least the pawns on the right flank, they're just dropping. They're on light squares. White lacks a light squared bishop. Other than the queen trade, that was the only thing we missed a couple of moves ago, a knight trading off for a light squared bishop. And Tanya, this is going to be very one-sided traffic. It's been disastrous for Noterbek so far this game.
From the very start, right? And that's the thing about Arjun's brand of chess in general. It's so different from everybody else, from Gukesh, from Pragg. So while Noterbek seems to have great results against these more universal, versatile players, you know, Arjun's able to bring the chaos on and somewhere probably make Noterbek more uncomfortable, not allowing him his kind of positions where it's a combination of strategic and tactical fights. Arjun's just always full of chaos. I mean, this is just such a non-standard pawn formation that we have, and one by one, it looks like Noterbek's about to lose all those pawns.
Looking scary for Noterbek, and the matchup is working out quite well for Arjun so far. You know who he's got to thank for that. That's Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa electing to go up against Fabiano and then securing this pairing here for Arjun. If we flip on over to that game up against Fabiano Caruana, you'll see Pragg with the white pieces. He as well seems to be staring down the barrel of a victory here if he can convert.
Wow.
Wow, another position, level material, but again, very one-sided. And this is everything Noterbek was trying to do, just in a better scenario. The white queen, very active. We talked about how the restraint was needed not to go pawn grabbing, although that's on the menu for later. It's more about the black queen this time, which is actually really blunted. The white pawns are doing a great job of keeping the black knight, black queen kind of caged here. And white has a bit of a positional threat. Knights on f5 will thrive, as we say. A knight on this square often leads to killer tactics against the enemy king if it's castled. So all of these small things adding up. I'm surprised the eval bar is this high, I've got to say. But it does look very pleasant for white. Also note the, well, the bystander.
Exactly. Still a dead knight in the corner. The threat being greater than the execution still there with that queen eyeing the pawn. Can snap it up anytime it wants, but for now, just going to leave the threat on the board. Things are looking really good here for Pragg, who impressed us so well yesterday with his 4.5 point showing to top the group.
I'm absolutely loving White's position here. I mean, the pawn one side, but all the other threats that you mentioned, you know, once that knight does get on that square f5, I think it was Garry Kasparov who said, right, get your knight on f5 and you win the game already. You've got all these ideas of even pushing the g pawn further, combining the attacks of the bishop and the knight on a tender g7 spot in so many of those positions. Countering that, and it just looks like Fabi's pieces are divided on the board, just nowhere to fight. It also seems like this is one of those positions with White where the king is absolutely safe at the center of the board because it's surrounded by its own army, right? You've got a bishop, a defender, a knight, a defender, the pawn's keeping everything under control. I mean, super impressive the way Pragg's handled this. It just feels like he's got Fabi's number whenever he plays against him.
Yeah, looking very, very calm here. And we're at that stage in the game where it was a bit like yesterday. Yesterday with the 10-minute games, now it's 8 minutes versus 4 minutes. This is where things will speed up. And when you're starting from a position of weakness like this for Fabiano, no obvious moves at all for Black. And when the opponent has obvious, clear kind of improvement plans, it's just the worst case scenario across the board.
Yeah, and already with half the time to work with that Pragg does, it's definitely a sticky situation here for Fabiano Caruana. One more board to check in on before we get back to Hans Niemann versus Javalkir Sindarov. That's Hikaru Nakamura up against Levon Aronian. Hikaru, he's got about twice the amount of time that Levon has to work with, and this is a very level position. Computer doesn't love the most recent move here by Levon, so maybe we step it back just a few to see how we got here.
Yeah, and very interesting decisions, I'm going to say, especially for Hikaru Nakamura. Just a couple of moves ago as he bobs his head here. This bishop hit a rook, which had just moved to this square. And lo and behold, it goes back into the corner. Given a question mark, maybe dropping the knight in the way was better. Maybe it was what was necessary, but fearing a trade, he was happy to worsen his own rook here. Another question mark. Oh no, it's not a question mark appears after this white pawn pushes forward. It is only later after the white knight lands in the center. Maybe actually in this position, at least according to our computers, it was better to prioritize other development with the other knight, or to even go full attack mode with the three-pawn three-pawn trio here. But instead, bringing the knight forward allows Hikaru to strike, hitting this slight weakness now. Although it can still advance, I still prefer white, I've got to say. At least visually.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like you just own, 60, 70% of the board to the 30, 40% of your opponent there. Easier moves to make as well. Still that dead knight. I mean, that A8 knight has been the absolute bane of every player with the black piece's existence so far in this round.
Apart from Arjun, maybe.
Apart from Arjun, who's working some kind of crazy dark magic over there.
Is definitely the problem child in Black's position, I think, from the starting one as well. And I think all the players playing White recognize that, which is why they push that B pawn up the board, taking away any easy ways to develop that knight. I love the way Hikaru has also transformed the position of his bishop. If we just highlight that path, from one diagonal over to another, recognizing that the black bishop on b7 was in fact behind his own pawn, right? So getting it to the square where eventually it can go up, give a check from the other side of the board, and look at greener pastures eventually. But I agree with you. I'm still liking what Levon's done here. It feels like you have more space. You're coming in with the break. You don't care about pawn takes pawn ever because the c-pawn advances forward. We do have a decision from Hikaru. He stepped with his knight to the center of the board, and I wonder if we'll see the position explode with an immediate c5 by Levon.
Yeah, queen's off the board, but still a lot of pieces that need to fall before we get into an endgame scenario. And I'm looking at that clock for Levon. 3:20. You talked about now the players are going to start to feel the pressure of the clock. And while he did ultimately overcome Magnus Carlsen in that tiebreaker, I was worried constantly for him when it came to the time controls in that one. Sometimes making a move with just a second to go and barely missing defeat at the hands of the time controls.
Levon chooses to defend his pawn, not approved of by the computer. That is surprising to me. It looked like a very natural move. He's preparing to push his pawn forward. He's just preventing the black knight from occupying that square anyway, as we see Levon half the time of Hikaru, and critical moment still ahead.
All right, we're going back into Hans Niemann versus Javalkir Sindarov because the kings are starting to get involved in the fight, and I have a feeling a flurry of pieces will leave the board soon enough. We can see those black rooks stacked up on the same file, of course staring down the white rook sitting on f1, but look at that black king all the way up on the 6th rank already, just getting into the fray.
I don't think you look at the board right now. You look at the clock as well, right? Hands down to 2 minutes. I think it's time to just pull the brakes, try to get the pieces of the board, like you said. It's happening as we speak. And now I think the most likely outcome of this one is a draw in their first battle encounter of this best-of-2 matchup. You know, as Sindarov finally gets that knight from the edge of the board towards the center to solidify the square on c5, just double down on it. I think the worst is behind for Sindarov.
Yeah, Hans was just one move away. If he was kind of able to trade off the rooks a bit earlier and plant his bishop to attack White's the black isolated pawn in the center, he might just have won that pawn and it would be over. But now if he plays this move, the black knight, as Tanya says, they defend each other, and just as importantly, they defend this key pawn in the center. You cannot really destabilize those knights. Black can even create a pass pawn later if he so wishes. And yeah, it looks like it should be stable enough. I would still take White's position, but it's getting closer to that equality.
How impressive has it been from Javakir? I mean, the problems that he faced early on, you know, all these ideas. And let's point out, Hans was the first to spot the whole concept of pushing the B pawn, getting the queen to slide over, trying to face that, and he still has 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and credit to Javakir too, right? Even when seeing that same situation crop up on some other boards, he still was the one who decided, I'm going to respond first, right? I'm going to go ahead and blaze the trail for everybody else, and I'll see if I'm walking into a real trap. Seems like he's escaped it, at least up to this point. Working his way towards a draw with the black pieces means that he'd flip to the white side of the board next time around and maybe come in with a small advantage, depending on the starting position, of course.
And wow, bishop into the corner.
Wow.
Just because he can. Not necessarily because it's a good square, but okay, Javakir just rotating those knights.
I have a question for you, David. If there were trades of all the minors that exist on the board, you know, you give up your bishops for the knights, the king pawn ending that would come up then, who do you think that would favor here?
It should favor black, I would say, just because black has the outside pass pawn potential, meaning the white king would be sidetracked in its quest to stop it, and the black king could go the other way. But yeah, I think Hans will only trade off bishops for knights if he can guarantee that the white king is going to start stepping up and winning some pawns. I just can't see any other scenario where he would be happy to trade off like that.
Only one way to defend this pawn, right? Knight has to jump forward. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You can choose which knight. I might use the other one, but then again, it just came from that square.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that feels quite odd.
Javakir might just have to sit and do nothing, and it's probably enough. It's probably one of those fortress-esque positions where white doesn't have a kind of plan of action, no mode of progress, but hard to do in chess to sit still.
Well, with the bishops in these late game situations, right, typically the strategy is trying to infiltrate from behind and attack the base of the pawn chains. I see, of course, that a majority of the pawns are placed on the light squares, though. So while we are kind of focused on this central, you know, isolated pawn, is there another way that my light squared bishop can get to the back line and start attacking maybe the G and the H pawns instead?
I think it's definitely on the radar. It's part of the plan for a bit later, but for now, the entry point's covered.
It feels like a fortress for both these players, you know, where they've maximized the position of everything, the pawns, the kings, the bishops, and there's not much to be done. We might be seeing a repetition right here, right now, as Javakir's knight retreats, attacks the bishop. Hans, he doesn't take it back to that corner square, but brings it all the way back. I'm still expecting Javakir to jump in with that knight, defend the e4 pawn. No way for the white king to actually find an entry point here. You know, you want it towards the right side of the board, but it's a far way across to walk the king step by step all the way to those h3, g4 squares, which eventually will be stopped once it lands there. Also watch out for your own pawns on the left flank.
Yeah, I still think Hans is the one who can choose when to end this game. He can choose to go for that repetition or maybe trade a piece or two. I think he'll play on as long as possible before the clock gets to him, or as long as Sindarov defends well. I mean, it should be a draw, but it's only Hans who can really hope to win.
Yeah, so settling into a maneuvering endgame here, where the opponents are going to try to put each other in tricky positions and induce a mistake of some sort. Let's go back over to Hikaru Nakamura up against Levon Aronian, because things are starting to slip in the other direction here. With the last couple of moves made, the computer is more and more beginning to like Hikaru's setup.
Yeah, maybe a quick action replay. The black rook has suddenly opened up against the white king on this line. I just want to point out 4 inaccurate moves in a row by Levon Aronian. First, the knight move, which we saw earlier, then moving his rook across to defend, not approved of. And again, making a mistake, playing very actively, aggressively here, trying to plant his pawn as close to promotion as possible, but the computer keeps saying no. And to my eyes, they look like very healthy moves, but it's all about this one, allowing en passant, kicking the white knight out of the center, or forcing the capture here, the trade. And now wow, another inaccuracy from Levon Aronian. And this one starting to turn. The black knight in the corner, going to be very happy to start pawn hunting soon. Momentum black.
Yeah, finally, it can come alive.
Add to that the pressure on the clock as well, right? This is a very difficult endgame for white to hold, and it all comes down to that weakness, you know, that overextended pawn now on the A line, which is undefended and cannot even be defended by any piece. Black has a simple idea: bring the knight in front of the king, gobble up a pawn, and start pushing your A pawn eventually up the board. For Hikaru, easy to play. You can see it how chill he is on the screen as well. Levon feeling the pressure. You know, David, what was really fascinating for me was the 4 inaccuracies that you pointed out. It felt like such human moves to make at the same time.
5 out of his last 6 moves, actually even 6 out of his last 8 moves have been serious inaccuracies according to the computer, Levon Aronian. Also, I just want to point out pawn structures are the skeleton, are the kind of the key in the position often, and this exact pawn structure with the white pawn on c4, weak, targeted by 2 pieces, and the white pawn stuck on d2, a backward pawn on an open file, the black pawn clamping down on it. That happened in the Erigaisi game, advantage black. That happened here, advantage black. So this pawn structure with white's weaknesses, it's clear. That's one to remember for everyone at home. It just favors black, I think, by nature.
Very, very interesting, but maybe no surprise that Hikaru has found his way to an advantage given his performance in the group stages. Again, didn't take a single loss, only 2 draws and 5 victories to put 6 out of 7 points as he enters a clear favorite, I think, in the upper bracket quarterfinals up against Levon, who had to go all the way into the tie breaks against Magnus Carlsen just to earn his 4th and final spot into the upper bracket. Now down to 1 minute on the clock, maybe one of the first players to dip below that 1 minute mark. Definitely feeling the pressure of the position and doesn't want to let it slip out of his fingers here near the end.
Also amazing how the players who did have a pick for the quarterfinals match are sort of going on to prove their pick. The job isn't over yet, but you know they're reaching that mark. Hikaru choosing to play against Levon starts with the black pieces. And also, interestingly, you know, you don't only pick your opponent, but you also pick the color of the first round. And we saw many players deciding to go with the white pieces, but it was Hikaru's decision that he wants to start with black. And here he is in a difficult opening game. You know, he manages to find his counterplay, has a dream position, a dream start, and very close to getting that very important first win in. And Pragg looking good on his board after picking Fabi for the quarterfinals matchup.
Yeah, choose your own adventure, and if you choose right, it can be a very fun adventure.
How many times have we seen the adventure go wrong in freestyle chess, David Howell? A few names come to my mind.
Just never pick Vincent Keimer. That's the moral of the story in 2025 so far. In the meantime, there is one threat to watch out for Hikaru Nakamura. One trick in Levon's favor. He wants to play knight takes pawn. Like if black does nothing, knight takes pawn would bag a pawn due to the skewer of the 2 black bishops on this line. But of course, that's elementary stuff for Hikaru, and he actually retreats his bishop. Ooh, watch out, a new angle has appeared. The white king might regret not castling.
I want to point out this beautiful path that the bishop's taken all across the board, and every time it's done it, it's sort of improved the position, right? It started from the longest diagonal, arrived at the center of the board, falls back again to the center of the board, only to come up with a devastating check, which had to be defended. And we've got Levon setting up checks of his own. Once the knight jumps over, you know, the king will be under pressure, so you've got to move that king away. He does it, and once again renewing the idea of bringing the knight to attack the a6 pawn as well as the check on a4.
Yeah, the white king now has an escape square, but that doesn't necessarily help too much. Hikaru will defend his only weakness, the isolated pawn in the center, and then he'll start pawn hunting. And it should be long-term winning for black. It's not going to be over anytime soon, but this is Hikaru's, this is his comfort zone.
Also, that dark squared bishop for white is starting to look real bad.
Great call.
I don't, right? It's completely shut out by that pawn at the head of the pawn chain, as well as the fact that I don't even have the option to drop it back and try and reroute because I'm just offering it up to that beautiful dark squared bishop that Hikaru has had lined up there on the long diagonal this whole time. So another piece that's starting to look dead just as that a8 knight is going to come to life.
Boy, he wishes he traded off that bishop when he had a chance earlier. Whoops, you regret stuff in chess sometimes, and Hikaru, high heart rate, but in full control.
Now, Tanya, you talk about the players with the pick of their opponent kind of proving their point. I will mention Fabiano is showing us a little bit of fight in his matchup. Still slightly advantaged towards Pragg, but you know, as the computer will tell us. But if we go over to that board, you'll see that things are beginning to equalize just a little bit. So Fabi's not out of it yet, and he's going to keep pushing to try and equalize this one and get away with maybe at least a draw, returning to the pattern of yesterday for him.
Fabi is a relentless fighter. I mean, there's a reason why he's been in the world top 3 for almost a decade now, maybe even more. In the position that we have, it still looks dangerous for Black. I will say that. You know, there's a G-pawn that's rolled up the board. There is a big threat on the board right now. That centralized knight also looking at jumping into a juicy F5 square. And the more I look at this position, I'm wondering if it's time for Fabi to go on the offense. You know, you don't want to retreat with your knight, but you want to come in with some tempos, and he's perhaps going to put it at the edge of the board to hit that rook as he plays that move, because bishop takes knight just runs into a big check by the queen, coming in with a double, triple attack even.
Yeah, the queen would hit some pawns and a nasty check. The key, though, here that Fabiano has spotted that maybe Pragg underestimated from afar is that after the white rook saves itself and trades off, I'm just going to put this on the board, this is me, not the game, you can take with the queen. Taking with the king just walks into no man's land there, it walks into the danger zone, but you can take with the queen, giving up your knight on the edge of the board because it is poisoned if you take it. This is a back rank checkmate, and unfortunately the white king just never in time to castle earlier.
Or is he? Because there are some ideas, you know, speaking of castle, perhaps this is what Pragg might go for, David. We might see this line being played out. Bishop takes knight, back rank, game over. And I wonder if this is the moment, instead of grabbing the knight, White says, you know what, David Howell said castle, I'm going to do it now. Is it still legal? I want to say yes.
And, okay, we actually have this position on the board. So the move we're expecting is for White's king to step across onto its rook, and the rook slides over. And the white rook now protects its king, shields it, and still game on. Although the black knight can enter, it's still very complicated now. But that's good news for Fabi.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because the knight jumping forward, it's hitting that light squared bishop as well as protecting that infiltration square for the queen eventually, if she wants to dive in. This is the moment that Pragg strikes with the queen on the left-hand side of the board. She's been sitting there for, you know, nearly probably double-digit moves at this point. That persistent threat on that pawn, that hanging pawn, and finally elects to go grab that material.
13 moves later, after first staring down that pawn. It feels wrong. The computer says it's wrong, but
really, because to me, it feels like it's a paralyzing move here for Fabi, right? You know, now my rook and my queen are demanded to defend each other. My rook also has to defend my knight, like you're talking about. So in some ways, it feels like one piece is kind of locking down 3 of my opponent's important pieces.
Wow, the computer says Fabiano only has 1 move to avoid a significant disadvantage now. And anything else, he's still in the game, it's still a fight, but
1 move.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, I'm going to say as well. It is a momentum building move. We always look at checks, captures and threats first. There's no good checks for Fabiano, no good captures.
Knight c4?
Knight c4 second best move. I mean, I would play that in a heartbeat. That's why I'm confused about the move that the computer is suggesting right now, but a threat.
I see where David Howell's mouse is hovering over the pawn that it's hovering over.
Oh, okay.
So I get what idea.
A bit of a cheat. Well, lay it on us, lay it on us.
Go on, Tanya, which pawn?
It's got to be the c-pawn. Moving ahead, David. Thanks for the helping hand there, but I will say that was not a move on my radar, simply because it looks like it's losing more material. And thank you that I get my knight out of the way and open up my bishop on the long diagonal as well. So counterintuitive.
Oh, his hand was about to reach out. Just while he continues to think at the 1 minute mark, I'm just going to point out, pushing the pawn, allowing a capture, it does allow you now to move your rook forward, since it's now suddenly defended by your bishop. You kick the white queen out, and now everything defends itself. So now the black queen is able to enter.
Beautiful.
You're creating some threats.
My goodness. Yeah, I wouldn't have found that in a million years.
That is actually stunning, because that's the square you want your queen on, but the problem in the starting position is that white captures the rook with a check. You don't have time to give any back rank checkmating ideas. So c5 is not about threatening the knight at the center of the board, but simply connecting the black bishop to the rook to move up, to attack the white queen with tempo. Stunning stuff.
Yeah, liberating your own queen, that is the key. If the black queen doesn't find a way to get in before the white king castles, you might never get a chance. You might just be a pawn down and more.
So now the age-old question. Does Fabi find it? 35 seconds to his name.
You're the hand expert here. You know, he is our in-house hand reader. When you saw Fabi make that movement, was it the C pawn? Was it towards the pawn, David?
I think it was towards the knight. I think he's going to play the move you suggested, Tanya, the knight jumping. That's maybe the more natural one of the two. But that knight will just get traded off, and then the white king will castle, and Pragg's up a pawn. So, oh, he doesn't find it. He brings the knight in instead.
Whoa.
The bar shoots up.
Well, he went for a knight, but it's not the one we thought, and this has got a big question mark. So an opening here for Pragg in this game. He had a similar advantage to this earlier on in the game. You don't get that many chances against top players, and another chance has been offered to him. Can he take it?
But David, the way the bar went, I mean, it was not happy with Fabi's move at all. It seems to imply that there should be something forcing in this position for Pragg. I don't see it.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure I would find the top computer move in this position, given a 2-minute amount of time. If you give me 2 hours, maybe, but by process of elimination, just because the white king can't really castle now, because the black pawn will then step up, kick the knight away, and the white bishop would drop. You can't move your bishop. You have to stop the queen coming in, unless you're moving the white queen, which is maybe the only other piece that I feel is a logical one to touch. Bishop to a3, hitting the black queen. Again, it's all about the threats. Time gainers in these dynamic positions, and that cuts across the other plan we mentioned, making it more difficult for the black pawn to push if you do control this diagonal.
As you can see, Magnus Carlsen up on his feet, taking stock of this top-ticket bout here between Pragnananda and Caruana. That's because he did achieve victory over Vidit in his first game with the white pieces. So 1-0 stands the scoreline between those two. The first of our boards to complete. He'll go into the second round advantaged against Vidit, needing only a draw to move on to the next round of the lower bracket stages, I should say.
Wow, and Pragg finds the move. He slides up the bishop, attacks the queen, and Fabi immediately responds by blocking the threat, pushing his own pawn. But there's a rook attacking it, there's a bishop attacking it. This is fire on the board. This position has exploded. This game could end in the next 5 moves.
This is crazy. Fabiano's just given up a pawn on an empty square that can be taken twice with gain of time. Both the bishop capturing this pawn and the rook capturing this pawn create threats. But I think he's got some ideas of a back rank checkmate, not just from the black queen, but the black rook. If it ever breaks through on the b file, the white king is kind of stuck behind its own army. This is fascinating what Fabiano's done here, and the clock's leveling out. I would be panicking so hard as either player right now.
This is incredibly tricky to respond to. And even if objectively there was a better move for black in that position, practically this is very hard to counter if you're white. He does snap up the pawn with his own rook, and inaccuracy as the bar goes down. And Fabi now has to prove why he played that move. Why did he allow it? Because it comes with a threat. Rook takes knight is coming up next. The bishop open line against the black queen. What does Fabi have in mind here?
The most obvious move to my eye would be to take this bishop, and at least that bishop is the kind of gatekeeper of the black queen entering. Then you create some threats to get in with the black queen. At least by giving up that pawn, he's, for one move, saved his queen. I wonder whether that's the first step. After that, I mean, I've done calculating. The others are going to be, the players are going to be trying to work that one out.
If you do snag that bishop, though, do I not recapture with my king to kind of defend against the back rank infiltration and, in effect, remove the opportunity for the future black rook threat as well? Uh-oh. Computer doesn't like it, but Fabi wants this queen out of his own territory, so he slides the rook over to attack it.
Only winning move now for white. There's only one. Fabiano, though, I think he might have miscalculated right now.
Rook takes knight.
Rook takes knight, not moving the white queen out the way.
Yeah, because I'm hitting your queen with my bishop as well.
Dude, you should be there.
Bam!
Out there playing. And the queens will get traded, the material will level out, but at the very end, when the dust settles, white will have a couple of extra pawns.
But 30 seconds for Pragnananda. He needs to calculate this because there are tempting options. He could also grab the knight with the queen.
I found it, he finds it. I found it, he finds it 100%. I have full faith that Pragg finds this if I could find it that quickly. And
he does it. You're absolutely on point. Rook takes knight on the board. Is Pragg about to score the first win in this position? But the calculation does not stop there, right, David? Because it goes on. What happens? What's happening at the end of this line? And what is it that Fabiano has missed?
I think he just missed this one move. I think he just forgot that the white queen didn't have to react to being attacked. The black queen is also hit, counter threat here, and he's a piece down temporarily, Fabi. So he has to just trade queens. He has to allow them to come off, and doesn't have enough counterplay when that happens. He needed the queen because the white king was his target, his only source of counterplay.
So essentially, he's just going to be down 2 pawns in that endgame. So Fabi says, even if it's not an option for me, I'm still going to keep the queens on the board because I need to hit as much chaos as possible.
Yeah, an impossibly tough position here for Fabiano Caruana due to overlooking just one simple move here. So Pragg on the verge of stamping a point to his name in the upper bracket quarterfinals. All of them still in play. But what a boon that would be to him to go into the second game of the day with a full point advantage and only needing that draw to extend his tournament towards that eventual final and a possible first place finish. Again, it's open season for all of these guys. Both Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer, former winners, falling out of the top 8. That means it's anyone's game here for our next champion along the Grand Slam Tour.
And that's a boss move by Pragg, who's been winning every tournament he plays this year. That's how it seems. He's won 3 big super tournaments. He's the king of counterattacks as well. I was once told by a very strong friend, Pragg, he never reacts to a threat by retreating or moving or defending. It's a counter threat. And there we saw the white bishop hit the black queen. Now the white bishop is safe. You can simply move your own queen out the way, and you will be a full piece to the good. Pragg is taking this game, I think, in the next 2-3 moves.
Next 2-3 moves. He still has very little time on his clock, but again, 30-second increment. We know that these players can do a lot with 30 seconds to their name. Goes ahead to reroute the queen or move her a little bit more towards the center of the board, hitting that knight. Lots of threats here. Difficult spot for Fabi to be in. I feel like my queen and my rook are completely stuck on that back rank, rather, in defense of my own king. So no attacking or counter-attacking opportunities for me. Now I'm just hoping there's some kind of last-minute slip-up by Pragg, but that's very, very unlikely.
That's 3 moves in a row where every move's come with a threat, right? First, he took the knight, attacking the black queen. Then he swoops his bishop into the game, attacking the black queen. Then he moves his own queen, attacking the black knight. The only danger for Pragg is the position of the white king. Watch out for any back rank ideas, and you're completely winning. Now, first, Fabi does start with a pawn push. It looks like he's giving more material right now that can easily be picked up. And this is where the 30-second comes into play, right? If it's just a 10-second increment like what we saw yesterday, perhaps not enough. But this should be easy for Pragg to convert. Fabi, though, he keeps the fight on, still asking questions. Do you capture? Do you move the knight here?
Yeah, Fabi, I mean, he's already, a piece and 2 pawns down. He now has 3 pawns down. And he's just throwing more firewood.
Cannon fodder.
Yeah, exactly. Just throwing pieces off the board.
Checkmate in 1 being threatened. Watch out.
Ooh,
Big threat.
Okay.
Last chance.
Always look for those back ranks.
Yeah.
Don't capture that knight just yet with your queen.
Fortunately, there are several ways to deal with this. The white rook could drop back, a bit of a passive one. To cover the first rank, you can slide the white king across. I was going to say the other direction, but this one equally good. He's walking towards the black knight. No fear of ghosts, Pragg. He can also use the white bishop to drop back and block any checks on the first rank.
I think Fabi's about to resign in this game. You know, you realize that you're running out of ideas.
There it is.
There we have it.
Wow, what a display from Pragg here. I mean, he had advantages pretty early on. He did give Fabiano 1 moment to breathe, but all it took is a single blunder, a single question mark there from Fabiano down the stretch, and just like that, Pragg pounces, and he finds his first point here in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Sets himself up well for the remainder of the day. Of course, now curiosities lie. How are the rest of the players doing in the upper bracket quarterfinals? Let's maybe check in on Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces. Again, still with the computer liking his position, but it's not over just yet up against Levon Aronian. As these guys reset the pieces, we'll dive into that other one to see how our tournament leader coming out of the group stage is faring. I see about 7 minutes to his name, just under 50 seconds on the clock here for Levon. Onus on him to make the next move.
Well, it turns out 6 out of 7 by Hikaru Nakamura yesterday was just the start to his form. I mean, this has been awesome to watch, right? Just the technique that he's shown. Look at this endgame. He's up an extra pawn. He's got about 6 extra minutes on the clock. It's an easy plan, David. You just keep pushing that A pawn up the board. White, meanwhile, struggling to create a passer of his own. Where is that even coming from? Where is the counterplay? I mean, Levon needs a miracle to save this endgame.
Yeah, pawn down in an endgame against Hikaru Nakamura, it's almost hopeless. I've been there myself. It's so hard. I think he is the one after Magnus who is kind of maximum efficiency in these types of positions. You never get a second look in.
Would you say he's one after Magnus in pretty much every single chess trend?
that too, but especially in these endgames. And he's done everything right, Hikaru. He's removed all of the risks, sucked out all of the potential counterplay for Levon Aronian, and sooner or later, these black pawns will start to push and decide the game.
Yeah, you mentioned that one extra pawn. It is a floating pawn in the center of the board. I guess that could be maybe the one saving grace if you're Levon. You know, create some kind of unique attack on it. But as it stands, that seems hard to craft.
Perhaps the one other way to do it, apart from looking at trying to create a passer at the center, would be, as long as there are knights on the board, you try to create some tricks, right? You try to create some jumps. For example, the c6 square, watch out for that. A knight jump on that would be a fork. The square that's just been vacated by the bishop, the knight jumping on, I think what Levon's relying on and hoping for in these positions, as every player would be, is tricks. I'm not sure how easy it is to make it work, and what makes it even harder is that he's playing against perhaps the biggest trick monster that ever existed, Hikaru Nakamura himself.
I was going to say, Ray Robson might be the puzzle battle champion, but we know Hikaru Nakamura is no stranger to the puzzles as well, so slipping a tactic by him is going to be rather difficult.
Yeah, normally the only way to beat Hikaru is to kind of catch him flat-footed at the beginning of a game, and to go straight on the attack, because once he settles in and starts to exert his influence, he's almost unstoppable. In the meantime, we see Hans Niemann leave his board. That's because his game did end in a draw, as we expected a bit earlier.
Yeah, as expected, the pawns and those minor pieces were liquidated till it was just a king and a bishop up against a king and a knight. No progress can be made by either player, so half a point apiece between him and Javikir Sindarov going into the second round of the day, where they will flop sides of the board. Still 2 boards in play in the upper bracket, 2 boards in play in the lower bracket. It's this man here, Hikaru Nakamura, with the advantage over Levon Aronian, and then Arjun Erigaisi and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Maybe we can hop over to that game, because Arjun had been in the driver's seat for the entirety of this matchup, but as we get there, you will see that eval bar dead even between the 4th and 5th ranks of the board. So Nodirbek has either fought his way back, or Arjun has blundered Nodirbek's way back into this game. And David, perhaps you can walk us back to see which of the two was the reason.
Yeah, I'll just take us back a few moves. This is the live position. It's very chaotic, despite the fact it is deep in the endgame, as Sindarov here cheers on his countryman, Abdusatorov. I'll just take you back a few moves, because it was around here that Arjun Erigaisi started to get nervous. The 2 white knights jumping. Black is actually a full pawn to the good, and it's not just any old pawn, it's the 2 pawns on the right flank. They're ready to run down and start promoting, but he wasn't given enough time here. The knight threatening the bishop, the knight threatening some nasty forks. He had to maybe remove that knight, but instead moving his bishop out the way, Arjun Erigaisi, and a few moves down the line, we see that, okay, there was a trade anyway, the black bishop pair gone, and the pawn race has begun. The black pawn's marching. But the central pawn very weak, the white knight super strong. If the white rook can ever land any checks against the black king, there might be counterplay. For now, that square is covered. Tanya, I think I would still take black, probably, just because the plan is easy of pushing pawns. But anyone's game.
I agree. It's really a position for 3 results. Even though the bar says it's completely level, it's hard to understand. Another example of the evil bar and not the eval bar. Black's got these passers on both flanks of the board, right? Which are just moving up right now. It's not so easy to understand where white's creating that counterplay, because not just the pawns, Arjun's bishop on d6, as long as that's there, the d pawn is not moving anywhere forward. So it's extremely hard for Nodirbek to make progress in this position, and yet the bar remains absolutely level. The clock timing's also level in this position. I think twists and turns lie ahead here. Both players just feel the last thing that they're thinking about is that this position's equal. I think they just feel that they need to focus on the next move, and it's just easier to play as black.
Yeah, that's interesting, because if you were to drop me into this game, the fact that black has a pawn on both the H and the A files would immediately make me think that that's the person playing for the win, and I wouldn't have necessarily considered that this is a 3-result possibility.
Yeah, I think the only way white wins this one is if you somehow magically get the black corner pawn, this H pawn on the far right, off the board.
Okay.
If you get rid of that, then actually the central construction, white has a big majority there. I think the black pawn on the other flank is never really going to step too far forward. The white king's got a path towards it. So I think this is the danger one. If you can control that, maybe it's with the white rook, then you have some chances. But yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think Arjun just push, and yeah, it's so easy, black's plan.
And to your point, right, if you push that pawn one step forward on this very move, if you're Arjun Aragaisi, and white was to line up the rook against the pawn trying to win it, the other pawn joins the party. You know, the G pawn is the H pawn's best friend, and you've got this beautiful structure. Not just that, you're also hinting at picking up the white's central pawn. It feels like the kind of position, David, that a computer can hold. You know, find the best resources, because the path to accuracy is just so incredibly narrow. I think from a human perspective, for human moves, very tough to hold with white.
Yeah, these two, though, they're almost superhuman at their best. And Nodebek, he might need to do his best Superman impression to save this game, but he's done a good job so far. If you showed me this position and showed the one from 15 moves ago, I would say this is already a huge step in the right direction. But, of course, still needs to be resourceful.
Okay, so we're going to do a bit of flip-flopping here between the two boards in the quarterfinals just to make sure that we're there when each of them finds its way to a conclusion. Back over to Hikaru Nakamura up against Levon Aronian. He continues to put the screws to Levon. I think the notable thing for me is now how the space control is going in the opposite direction. Almost every move here most recently for Levon has been a retreating move, and now we're starting to see that offense mount for Hikaru.
Yeah, it's building. It's slow, it's steady, but it's effective. And Black's pawns on that left flank, they're going to decide it sooner or later. One question is whether you trade off the white knight. Tanya was pointing out how tricky knights are and how much they can jump and hurt you. But my instinct would be to just push pawns, and they come with gain of time.
This endgame is far more clear than the one on the Arjun Nodebek board. I mean, with Black, the plan is absolutely simple. You keep pushing your pawns on the left side. You've got the material advantage. You're fully controlling the center. You've got the more active pieces. It's Hikaru Nakamura who's up material, who's got the initiative. The king can join the party, can start assisting the pawns. For Levon, it's trouble on the board. It's trouble on the clock. The only thing I'm surprised to see is that it's Hikaru with a higher heart rate. 126. Is that the adrenaline of getting to bag the first win?
I think it's also the head bob, you know? I think that's a piece of it. He's in constant motion, although I say that, and right now he's just still as a statue, so I guess he's going to make me a liar in that moment. But the three musketeers over there, along with their trusty steed and the Black Knight, continue their march down the board, and once again, we've got this light squared bishop. It just retreated a square, and once again, it's going to be forced to move.
Getting in the way and losing a lot of time in the process. I just want to point out Hikaru's heart rate, 125. We just came from Arjun Aragaisi's board where his heart rate was 60.
I don't think that dude has ever hit triple-digit heart rate, because that was the story in Paris as well. I think I was constantly amazed at specifically Arjun's heart rate and how stable he is no matter what the situation.
It doesn't matter which country, which city you're in. It's hot in Vegas, but those are icy cold nerves from Arjun every tournament that he plays. And that's how he's able to play the kind of positions. His brand of chess requires him to have that kind of heart rate. I mean, you give Arjun's position to any player, you'd be touching like 170.
Exactly.
It's complete madness on the board.
My heart rate's 170 when we're out there doing the show open. We're just talking about these guys, and I'm already freaking out. I can't imagine being in their position right now. I can't imagine being in Levon's position right now. This is really tough.
And just to point out, his bishop is pretty much trapped. There's only one safe square. You cannot defend it by using your rook. If you take a pawn, you end up pinned, and the black bishop will simply retreat, overwhelm that bishop due to tension along this line. So yeah, this bishop might be forced to step back and even just get itself kicked off the board by the black knight. Nope, a counterattack by Levon, but you saw the pain in his face when he made that move.
Not a happy move, right? You attack the bishop, and guess what? Hikaru, if he's feeling hungry right now, he could actually just pick up that pawn that just moved forward and then go on to win the bishop, restore the material balance, but with interest right there. 2 extra pawns, and hello to that A pawn. Nobody's stopping that. Compare each of Hikaru's pieces to Levon's counterparts, and you know that this is over for white.
Oh, he plays the move you advocated there, Tanya, grabbing a pawn in the process. That's just sadistic. It's like you were a couple of pawns up anyway. You just want more. And Levon, this might be it. He might just resign. The white bishop has no good escape squares anyway.
And if white was to do the same, if white takes that rook and grabs the black pawn, thank you very much, because you've just walked yourself into a big pin. The bishop slides back, doubles down on that bishop, which can't move anymore, and more material. Happy Hikaru.
Hikaru very happy. Levon down to just a few seconds. 5 seconds left on the clock here. Is he going to move? Is he going to resign?
Okay, trying to reason a way out of it. He isn't willing to resign just yet. A flurry of moves come back out, so now he's up to about a minute on the clock here. But either way, things continue to look good here for Hikaru, just taking incremental advantages, rerouting that rook. Beautiful line for it to infiltrate onto the second rank and threaten that king. And again, we still have the 3 musketeers happily making their merry way towards a promotion square.
I mean, usually black gets these kind of pawns on the left side of the board in compensation for a piece, an extra piece for white. White's got nothing going on. There's no targets in the position. There's no big pawn to speak of. This is just every chess player's nightmare, where you're on the defense and you know it's hopeless.
This is over. Levon's going to resign. Like, the white king is even getting checkmated if it ever steps forward. Levon here, he's reluctant to shake hands, but he knows he's about to lose with white, and still no draws in Vegas so far for Levon Aronian.
And Hikaru there almost had board expression, and there it is. Levon gives up.
He gives up round number 1. That's a full point over to Hikaru, and he's feeling happy as ever. And I mean, operating in absolute top form here on the freestyle stage, going into the second round of the day. We'll quickly flip over to Arjun Erigaisi and Norbek Abdusatorov. That's the final board remaining in the upper bracket to see how that one has broken down. A few moves have been made since we were last here, so maybe we roll it back because, again, still an even position as the computer dictates. But like we said, still both players having opportunities to play for a win.
Yeah, and things might be turning. That black A pawn, the one on the far left side of the board, has just dropped off. The white king just went greedy, went and grabbed it. And yeah, talking about rolling it back, just the last few moves, we left it with the white king stepping forward, black pawn basically giving itself up. I really don't understand this. It was a useful kind of ace up your sleeve for later, but the white king just steps across and goes and grabs it, and we catch up with the live position. It's this one. The white king's done its duty, done its job. And now the problem for black is you want to capture the white pawn in the center, but the white king would have actually double attacked the 2 black minor pieces. So this one, at some point, white might give up a piece for some pawns, but Tanya, things starting to clarify maybe.
I would say that the momentum's shifting here right now, because each of black's pieces is kind of stuck, right? That knight on b4, it can't move anywhere because it gives this penetrating square for the white king to start attacking that blockader on d6, which is an extremely important defender. The black rook tied down to defending that g pawn. The h pawn, well, a move ago it couldn't have been moved, but now that there's a check on the board, I wonder if that gives the opportunity to Arjun to slide his king closer to the black bishop, you know, just making sure that bishop remains defended, and then eventually start pushing his pawns. And as I say that, David, there are threats, because there's a bishop that's about to slide up and win some pawns as well, if you were to do the most natural move in the position.
Yeah, I'll just put it on the board while Arjun thinks if you slide across the move you want to play. For example, you can even just take this pawn immediately with white, and if the rook recaptures, there's a nasty, nasty double attack, as Arjun here doesn't actually have a very healthy square for the king. If you move forward, you might just get checked by the white rook. This is scary suddenly.
Very scary all of a sudden. And yeah, he'll be thinking about what happened on the left-hand side of the board a moment ago.
It's on the board.
If this was disastrous for him. Okay, he moves, he makes a decision, but between the 2 squares we talked about, he goes left, centralizes, protecting that bishop.
But James, that walks into the tactic that we're talking about. So Arjun, he's saying that it's more important to win the central pawn and centralize his own king. There it is. You don't even need to give a check first. Don't grab that knight. You lose big material. Is this Arjun pulling the brakes? Is he trying to neutralize the pawns in the center?
I like this, though. He lets the pawn go. He trades it out for another pawn here in the center. He's not going to fall for that trap exactly yet. Yeah, we still have another threat, though, on the board. And how would you respond to that knight snapping up one of the 2 remaining black pawns?
Push that h pawn. That's the big hope in Arjun's position, right? Because he's going to end up down a pawn, not a future anyone had foreseen with what Arjun had at the start of the game. But after knight takes pawn, you got to get that pawn moving, plant it on that h2 square, tie down white's forces.
How is his heart rate 66 right now? Like, he's down he's down 1 minute. I mean, he's down on the board, about to be a pawn. He was totally winning earlier. He's lost control. Arjun Erigaisi, super stressful, playing a super speedy opponent, and just chilling out.
He doesn't move, man. He literally lives within a band of 5 beats per minute. Like, that's the fluctuation.
Ooh, nice move there.
Ooh. That's not at all what I expected.
Comes
Very
in.
sneaky.
Yeah, threatening the knight as well.
Yeah.
Still has the opportunity to pick up that pawn at any time he wants with the knight. So just building threats on the board.
Do you want to know the computer's top move by far for black? So difficult. I'm going to say unfindable.
I mean, I'm thinking I give up the knight and I just go rook takes d2 or something, but I'm just giving away material, trying to undermine, though, a little bit of what is exists in the center.
You have to give away your pride and joy. He doesn't find the best. Suddenly the eval bar is going to shoot up. He had to give away his pride and joy, that black pawn, just to deflect the white knight, because suddenly there are attacks, and that black knight is off on a limb now. Double question mark given. Now the white knight can take this pawn in the center because you're attacking the bishop, which defends and holds the black knight. And there we go. Nodebeck is big favorite suddenly.
Yeah, that's an easy find for Nodebeck. Ignore that X. Still a very solid move in the position.
But this is still tricky as long as the H-pawn's alive. Yes, the game has been a complete roller coaster and turned around in many ways, but I think a lot of landmines ahead still for both these players. Nodebeck, beautiful position at the center of the board, every single piece and pawn, but it's Arjun's H-pawn that gives him the hope to live on. I don't think it's as easy still for white to try to push this one, because that black pawn is just 3 moves away from becoming a queen.
And this is actually kind of an interesting idea here. Again, with the knight move, now threatening the opponent's bishop, right? Okay, you take mine, I take yours, and in effect, I also double your pawns, right? So I'm messing with your pawn structure a little bit while still trading even in material overall as a possibility.
The other possibility that white has, I'm talking about the H-pawn here. You know, you could slide in with your bishop and win that pawn, but the reason that Nodebeck isn't rushing in with that is that the black king moves 1 step forward, hits the white rook, not giving Nodebeck the chance to actually pick up that H4 pawn. So Nodebeck's still in the think.
He missed a win on the last move, Nodebeck. He found the right idea, knight takes pawn, but he should have first delivered a check with the white bishop, because the black king could not have used this square to attack the white rook, as the white knight was previously defending it. After checking, only then taking this pawn, and he would have been ready in this exact position to go grabbing black's corner pawn here. He would have been 2 pawns to the good. So difficult to find those little details, though, with no time on the clock.
Wonder if that's what made or has given him pause here. 2 minutes to work with here. Both players still plenty of time to think at this stage of the game. 30-second increment, so they can build those banks back up.
Usually in these kind of positions, you know, when you're scared of that H-pawn, what you really want to do is give that check. You calculate that it doesn't work because the king slides up. I wonder if Nodebeck will first plant his rook on the H-file, making sure that the pawn stays there. It doesn't move ahead. You come in with a threat, and also if black was to defend it, well, he first starts with a check. I wonder now if he'll slide the rook over. 2 attacks, no defender. Is black about to lose that pawn?
Yes, although the white piece is temporarily a bit clumsy. The white knight is the glue holding things together, protecting its bishop. And if that bishop falls, things get complicated. So I do wonder whether that black rook is going to slide back and attack. We might see some simplifications. The white rook can capture a pawn. But if we see a scenario where black is able to give up 1 piece, that's the knight or the bishop for white's duo in the center, the 2 white pawns. That means no future queens will appear on the board. And 1 piece, 1 bishop versus a knight and bishop. So 1 minor piece versus 2 minor pieces with rooks off the board is a simple draw.
Can we move our dark square bishop to b4, just below the king, protected by the knight, attacking the base of the pawn chain, sacrificing our h-pawn, but saying, I'll be just as quick to pick up one of yours and be threatening the central pawn you have as well?
Dash, I was going to say that's just impossible to find. It's the best move. It's the best move. And I wasn't even going to say it because I was like, that's unfindable.
No, come on. I don't know. Okay, maybe I got lucky. But yeah, I feel like, and he finds it. Again, if I can find it, they can find it. We know that much about these pro players. So Arjun Erigaisi, he goes forward with the bishop. He's going to attack the base of that pawn chain, saying, okay, you can have my pass pawn on the right-hand side of the board, but that means I'm going to have an opportunity to snap up a couple of yours as well.
Amazing find. To my eyes, that just looks difficult because the black knight is a bit stuck now defending that piece. But it all holds together. If you can remove one of the white pawns, you're so much closer to safety.
Yeah, and my dark square bishop can't defend because its only square to do so is to drop back and ultimately just get traded off and split the pawns in the process.
Only Nodebeck can win, Tanya, but do you think he's going to make it? Do you think he's going to do it?
I mean, it's just so hard for Arjun right now as well, right? He has this position from the start where he's in driver's seat. He's the one pushing for the win. And then move by move in this endgame, everything turns around. It's Nodebeck now, the only player who can get the job done. I still think he needs to be accurate. The bar says there are chances, but it's Arjun who needs to be super precise in his defense. I love this move that you pointed out, James, but I'm just wondering what happens if Nodebeck continues the pressure, right? It's about winning that H-pawn without giving any of the central pawns. You want to keep them intact. And you can't push it, and he does it because the black knight is still tied down to defend the bishop. You can't pick up that pawn on e3. You lose the bishop in b4. So how does this really help Arjun? He's just allowed white to push pawns at the center.
Yeah, he's also loosened up things though, so later, once the black bishop moves, maybe this pawn in the center will drop, maybe the white knight now cannot be defended. It's a stylistic thing. I was going to say every day of the week I would have just pushed that white pawn one square so that everything defends itself, but Nodebek wants to go straight for glory.
Okay, so here's now what I'm thinking. Oh, okay, never mind. He goes a different way. I was going to reroute the bishop, but he's going to look to, quote-unquote, defend the pawn against the double attack, but also hit that knight, crucially. That's the big key there, right? Because the pawn will still fall if Nodebek wanted it to, but at the end of the day, he'd be trading off a pawn now for a minor piece in the knight.
Big moment. Abdusattorov needs to find something now or in the next couple of moves, otherwise this game might just fizzle out towards a draw if black's able to pick off one of the two pawns. Here, Tanya, what are you thinking?
I'm seeing some lines where there are some tactics involved at the end, but they're long and deep, and I wonder if we just let the players kind of find them or if we'll see them at all. And maybe, David, you'll show us. But there are these ideas which can appear on the board where eventually black does sacrifice a piece to try to get those central pawns, right? For example, right now, the most obvious move if you're playing with the white pieces is to snap up that H pawn. You want to get rid of it, and you can do it with your rook. Notice how the black knight is still tied down to defend that bishop, and it requires so much thinking and calculation ahead, and I think this is the line going on in the player's mind as Nodebek almost gets ready to make his move. I think that line forcefully ends in a draw, though. He has a bailout at the end.
I'm looking at rook sliding up to h6, setting up a discovered attack, or discovered check. Do I just sacrifice the... Oh, okay. Yeah, a check comes through. Or
There's a threat on the board.
Yeah, and luckily for black in that variation, the black rook lands up on a light square, so no discovered attacks.
Gotcha.
No discovered attacks there can be lethal.
Look at Nodebek. He is completely locked in, takes a glance at his clock. He's trying to calculate the labyrinth of variation, and he decides to keep the game going by attacking the black rook. Arjun was ready with his response for this one.
Now white has lost total coordination. The white pawns are very much under fire, and the white bishop suddenly undefended, so a reluctant retreat by Nodebek. Maybe there was nothing better. There were other ways to test black, but ultimately it does feel like it's ebbing towards a draw now. The white bishop will save itself, but then the black rook will start grabbing. I think draw. I think Nodebek. It was tough. I'm not even going to call it a chance. It's like a half chance in this game. Arjun's defending like a beast, even after the turnaround from being better earlier in the game. He takes a pawn, one pawn drops, it's a check. White knight is so poorly placed now, though, that it shouldn't be enough to drive this white pawn through. A rook exchange, and this is a guaranteed draw. He needs to keep a rook on the board. He needs to just push this pawn as far as it can go, but the black king will blockade.
And despite us thinking that Nodebek had chances in the endgame, I think it's going to be Nodebek who's going to be more relieved with this result, because for the most part of it, he was on defense. Arjun had a massive advantage out of the opening.
Yeah, I think both will be frustrated. When you're young, if you don't win a game, even if you were losing earlier, you're like, how did I not win that one? How did I not take it? Kind of, yes, Arjun was totally winning earlier in the game, but now Nodebek was slightly better in the end game. So both sides have reason to be happy, but also frustrated.
The trick will then be not to get too consumed, maybe with the missed opportunities, as pretty soon you'll have to reset and step back onto the stage for a second round. All right, king had to move there, of course, because it was in check, and it didn't have the option to capture a defended pawn by the rook. In these situations, these kinds of late game situations where, yeah, white with the pawn, really the only one who has the opportunity to play for a win, what is Arjun's strategy here? Does the king now need to play that defense on that promotion square for the remainder of the game? And as you mentioned, just looking for the rook trade in order to bring it to a draw?
Yeah, the rook trade, you might even be happy to give up your knight or bishop for white's pawn. White pawn is the only winner. It needs to become a queen to win this game. But even if you're one minor piece down, especially if the rooks come off, it's simply not enough material left for white to give checkmate. I just want to point out on the last move, the bishop could not have been taken when it did give check, because white's knight would have leapt forward with a fork, hitting the black king and the rook. So black had to retreat. I think black needs two more moves. Another thing you could look for is a counterattack against the white king. If the black bishop drops back and protects its own king, then the black knight might start giving checks. And yeah, the white king not entirely safe either.
Whoa. He does step in with the bishop first. defended by his own rook. And I just wonder if we will see Arjun try to get those setups that you're pointing out, because now the d4 square is under control, right? So you can't really come in with a check even if you slide your bishop back. But perhaps it's anyway time to free up your knight. There's a check at the edge of the board as well. White king kind of disconnected with the rest of the army.
Wow, my computer says black's slightly better. That's crazy.
Whoa.
Not much. And it should still be a draw. But the white king, I do worry about it. Like you said, these checks are slightly annoying, Tanya. I just want to point out, knights and bishops, they actually work best when they're on the same color complex. So for example, when you're trying to checkmate and you have a king, a bishop, and a knight versus just an enemy king alone, putting a knight on a light square, if you have a light squared bishop, is the ideal, because the knight controls the dark squares, the bishop controls the light squares. So the black knight on this dark square in the corner controls the light squares, the black bishop controls the dark squares, and the white king might be in some trouble. But Arjun doesn't want to try and catch that white king. He's just going to try and simplify things. There we go, a knight trade, and there we go, a rook trade as well, and the white pawn is never, ever breaking through on the light squares. This is a dead draw.
Just like that.
You got
Just
a king
like
versus king?
Look at that, the flurry of moves. They move with such efficiency once both recognize that this is going only one way, to half a point apiece, a draw between Arjun Erigaisi and Noterbek Abdusatorov in our upper bracket. That concludes all 4 of the boards there for the top echelon of players, but we have 2 more boards still in play. We've got Linier Dominguez Perez and Bibi Asabayeva up against each other, as well as Vincent Keimer and Ray Robson. Why don't we go to Linier versus Bibi Sara? Haven't taken too much of a look at this matchup. We talked a little bit about how Bibi Sara still high spirits coming into the day, and to be frank, we're looking at a very drawish position, so perhaps giving herself a phenomenal showing with the black pieces, entering a stable, entering rather with stable ground into a second round against Linier and moving to the white side of the board could be great for her.
Yeah, this would be a fantastic result for Bibi Sara. It was really nice to see her in good spirits last night at dinner when the opponents were being drawn. Opponents were actually drawn on the other side. Linier had to choose who to pick. Of course, he was going to pick her, so she was smiling. She was like, of course he's going to pick me. But it's not easy when you pick someone, you feel a bit of pressure. And this position, this endgame, is 3 versus 3 in terms of pawns. Bishop versus knight. The white knight looks like it's maybe slightly superior to the black bishop, just because it's always going to have a beautiful outpost in the center. The dark squares are whites alone, but the white king cannot enter. The black king's super active. And Tanya should just be a simple draw now.
Agreed. And I think it's an awesome moment for freestyle chess as well, right? For the first time on the tour, we've got a female player. She's extremely strong. She's 2 times Women World Blitz champion, was the youngest when she won it for the first time. The youngest ever World Blitz champion at 17. At 17 years old, back in 2017. And I think this position, she's held it with black to perfection, and the field that she's playing against, to choose to be here rather than the Women's World Cup, where she had qualified to simply for the experience of playing against the big guys. It just shows how important it is for her and how she views chess as something that you play against these guys to improve, and that's the more important factor. This one, getting a draw in, I think a great result for Bibi Sara in this game 1. And let's not forget, there's a lot on the line in this lower bracket as well. They're not fighting for championship. It's a fight for 3rd place.
Exactly.
A lot of money, a lot of tour points.
Oh, without a doubt, right? Yeah, you did exit out of the contention for the top 2 spots, but the beauty of our bracket is you can fight all the way to 3rd place. It will be a long journey for anybody who starts in the lower bracket, a whole slog of games ahead of them to get there, but you just got to take it one game at a time, one day at a time. And so far, entering into the second round here, half a point apiece against Linier would be a great step towards doing so. Then would need to find a way to craft a victory in that second round.
And it's not just any old sacrifice, giving up your chance to play in the Women's World Cup. That's a big pathway to the World Championship, Women's World Championship. And it's really nice to see she's got her sights set higher. She wants to compete against the very, very best in the world. She just wants this experience. It's fantastic. She nearly beat Fabiano Caruana in Grenka earlier this year. And she's doing everything right. I would actually put the king on a dark square if possible. Just you don't want your king and bishop on the same color complex. You might get forked. That's the only way Linier is really going to win this one. But she looks pretty confident right now, Bibi Sara.
So by all accounts, this one moving towards a draw, we would expect both of these players to be able to navigate towards that. So why don't we just take a peek in on the only other remaining board. That's Vincent Keimer up against Ray Robson. This one as well looks, to my untrained eye, a bit like a drawish position, but I will note an imbalance in the pieces themselves. We've got a rook, 2 pawns, and a king against just a rook and a bishop and a king for the black side of the board.
We're going to be here all day. Rook and bishop versus rook is the goal for Vincent Keimer. He's going to try and win the white pawns, and he should be able to win the white pawns long term. It's going to be very hard for the white king and rook to hold them. Eventually, the black king might break through. But even if the 2 white pawns disappear, rook and bishop versus rook is a textbook draw. You do need to know it. You do need to kind of have a bit of time on your clock to work things out. There are some tricky positions, but Tanya, Ray Robson, we know he's a genius. We know he's memorized thousands and thousands of Chess.com puzzles. What are the likelihood that he's memorized how to defend rook versus rook and bishop?
Tough question to answer, but completely agree on this is going to be still a marathon of a game right now. Even if the 2 pawns were off the board, you know, black still plays it out till the end. I have been on the receiving end of this one. It's not the easiest to defend. You need to know your exact fortresses, you need to know your defense setups, and you need to play them on with position shifting around across all the 4 corners of the board at the right moment, find the precise move. I think Vincent Keimer, knowing him, David, he's going to put as much pressure, as much of those checkmating ideas. Step 1 would be for black here. Win those 2 pawns and try to corner the white king on one of the flanks. And then you try to set up those mating ideas, but still a far way off. I think Ray Robson holds this, to answer your question.
Okay, well, forgive me, though, because we're talking a lot about this from the perspective of Vincent, right? Trying to snap up those pawns and continue to put the pressure on Ray. King, 2 pawns, and rook, no opportunity for him to somehow get one of those across the board and into a promotion square.
Very unlikely, very difficult. The black bishop is such a good defender against pawns. Bishops are fantastic. They can even stop a pawn from all the way off on the other side of the board.
Right.
And yeah, it's about winning those pawns. Often it might take 50 moves to win 1 pawn. It might take 50 moves to win a 2nd pawn, and then you have 50 moves left to try and deliver checkmate.
When we talk about winning the pawns, do I have to win it for nothing, or can I give my bishop up for the first of the 2 pawns?
You want to win it for nothing.
Win it for nothing. Okay.
Avoid a rook trade.
But you know, David, James, the more I look at this position, the more I feel it's not so easy to actually win those pawns. I mean, white is so actively placed. The king is close enough to defend the central pawn. The white rook cutting off the black king from getting active, getting closer to the G pawn. And I wonder if we might just meet the 50-move rule, the automatic draw, if no pawn move or trade has actually happened, keeping these 2 pawns right here. I don't see a clear path to make that first step of progress for Vincent, where he picks up a pawn.
Yeah, it's been 15 moves already since the last pawn push, or the last capture. So he has 35 moves left, Vincent Keimer here, to win one of the pawns or provoke them forward.
Well, all right, this is our bracket for 3rd place, right? The lower bracket. All the games of the top brackets finish, and both these games look like the most likely result, and an outcome is a draw. So I want to talk about what we've just seen happen at the top, right? Because we've had 2 decisive games, 2 draws. Interestingly enough, 3 out of the 4 games started with the exact same setup, the exact same plans being employed by the white pieces. David, what were the big takeaways for you with Hikaru taking the win and Pragg taking the win, the hands draw on the board? What impressed you the most?
I was very impressed by Hans Niemann, firstly choosing that opening ahead of everyone, and then eking out quite a significant advantage. I was surprised that Hans Niemann was a bit slow compared to yesterday, the speed, and the fact that he's so aware that's his biggest weapon. So for Hans, I think maybe he was more of a standout player than Sindarov, although Sindarov did defend very well. Hikaru, moral of the story is you can't just go into a technical position against him. He's so good strategically. He will outplay you, especially if there's a little bit of imbalance. I think Levon Aronian needs something much more dynamic. And I think the other takeaway is that Pragg is just really, really good at chess.
That, I think, has been established over the last 1.5 years. I mean, and what a year Pragg has had, right? Won so many events, pretty much every single event, starting from Tata Steel in January, sometimes taking it in tiebreakers as well. It's been awesome to watch. And 2024, let's remind everyone, was a disastrous year for Praggnanandhaa. He lost a bunch of ratings, so it just shows how this younger generation is able to bridge those gaps and holes in their plays and strike back. I think the biggest roller coaster of that round 1 has to be Arjun Erigaisi versus Nordebek up to Satrov, right? Arjun starts with a better position, looks like he's about to take the win, and then, James, it all turns around.
Yeah, a roller coaster that ended up cruising to kind of a smooth finish at the end. But to your point about takeaways, and specifically that Hikaru versus Levon matchup, you talk about the style of player and the style of play that needs to be brought to maybe take down a player like Hikaru. I do think Levon is capable of delivering the style of play. My concern is his best opportunity to do that was probably with the white pieces. We talk about needing to come out the gate fast and strong and just bring the fight to him. In your next round, now down a point, you're going to the black side of the board, and Hikaru is going to kind of be the one who very likely gets to dictate the pace of the game, and I think it's going to be even harder than for Levon to craft something crazy up against the likes of Hikaru, who seems to be almost infallible in this tournament. Yeah, Hans, the time control element of it all is what really jumped out to me as well, and the fact that Javakir has shown no fear up against somebody who has shown very distinct mastery over the format early on in our group stage. And then Fabiano, maybe an uncharacteristic miss of a single move, right? A single tactic that seemed to blow the position back open and allow Pragg to ultimately take it and move into solid control of that matchup. We'll see how he responds. I'm never really worried about Fabiano mentally, though, so that would be the one boon for him. I'd say, okay, he took that punch to the face, he's down 1-0, but at the end of the day, he is Mr. Stability. I'm pretty sure he's going to come out with the same level of play, right? The same level of consistency we would normally expect from him.
Yeah, he has white. He'll be able to kind of create some imbalance in the opening, and it's just whether he's able to take his chance when it comes. I think Fabi needs to stay up on the clock, though. He is one of those players at the very top level. There have been question marks over how he handles time pressure, and yeah, it was a one-move blunder in the end. Kind of in a complicated position, but here we go. This one enters a new phase, this game, after one of the pawns drops. Willingly by Ray Robson. It was either this or you allow the Black King in. And look at that, Vincent Keimer looking up at maybe one of the screens or looking up at the ceiling, being like, okay, dig deep. He's going to try and grind it out. But the clock situation, Ray Robson up at 5 minutes almost. It still feels like it's odds on to be a draw.
So the 50-move rule gets a reset on this one. But to your point of Fabi making that blunder at the end, right? Blunders at this level, I think, don't happen out of nowhere. There's this incremental pressure that was there throughout the game, and then eventually sort of cracking under that. I think it was a bit of a power display by Pragg in that game. And there we have it. The king moves back, the only square to go. So we've got the 50-move rule reset. One more pawn to be picked up.
If I'm Ray and I'm just looking to force a draw, why can't I take that bishop and just toss away my rook? Then it's king and pawn versus king and rook.
Yeah, unfortunately that is losing. The pawn will eventually drop off. The black king will step across easily and block that white pawn. And a king and rook can deliver checkmate.
It can, right? Isn't that...
Rook can, a bishop cannot, a knight cannot.
Okay.
But a rook and queen can.
Yeah, but we've seen that on the freestyle. Actually, back in Weisenhouse, I forget who it was, it was a king and rook versus just a king, and we watched it play out for the attempt at the checkmate. Never was found, though, because it's defendable, right? As long as you know how to defend against it.
Maybe rook versus bishop, rook versus knight.
That's a theoretical draw.
Yeah,
but I do remember at Weisenhouse of Paris, it was that a player was down an entire rook. And I'm trying to remember who it was. It was this really complicated middle game. There were a few extra pawns, but I think it was Arjun Erigaisi, if I'm not wrong. Down an entire rook and still playing out the middle game, going on to sort of keep those threats going. But James, to your point, if it's a pure end game and either side has a rook up, that ends in checkmate. You just resign there. So that is not a defensive resource that White has in this position.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's still one that I recommend everyone at home refreshes regularly. You still need to know a few things. You need to be a bit patient, lose some moves, force the opponent's king back onto one of the edges before you kind of seize the opposition. Your king needs to cage while the rook does the checkmating. But in the meantime, 2 games ongoing side by side.
Right. Your king needs to be 1 step away from the opposing king sitting on the edge of the board, and then the rook slides down to that same rank or file, delivering the checkmate laterally, essentially.
Exactly. I've got a question for our chat. You know, David was pointing out all the checkmates that are possible, and the ones which are not. So if it's king and bishop versus king, that's not a checkmate, chat. If it's a king and knight versus king, that's not a checkmate. There is one more position. There's one more situation that's possible in a pure endgame with no pawns, and one side has extra material that never ends in checkmate. Which one's that? Is the question for chat.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad that you put that question to chat, and we'll see what...
It's not the easiest one to find, but there is one dynamic.
And for years, Tanya, I just refused to believe it. For years, I was like, that has to be a checkmate. That has to be totally winning. It's so much extra material, but...
I was the same person, David, because it just made sense that there was just no way that this position could be survived. But there is one material advantage that never ends in checkmate.
All right, so we have some inventive answers. I'll go for a couple of the trolls first. Waylander says 3 kings. Then we have...
It's a legal position. Let's put it out there. It's
a legal position. Okay. Well, then I'm seeing a lot of 2-knight, king and 2-knight versus king. Okay, well, there you go. Well done, chat. Good on you.
Yeah, and 2 bishops you can win, but 2 knights you can't.
A bishop and knight you can.
Yeah, you're right. As you say that now in my head, I'm like, God, there has to be a way.
Yeah, and the problem is, like, you can force a king into the corner, but one knight has to do the caging alongside its king. The other knight has to checkmate, but as soon as you corner the king, it's always stalemate. You cannot lose a move with knights. Bishops can just wait on the diagonal. You lose a move, force the opponent to actually make him to do something.
Right.
Knights, you have to run away instead of just waiting and passing the move back to the opponent.
Right. A knight can never move and still hit the same corner square. Right.
Yes. David, you versus me. You have king, bishop, and knight. I have king. Can you checkmate me in 10 seconds?
Ooh, I actually used to do this. I had a training camp with Fabiano many years ago, 10 years ago now, and we were trying to do this. I think my fastest was around 11-12 seconds.
Oh, so 10 seconds I still have a shot.
10 is difficult, although I managed to do it in Title Tuesday once with a 1-second increment. I guess you can build up a bank of time there. Or would you do it against me, Tanya? Would you be
10 seconds, no chance. Yeah. I think I would do it. I would need about 30 seconds to checkmate you in that position, simply because I'm sure I'll allow your king to escape at least once from the mating net that's required.
I think 20 seconds, you'd definitely do it. I think
you think so?
Then you have time to let me out once.
Maybe against James I could try.
How many queens do I need to beat David Howell?
1.
I think you could.
No way. I can't beat you with just queen odds. No way I could beat you with just queen odds.
Chess level's got really good. Like, spotting these moves that some of the top grandmasters.
You're being very generous to me right now.
I think it might be tough, queen odds from the starting position, but a pure king-queen versus king, I think you win 10 out of 10 times.
Oh, sure, yes. I think if you plot me into the end game there, then yeah, I could probably find it. But
you found bishop b4 in that position. I mean, come on. That was brilliant stuff there.
That's not the only one you found today either. So this endgame, meanwhile, it is going on, and Ray Robson doing everything right. He's pushed a pawn again just 3 moves ago, so the 50-move rule resetting. Maybe we go to the other board.
Well, we kind of have the other board on our screens here. And take a look at this, a beautiful shot from inside the venue. All 8 boards up on the big screen for our in-studio audience live here in Las Vegas. And so on the right-hand side there, you see Ray Robson up against Vincent Keimer, and then Linier Dominguez-Perez up against Bibisara Asabayeva. And of course, yeah, they are still maneuvering in their matchup. I've seen a couple of pawns drop off, so now 2 pawns apiece and 1 minor piece per person between the 2.
What is happening on the left board? Because I don't see a piece there. A piece seems to be missing on our screen.
Okay, well then maybe we can pull that board up. Oh, David's got it up here, bottom right now of your screen, and you can see the live position of Linier Dominguez Perez up against Asabayeva.
It's just hard to see on the Jumbotron from this angle that White Knight is alive on the board. It's Knight versus Bishop, 2 pawns each. On paper, the knight should be better here. It's what we call a good knight versus a bad bishop, because the black pawns are on the same color complex as their bishop, so there's 0 control over the dark squares. But it's just the fact that the black king is so active, the white king can never get in. You can't really drive the black king back for too long. And yes, you can give a check, but this one, unless Bibisara somehow allows the white king to march into the center, which is just impossible to do. I think this one is just...
Right, White King can't split his own pawns and go up the gut, so he has to make the long trek around the left-hand side of the board, and Black King is playing defense in that regard, so you'd have to find a way to loop all the way around him.
Yeah, Black's just got great piece activity here, and you can never really trade that bishop as well because of the king being so close to the white pawns in this position. But we might see that because that's a forcing sequence that actually ends the game on the spot. David, knight takes bishop. Would that be a blunder? Because according to my calculation, white's still in time to pick up the pawn, lose a pawn, and shake hands to a draw.
I think it's still fine. I think it's still a draw.
Just about.
Yeah, we can check it. Maybe just we'll keep an eye on the camera just in case anything happens. But knight takes bishop just to put it on the board.
Ooh!
Oh, it is a losing blunder because when the white king steps across...
King d5.
Yeah. If the white king steps across just in the box, the square we call it, if you're in the square, you can normally stop a pawn. You can stop this black pawn, but black just waits. And you're in Zugzwang. You have to give way. You have to retreat your king to go round. And then the black king enters. And now you do lose this game by this move alone.
That is crazy. You don't pick up the pawn, but you get your king in.
Yeah, next move, the pawn drops. Of course, Lenier is not going to go into a king and pawn endgame with the black pawn being so far advanced. Instead, he pushes. This is going to be a signal for a handshake in a few moves' time.
There we have it.
It's amazing how in chess, with even such few pieces, you need to be so incredibly precise when it comes to these king and pawn endgames. These pure king-pawn endgames is where calculation is the #1 skill.
And we were having some fun discussing those kind of checkmating combinations, which pieces you need, but you need to know your outs in chess. Like, especially if you're on the defensive, you need to know, okay, I can bail out here by giving up all my pieces, just leaving my opponent with 2 knights. Or I can bail out here by going for a stalemate. If you don't know what to end up with, then it's hard to know how to navigate some of the earlier stages of the game.
Knight takes pawn, draw for handshakes, but they're not doing it. That is incredible.
He wants to win. The problem is, even with the black pawn off the board, this is still a draw, because the black bishop will always find a way to cut across the light squares and give itself up for the white pawn. Okay.
So just a waiting game at this point.
You just need a few extra pawns to try for anything in this one. Very little material remaining. Even if white is able to get the king across, win that pawn, at some point, the placement will be such that either the king and pawn endgame will be draw, or as David says, the bishop will be strong enough to hold. But really impressive hold there by Bibisara in this one against Lenier Dominguez. You know, she just never let it slip out of the hand, this endgame.
Do you think she's... Okay, she steps away from the board. She actually has 12.5 minutes on her clock. She's filled up a whole bank of time. We're nearly at move 100 now. And, yeah, just a bit of a cough there. But, yeah, so impressive. Maybe she's just wondering, like, why are you playing on? What are you doing?
Right.
This is so drawn now.
Yeah,
especially as the 50-move timer was reset not too long ago, right? Yeah. So we could still be settling in for a long one here.
And they've got a second game to play as well, so maybe store some of that energy, guys.
Yeah, that's what I would be. I'd be pleading that case to my opponent. I'd be like, bro, come on, we both have to come back out here in a few minutes. Let's have some energy for it.
And on paper, he's the older player of the two. Like, surely he should be the one trying to save energy. This shot alone, it looks like they've agreed a draw, which they will any moment, but... yeah,
that's a rarity.
I actually don't even see a way for the white king to combine an attack with the knight and win that central pawn. All Bibisara needs to do is shuffle around with the bishop.
Yeah, I don't think she should be worried at all about this game continuing, because that will only tire out Lenier a bit more. In the meantime, we see the other board. I'll switch over to that one. It is still rook and bishop versus rook and pawn. And the white pawn has advanced very far down the board, but this is not threatening at all for black. There are no checks. And it's just a question of whether you can win that pawn or not.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how much progress has been made, you know, in terms of traversing the board here for the white pieces. But even still, finding that final, you know, step into a promotion square seems an impossibility.
All right, but this position that we have, is there an actual way for black to get the king moving up from the last rank? Because you need to somehow deflect the white rook away from it. Do you see the progress that Vincent can make, or what plan he can make to get to that last remaining pawn, David?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
It's not easy. I mean, you need to let the pawns go forward in order to make them more vulnerable, but here the white king protects it perfectly.
Yeah, that said, I feel like if I were Vincent, I would literally just keep shuffling the bishop back and forth from the square it just came from to the square it's on now.
Yeah. I think his idea is actually to try and drive away the white king. This check can be blocked by the white rook, but then there might be some bishop checks. Maybe you'll try and drive the white king back on the 6th rank.
There it is.
Gives this one.
Good call on that. So is blocking the only move here, or do we have to just vacate the file?
I think it's the easiest move. You can vacate the file, but then you're slightly away from your own pawn.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the one move you don't want to make is get that king to the central square and walk into a skewer with a check and lose your rook.
That would have been
disastrous.
Ill-advised, as they say. Well, the variation that David pointed out is exactly what we see play out on the board. So we have a check here.
We do have a check, and we'll probably have the rook move away after this. But again, the question remains, how is black activating his own king? As long as the white rook remains on the 7th rank, how are you getting to that g-pawn if your own king is stuck on the last 8th file there?
Yeah, very, very difficult for the black king to ever get into the action. And don't really see what Vincent is aiming for here. You can probably even drive the white king 2 rows back. You can probably put the black rook on this rank now and force the white king to retreat. But without your own king, without the black king, you're never attacking the white pawn. Okay, let's see how Linear is doing against Bibisara. How is that game still going, and why is that game still going? Are the big questions.
That's what we're asking. That's what she's asking.
Okay, we'll go back to the other board.
Yeah, we'll just keep flipping back and forth. Again, both of these seem like they are moving to a predetermined result in a draw based on perfect play, but we'll still see that maneuvering happening.
Some progress here, though, right? Because white has a path to get the king to that central d4 square. Again, it might be progress, but the progress isn't going to come to anything. Best case scenario, you win that central pawn, and it's still a draw.
Yeah, and here we go. Bibisara calculates that she does not have to fear a check from the white knight. We could end up going into a king and pawn endgame now. Maybe that's what we'll actually see as she retreats. She's actually offering to lose a pawn here. Knight takes bishop, a pawn recaptures, the white king will step back and win that pawn, but she knows her endgames. A pawn alone, as long as the black king is on the right squares in front, isn't sufficient to win. So Lenier, he's so stubbornly playing this one on.
And very importantly, Bibisara, she just keeps the opposition, keeps that king at a 1 square difference from that white king. And this is the other way to do opposition. You know, most of us know the 1 square, there's a 3 square rule as well, also known as a long opposition. And Bibisara keeps that going. And once again, a 3 square difference.
Yeah, she might go opposite again with her king if she steps across. And yeah.
It's 1, 3, and 5, right? All oppositions in chess.
You always want to be on the same color as the opponent's king. So if the opponent's king's on a dark square, you go on a dark square 1, 3, or 5 lines away.
Okay, okay. This is good. This is good for me to know.
It means that you can mimic what the opponent does. Basically, you're ready. If they slide right, you go right. If they step forward, you go forward. And yeah, this is the opposition as well. The black king blocking the white king from ever stepping towards the black pawn.
I'll tell you this much, the kings are getting their steps in today, though. Step goal is going to be hit before we get to round 2.
This move 104.
Whew. Again, right, the other players, they just get extra rest right now in front of a very, very big battle ahead.
They're chilling. And then backstage, there's beautiful player lounges. They've got TV set up to watch the games play out, snacks, refreshments.
There's some great chocolates in there, by the way.
Oh, have you been sneaking some of the player snacks? Oh my goodness, I got to get on that train. I'm going to infiltrate tomorrow. Oh, David Howe as well over here. Oh my goodness.
If we got
y'all are sneaky
on David's desk right now, it's a whole candy shop.
No, actually, I'd say rather tame for David Howe standards as of yet, but give us a couple more days. We'll see. We'll see.
We've got better since the Paris Grand Slam.
True.
Snacking less.
No, we're doing well, and the wind has set us up so beautifully here for our event, taking very good care of us. Beautiful accommodations, phenomenal food.
And what we have in front of us is sort of like a mirror image, but on the other side of the boards. You know, both the kings have marched from the left side to the right side, but still maintaining that distance from each other, which doesn't allow the white king to come so close, to the central e-pawn. Now attacks the knight, and there we have Javakir Sindarov as he looks on. He's got a big battle ahead of him.
He's probably thinking what we're thinking. Hey, guys, I'd love to play another game of chess.
And this has been 21 moves now since the last capture. So we still have 29 moves to go before this game is declared a draw. Bibisara looks super chilled though.
All right, predictions for our top group. Let's talk about that. We've got a second and a final rapid game, well, classical rapid, call it what you want, coming up. We've got 2 players in a must-win, right? It's Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. Either of these, do you think we're going to get a tiebreak in that one?
No.
Whoa, that's a hot take. So you think Pragg takes it and Hikaru takes it in the next game?
Hikaru is Mr. Stable. Hikaru will have the white pieces. He knows so well how to neutralize the opponents. I think Fabiano's got maybe a better chance with the white pieces, but Pragg is so convincing this tournament so far. He only lost one game yesterday in the round robin.
I wholly agree with David Howell, and I'll go a step further. I think Hikaru wins 2-0, and I think that's because Levon tries to make it messy. He's going to take a chance at a win, make it messy, and maybe overreach one place or two. Hikaru will take advantage. I think Pragg will end up winning, but it'll be in a draw fashion against Fabiano. Just play stable and responsive from the black side of the board. Fabi, I think, less of a risk taker, even knowing that he needs to, and ultimately, I think that one will fizzle out to a draw.
Yeah, and Hikaru and Pragg were the toppers of their own group, right? And I mean, Hikaru with 6 out of 7, super crushing, but Pragg as well. He sort of solidified his space in that top 4 with many rounds to spare, and he just played really incredibly well. So I agree it's going to be really tough to see a comeback in that one, but we've got 2 more games, right? It's Hans versus Sindarov, which is going to be a fun battle, and an equally fiery one. We've got Arjun on his board, right?
Up against Noterbeck.
Up against Noterbeck, and that one promises to be crazy as well. What do you think? Do we get any tie breaks between these 4 players? 2 games.
I could see a tiebreak between Noterbeck and Arjun.
So you think another draw there?
I could see it. I'm not saying I call it. I actually would still give the edge to Arjun.
We're in Vegas. You got to roll the dice and give me a result, man.
Okay, well then I'm going Arjun wins over Noterbeck in the next game. With the white pieces, we saw what he could do with the black pieces here, being one of the few players who quickly got an advantage from that side of the board, while so many others followed in the footsteps of Hans and his kind of unique approach to the game from the white side. And that's where I'll give the edge to Arjun then, and I'll say no tiebreak. He wins from the white side. I would give an edge to Hans as well, but I think the time issue from earlier today is what's kind of eating at me. So maybe that's the one I'll pick that ends in another draw and goes to a tiebreak scenario. Javakir versus Hans.
I want to see that as well. I want to see those 2 blitz demons take on each other in faster time controls. I want it to go the whole way. Another set of draws in the quicker rapid, and yeah, those 2 youngsters, very hard to separate. This game, meanwhile, not changing too much, as it looks like Bibisara now, she was drumming her fingers on the table a moment ago. She's impatient for it to end.
I gotta admit, I don't like it when everyone in the studio just agrees, you know, because I'm also going towards exactly what you guys said.
Really?
Right now, because there's this whole logical argument towards it, you know. Yeah, I think Arjun looks like he's perhaps just a slight favorite in that one with what we saw in the first one, but I think it's going to be a big fight. Anything can happen. It's sort of like a 55-45 for me there, 55 for Arjun. And I think Hans versus Javakir, everyone wants to see that go down to the wire.
Yeah, and just hard to separate them on paper, both super impressive.
I got to be honest, in this situation, I think I'd be frustrated if I were Bibisara. This game should be over.
Yes. This is the furthest Lenier Dominguez has got so far. His king has finally given the opposition. The white knight will soon come over and give a check to the black king, meaning the white king can come closer to the black pawn, but still not enough. That is the thing. Just he's left himself with such little material, and even if things go wrong, Bibisara has, what is that? She has 19 minutes to mull over the position.
What's our move count? 250.
Oof, good question. We are at move 122. We started at move 89. Do the maths, Tanya.
I'm going to leave that to you. So it was move number 89 when the last trade or a pawn move happened in this one, and it's 50 moves to that. So you said 120?
122, right?
120.
So it's 33 moves.
Yeah, 33 moves.
Still a long way to go. So we need 17 more moves in without losing that e-pawn and the move counter getting reset. But I think Bibisara gets it done. I don't think that this is a problem for her at all. And once again, the kings are back to the other side. It's going to be a bit more dancing around.
The do-si-do.
She's too classy of a player to ever blunder this one away. I think even with 1 minute on her clock, let alone 18 here, she would never, ever lose this. Even Magnus couldn't trick her in this type of endgame.
Well, what about our other board, Vincent versus Ray? Funnily enough, while Bibisara and Lenier both have over 18 minutes on their clock, it's 2 minutes apiece on the other board, while plenty of time for each of them to be making decisions with. That pawn still perched on the 6th rank.
So to make progress in this position, what Black wants to try to aim for is a setup with the bishop and the rook that you can give a check on the square in front of the white king. Drive the king more towards the left side of the board. If you can force that to happen, disconnect the white king from the pawn and then get to that pawn with your own rook, that would be progress. But is that easy to achieve, David, or do you think it's you need a lot of help?
Yeah, I think you need a lot of help in this position. Ray Robson, in terms of endgames, especially those kind of theoretical endgames, I'm going to say, where you can learn it from a book, you can study it, you can play it out, play practice games. He's been there, he's done it all. He's trained with some of the best players in the world, Wesley So, one of his training buddies for a long, long time. I just never see him losing those. I think even if you take the white pawn off the board, he loses that maybe once or twice out of 100.
But help me set this up, just to show that idea, because white's rook is beautifully placed on c7. Robson's done a fantastic job of that. But let's just move that one file away to demonstrate a certain danger that could happen. And then slide the bishop over. Let's bring the rook away. And then you give a check. And now notice how the white king cannot stay connected to the g-pawn because you're walking into a big diagonal check with your rook. Thank you very much, you lose your rook. But if you step over the other side, then black can start attacking that pawn. Once again, it's still balanced, it's still level, but this would be progress. This would be step 2.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I'll do a quick move count as we go back to the live position. This one, okay, we still have a long, long way to go. The last pawn push, the white pawn stepping forward to this square, happened only 12 moves ago. So we're in for the long haul. 50
How do you
moves.
feel about that, David Howell?
I love it. Keep it going. Day's just beginning. We had, 9 rounds yesterday, if you include the playoffs between Aronian and Carlsen. It's only a few rounds today. We can handle it.
Was that the longest day? For me, that was the longest day calling the action.
Yeah, I think it even surpassed the Game 6 World Championship match with Magnus and Nepo, which was 7 hours 45 minutes in terms of game time, but with the pre-show, after-show, I once broadcasted for like 9+ hours, but yesterday was even longer, Tanya.
But so entertaining.
Yes, very non-stop action yesterday.
Cannot complain.
Here we go, it's another check.
Is he going to repeat now? Does he just come back and say, you know what, you've done your defensive task, I don't find a way forward? Or will we see Vincent Keimer set that up by actually moving the bishop to another square on the file as the white king, trying to get that diagonal that we were earlier discussing?
Yeah, Vincent, he's going to try every trick in the book. He's not going to agree to a draw. I totally understand playing on here because there's realistic winning chances. If you win that white pawn, then rook and bishop versus rook, statistically, that's won a significant amount of the time in rapid chess. Lenia Dominguez, I don't really advocate playing on. That one's never won. But this one, at least Vincent has something to aim for.
Then here is where we will stay.
So Lenia surprising you more with his play on than Keimer is right now?
Yes. I don't fully understand why Lenia is playing on, especially as the slightly older player. You want to conserve energy. Like, he never really had any real winning chances in that game, so there's nothing to be frustrated about either.
We've got a pro stream going on as well, right? With Peter Lecco, Judith Polgar, and Niklas in there. So anyone wanting to go in with deep analysis should and can definitely check that out. But let's not forget, Keimer is Peter Lecco's prodigy, right? And I wonder what's going on in Peter's mind. Does he also feel the same way that, Vincent, he needs to try on, he needs to play this on? Or is he thinking, Vincent, what are you doing right now, man? You got a second game to play, agree for a draw.
I mean, you know Peter Lecco, you've commentated with him so many times, Tanya, maybe better than anyone.
He wants him to play on.
He wants him to play on. But I would say Peter is probably going crazy at Lenia Dominguez, being like, come on. I'm not going to do an impression here of his accent, but come on, this is chess, what are you doing? This is disrespect. And yeah, bizarre that Lenia Dominguez is playing on, I've got to say.
But hold on, Dominguez.
But hold on. Cemento.
I think both the players defending have managed to achieve a good cemento in these two games. And most likely we will have a draw, but a little bit of a time away. So what do you think the players are doing right now, James, as they wait for that second game? Are they already in the players' lounge? Do we have any update on that?
Well, we got that peek in with Javokir. He was posted up, actually still kind of glued to the screens to see how these two would play out. Didn't see too many of the rest of them, though, in the background of that shot. So whether or not they're choosing to be out on the floor for more, or even hit the tables real quick, who knows? Come away a winner in another way here in Vegas if you've lost your opportunity for the top spot.
Because the rooms, I'm going to point out, are quite far away from the playing venue. I mean, it takes a while to get here. So I'd be surprised if the players are not already in the playing arena.
Oh, yeah, I would assume they're all within a shouting distance, maybe grabbing some snacks. We have the VIP lounge as well.
Have you guys been to the casino yet?
Only walked through it. I'm doing my best not to throw away all my money.
I've watched some friends throw away their money, but yeah, I have resisted temptation so far?
I've been sort of laying the groundwork for maybe a group of us to hit a craps table, because I think that's a fun group game to play where everybody's kind of on the same side, so you win and you lose together, and at least we get to ride that roller coaster together. So we'll see. But as we say that, we have our own game nights every night. I mean, I know that there's games galore on the casino floor, but every night in Fabi's room, we're going at it with some games of Avalon.
Tanya, when are you joining us? That's the big question.
Hey, that is a good question.
I'm still struggling with this jet lag issue, just sleeping at weird hours, waking up at 3 a.m., but I want to get in on one of those nights. Avalon, Catan, that seems...
Please do. I need to see if you're a good liar. I don't know that about you yet.
Not really sure about it, but you know what? I've played a bit of Avalon. It's a lot of fun, but that game gets very intense.
Oh, yeah. We had a 2-hour game last night.
Wow.
Yeah. It was wild.
And that was after 10 hours of commentary.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah. Don't ask us why we are in for that kind of exhaustion, but we are.
Here we are, guys, just these end games playing on for about 500 moves. Love it.
Yeah, and it was actually fascinating to see Bibisara. She was scrolling on the tablet a second ago. She was checking.
She's counting.
She was counting. She's counting down now as we enter the last 12, 13 move countdown to that beautiful 50 move mark where she can claim a draw. She'll stop the clocks, call the arbiter, and say nothing has been done. No progress has been made for 50 moves.
It feels like that, no? Like we're back into that same setup, the same grind with the king, the white king on the left side of the board, trying to get to the square, trying to give a check. For Dominguez, the dream is to win that e-pawn, but that also seems impossible. It's actually very surprising that he keeps the game going. Did you hear that? Was that from the playing menu?
Mm-hmm.
Or just sounds inside my head now? Is it that time
a creak of a chair.
A little sniff.
A sniff and a creak.
And here we go. She's going to move her bishop.
Yep. Got to get that out of dodge, otherwise the knight would snap it up.
She's done such a good job of avoiding knight forks, keeping the bishop either right next to the king or far away from the king. And yeah, everything going according to the plan here. I've been there myself. I've played these endgames on far longer than is appropriate or than is normal. But that's normally because I'm trying to get something out of my system. Maybe I feel like I'm playing badly in the tournament, or I want to wear down my opponent, or just trying to play myself into some form. But, I mean, he was never really better this game, Lenia.
He wasn't, right? And I don't think Bibisara has offered a draw yet. We were talking about this chess etiquette, right? The player who's playing from a position of strength, who's trying to push, perhaps the right thing to do is when you know that there is no hope to actually convert, you're the one who offers a draw. I'm not sure, and maybe we'll get a confirmation from production, but I actually don't think Bibisara has offered one yet. So it's on Dominguez if he wants to do it.
Yeah, she's done the right thing. He's the one who can bail out at any moment, take the black pawn off the board and agree a draw. The black bishop cannot take the white pawn. That's why she has not been able to force the draw herself. But yeah, maybe it's just one of those things. Neither one wants to blink. Neither wants to kind of say to the opponent, "Okay, please draw." You want to be the one who takes the moral victory.
What's going on with our other board? Has Vincent Keimer managed to make any progress? Has he managed to win the last remaining pawn on the board?
That's a good question. We can flip over there in just a second to check in on it. As I take a peek at my computer screen here, all the same material still sits on the board. But the question is if positionally Vincent Keimer has found anything in the way of what we were talking about earlier, right? Trying to find a way to fully disconnect that king from the defense of the pawn. And as we get there, looks like that king is still very much attached to the hip.
Yeah, hard to break this formation. This is the perfect defensive fortress, I'm going to call it. Normally a fortress, you hold your own ranks. Here you're just holding the 7th line with the white rook. Everything defends each other. The king will hold its own ground. The white pawn defended. The white rook defended. Now this one is just a draw. I don't think you can even win the pawn here. Ray's done everything right. So is Vincent, to be fair. He's tried everything he can possibly physically try, but it looks like ebbing towards a draw.
That's actually a very instructed defensive setup that's taken by Robson. You know, many times it's tough to make the decision where you want your pawn because there's this feeling that the more you push it, the closer you get to your opponent's king and you're making a weakness out of it. But a good point to remember, right? You place your rook on the 7th rank, defended by that pawn on that line, and keep your king close to your army, and there's just no breakthrough that your opponent has.
And every single piece of his, right, continues to shuffle on squares that are opposite the color of his opponent's bishop, right? So it's light squares, light squares, light squares with every move, disallowing any kind of cheekiness with a long diagonal or a skewer of some kind.
I'm trying to work it out, but if you take the black rook and the black bishop off the board, and you give black a queen instead, I think it's still a draw, because the queen alone cannot deliver checkmate, and the black king, the fact that it's caged, and the fact that white has 2 easy waiting moves. You slide the rook across, you slide the rook across, you wait. I think even a queen couldn't do the business here.
Wow.
Fortress.
It's incredible play, right, for the last many moves, just not giving any ray of hope to rob that pawn.
Nice, Tanya. Very, very nice. Can't compete with that one.
I won't even try.
Yeah. He's going to bring his rook across.
Tanya's definitely the most quick-witted of the bunch up here.
Especially after last night's 10-hour, or yesterday's 10-hour shift. To be cracking puns like that. Impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive.
Thank you.
And okay, I'm just going to check in on the other game, which is getting moves and moves closer to that final handshake. This one, expecting Ray Robson to shuffle the rook across. I think Tanya pointed out the key winning idea. The only idea is to really use this bishop on the long diagonal and then give a check with the black rook to drive the white king further away. I don't even think it's that effective in this exact specific scenario, but Ray has had success just cutting off the black bishop's access to that square. Okay, he goes forward. He will get checked, but still all roads leading to this drawn position.
So all roads lead to Rome, Rome being drawn in this one, which makes me want to come back to our championship bracket. I've got a question for you guys. Now, one thing's clear from the way the tournament's gone so far, round robin, with Kaima being in the lower bracket, Magnus being in the lower bracket, that this slam will have a new champion, will have a new winner, you know? Winston took it in Weissenhaus, Magnus took it in Paris. Who's going to take it in Vegas? And that's the question I've got for you guys. If you had to predict a final, given the form that the players are coming into, who do you think are the 2 players who make that deep run right now? James, I'll start with you.
Oh, well, you got to go Hikaru for one of them. Forgive me, I'm actually pulling up the bracket, so I make sure I don't pick 2 people from the same side of the bracket. That would be unwise. So let me do that for myself real quick. But Hikaru, he just looks to be in absolute top form. He's on home soil right now, so I have to imagine just the comfort that comes along with all of that. So him taking down Levon does mean he's going to have to go through either Hans or Javakir, which would end up knocking them out of contention. So that leaves the other side of the bracket, Pragg, Fabi, Noterbeck, and Arjun. I mean, ooh, that side of the bracket to me feels more like any man's game. Pragg right now, definitely a strong contender, but you know what? I'd go for the All-American final. Fabiano, he almost never misses an opportunity to be top 3, top 2 kind of a thing, and so I feel like, to a degree, he might be able to do it.
But you're just countering your own prediction from a few minutes ago that Pragg takes down Fabi.
Yeah, I know.
Covering all grounds here.
Yeah, exactly. I can't be wrong now.
Done.
I can't lose.
All right, fair. David, what about you?
I'll say that Pragg makes it against Fabi, and also makes it to the final against Hikaru.
Wow.
So it's going to be Pragg versus
Hikaru.
Hikaru in the final.
Go on, Tanya, your turn.
You know, you've just stolen my prediction. This is just, I need to go first next time. So I'm also calling a Hikaru versus Pragg final in this one. And I want to hear it from chat. Who do they think will be the 2 finalists in the Vegas Grand Slam?
Yeah.
Which means I have to open chat.
There has been a draw, finally, between Lenia Dominguez and...
There we go.
There we go.
Half a point apiece for them. Going into the second round on even footing. Bibisara enduring a bit of a long game there. Hopefully no worse for wear, though, when it comes to energy. We'll get a nice little break here before we dive into the second round. But she will get to move to the white side of the board there. So perhaps a real opening for her against Linier to move on to the next round and start fighting up the bracket.
Big opportunity and great result there. She dug deep for 139 moves. Lenia Dominguez made her claim it at the end, which is incredible. But yeah, she's going to be confident after that, Tanya. And the good thing for Bibisara is nothing to lose in this tournament. She's already had a great showing. And yeah, that was a fantastic result for her.
And what made it even more cool was just how calm and composed she was, right? As Lenia kept on pushing, he kept playing on, but she was not unnerved at any moment, kept the defense, was precise, was clinical with that hold, and never in danger. So super stuff by Bibisara, and this one takes the white pieces in the next one. We'll, of course, have a fresh position to start with in Game 2. Meanwhile, not much progress has been made here. Yes, Keimer can step up with the king on that 7th rank finally, but it will be met by a check, once again driving that king back.
Now, interestingly, as I'm checking in with chat, almost everybody agrees that Pragg is going to make it from that side of the bracket. I see a little bit of disagreement between whether or not a Hans or a Hikaru would be the representative on the other. There's more Hikaru votes, you know, so that Pragg Hikaru definitely being the favorite or the fan favorite matchup, or at least the one people are rooting for. But a couple sleeper picks for Hans in there.
Very interesting. I think chat usually always knows. In my experience as a commentator, whatever chat predicts usually ends up happening somehow or the other. Chat the prophet is how it goes. But also, Hikaru has this huge fan base, right? I think everyone wants to see him in the final. He's one of the players who hasn't won a slam yet. It's also so important for him because currently he's 4th in the tour standings, as they are, you know, with Magnus at the top, Fabiano 2nd, Vincent Keimer 3rd, and Hikaru Nakamura on 4th position at tour standings. So getting that dub in would be huge for him. But Hans, you know, he's got his share of fans as well.
And one or two latecomers here suggesting underdogs, such as Javokir and Arjun. So a couple names not to be forgotten when it comes to that race for the top spot. And again, we will be crowned a new victor here on our 4th leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, as both Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer have been knocked down to that lower bracket, playing for a maximum placement of 3rd place overall.
And no ray of hope so far on this board for Vincent Keimer, who's still struggling to make any headway. We are now about to reach move 30 towards the 50 move rule, where the game will be declared a draw. That's how the other game ended. Vincent needs to win that pawn. It felt like he'd made great progress. It felt like he'd cut off the white king from this diagonal, but unable to give a check, unable to move his own king forward for fear of other checks, simplifying checks. So, Tanya, do you think any progress has been made here? Any winning plan? I'm struggling.
What does my face say right now, David Howell? You know, you're a hand reader, but be a face reader right now.
You want lunch. You want a draw here.
I need some food. That is true. I think the players are also hungry for wins, but the win is not going to come into this one. I think Ray Robson with the perfect defense so far. David, how many moves did you say the counter was at?
This will be move 30 in a moment. There we go. So 20 more moves to make. We've had, we're at move 109 here. It's just a question of whether Keimer wins the pawn and then we get more moves than the Dominguez against Asselbehevet game, or whether this game ends in 20 moves time.
I mean, who was saying, right, 30 plus 30 is the time control to make games shorter, to make them faster? Whoever said that did not imagine this to happen on the very first quarterfinals game.
And maybe not the expectation, but this is where we're maybe thanking the fact that it's a 30-30 as opposed to a 45-45 game.
That would have been a long long grind. But this one.
Do you have a chapter on this endgame in Grind Like a Grandmaster, David Howell?
We do talk about it with Magnus. Magnus does say in the book that in the video course we made, that this one is one of the key ones to learn. I think all of the top grandmasters have spent countless hours on assuming the white pawn drops off, defending that endgame. I think Magnus said he's studied it plenty of times. He refreshes it. Even someone with a phenomenal memory like him. I actually spent probably, I don't know how many days of my life studying that endgame, and I never had it in my career from the defensive side until I think it was around 2019, and suddenly I had it twice in 2 weeks.
Wow.
Did you hold?
I did.
Hey.
Well done.
It was all worth it for those 2 games.
So you can't write a book on it if you're not going to be able to execute it, you know?
That would be a disaster. I've actually had this endgame without the pawn, so pure rook and bishop versus king and rook from defensive and the offensive side. And I did not manage to hold as the defender. And when I was attacking as well, my opponent managed to hold. So both times, I should have read the book. That's where I went wrong.
Get the book.
So, David, did grind like a grandmaster make you rich like a grandmaster as well?
Unfortunately not. The royalties are barely trickling in. But shout out
That's because Tanya's not bought in the book yet.
Exactly. Everyone at home.
Blame everything on you.
Get to your local bookstore, my friends.
Still in print.
Yeah, well, Keimer fights on. I mean, Keimer, interesting storyline for him already through this tournament so far, right? Just recalling his performance yesterday, 3 rounds in a row, 3 losses in a row. Just absolutely not the way you would expect this guy to start a freestyle chess group stage. He normally was the one we'd point to back in Weisenhaus as being kind of either going his own way or defining sometimes, the approach to a specific position, sporting high accuracy and doing inventive things akin to what we saw Hans do today, right? Find the move that everyone else would start to go, oh, maybe I should follow that line of thinking. And it just wasn't quite there, at least for the first half of the day yesterday.
Yeah, I think for Vincent, he was just unfortunate. Firstly, that the field was kind of expanded. It suddenly became more cutthroat 50-50. In Weisenhaus and in Paris, he made it through the group stage, the round robin, but it was actually quite hit and miss there for him. He needed some late surges, he needed a bit of luck, and there the kind of margin for error was far greater. Only the bottom 4 would be eliminated from the race. So it's just the fact that yesterday he couldn't click into gear, that he didn't take that draw against Magnus in the first game and lost some momentum. He's stepped up a few levels ever since, and today he's been very good. It's just hard to win when your opponent defends like this.
And to me, that feels like a bit of a pattern that's emerged on our tour so far, I'm thinking back in Weisenhaus, Vidit versus Magnus the first round, Vidit holding for about 100 moves, and then Magnus doing Magnus things, eventually wins. And a similar dynamic as what we have in this game, by the way, that one was as well, where Magnus went on to win, and Vidit has this disastrous round robin, does not make it through. For Keimer as well, he played brilliantly in that first round for pretty much 99% of the game. But that's the thing, when you're playing against Magnus, you got to get that to 100%. And then finally in that queen pawn endgame, once again, vintage Magnus, maneuvering the queen, tricking Vincent, and ever since then, the 3 back-to-back losses, and in the very end, he finds his rhythm, but too little, too late, and here he is trying to make the most of this, but it's not a fight that these players want.
Do you know another trick of the trade that we talked about in Grind Like a Grandmaster?
What is it?
In an endgame like this, what Hikaru does, he makes 25 quick moves. Like Vincent here, every move he's stopping, he's like, okay, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try this idea. And then Ray defends against it, and by that time, Vincent's down at 2 minutes again. What Hikaru would do, 30-second increment, you make 30 quick moves, and then you just look like you're doing nothing. The opponent kind of settles in, false sense of security, and then you set your first trap. You don't set a trap every move, because then the opponent's always super alert. And yeah, the odds aren't great of winning this type of position at the best of times, but it's worked for me so many occasions. I think there's at least 4 or 5 big games in my career where on move 48, just before the 50 move rule kicks in, I managed to make some progress or win a pawn, and it's all because the opponents relax a bit. Ray here looks super relaxed, so I'm not sure whether it's going to work against him either way, but that's normally the way a pro like Hikaru or Magnus would do it.
Yeah, fascinating idea. I mean, again, you got to at the highest levels, you have to play every aspect of the game, right? And play every aspect of your opponent as well. And so the psychology at play there.
And no guarantee it works, but at least it increases the odds. And, yeah, here we go. We are at move 34 in the countdown. So only 16 moves to go.
Slow and steady is the pace of the game right now. Both players sitting just under 2 minutes. I guess Robson under a full minute himself, but again, 30-second increment is more than enough to work with. Mostly shuffling, just this white rook just continues to target most of the time, not at the moment, but most of the time just targeting this black bishop, forcing it to relocate.
Question. Can black actually relocate it to the e3 square, again setting up, and he doesn't do it. And I was wondering about setting up the dynamic of giving a check on that g5 square, if that was an idea worth a shot.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has been trying that. So if we just go back 1 move, this is a check. Ray will move the king. But just a few moves ago, the bishop was on the square, and Ray found a really good defensive mechanism of attacking this bishop. So you can give a check, and the white king cannot step forward, because that's actually checkmate in 1 move with the discovered check. So you block the hit on your bishop, and you suddenly hit the white king in the process. This would have been over. But when the white king moves, a perpetual attack against this bishop would mean that this game ends in a draw. The bishop has to defend its rook, and like you say, Tanya, it's so close, just one move away from winning the white pawn. But yeah, your piece is just stretched too thinly, and he's moving the other way instead.
So you're saying Kaima's still trying for the win here?
Yeah, he's trying for the win, as he should.
As he should. No, I agree. I mean, you know, as a commentator for chess fans, this feels like, hey, there's no progress for so many moves. Why are you continuing? But no one ever won a game without trying, right? And so many times you crack after defending for 40 moves. So you have to play on till the end when you're in such a risk-free position.
Okay, Vincent looked like he was happy there for a second.
Yeah, and that was kind of the beginning of a pace change, right? We saw a few moves come out, and I was like, okay, maybe he's going to speed it up a little bit like you're talking about, and then lay one final trap as we come down the home stretch here of the 50-move rule.
That's the thing. If you have a trap in mind, normally you don't want to play it immediately, because then the opponent is aware of it. Then the opponent's like, okay, I know the solution, so if it ever crops up again, they're ready. But yeah, often you just act like nothing's going on. You're like, oh, okay, this is going to be a draw. And finally, 40 moves in, when the opponent's set in their specific kind of maneuvering ideas, then you set a new idea and force them to be accurate. But here, yeah, Vincent's trying the same thing that you mentioned, Tanya. It's just not quite working. He wanted to give a check, but that has been covered. Rook trade would be a draw.
On the spot. David Howell, do you not hold the record of playing the longest game ever?
Oh, I wish. I thought I did. I've played a 236-move game, but...
Can you believe that?
I cut it short because I was like, yeah, this is definitely the world record. And then I found out there was a 269-move game.
My God.
Apparently it's just been broken again by two players in one of the English leagues, in the London League, I think. 280 something.
Wow, did that take 2 days to complete?
Almost.
My goodness.
Must have felt like that. But wait, what was the result of your game after?
It's a draw. I played Hare Krishna.
Oh, no.
Another grinder. Pantala Hare Krishna.
He knows how to
You
grind
played
for
7 hours to draw like this?
The arbiters actually tapped me on the shoulder at some point and it was like, come on, just agree and draw. I was like, dude, that's not professional. Just... and then they told me there was an arbiters dinner going on, a special dinner that they were missing.
Oh my goodness, you ruined their dinner plans.
Eventually I was like, okay, go have some fun.
How inconsiderate.
I mean, someone tell that to these guys. What about our lunch plan? That's gone out of the window as well.
Our lunch is there. It'll be there waiting for us regardless.
Yeah. And in the meantime, getting ever closer now. We're at move 120. And the last pawn push was at move 79. 9 more moves.
9 more moves to go. Almost there. Just hang on to that pawn. So what happens if you're losing that pawn by force on the 10th move? It's still a draw, right?
It's still a draw. As long as 50 full moves have been made for either side before the pawn is captured. There have been so many times, actually. I even saw a Grandmaster game recently where rook and bishop versus rook, so imagine without the pawn. On move 50, white blundered his rook. But
it didn't matter.
It didn't matter because black would have had to win it on move 51.
Oh my God!
This has happened at the top level, even with checkmates. You know, a player's about to get checkmate, but one move short. It happens in move 51, and it's inevitable, but it's a draw because it didn't happen in move 50.
That would kill me. That would absolutely gut me.
And unfortunately, if someone's realized they've blundered their rook or about to get checkmated, then they'll just stop the clock and try their best with a claim.
Yeah.
If it's been 50 moves, they'll be successful and escape.
I think it recently happened between Magnus and Norderbeck.
Oh, probably. Does sound like them.
Yeah. All right, so still we've got that same defensive setup with the king pawn and the rook for white on the light squares, making sure the black king doesn't have an entry point. Meanwhile, Kaimer just pushing around. But it almost feels like Kaimer knows that this is going to end in a draw. He knows that Robson has sort of prevented any progressing ideas here. But he just wants to meet the 50-move rule. You know, somewhere in your mind, you kind of resign to that situation where you don't want to stop it before.
Yeah, fully agree.
You don't want to take destiny in your hands. You just want it to play out for you.
Well, assuming that this does go to a draw, which again it likely will do, we have an interesting kind of mirror between the groups where each had 2 victories and each had 2 draws. And I'll just kind of remind people, since it's been some time since we've seen a number of these games end, the first game of the day that came to a conclusion, and this at this point maybe hours ago, was Magnus Carlsen over Vidit Gudrathi in the lower bracket, winning with the white pieces. Conversely, Wesley So came out on top in his matchup against Sam Sevilla. Not one that we touched on too much as it was playing out, but he comes away with a 1-point advantage going into the second round of the day. But he did it with the black side of the board. Linier Dominguez Perez, of course, we saw that draw against Bibisara just a few moments ago, and this board's still in play. It's the 2 draws and the 2 victories on the other side of the bracket as well. 1 victory coming with the white pieces, 1 victory coming with the black pieces, and double draw. So very much mirrored from the upper to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it felt like that start position kind of gave license to the players to express themselves a bit. We saw a lot of the same openings, of course, but they weren't balanced. Pawn structures weren't too symmetrical. So I think the spread makes a lot of sense. There were some draws, but no kind of quick, boring draws. The draws have all been super fighting. And the decisive results, the fact that it's some white, some black, echoes the fact it was a complicated start position. Vincent trying some final tricks now. And yeah, Tanya, who do you think of these two is going to feel more tired after this encounter ahead of the rematch a bit later today?
In my experience, it's always the side that's been defending, you know, because that just takes a lot more of your energy to try to be precise. But on the other hand, it also gives you the confidence if you're able to pull that off. But if you purely talk about fatigue, I would think that for Robson, having defended now for more than 100 moves from since when he was worse, feels like he's been defending since yesterday, honestly. I would say that fatigue might be a bigger factor for him, David.
Especially, I would agree, assuming that you're defending in what is only a draw or lose position, right? So, you know, at least Vincent is playing for the possibility.
He's about to claim, James. Look at that. He's going through the iPad.
Yeah, taking a look, taking a look. Both of them, even Vincent, you know, checking out the corner of his eye. Okay, yeah, how many more moves do I have to make some kind of magic happen?
3 to go.
3 is the answer. All righty.
You can blunder checkmate on the 4th move, as long as you make sure that nothing is...
That would almost be a power play. Once you know you've crossed, you just purposefully blunder before calling the arbiter over.
Do you think he just trades now? Vincent's like, I've had enough. I give it to you. You've defended. Rook takes rook, and handshakes.
You know what I would do? Just a troll. I would trade rooks, and then the 50 move counter resets, then just move my bishop around for 50 moves.
Oh my God. I'm never commentating a David Howell chess match.
But what do you think? So, James, you also feel that probably for Robson, you know, having played this position for so long is harder?
Yeah, because, again, if the idea is at worst, Keimer comes away with a draw, and at best he comes away with a victory, and right now, at worst, Robson comes away with a loss, and at best comes away with a draw. For me, that mental tax that's being played on, or being paid on every move that I make, to reassure myself, okay, this is not a losing move. This is not a losing move. For Vincent, it's never that concerning, right? And so, yeah, you know, hey, 50, 100 moves in, having to exhaustively double check may have a slight wear and tear going into the next round.
Yeah, these 2 result games, the defensive side, it's very hard. And Hikaru, I remember, really, it made an impact on me a few years back. He said these 2 result games where you're kind of giving your opponent no winning chances, forcing them just to defend, they work very well at tiring out young players, very young players, but also the older players. For players at their physical prime, often they can dig deep, they can hold things, just like Ray Robson is here. But against the kids and against the more experienced, the pensioners, I'm going to say. This is a great strategy for Vincent, though. This game alone will not be enough.
Yeah, very mentally exhausting for both these players. And look at that, Keimer does not trade, does not take the immediate draw, so it will have to be the 50-move rule. Keimer has about 2 left to win that pawn.
He needs to win it on the 2nd move, Vincent Keimer. Ray Robson, of course, if that pawn is attacked, will just defend it, and that will be the draw.
So that's it, right?
Yeah, that's the expectation here.
You've got 1 more move to make now.
Yep. And the rook is the only piece that can attack that pawn. So it has to be a rook move here. And there's only one way in which you can attack that. Well, I guess you could skewer it through the king, right? But either way, the king still slides in defense of the pawn.
So I wonder if black like moved his rook to a silly square, like where it can be taken, and then white just said, okay, I'm stopping the clock and moving my king away, blundering my rook, and then just says, okay, I claim a draw.
Then it'll all be worth it.
It'll all be worth it. Right, this game about to end.
It's amazing with head in hands right now. I don't think that's going to help.
Now searching for a final resource. But
Searching for a miracle. No resource exists here to win that pawn in the next move.
Yeah, maybe he's not aware that this next move will be number 50. Or maybe he's just hoping that Ray Robson will not claim. But pawn stepping forward to the g6 square happened on move 79. And we've had nothing since move 128 now. 49 moves later.
I wonder what our live audience feels right now in the playing arena.
I hope they've been grabbing some lunch. Shout out to anyone there.
Watching there.
Yeah, making use of the incredible setup, both in the playing hall, VIP lounges, all kinds of stuff.
You know, when we did our show open, the start of the show, inside our playing arena, it was so awesome to see the crowd, right? Everyone was already there waiting for the players to walk in. Yeah, it's been a marathon match for our audience.
I mean, you two could speak more to the chess world. Yeah, I mean, how much of a unique experience is that in the chess world where, you know, one, the live audience, but two, even the commentary and everything taking place in plain view of that. That's not par for the course, right?
No, it's rare. I think maybe I can count a handful of times in my career I've played in front of a live audience like that with big commentary like this and big screens. And yeah, it's hopefully the future of chess, I'm going to say. But also really nice to see, especially this new touch we've got with the headphones. The audience can listen to the commentary. They know a bit more. They feel like part of the event a bit more.
How about Gerard Piqué, though, being on the broadcast yesterday saying, unleash the audience, let them scream, let them jeer.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, honestly, we've done that in a few tournaments, not the cheering and the screaming, but where you've got this live audience and chess being played in front of fans, and that's always awesome to watch. But the biggest challenge has been that how do you make sure that the players don't get disturbed, right?
Yeah.
We've also done that at the Champions Chess Tour, we've done that at the Global Chess League, and I think this tournament sort of cracked that format where the live audience, they don't only get to see these world-class players live in action, but they also get to understand what's going on in their minds by listening to either the the pro stream or our community stream, whatever, you know, floats their boat. And I think that's been awesome. The Jumbotron showing all the action. There's so much going on at the venue. And I truly think that is the future of chess broadcast. Meanwhile, I've just noticed, like, Vincent Kaymer, he's so locked in, so zoned into the position, like he's just seen a potential mate in checkmate, a mate in 10 right now.
I wonder what Peter Lecco is thinking next door, his mentor. He makes a rook move. Ray Robson, are we going to see a stop of the clock here, a handshake? Let's get a camera on the players if we can. This might be the final move of the game. Ray, okay, there's no rush, of course. He can just make moves.
You know what the other cool thing that I just realized is that the nameplates, the names that we see of the players are actually matching, coordinated with their jackets.
Very slick.
Across. It's so cool.
There we go, stop of the clock. He's claiming a draw here. He's going to tell the arbiter what his next move would be. He's going to say that's move 50. And the arbiter will have at his discretion the chance to declare the draw.
And you've just double-checked for us that claim holds?
Yes.
They'll double-check for us. There it is. All three parties make sure to double check, and in agreement, 50 moves have been made, no captures on the board, so it is a draw between Vincent Kaymer and Ray Robson in the lower bracket here through the first round. Half a point apiece. They will flip sides of the board for the second round of the day to see if either of them can come out on top the next time out.
Wow, and a 3-hour battle here.
Wow.
It's a 30-minute game, 30-30. And yesterday at dinner, I was talking to one of the key tournament organizers here. They were estimating each game would take up to 2 hours. This was a 3-hour marathon, and what a game it was.
Yeah, 4 wins, 4 draws, and you can thank David Howe for the position that delivered us a 3-hour draw at the end of the game. It's all your fault.
They knew it would be a grind.
Now Now, we had a couple grinds, but we also had some really incredible, swingy games, right? And a number of players continue to separate themselves from the rest. Notably, our two group toppers in Pragg and Hikaru, both coming away with a decisive victory in their games here early on in the day. So they're looking really good to book their ticket to the next round of the upper bracket, Tanya.
And what makes that even more impressive, apart from their run in the round robin, is that they picked their opponent. And it wasn't an easy choice to make. I mean, Pragg, it was between the world number 3 Fabiano and the world number 5 and his good friend Arjun Argaisi. He knew both these rounds would be tough, and he went on to prove his pick. Hikaru Nakamura taking Levon, fresh from his win against Magnus Carlsen. But Hikaru, what a beast he was with the black pieces. He got that initiative, he got the upper hand and never let it slip.
Yeah, Javakir Sindarov and Hans Niemann, it was a battle, but it ended up going to half a point apiece between those two. Arjun Argaisi at times had opportunities to win, but Noterbeck showed a lot of fight and managed to bring that one back to half a point apiece. So that's the picture of our upper bracket, a couple decisive wins and a couple draws. Lower bracket looks exactly the same. 2 victories and 2 draws. It was Magnus Carlsen who came in with an absolute tear today. A wounded Magnus, an angry Magnus dispatched of Vidit Gudrathi in their first matchup of the day, and a very blistering pace in that one. He's been probably cooling down for a good 2+ hours at this point, awaiting his next matchup. It was Wesley So up against Sam Sevian for that other decisive bout. And then, of course, you see the 2 draws that took a while to play out, maybe some exhausted players, which does bring us to that break point in the day. As we allow the players a little bit of time to grab food, to rest up, and us on the broadcast team to do exactly the same thing, we are going to throw to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have that position lottery. We'll dive right back into the second round of the day to see who's continuing their run in the upper bracket, who's dropping down into the lower bracket, and who will unfortunately meet the end of their tournament run. We'll be back in just a bit here on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We'll see you there.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Fabiano, congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinals. You actually started today with 6 draws, but the final win against Hans sealed the deal. How do you reflect on your day?
Yeah, I mean, I was very happy after I drew with Ray because I was in a very difficult position. I was down a pawn in endgame, much worse. And then he allowed me to liquidate a lot of pawns. And then suddenly, I survived that game. And I realized my tournament situation is pretty good. Like a draw probably makes it, not a guarantee. And I'm playing white, so it's not the worst situation. But then I got maybe not the most pleasant position against Hans. And probably because he already qualified and maybe he didn't care too much. He just played very carelessly. After I played e4, he took. I thought it was crazy. He allows a huge attack just for 1 pawn. If he hadn't done that, I don't think I would have won. Probably a draw. And, well, who knows what happens after that. Maybe I still make it. But of course, winning and not having to worry about that is even better.
Both groups were very close. In your group, it looked very unlikely at some point there wasn't going to be a playoff for that 4th place. It looks like that's going to happen in the other group now with Magnus potentially playing Levon. What are your thoughts on this new format with these 2 round robins to kick off the event?
I think it should be split up a bit more like we did in previous events where we have 2 days. So it does, because the first day very often turns out to be the most important. A lot of players are eliminated just because they had 1 or 2 bad games. And everyone is so strong that it's very easy to be eliminated. We saw even Magnus was on the cusp, maybe even will still be eliminated. So I thought maybe there's a bit of randomness in it. Of course, that happens. It's part of the sport. But a 2-day rapid, I think is a bit more, maybe gives a bit more of a clear picture.
And because it is tough being thrown into the cold water. Let's talk about the tournament here in Vegas on your home soil in the US. You've been part of the freestyle adventures since the very beginning. What does it mean to you to be playing in Vegas now in front of a live audience?
Yeah, I'm happy, really happy it came to the US. I think I've played every event from the start when it was called the GOAT Challenge, and it really grew a lot. I hope it continues to grow, and yeah, Vegas is an interesting place. You know, it's not a city I'd normally visit. Last time I was here was 10 years ago, and I don't know the next time I'll come here. But
was 10 years ago for chess as well, or?
Yeah, it was for Maurice's Millionaire Chess tournament. I think that was one of the last editions. You know, I'm a little bit older, and so I'm no longer going out at night and doing anything, just trying to stay kind of serious about the tournament. But it's very difficult in Vegas to ignore everything that's going on.
Speaking about what you get up to at night, you are known to be the leader of the group who plays board games at these events. Is that happening in Vegas too?
Well, it happened last night, but yeah, it was quite an early finish. Like we finished around 11:30, so nobody wanted to stay up too late.
We're all getting older. Fabi, once again, congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. At Wynn, stakes, twists, time pressure, nerves stretched to the edge. Neither player found a perfect rhythm. The pressure was relentless. In the end, Levon kept his composure. He defeated Magnus in both tiebreak games and claimed the last seat in the upper bracket. Magnus's path to the Grand Slam title ends here, and the day began promising for him with a confident win against Vincent Keimer.
Oh, no!
Whoa.
Is that it? Is that the landmine check?
That's the landmine check if he finds it, but is it King E3? I think it's King E3 to run that way.
This is freestyle chess.
Hans, congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinals. You had an incredible start today, becoming the first player to officially be through to the quarterfinals. Then the last two games didn't go your way, but I guess overall you're very satisfied with the performance today?
I certainly played quite well. I think I lost the intensity. I had a great position against Hikaru, and even against Fabiano I had a great position with no risk. So probably just fatigue, lack of intensity, but nevertheless, I should not have lost control the way I did. But I think it's obviously a success. There's not much to complain about, but I really should have scored. I could have won every game. I had great positions all throughout.
It was a fantastic showing. Which was your favorite game today?
Well, against Aragaisi, it was quite a nice move, knight c5, which I had seen in advance. The game against, Vidit, I had this sort of f3, c3, no one else played it. I think that sitting alone and analyzing by myself paid dividends. I wasn't really following. I was going on my own path in the openings, which turned out quite well. I don't know, the game, for example, the game against Sevion, which I didn't win, I really liked how I played Queen A1 and then I castled queenside, and I think I played really good chess the entire day. There were just slight moments of unwarranted ambition, probably in the game against Robson, where I overpushed and still managed to trick him, and then against Hikaru and Fabiano, there was no need to be so ambitious when I had such a risk-free position. So should be a bit more professional and control. But in general, I think I played really well.
You certainly did. You mentioned about preparing by yourself. This is something I believe you had talked about in the winner's interview when you qualified, that you were planning to prepare solo so as not to, I believe you were the one who said sometimes as a group they reach the wrong conclusions and one just imitates the other. So at the end of the day, are you happy with that decision to have prepared solo?
Of course. I think I got great opening positions and I will continue to do the same in the future rounds.
You have talked quite a bit about, not getting many opportunities to compete at the top level, especially here on home soil in the US. What does it mean to you to be playing here in Vegas?
Well, I'm sure that the love of chess I showed is an example of why open qualifiers for tournaments are very important, and why all players should have the opportunity to prove themselves in open qualifiers, and not having purely invitational tournaments, or isn't really in the spirit of meritocracy. So I hope to continue to play even better. Obviously, in a knockout format, losses are not can't be tolerated like I got away with them today. But I feel very, very good, and my preparation certainly paid off.
Hence, we look forward to seeing you in the knockouts tomorrow. Congrats again on a great performance today, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
In Paris, 12 grandmasters came together as the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour arrived. 8 days and 100 games, they brought creativity and bold ideas to the board. From wild openings to breathtaking tactics, the freestyle format once again delivered. The final? A clash of giants, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. And it was Magnus who sealed the deal, with focus, precision, and brilliance. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana edged out Vincent Keimer in a thrilling battle for third. Paris gave us passion, surprises, and stories to remember. But freestyle chess wasn't done. Next stop, Karlsruhe, Germany. Magnus Carlsen made history, delivering a masterpiece at the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open. 9 rounds, 9 wins. A perfect score. The traditional tournament brought more than 3,000 players from around the world together, from ambitious amateurs to the very best on the planet, giving players the freedom to choose their battlefield, classical or freestyle. Magnus claimed the crown once again, and now the story continues. Will the greatest of all time keep his winning streak alive? Welcome to Las Vegas.
Levon, congratulations. You are the last player through to the quarterfinals after just beating Magnus in a playoff. Let's start with the 2-game blitz match. It looked like you were in control, a very impressive performance.
Yeah, I think, I was playing a bit passively in the first game, but once I saw this d5 idea, I felt I should equalize. I was very surprised that Magnus went for c5. I mean, that was some desperation, and after that, it's clear that it's easier for me to play. Yeah.
A lot of people thought that from a psychological point of view, you're probably on the back foot in the Blitz playoff, as you had only needed a draw previously in the last game against Vincent. You went on to lose. Does Magnus force the playoff? How did you compose yourself in those few minutes between the round robin and the Blitz match?
Well, I thought there must be a reason. I wasn't really particularly playing well throughout the day, so, playoff was expected generally. I mean, already being in such a tough group and being passing through and having a chance to play for a playoff was already an achievement. So, yeah, I was generally happy with not with my play, but with the result.
I know that you're a big fan of freestyle chess, and that Weissenhaus this year didn't go the way you wanted it to. Is this your redemption, and how excited are you for the knockout starting tomorrow?
No, I'm very excited. I think, I can't say I'm too happy with some of my games, but I was controlling the time, so I was playing fast, and yeah. This is something I try to do, so, I just have to add some precision, and I like my chances.
You mentioned there was a few games you weren't happy with. Was there one game you were particularly pleased with? What was your favorite?
No, not really. They were all pretty average.
So what do you have to work on ahead of tomorrow and the next games?
Well, I think I should. I'm fast, but I should also take use of my time. So I should maybe slow down at some points.
Levon, it's been a very long day. Congratulations on making it through in the end, and what a show you gave to the audience. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
16 of the world's best players, a brand new competition structure, all competing for the ultimate title, Freestyle Chess Champion. Here's how it works. The tournament begins with a round-robin format. 16 players are divided into 2 groups of 8. Everyone plays everyone else within their group, 7 games in total. The time control, 10 minutes per player, plus 10 seconds increment per move. At the end of the day, the top 4 players from each group advance to the upper bracket, where the title is still up for grabs. The bottom 4 of each group fall into the lower bracket, where they can still fight for bronze. Then the knockout stage begins in both brackets. From now on, each matchup consists of 2 games, one with white, one with black, and time controls increase to 30 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. In the upper bracket, the winner of each group chooses between the 3rd and 4th place player of the opposite group. The group runner-up automatically plays the remaining opponent. All 4 top players get to choose their color, white or black. Winners advance to the semifinals, and losers drop down to the lower bracket. The lower bracket follows the same logic. 5th place players from each group select one opponent from the 7th or 8th place finishers in the other group. The remaining matchup is then assigned to the group's 6th place player. Winners of the lower bracket quarterfinals move on to the intermediate matches stage 1, where they will face the losers of the upper bracket quarterfinals. In the lower bracket, quarterfinal losers are eliminated and share 13th place. The tension rises. The upper bracket semifinals take place. Winners move on to the grand final. Semifinal losers aren't done yet. They will later join the lower bracket semifinals, where they face the last challengers for a spot on the podium. Meanwhile, the 4 upper bracket quarterfinal losers now face the 4 lower bracket quarterfinal winners in the intermediate matches stage 1. Each match again consists of 2 games played with 30 plus 30 time control. Win and you continue your journey. Lose and you're out, finishing tied for 9th place. The lower bracket heats up. The 4 winners of the intermediate matches stage 1 now face off in the intermediate matches stage 2. Here, time control switches back to 10 plus 10, but the 2-game format remains. The winners earn the right to play against the upper bracket semifinal losers in the lower bracket semifinals, also played with 10 plus 10. Everything comes to a head. The 2 losers of the intermediate matches stage 2 play for 7th place. The 2 losers of the lower bracket semifinals play for 5th place. Both matches use the shorter 10 plus 10 time control. Then comes the lower bracket final, a 30 plus 30 match for bronze. And finally, the grand conclusion. The upper bracket final, played in 30 plus 30, decides who will be crowned the Freestyle Chess Champion.
Vegas.
Baby.
Welcome back, everybody, to Las Vegas here for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I hope you put that break to good use, refueled, got some snacks in you. We sure did. And now we're ready for a second round of play between all 16 of our competitors. Just a table set real quick before we get to that position lottery. Again, we have our upper bracket bouts and our lower bracket bouts. We had 2 decisive wins in the upper bracket, 2 decisive wins in the lower bracket, and then 2 draws apiece. So plenty still to happen here in the second round robin, but you'll be keeping your eyes on players like Pragg and Hikaru, who come in with that advantage, looking to just shut out their opponents and continue their run through the upper bracket. Of course, players like Hans and Javakir locked in a tie at the moment. Noderbek and Arjun as well at half a point apiece. There's a lot to be determined. Seconds until we get into that position lottery. I know Fiona's stepping on stage. The players are probably itching to do battle once again. We're going to dive inside that player hall to learn what will be the landscape of the 64 squares by which our players will have to get it done. Fiona, Steele, Anthony, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host for the remainder of the day. And what a day it has been already. Out of the first 8 games, 4 ended decisively, 4 ended peacefully. That means 4 players are in a must-win situation. If a match ends tied, we'll go to rapid playoff, blitz, and maybe Armageddon, but we'll cross those bridges when we get there. For now, in order to help me draw the next position, I would like to welcome to the stage the president of basketball operations of the Philadelphia 76ers. Give it up for Daryl Morey.
498.
Position 498. Daryl, thank you so much. A couple of days ago, you were playing in our NBA Blitz tournament. You're a very accomplished player yourself. What was that like, and what have you made of what you've seen so far today?
Love watching freestyle. I think it's the most pure form of chess in that you get the real talent of the players. It was wonderful to play with the NBA and the top players who are here in the world. I think it's a really special event that you've put together.
Well, we are delighted to have you here. Thank you so much for drawing the position. I'll invite you to put the number right here. That's perfect. The players will get 10 minutes now to prepare, so I'll let you enjoy the show. Thank you so much. And to our audience, have fun.
One is probably bad.
Yes. So, but you need the draw. So
yeah, that's what I was saying.
So how do you draw?
I thought B4. I thought B4.
What if we just put the queen on A3, maybe it's well placed?
Ah.
We could just keep it there.
Interesting.
Then we develop knight f3. B5?
Yeah, B5 and then queen A3 or C4. I don't know which one.
C4 to take B6, but
Yeah.
B4 is still weak.
G7 is also weak. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, bishop on F1's not going to get too much developed.
You go E3, yeah? Knight F3.
Knight F6.
No, I'm not a big fan of this. This looks a little bit superficial. This is queen A3.
Just A6 even.
What's wrong with C4?
Yeah, C4, C5. B3.
B3, but I mean, some people need to win, so it's like we look for something more.
We don't care.
You can try to play B3.
Ah, B3 and D4, yeah, no, that's okay. But C4, C5, B3, Knight C6, probably. Knight F3.
Okay, but D4 is also critical, right?
Why was E4 bad?
But I just thought E4, B5.
Yeah, E4, B5, C5. Yeah.
Ah, do you think it's good? C5?
No, it's not good.
I mean, this bishop on
Yeah,
Like B3, Knight F3.
Maybe.
Bishop B2, Knight
It
E3.
just feels wrong. Maybe it's okay.
C5 very quickly.
Yeah,
or a deer even.
Here you get like,
Yeah, and I play Knight F3, Knight E3, no?
and you get like,
There's also bishop.
And okay, I don't care F4, Knight F3.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe F4 Knight.
Bishop E2
Not
castle.
so bad.
Yeah, this E4.
Yeah, it's the best. Like F3, but
yeah, F3, that's
No. You don't like.
No, I don't like this either.
Yeah.
We did have C4 looks like the obvious.
Yeah, C4.
We did have to win.
Yeah, but B4, B5. What's the how do you create play?
harmonious.
You just want to play like knight F4.
Yeah, both Sicilian. Yeah,
Yeah,
F4,
C4, C5, B3.
Then where do you
try to play for D4?
Bishop E2.
I not D.
C4, C5, B3.
you should go B3 or knight
So this looks completely symmetrical.
You did not play him. Where do you put them?
D4, yeah, D4.
Can we play E3 also?
Yeah, you can D4.
Maybe I'll.
But D4, bishop E4.
Not D3, yeah, because he takes this.
It's not very. I don't like this.
Okay, so what are the other options? You don't put C4? So B4, B5, is there anything to play for?
Maybe we should start knight F3, G3, bishop G3.
Sorry?
Not so crazy, not so crazy.
Start with what?
Knight F3, G3, bishop G3.
There you go.
Very solid. So what? I mean, you're going to play B3, but too.
Yeah.
How do you
Is it crazy to go for B4, B4 and find F4, knight F3? Sorry, let's say B4, B5.
It feels strange.
It's actually very close to normal chess, and then F4 cannot be good.
Pieces are just normal places, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you,
Bishop is developed.
Knight D3.
Knight bishop E2.
Okay, knight F6, knight E3, bishop, let's say.
Bishop E2.
Bishop
You must go G6.
E6, and bishop before check.
This is knight in his place on this base. Wait, just play a few moves. Knight. Okay, there. Knight F6, let's see. G6 or E6?
G6, no?
I think G6, yeah.
No.
There's some queen A3 trick though. So here.
Yeah, but queen A3 is not.
We just give up those, no?
Always B4.
Are you sure?
Yeah, the queen
Like,
on
what's
this
black's
side.
move here? B4?
Castle?
No, B4 needs 4.
Castle, queen a3, I don't believe this.
For black?
No, for white.
Okay, castle,
Yeah,
queen
of
a3,
course.
96.
Me too.
96. Okay. Should be fine.
Should be fine.
Okay, D3, D.
Okay, I mean, yeah,
B5.
Okay. One question, like D4, B5, B3?
B4?
B4?
I don't like B4.
Okay, I don't want B4, yeah. But you're not
Just, okay, just play knight of 6.
I want to play like knight f3.
Before.
B4 is also
can,
okay.
but
Because knight f6, c6, no?
This looks like a very empty position.
Let's play one idea. C4 you take?
Yes.
Okay. Knight f3. E3.
C5. Bishop f3, C5.
C5.
that should be fine.
Yeah.
So C4?
C4 is the most natural, yeah?
Yeah.
C4, B6 we want to play, yeah?
But why not B5?
Ah, B5.
Yeah.
B5.
Just takes.
Takes and if.
What if B5, C5? B4?
Yes.
B3?
But why not c5? Just
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah.
Can.
before b6.
This is so symmetrical. B3, knight f3, G3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just refute B5. You want C5?
Yes.
B4. B3, yeah?
B3.
Knight f6.
But what are these positions with bishop f6?
GF. That is better, no? E5, knight e6. How are you gonna protect this guy? Oh! Yeah, that's it's not a big deal. Even better.
Okay, white can also go knight f3. E6 and then take.
So G6 you wanna take? This is maybe some tempo, yeah? Depending on how fast you can develop. Okay, we go back then?
Or are we good at changing something?
E4? E6?
Knight f6.
Just a3, knight f3.
Okay, but then C5.
Yeah, but then C5 in worst case.
2 minutes to game time for our 16 competitors. Position 498 is what is going to be played out on, and noticing some distinct similarities to a position we saw yesterday, as well as some distinct similarities to a standard game of chess. If you isolate the right-hand side of the board, all 4 of those files, that's a standard starting position. Things get a little funky once you start looking over to the left-hand side of the board. And David, I think the thing that's most likely to throw a small wrench into anyone's plans would, of course, be that cornered bishop. The long diagonals that can always sort of play kind of a tricky element to how players ultimately approach the opening. But I think my first question to you is, considering the results of the first games of the day, do you feel like this position lends itself to either the players who have already come away with the win, the ones who are really needing to get a victory, or just hold a draw?
I think from the white side, for the players who are already up, the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, who's up 1 point, now has white, I think this is nice to have some familiarity, especially with that right half of the board. You can pretty much develop in modes that you already understand, that you already know very well. The rest of the board will figure itself out. For the players in must-win situations with white, it might be a bit harder. And you will need to be a bit creative, maybe with opening up the white bishop in the corner very quickly, or opening up the queen. Tanya, who would you pick here out of the players who are going to be happiest with the white pieces.
It almost feels like White started with the intention to start a standard chess game, got midway across the board, and then changed their mind to play some freestyle chess. You know, it's a tale of two cities, right side and the left side of the board. A big one, I think I agree with you guys that, you know, the players, Pragg, Hikaru, who landed the first punches, perhaps feeling better about this pull out that we've got position 4-9-8 for their second last rapid game. For Levon and for Fabiano Caruana, it's all chips in this final rapid round. A must-win for these two players.
8 players playing at the top of the table to continue their run towards the top 2 spots. On the lower end of the bracket, we've got players on the verge of elimination. If you fall down here today in the lower bracket, you will exit the tournament in 13th to 16th place. But spotlight on this matchup right here. Levon Aronian needing to get it done in decisive fashion against Hikaru Nakamura. He'll have to do it from the black side of the board as the players take their seats. The clocks start speeding on, and now onus is on Hikaru to make the first move. A couple first moves that were thrown out by the players. A lot of people looking for e4. I mean, playing into that idea of possibly a standard game of sorts. But also, I think we saw some suggestions, right, for exactly this.
c4. Normally that would be the English opening. This time it's Hikaru's choice. And the only downside behind e4, normally we say best by test, pushing your pawn forward, is that the black bishop in the corner would immediately snipe at that pawn. Immediate hit, immediately black would be creating the threats. That is why Hikaru pushed his other pawn. But here, must-win situation for Levon Aronian. I did see him suggest this move and advocate this move and even laugh about it with some of the other players playing black. He was like, I'm in a must-win situation. I have to try something. And this is very provocative. It's asking for an exchange of pawns. Normally you don't want to capture it away from the center, so actually structurally that might favor black. But there we go, Hikaru does capture. And now the black rook will be kicked around for a few moves, maybe by the white knight first of all.
I was amazed with the speed with which Levon responded. You know, even if you've looked at this position in those 10 minutes that you get before the start, b5, that move that was chosen by black, is extremely committal. You know, you're allowing your rook to be so vulnerable to all the threats, to all the development that white has. And Hikaru doing Hikaru things, makes a move quickly, gets up, leaves the board. You know, he needs only a draw to advance to the semifinals, and I think he's pleased with what he's gotten. He's going to push that e-pawn next as well, opening up the bishop, lining it up against the rook. The knight comes out, you castle to the right side of the board, you push that b-pawn, opening up the bishop at the edge of the board. Just feels like easy development coming in.
Yeah, that's what he wants, Hikaru Nakamura. It's just more of the same. He just wants a position where he can develop, put pieces on squares, not have any weaknesses, not allow Levon to attack his king. I think that's how Levon wins most of his games against the top guys. We saw him do it in games against Magnus and Blitz yesterday, but in general, Hikaru just wants a quieter game against Levon. And there we go. First big threat of the game, hitting his rook.
Hikaru wants a quieter game. Levon probably wants a faster, messier, you know, slugfest of a game. Immediately, we end up in a situation with semi-open files, right? Where each, you know, of these players has, yeah, exactly, a sight line, but on opposite files of each other. Is this already the kind of imbalance of symmetry that Levon wants to make things messy?
Yeah, I totally understand why he's done this. Must-win situation. And it's not always the biggest things. It's not necessarily a direct attack on the king. Sometimes it is these small structural things that come back to help you later in an endgame, or at least force the opponent to not rely on symmetry alone.
But it's so incredibly committal, and it's a double-edged sword to have that approach, right? To go for this early imbalance. Because let's not forget, that a7 pawn that Levon's landed himself with is just a long-term weakness. It's isolated, it doesn't have any of its friends around it, and there will be targets of a piece, a major landing on the a-file at the right moment. Again, a really nice decision here taken by Hikaru, where he opens up 3 pieces. You know, he's opening up the bishop, the rook for a potential lift, and the queen can slide up to that a3 square that David was earlier highlighting to get to that weak point. And Hikaru once again leaves the table.
And the problem for Levon is that this is starting to resemble what in kind of traditional chess, 5-1-8 starting position, we call a flank opening. It resembles some retis, some Englishes, where you just put a pawn as far forward as you can with white. Now you blunt the black rook that looked so active a moment ago, that was getting active, and the white queen is staring down at what could be a backward pawn. The only way to break that formation is to start trading stuff off, but trading, simplifying, it's not really going to help Levon Aronian. in his quest to win. So I think great start to this game by Hikaru. Still looking level, but looks like a very safe type of level for Hikaru.
As safe for Hikaru so far. Somebody's blocking our camera as well when it comes to Hikaru. Oh, maybe it was Hikaru himself up out of his chair, getting that blood flowing and moving around. I think it might be wise for us to kind of zoom out and go to the foreboard, take stock of all of the openings from each of our players, see if anybody has chosen to go a different way than what Hikaru has opted for early. Again, reminding everybody that his first move was pushing that pawn out in front of his queen on the left-hand side of the board. If we can zoom out to that foreboard, we might notice that many other players went for a bit more of a mirrored approach, electing for the white pawn in front of the rook instead, then met in some cases by the pawn in front of the black rook.
Yeah, this is fascinating if we do zoom out and see those boards, because the openings on several of them do look identical to the way the games opened in the previous round today. The same pawn pushes, despite the fact it's a totally different array of pieces. And it feels like deja vu here, James, in the studio. I'm looking at this, like the white B pawns pushing in front of the white rooks. That's what they did earlier, and it wasn't necessarily so successful in the previous position. This time it looks weird as well, especially for the likes of Fabiano. Maybe that's what he needs, just to make it as weird as possible to use Pragg, must-win situation. But Arjun as well, Sindarov, both as employing the same idea. Fascinating stuff.
Well, maybe from the top bracket, we can go to the bottom bracket. Let's check in with Magnus, because in the first round, while everybody else seemed to be somewhat aligned with how they wanted to approach the game very early on, he definitely started to form his own strategy against Vidit Gudrathi. This time around, he's sporting the black pieces, so Vidit maybe with a little bit more of something to say in terms of designing the overall route that this game is going to take. But as we come out of that beautiful matchup graphic and onto the board itself, you can see here it is going to be a different approach. It wasn't necessarily 2 steps ahead with that pawn in front of the white rook, and instead it's Magnus who finds himself with a bit of a spatial advantage on the left-hand side of the board.
Yeah, Vidit needs to win, so he went his own way here. And just a quick recap, it was e4. This pawn was immediately hit by the black bishop. The pawn then defended. Computers didn't really like this, I've got to say, for Vidit, but maybe striking out in the center here for Magnus would have been the most energetic way to play. He plays it a bit safer, goes for something Hans Niemann was talking about in these pawn structures. He was saying, just go for a Sicilian. As soon as there's a pawn on e4, put your pawn on c5, control the dart squares from the side. Magnus agrees with Hans, maybe for the first time, and after this pawn steps forward, we see a clamp down, and this is where we stand. Tanya, what do you make of the early moves here? Quick from both sides on the clock.
You know, it looks like to me that Magnus is looking for fun today. He wants to get the kind of positions that he enjoys right now. He's moved those pawns on the left side. Ambitious play. Again, another pattern that we saw in game 1, you know, with colors reverse, where it was the white pieces who got that space advantage on that flank. Magnus doing the same. He brings his knight out, targeting some of those dark squares. He knows he needs only a draw to advance through. That would be the end of the road for Vidit. Vidit in a must-win. But the imbalances that exist because of that bishop on the long diagonal, perhaps Vidit's going to end up having some fun and have a say on that plan that Magnus has set up.
And he must, right? Again, you're staring at the world #1, who's coming off of probably one of his lesser performances just yesterday, a little bit angry, a little bit wounded, and wanting to strike back. But Vidit already taking a nice blow to the face today, has to find a response here, and he's going to have to find it quickly, I think, because Magnus, as soon as you give him the slightest of edge, he's going to clamp down. We always say
the clock has not been his friend throughout the past 24 hours, and yeah, we saw that to his detriment earlier today. Magnus is just going to play super speedy. It feels like the pressure's off. He's not going to come first in this tournament anymore, Magnus. He's not going to win this Grand Slam, and there we go. He leaves the seat. He's pretty chilled. And Vidit is the first one to think. I must admit, I quite like the way this has started for black, but it is very imbalanced, which does bode well for Vidit in this must-win situation.
Must-win situation for Vidit. We took a look at the 4 boards from the upper bracket. Let's take a look at the 4 boards from the lower bracket, because it's not just this one in play. Magnus Carlsen with the advantage in his matchup. It's Wesley So who has an advantage over Sam Sevian. 1-0 stands the scoreline there. So Sam's got the same, let's say, homework assignment that Vidit has, right? Make things a little messy, find an advantage. It's the 2 long draws that we saw play out just before this between Linier Dominguez-Perez and Bibisara Asabayeva, as well as Ray Robson and Vincent Keimer. That's where I have more questions of stamina, right? Whose brain is the freshest coming off of those 3-hour slogs? Because, again, you don't want to fall victim to your own lack of endurance or stamina here, especially early on as the openings are unfolding.
Yeah, it's not just the 3 hours that those 2 pairings faced earlier today. It was the tension of the 7 hours yesterday, the long round-robin portion where they were fighting for their lives, the stress that entails, the tension. And, of course, the players got a good night's sleep, hopefully. They got some meals in. But, yeah, energy is definitely going to play a big part. Wesley So, top right against Sam Sevian. That's developed very much along the same lines as the Hikaru Nakamura game. So we're seeing some deja vu there. But elsewhere, it's all a consensus yet again on how to start this game. Bibisara away from the board. I think a lot of fans cheering for her after her defensive effort earlier.
All right, so now that we've taken a look at all 8 boards and we've found a moment to kind of settle in, and we'll continue to check in with them as they develop and players find advantages, I now get the opportunity to welcome John B. Quinn into the studio. We had the pleasure of meeting you in Paris as well. So first of all, welcome back. But second of all, my friend,
thank you.
This Vegas event,
incredible.
And its comparison to Paris. Now you've gotten 2 very distinct and different looks at what Freestyle is attempting to do. How has the experience itself differed for you?
This is next level. This is a couple of levels above. I enjoyed Paris a lot, especially the commentary, by the way, which
you're very kind.
Makes it more enjoyable for those of us who are novices. But you know, the execution, the art direction, the way this has come together here. Of course, I would expect nothing else from my good friend Jan Buettner and his team. But this is just super impressive. This is the future of chess, for sure.
That's why we're all here, too, because we want to be a part of it.
No, it's great to see here the audience there participating. It's just very, very exciting.
Well, and that's one of the newest elements, right? And you can kind of speak to what was the spectator experience, delightful in its own right in Paris, but, of course, a little bit more of an insular event. Here, talk to us about what it's like to be out there, because it's not something we've been able to experience.
An audience is always different. Sitting next to other human beings, you know, whether you're in a movie theater, you're watching a sporting event, an event like this, more of an intellectual event. It turns out having other human beings around you in the audience watching the same things adds to the excitement, for sure.
Without a doubt. And what about the way that this tournament's already shaken out? Day 1, Magnus Carlsen out of the running for the top spot.
I got here late yesterday and was shocked to hear, you know, that he was out, you know. But in some ways, I mean, he's such a great champion. But in some ways, maybe you could argue this is good for chess, to have this level of competition. It's not always a foregone conclusion that Magnus is going to show up and he's going to win. So
Magnus in his own right. I think that's one of the things that was most appealing to him about freestyle chess, right? Is, hey, I've been at the top for a very long time, but I'm a guy who likes challenges, and I want to be pushed to my ultimate limit.
Anything can happen, right? And that adds to the excitement.
Without a doubt.
And that's one of the things that we love about this format. You know, freestyle chess is perhaps the most feared format, and your law firm is one of the most feared law firms in the world, John. And I want to ask you that after all your experience with chess, especially freestyle chess, do you see any similarities between law, chess, the crossovers that are required, the way the mind works?
For sure, and especially with freestyle chess, because we're litigators, so we're trial lawyers. So when we get into a dispute, we inherit a cast of characters. We inherit witnesses, people who have lived something. We inherit documents and emails. We have to live with that. Just like, you know, you draw the position of the chess pieces here. The chess players sit down, they have to live with that. And they have to figure out, just like a trial lawyer does, given that this is the evidence I've been given, what is the strategy? How do I get from here to there? What is the winning strategy, and how do I execute on that? And of course, along the way, you know, trial lawyers, we have opponents too. So they're reacting, they're doing things. So there are game time calls as well in trial practice. So I see a lot of similarities, frankly.
That's kind of interesting.
He makes a great case for that.
No, I love that. It's also it's kind of it makes me then think of what kind of the counter is of like, well, standard chess is like getting to retry the same case over and over and over again and take a new stab at it. Oh, that strategy didn't work. Right. I get to go again. You don't get a second shot here in freestyle chess or in litigation typically.
No, you don't. No, you don't. It's there's a lot of similarities.
Well, when you so considering that idea that Magnus is out, not just Magnus, Vincent Keimer, our only other victor of any other stage. Do you have an inkling from the little bits that you've seen in this event so far, or even just kind of the confidence and personality of the players on stage, that somebody's going to make a full run for the title yet?
As I say, unfortunately, I didn't get here till the end of the day yesterday, and I missed out on much of this morning, so I really don't have that sense.
Fair enough. Did you have an opportunity to catch any of the Chestival event, whether or not that was, via the airwaves or not?
I saw some of the social media on that, and that I thought was really interesting and exciting too.
One of the players who's been very entertaining here in Vegas, and someone the world's been really looking forward to seeing, and I'm not talking about Magnus Carlsen this time, is Hans Niemann. What do you think about him, John? And I don't know if this question's appropriate, but I want to ask you, as a lawyer with all your experience, what would be your advice to somebody who's so young and has gone through what he has?
Well, I mean, you have to stick with it, right? You have to, early wins, early losses. You have to survive wins too, right? You have to realize the next day you have to get up and go to battle again. So, I think there's a lot to be learned from both winning and losing, and not taking anything for granted.
Vegas, the city of spectacle, probably the perfect place, for us to have our first touchdown in the United States. When you think about the places that freestyle's already been, the places we're going to go, like South Africa, but the places that we could go, do you feel like there are untouched parts of the world that freestyle chess really needs to get to shine a spotlight or have unique interactions with the culture of the place?
There are so many places around the world, and I think that it's interesting. That's part of the universality of chess, that it's played around the world. I mean, you can stage this. I mean, look, an event in Vegas is going to be very different than an event in Paris or Cape Town or Singapore or any place else. So that's part of the cool thing about it, is it takes on, the whole event takes on the flavor of the place. So it's a game, it's also a place, and it's a culture. I think it's really exciting. If you're asking me other places to go, I'm a huge fan of Tokyo.
Okay. Oh,
I would love.
Jan's right here.
It's on my list. I've never been there, so I'm eyeing Jan as well, hoping that maybe that makes a future circuit run. Either way, I do want to thank you for your time. We're going to try and return a little bit to the chess, but John B. Quinn, it's always a pleasure to see you.
So much.
Thank you for making another trip onto the Freestyle.
What an honor. I love your commentary. Keep it up. It's fantastic.
Seriously, that means the world to us. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, David, I'm going to turn back to you, my friend. Hopefully you've been keeping an eagle eye on a couple of these games as we tune right back into Hans Niemann up against Sindarov. One thing I'll let the audience know is that this is the board that took the longest to make an initial move.
Yeah. This one, and actually on a lot of the boards, there haven't been so many moves played. This one, we've had literally just 4 moves from the white side. Hans Niemann has spent nearly 10 minutes on his first 3. It just feels like, firstly, the nerves are jangling. Secondly, very committal decisions chosen by a lot of the players with the white pieces. I think Hikaru has played by far the safest opening. Magnus has gone his own way against Vidit. But this opening, let's wind it back. Sindarov choosing to play this pawn forward, unleashing his bishop first of all, and then unleashing this pawn as well. Just the symmetry I was talking about earlier, the déjà vu, is the fact that all of the players, or many of the players with the white pieces in the previous round, pushing these pawns too. But it's also the tension. The big decisions were coming early. Hans Niemann sacrificing a pawn as early as move 3. This was not captured. Maybe it could have been captured, but not wanting to break the integrity of his pawn structure. Sindarov, this is a weakness long term. So he just calmly defends his structure here. And look at this. Hans Niemann already trying to play on the front foot as early as move 4.
Whoa.
The trio here of pawns creating maximum tension. They might continue marching down the board or grab some pawns in the process. This is high-octane stuff for this early in the game.
Yeah, it really is, but it's exactly the fight you want to see out of him, because it's the kind of fight that he showed yesterday early on in the day, and he even admitted to himself and us on the broadcast later in the day that once he had secured his spot, maybe he resting a little bit too much on his laurels, maybe took his foot off the gas and allowed a lot of things to slip through in those final 2 games. You don't have that luxury here this time around.
Yeah, pedal back to the metal for Hans Niemann as he leans back. The clock situation, again, it's a bit bemusing to me. I think he's just placed such a high onus, Hans Niemann, on getting that edge in the opening, playing on the front foot. That's why he's investing the time early. He knows maybe that's his strength against Sindarov. Sindarov has been playing super fast in the early stages, but maybe not 100% accuracy. So Hans making that big time investment early. But Tanya, who do you think is the happier of the two this early on?
I'd say it's Hans. I mean, he's clearly taking the fight to Sindarov, right, with these last few moves that we've seen. I mean, you don't get to see this every day, the 3 pawns that have just moved forward. Also, very impressive how this is Hans's debut, and he comes in, and just it feels like he's got a feel for freestyle chess, you know. He's kind of figured the format out, whether it was his round robin, keeping control on the clock, the way he marched through, especially in the first half of that. And also today, against Sindarov, even the first game, Hans didn't shy away from building those possibilities, you know, going ahead with those pawn pushes earlier on, trying to capture the initiative, and he's doing just that this time with colors reversed. And right now, again, Sindarov can pick up an extra pawn. He can go pawn up by going pawn takes pawn at the edge of the board, but I think what Hans has in mind is a simple queen slide up the board 1 step, and then you can see a double attack both on the right side and the left side of the board with the pawns hanging. He's forcing Sindarov to think, and this time Hans Niemann has better time management.
Yeah, definitely. After spending quite a bit of time in the very opening, we're starting to see it equalize a little bit. I want to do a trip around the world, touchdown on each of our top tables. Let's hop on over to Arjun Erigaisi and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. This time around, Arjun is the one piloting the white pieces. In the last matchup that they had, while it did find its way to a draw eventually, Arjun, I would argue, was in the driver's seat for the majority of the game, with a very tenacious Nodirbek of fighting back in the end. The exclamation point, though, given to the most recent move here, made by Abdusattorov, rather. Onus is on Arjun to respond, but we got that connect 4 that David Hal oh so loves to see.
Game over. It's Abdusattorov in the driver's seat. That being said, Arjun can also complete the game. He can also push his pawn forward and connect his pawn chain. Computer actually quite prefers white, or at least slightly.
Prefers white. Aren't we worried about white's dark squared bishop? It's kind of trapped in there. I know it can trade off for the knight whenever it wants, or the rook.
Yeah, there's a rook hanging, and being materialistic, kind of by nature, I would be super tempted to grab that rook. I just want to wind it back and show how this game diverted from the other ones. We saw pawn pushes. Arjun doesn't take the rook, by the way. We'll catch up with that in a second. But it's all about the gain of space. In front of the queen, in front of the rooks. Hans Niemann tried it with black. Here, Arjun trying it with white. Both super ambitious players. Now this f-pawn pushing forward. To my eyes, this just looks a bit inconsistent, playing on both flanks. Maybe that was why the Nodirbek here tried to punish it by striking, and here breaking out in the center. But this isn't approved of by the computer due to this hit on the black rook. This is a willing sacrifice. Nodirbek did not blunder this. The whole idea is that if the rook moves forward, whoops, suddenly you drop a pawn in the center and the black knight cannot recapture due to a pin. So this is why he gave it up. And Arjun said no. If he had taken this rook, as Tanya pointed out in another position, this pawn is hit. Engine actually drops massively here, and black breaking out in the center in this position. It's unclear why the black minor pieces are worse than this white rook in the corner. So I think actually it doesn't matter so much right now. Much more urgent to break the connect 4 chain.
Okay, so very intriguing. Very intriguing. Yeah, trying to blow open the middle position of the board just a little bit. Give that bishop either the option to maybe retreat out if it wants to not sacrifice itself later in the game.
Yeah, this reminds me of a kind of Benoni type pawn structure, or yeah, there's very similar pawn structures in traditional chess where it's all about who can get the initiative. It's relatively imbalanced, and it'll stay that way for a long time. And Tanya, you pointed to this one as being a very dramatic fight between these two young warriors. What do you think? Are both equally happy here with the way this has turned out?
It's feisty already, right? I'm super happy in the commentary box looking at this position. Also, let's just point out this beautiful aesthetic of a traffic jam on that diagonal from A7 to G1. Every single G1, every single square has been already captured. 5 of them by a pawn and 2 of them with a knight. And then the bishop on A8 on that long diagonal looking really beautiful. How creative is it, right? In the very first few moves, as black, Nordebek here sacrificing an entire exchange, a rook for a bishop, simply for long-term counterplay, right? Understanding that the materialistic value of the pieces is just not as high as the demands of the dynamic nature of those 2 bishops that he'd be left with. He just leaves the rook hanging. He doesn't even care to try to defend that. And we're talking about this, wow. There's another connect 4 happening, a connect 5 happening on the other diagonal as well with pieces and pawns. All these geometrical constructions appearing on the board. David, I'm still liking white. Once you get the knight out to f3, you improve your bishop. I think the key point is you never pick up that rook. You plant that bishop on e5 and let it stay there.
This is the kind of position that is an absolute nightmare for a player like me, because to me it just feels like the demands of calculation grow and grow and grow with each move these players are making without actually capturing something. Because now move order matters so much, if and when all those pieces start to fall and trade off.
Trust me, it's a nightmare for most players. I think for myself as well, like I prefer a slightly kind of more coherent plan where it's clear what white is doing, clear what black is doing here. Like you said, it's pure calculation. It's like, why is black giving up a rook for bishop on every single turn? Just trying to beg for that exchange. Why is white not taking it? All these questions. You can also win a pawn in the center. And Nordebek, he's just prioritizing piece development. He's going to get his king castled and hoping when the center blows up that black will be more ready. But yeah, these 2 players, Abdusattorov and Arjun, they both remind me a bit of a young Kasparov when it was just all about the attacks, all about just throwing pieces at the opponent. And yeah, the thing is, they do cancel each other out, as we saw in the previous game. They're both so good at this type of chaos.
It's just very gutsy what Nordebek is doing right now. I mean, just leaving the rook hanging. This is the final rapid game, you know, in the quarterfinals. You lose this, it's lights out to the championship dreams for either one of these 2 players. And the thing is, once you commit to this point of giving up that rook for the bishop, you're playing for long-term compensation. There's no guarantee that it's going to be enough. He just believes in the power of the 2 bishops and that central break. For Arjun, the big question is, you know, he likes dynamics as well. Arjun doesn't care about material. He's also a player who loves to play for that initiative. But how long can you resist the temptation of actually just reaching out and grabbing that rook? Like, that would be the move that I just play in 5 seconds.
I would have played it last move. It's been there for a while. Just while Arjun, who isn't a materialist, maybe like us, while he ponders about what to do, let's put it on the board very quickly, just to show why this rook may or may not be captured. The black queen will take back. Tanya, I guess you just want to get development, get a move on here with your pieces.
Get the knight out.
Get the knight out. Let's assume that black maybe just castles the king, white develops the bishop.
Get the bishop out.
I don't really see it. Where is the compensation? Black needs to break out in the center, but that's under lock and key.
Right, and by the time you do that, I can castle myself.
Maybe something like this, and it's pure chaos in the board, but a rook is a rook, and things are opening up. You would think long-term black should be kind of paying the price for that sacrifice. That being said, the black bishop has great potential if things do open against the white king. The other bishop with the kind of ready-made fianchetto here on the diagonal. It's not one-way traffic, and Arjun likes to play with the initiative. Maybe here, feeling like he's reacting a bit. Maybe not his cup of tea.
It's forcing Arjun to think as well, right? Because it is very tempting to pick up that rook. You don't see a direct repetition to that line, but also there's this feeling that then you have to make sure that your opponent doesn't have enough counterplay with that unchallenged dark squared bishop that he'd be left with on the board. I also want to point out that had Nordebek gone on the defense, instead of the bishop move, had he put the rook 1 step forward and said, I'm not giving you that option anymore, that would have actually allowed Arjun free hand, a free play to get his own bishop out into the game. You know, let's have that move on the board if we can, David, just for a moment, instead of the bishop that just slid up. Put the rook on. Now notice how the black bishop is tied at the corner, and this just allows white to put the bishop in front of the king and then slide it over to the long diagonal, which would be perfect harmony in the position. Meanwhile, Arjun does take a big decision. He's captured the rook, so this is going to be a big fight. Nordebek needs to prove what he's just walked into.
Yeah, and Arjun is playing for the material. The computer is giving him the advantage as well, the slight advantage with that material. So I think this would be a good time, now that we've seen some of the crucial moments play out, to go check in with a couple of our other quarterfinals. Pragg up against Fabiano Caruana. Again, he enters the second round here in our quarterfinal with the 1-point advantage over the hometown hero and Fabiano Caruana. Mr. Consistency here on the freestyle stage. It's Pragg with the black pieces, Fabiano with the white pieces. And as we check in with this one for the first time, this to me looks like a lot less chaotic and messy of an opening for these players. Maybe less calculation at play here.
Less calculation. Of course, these two players, fantastic at calculation, but we jump in at the perfect time because Fabiano has just indicated his intentions with this last pawn push. Again, I'll wind it back because we're quite early on. We saw yet again the B pawns push, both sides opening up the bishops on the long diagonals. But it was over the next few moves where Fabiano started to edge forward here with his pieces. And after some trades in this position, the white rook coming forward, we saw the black rook doing this in the Aronian game, and then dropping back, a bit of a change in pawn structure. And when the black king commits itself, he waited and waited. But when it finally does, look at this, g4. Sometimes we say g4 for the score. Yes, it's going for the connect 4 as well with the pawn chain, but more importantly, he's opening up this bishop's diagonal. The only blockader is the black knight. That's going to be kicked away on the next move. And then the white queen might step forward, and there's a battery on this diagonal. That's very brave, but also very logical. It's kind of so consistent, Fabiano's play. He's been waiting for that moment since move 1.
Yeah, what's interesting, though, is because he already took that rook, he slid it out and slid it back. Where does the king go in all of this? And how do I ultimately get my rooks connected?
I think he doesn't care about his own king. He wants to go for the enemy king. I think it's,
but did I waste a move retreating my rook then on the left-hand side? Wouldn't I want it to be involved in that attack?
Yeah, I think you're right. And maybe the white rook still has opportunities to kind of lift up and swing across the board later. But, I think it was actually a bit of a trick psychologically, Fabi. He wasted a move waiting for Pragg to castle, and only when the black king is committed, then he goes for it. So he's kind of played a bit of mind games there.
Okay.
Normally you don't want to lose time with your pieces, like the white rook moving up, back, losing 2 tempi. But here he has a clear plan. And Tanya, I've got to say, I like it.
Brave, desperate, you know, two sides of the same coin here. I think Fabi's also playing the tournament situation, the match situation that he's in, you know, trying to create that point where Pragg is drawn into those complications where he can perhaps go wrong. Fabi has a clear plan, but so does Pragg, right? When you're faced with an attack on the flank and your opponent's king on the center, that directs your play to try to break out in the center in such positions. I think what's going on in Pragg's mind is how does he get that d6, e5 break in at what point? Because right now it looks like Fabi's got these 3 defenders taking control of that square. But that pawn move can also come in with a sacrifice because it would open up so many diagonals and lines at the center of the board, creating some troubles for Fabi's king as well. Pragg has to think about how to counter it, and I'll be really surprised if he takes a more sort of a cagey approach, like trying to play defensive in this position. I think he needs to find a way to strike in the center here, David.
Yeah, this is my dream in blitz chess, I'll just say from the white side, because it's just like pre-move territory. You just push 1 pawn forward, then you go for the connect 5 even. You push your h pawn forward the whole way. You try and break this diagonal open. You try and put your rook 1 line across just to stare down at the black king. But as you say, Tanya, like here and now is the moment. That's why Pragg is investing a bunch of time, because he needs something energetic himself. White's plan is super straightforward, but it's also very time-consuming.
I think he might go for it directly, right? Like push that center pawn, push that center pawn. Like you said, White's got his ideas, his target set with the G and the H pawn. I think it's a D and the E pawn, the central pawns for Pragg that he wants to get up the board. But it's definitely pressure. Look at the clock. He's almost 10 minutes down on the clock.
I'm changing my mind. I think tiebreak in this one.
Really?
Oof.
I think Fabi, like, he's been so cunning at the start of this game, and Pragg, like Tanya just said, the clock situation betrays a bit of nerves. And maybe the fact that it is kind of slightly strategic, but also a bit of calculation that means that Pragg is going to burn even more of that clock.
So a good approach here from Fabiano, needing to put a victory on the board to force a tiebreaker between him and the man who topped his group in Pragg. From here, let's check in with Hans Niemann and Javalkir Sindarov. We haven't really looked at that board too much since that first initial look that we took at it. And as we hop to it again, I think the evaluation bar sits in about the same place it has for the majority of the boards that we've visited, just ever so favoring the player with the white pieces, basically the starting advantage you'd expect to some degree in a normal game of chess. So no one too much worse for wear. Here we have the king committed to one side of the board, very much like that previous game, and the potential for Sindarov to kind of take a page here out of Fabi's book. Do we see that G pawn push forward and just start launching the attack as soon as the king's committed?
Oh, now I've seen it, I can't unsee it.
I think what are the differences right here? I guess the left-hand side of the board looks slightly different in that there's a more forward position for those two black pawns. I don't know if they actually have the ability to shut, the bishop and the queen off of that long diagonal or not, but that's kind of the main thing that jumps out to me.
Yeah, just to put a few moves on the board, if he does go for it, Javorkir Sindarov, I think what Hans Niemann might try is to bring his knight to the center. It's all about shutting that bishop off, as you say. The pawns need a bit of help, so planting the knight in the middle, preemptively moving away from this attack, and then throwing this pawn forward. Okay, maybe there are better moves in this exact position, but this would be my idea, just to blunt this bishop. Without this bishop, there's no kind of battery along the long diagonal. The knight protects the pawn, and you're breaking this beautiful chain. So very committal here. Again, it would be a question of where the white king castles. You probably don't want to castle now you've opened up pawns. So for Javorkir, it's risk assessment. Do you just castle? Do you throw pawns down the board and hope? Big moment for him. And this time, roles reversed from the first encounter. Sindarov is the one who's been tanking a lot. This is by far his highest time consumption throughout the event so far.
He's also an incredibly fast player usually, right? Just like Arjun is, just like Hans is. So he's definitely feeling the pressure here. And I think the pressure comes from Hans's first few moves, the choice of moves that he had, asking big questions on the left side of the board, sacrificing an early pawn to gain that space, to get those files open, those squares open for the queen. Notice how Hans did not even rush with regaining that pawn that's on the A file. He doesn't care about it. It's not like he wanted the queen up the board, capture that pawn. He's waiting with it. Instead, he's opened up a great diagonal for his bishop. He sort of clamped down on certain squares, like the D3 square, taken them away with a huge pawn on C4. I'm actually really liking the way Hans is putting pressure in this one. He did it in game one. It eventually ended in a draw. He's doing the same narrative in game two, but this time, the differentiator, more time on the clock.
Yeah, this one, again, it's so imbalanced so early on. And it feels like this starting position, there was just something about it. It's led to zero symmetry across the boards. It's led to a bit of chaos. And like you say, Tanya, Hans has definitely been able to exert some tension here. And wow, sacrifice here from Sindarov. He's going for the black pawns on this flank, but also happily sacrificing a pawn here in order to open a line for the white rook.
And that's really cool, right? Because again, it kind of relies on the idea that Hans has already committed his king to the right side of the board. So opening up that G line gives a straight pathway to attack, to get to that king. You get rook to G1. The bishop at the corner of the board is already eyeing that tender spot in front of the king. So you'd be happy if your opponent took this, even though the bar doesn't budge. Might be the best move, but it's going to take guts from Hans Niemann to pick up that pawn with the king lined up there.
One thing Hans has is it's guts.
I would completely agree with that. I mean, the confidence that this guy has shown in Vegas in every aspect, on the board and off the board, has been something to watch.
And this is just a cool, inventive way to achieve something similar to what Fabi's trying to do, right? Fabi going for, maybe the more measured approach of the connect 4 into the possible connect 5 and then trading off that pawn to help blow open the position of the black side of the board. Hans saying, I don't even know if I need to blow open your position. I just need to open mine up a little bit more so that I have better sight lines in my attack towards your king. From here, second round, I think it's a good time for us to zoom out and check in on those heart rates, because now the players should be feeling the pressure. Game one of the day, everybody on level footing. I would expect all those heart rates to be pretty similar. Look at Hikaru Nakamura up there, 126. I'll attribute that more to the fact that he's strolling constantly around the playing hall than him necessarily feeling much pressure. But you never know. He still needs to get it done here today, even though he has that 1-point advantage over Levon Aronian. Some solid accuracies from the majority of our players. A couple falling just out of that green zone, Niemann being one of them, but it's in service of opening up the position in his favor.
And that's the other thing about Hans, right? He might not have been playing the objectively best move in the position, which the engine approves or feels is the top move right now, but he's playing stuff that makes it very difficult for his opponent to respond, which is the reason why Sindarov is down to 13 minutes on the clock. He's asking practical questions about how you want to deal with the pressure on the queen side. Meanwhile, lots of questions on this one as well. That central break that, David, you were talking about, that Nordebek needs to rely on for compensation, for initiative of the rook that's given up, has arrived on the board. Does that mean that there will be a power piece play for black, and does Arjun need to be careful now after the pawn's been picked up?
Well, it feels like Arjun needs to be careful, but then I look at his heart rate, which has been 66 since this game began.
Since the day began.
Since the day began. It hasn't, I mean, there it went up to 67 briefly, but like, this is just, is this human? Like, for this heart rate, especially this type of position and the type of chess he plays. And you ask about the moves here, Tanya. Power play, piece play is what he needs, Nordebek Abdusattorov. I think he's mulling over two moves. Firstly, just recapturing this pawn in the center, maybe flicking in a trade here, just to make sure white has one isolated pawn. But either way, let's go for the most natural one. Let's say black captures here. This looks terrifying to my eyes, at least with the bishop and queen battery, the other bishop on this diagonal too. But white does have one very nice way to kind of protect everything, and that's to throw the knight forward, hitting the bishop, threatening some exchanges. White is already material up, and maybe landing a check in the near future, defending this pawn as well in the process. So Arjun's banking everything on this one knight jump.
You know, to your point about his heart rate being just so incredibly stable, baseline it feels is somewhere between 65 to 67. That's sort of the variance that we've seen there from the start of the day. Maybe the brand of chess that Arjun has is only possible if you're able to keep those nerves. Otherwise, to play these kind of positions, I mean, you're losing your mind all the time.
And you've been on a team with him. You both play for India, Tanya, very successfully. What is his trick? How does he do it? Does he train super hard physically? Does he meditate? What is it, Arjun? I want some tips here, simply.
He's just Mr. Cool Guy, you know, on the board and off the board. In fact, off the board, Arjun's just such a soft-spoken person. Like, whenever you're having a conversation with him, it's hard to imagine that this is the kind of chess he brings on. He scored 10 out of 11. He was such a key player at the Chess Olympics in Budapest, winning that gold, not only for his own board, but also for the Indian team. And every game was absolute chaos. It was madness on the board. You know, the bar going up and down, but Arjun, a cool customer right there, you know, made it the most, made a win out of every single opportunity that he got.
It is an interesting point, right? He's such a tempered individual in life, and yet his style of chess is almost anything but that, right? A constant change in temperature, change in pace, creating chaos and complexity on the board, and yet ever cool as a cucumber is Arjun Erigaisi.
I've just never seen anything like it. It's incredible. It's,
he's going to live a long life with a heart rate like that, I tell you that much.
We'll be commentating on his games in the year 3000.
You know, it's really beyond human capacity to imagine this, because Arjun literally does not care about the material value of pieces and pawns when he's playing chess. If he thinks a position's interesting, if he thinks he's got chances to create something chaotic where, you know, his opponent will have to be precise, he just goes for it. It doesn't matter. I've seen him play positions down a rook. I've seen it, and everything on the board and make the most of it. I've seen him play positions even when the bar says it's completely busted, but it's so complex, it's so difficult that he manages to win in 5 moves.
And I love that he's sticking to his style, right? I think you could, you know, easily reflect on the last game and say, okay, I went and I had some winning chances, but I let it slip, and to start to get into your head about that. But no, right out the gate, he's going to push for some small advantages, and this time he has the confidence, or believes, I can get it done. I'll get it across the finish line. But as I say that, I got good news for you, David Howe, and your switch up a prediction in that battle between Pragg and Fabiano Caruana. Right now, Fabiano needing to strike back in this one, continues to push his advantage ever so slightly here on the eval bar, as well as completing that all-important connect 4 on the side of the board that his opponent king rests on. That happened a few moves ago, so maybe we can walk it back, because even his most recent pawn move here, given the exclamation point, things are looking good here for Fabi.
Yeah, everything coming with a threat suddenly, and to take it from where we last left it, we saw the pawn push. Tanya was advocating a break in the center. Pragg agreed fully here. He wants to strike in the center while his opponent plays on the flanks. He pushes this pawn. A bit of a surprise to me in this moment. I thought that the black knight would land in the center, maybe trading off, or maybe even go back to this square in order to support the black pawn pushing forward in the center. He chose to go the whole way back home. Traffic jam now on his starting rank. That makes a slightly odd impression given a question mark, and maybe that's why Fabi was able to seize the advantage now, sliding his rook across. There's X-ray vision. There are sometimes some tactics if a white knight ever kind of lands on a square that will help opening up this G-file. That's a scary move to face. And this one, Pragg, again, question mark given. That is odd. It's just a one-move threat that's easily rebuffed. And Fabi says, yes, I'll hit your bishop. Yes, I'll improve my pawn structure. It just feels like Pragg, he's struggling to find a kind of a way forward. Look at the clock as well. Huge deficit there. This is Fabi's for the taking. This is a dream start to the game for him.
Yeah, no real cohesive plan, it feels like, from the black side of the board. And his space is just getting constricted more and more. And like you've explained to me time and time again, as when looking at a position, the player whose moves are obvious, right? And it does feel like the plan is so obvious here for Fabiano and what will be maybe the next 2, 3, 4, or 5 moves to come out onto the board.
Yep. It's a matter of just setting up the battery, the queen and bishop on this diagonal. It's a matter of pushing the white h pawn maybe as the final disruptor, or just adding a knight to the equation. Tanya, I'm already smelling some serious attacking chances for Fabi.
And Fabi is already feeling it. I mean, everything that you just broke down, it's on his radar as well. Everyone's going to be, all three of us are going to be proven wrong in this one. You know, our prediction that Pragg takes it in the rapid. Fabi's got this. I mean, he's built this beautiful, beautiful potential for an attack, even a quick checkmate. This might be a miniature of a game once that knight jumps in, the queen lines up with the bishop. You know, there are so many ideas. He's just played this beautifully. And for Praggnanandhaa, he's always looking for counterplay. We were talking about in the past game, and I think, David, you mentioned it. When a piece is attacked, Pragg looks for ways to actually counterattack rather than go for the defense. But the setup that he has, you know, pieces on the back rank, pawns not move beyond that 6th rank anywhere. It's hard to imagine any counterplay. There is no counterattack that's possible right now. So really tough task, and you can tell. The more Pragg thinks, he realizes this is a hard one to hold.
He's 15 minutes down on the clock. That is not a pleasant place to be in, let alone the position. Even if it was equal, I would say this is kind of living life on the edge already.
And the other thing is, right, when you're facing an attack, the dream is to try to trade off as many pieces as possible. There are no trades possible in the position. The only one I see is give up your bishop for a knight. But then you're handing over a long-term strategic advantage to your opponent. Apart from the fact, and he does it, he wants to try to ease that off. But now Fabi also has the bishop pair, and I think he was relying on this idea. The bar hates it, but practically a great choice, James, because you have to throw that chaos in. You have to try to create dynamics, or you just get outplayed here.
Yeah, it was necessary. He needed to do something. It's not human either to just kind of curl up in a ball and wait for the hammer to drop. This is not a pawn sacrifice due to tension between the queens. Fabiano, for example, if he captures this pawn, this is my move, not Fabiano's, then we would see a trade. Then we would see the black rook regain the pawn. At least with queens off, unlikely you get checkmated. Still desperate for this position. Look at the black knights. Neither of them can move. Like Fabiano at some point will just infiltrate with his rook, and I'm not sure how long you last even here, but this is what Praggnanandhaa feels gives him the best chances of survival, and I totally understand here. Queens off feels like a relief.
At least you're not getting checkmated in the next 10 moves. Now, Fabi's got a choice, right? He could go into this very pleasant endgame that you just broke down for us that looks incredibly powerful, bishop pair, no play for the knights. Or he could continue with the idea that you've been discussing earlier on. Try to get the knight closer to the black king. Continue playing for the attack. Knight jumping onto g4, already eyeing checks on those 2 squares next to the black pawns, opening up the g-file. That's the other thing on Fabi's radar right now. In a must-win game, which one are you more inclined to take? What path do you think Fabi would want to go for? The end game, a long grind, hopefully you convert, or something that feels more direct, David?
You shouldn't ask me, Tanya. I'm going to get the queens off and grind it out. But I think Fabi, he's a calculator by nature. He always has been. I think he'll be looking at the black king first. Like, it's very forcing to go for some checks. Maybe he'll be practical here. He'll invest 5 minutes or so. If he can't find a direct knockout, a checkmate against the black king, then probably he settles for something a bit less ambitious, maybe a trade and the queen's coming off. What would you do?
You know, I would be very tempted to go for the checkmate idea. Get the knight in, try to open up the G line. And there's this feeling, but of course, Fabi, you know, he's masterful with his endgame play, so in a different league completely, that maybe the endgame, yes, it's pleasant, but is it enough? Are you moving closer towards that draw? But I think Fabi, very professionally, slows down a little bit to make that choice in this very critical juncture in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm no professional, but I wouldn't give Pragg time, I think, right? Both in terms of the discussion of the time on the clocks, but also just time on the board to eventually find a way to weasel out of a tough position. He's going to go for that bishop-queen battery, gets the miss from the computer while still a decent advantage.
Just a quick heads up, crazy things are happening on the Hans board as well. You know, maybe we jump to one of those because there's action all around, including Hikaru's matchup.
All right, your wish is my command. Hans board we go for some fireworks and some action as promised here by Tanya Sachdev. And I see in part exactly what you're talking about. That's a knight fork on a king or on a queen and a rook there in the corner, top left of your screens. How did we end up there?
Yeah, the knight will get captured, but a quick action replay of the last few moves. It's really exploded just in the last 5 moves alone. We last left it in this position. Hans is not materialistic. He does not like being the defender. So he didn't take this pawn and allow the white rook an open line. He instead improved his queen. And in this position with a big threat on the board, the white bishop wants to skewer some pieces on this diagonal. He defended that square with his knight. And the bishop landed there anyway. Instead of taking it, Hans retreated his queen. We saw bishops disappear, the white rook snack on a pawn, and only now did he grab on the G2 square. Given a question mark, maybe there was something better, but when the dust settles, this is where we find ourselves. I'm expecting the black knight to recapture here, and white is a pawn up, but they are very ugly pawns. I'm going to say he's half a pawn up with these doubled, isolated pawns on the edge of the board. Still anyone's game.
It's very interesting also because we might see a doubling up of on the G file by the rooks on the next move by white as well. And how much of an advantage does that give you? Because you also have to be extremely careful that you don't end up, you know, sort of trapping your own rooks with the lack of space to move around right now. But Hans hasn't made his decision. Now you either have to capture that knight with the pawn or your own knight, right? And both have their own pros and cons. Taking it with the pawn means you come in with the tempo, you hit the rook, but guess what? You've kind of weakened your own pawn formation. You end up with the double pawns on the C line. Taking it with the knight, on the other hand, kind of passes a free move. You're also weakening your own C4 pawn that can be grabbed on the next move. David, what are you expecting from Hans right now? He's up on the clock. Is this the moment that he spends extra minutes? How critical is this decision for him?
Perhaps it's not critical. At least the evaluation I see in front of me, both moves roughly the same evaluation. Maybe it's just a stylistic thing. Perhaps keeping the black knight near the king. I totally missed. I blanked on this idea. You mentioned, Tanya, the rook sliding. That's scary. Maybe, therefore, he wants the knight nearby. And there we go. Hans, again, he doesn't like defending. He would always rather be a bit more active. A knight sitting in front of the king looks very safe. The two protectors there. And at least it takes some of the sting out of the rook sliding across.
Yeah, also, if the rook slide's over, we're kind of giving up that B file, right? And then all of a sudden, I'm worried about the precariousness of our queen and king there on the back rank.
Yeah, nice spot. I think sensitivity to danger is so important in chess, and Nodebek, not Nodebek, sorry, his countryman, even, Javalgir Sindarov, might well just want to trade rooks, take this pawn off the board, and maybe step the white king up one square just to vacate that back rank to keep things
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I think that would be my bet, the positional approach. Sliding the rook across is super committal. It's like if you don't give checkmate yourself, you've checkmated.
Well, we pick up that pawn that you talked about with the bishop, but then do we give one of the 2 pawns back on the A file to the queen right after?
Yeah, we would have to. But white would still be a pawn up in that scenario.
Okay.
White would still be a pawn up in that position, but the thing is that by the time you finish your development, you know, you get that castle in. Black has got that A line to double up as well. And there's a big possibility that we might be seeing sort of all the pawns being traded off. The 2 double pawns on the A line and the pawn on C4 right now being picked up and material balance being restored. David, the bar says that Javalgir is doing well in this position. To me, from a human perspective, it feels like black, because of the open lines, has enough compensation. What would your evaluation be here?
I would just take white because I see a free pawn, and I quite enjoy that. I quite like the fact that the white rook as well stares down at the black king. That being said, as you mentioned, it's not just practical compensation, it's also kind of concrete that the black knights will be jumping very quickly, that black will have access to this file. I think black conquered the b file no matter what, and counterplay is guaranteed. I would also be scared as Javokir here of the clock situation, because we all know how dangerous Hans Niemann is, and he has that time advantage.
That's the second time he reached out and pulled back, so a little indecision there. Took his time, finally goes for the trade that you guys were advocating for there. Gets one set of rooks off the board.
Time to grab a pawn.
Grab that, yeah. The expected move. Then maybe continuing to follow David's line, tucking that king up into safety, and connecting the queen and the rook there on the back rank.
That being said, I'm suddenly noticing that once this pawn drops, the black queen might slide across.
With a check, too, if the king slots out. Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay. A spastic eval bar will equalize.
Watch out, there's a big threat on the board right now. The rook on g1 lined up against the king. The knight on f6 is hanging. Queen takes knight is coming up if you're not careful.
Yeah, watch out. Hans Niemann might need to either block that line of the white rooks or slide the king out of this g-file. Very nice move there. Very dexterous stuff from Sindarov.
Very sneaky.
Very sneaky.
Bringing it to the edge of the board and, you know, also clearing up the path for the white rook to slide over perhaps sometime in the future once the king does move up. So really nice way to develop pieces.
Hans yesterday said he's lived a lot of these moments 1,000 times as he's thought about them, so he doesn't feel too much pressure. But now I wonder if he's feeling a little bit of pressure, half a point apiece. If either person in this game comes away with the decisive victory, that will spell the end of their quarterfinal, and you get knocked down.
Yeah, big moments, and the heart rate's creeping up. Since we joined this game, they're going steadily higher and higher as the players. This is such high stakes for them. Breakthrough, potentially, this event, if they can make it further into the knockouts.
Yeah, high stakes here, probably higher stakes over on the Noterbeck versus Arjun Erigaisi board, because this one continues to improve here for the Indian player in Arjun Erigaisi. As we get here, you can see, again, computer very much favoring his position. We can roll it back just a little bit once again, David, to the last time we were here and see how this one has ultimately developed. Noterbeck is going to have to show the same kind of tenacity and fortitude that he did in the first round here, just to pull things back within reach.
Yeah, let's backtrack to the last moment we were here. We saw a knight capture in the center. We did predict this. And instead of the bishop coming out to take this knight, which would have been met by a white knight jumping, the queen came out to capture. The knight jumped anyway, and we saw the white knight conquer some light squares, potentially traded off in the next couple of moves. The white bishop now neutralizing the very strong fianchettoed counterpart in the corner. And when the dust settles, it just looks like the white king is going to be out of the range of this black bishop. The black bishop is all the compensation he has here for a whole rook. And for example, if these light square bishops depart as well, it feels like a matter of time before white starts rounding up this intruder here. I just don't see any dark square targets for the black bishop, and I think he's just running out of ammunition.
At that exchange, sacrifice might have just backfired, but right now Arjun needs to put finishing touches, but it feels like a clear path ahead, right? That pawn, which feels like the biggest asset for black, might just be the weakness to drop off very, very soon. As Noterbeck under pressure, he's got half the amount of time on the clock as well. And once again, a win, and this means Arjun goes through to the semifinals.
Exactly right. So again, pedal to the metal. He had a similar position to this in terms of the eval bar in the last game, and he let it slip away just near the end. This time around, he wants to make sure that doesn't happen. Let's not go into those tie-break scenarios. Hikaru Nakamura, he has a bit of a different situation. He sports that 1-point advantage over Levon Aronian, and we had talked about how we expect Levon to try and make it messy from the get-go. I think he achieved making it messy to a degree, but unfortunately, on the other end of the scuffle, Hikaru, though, still sits in a very stable game, if anything, a little bit more in the driver's seat himself.
Yeah, look at the symmetry here. The knights in the center, pretty much symmetrical pawn structure. The bishop still on these long diagonals. I'm surprised that the eval bar says white is slightly better. It just looks totally level to me. But Hikaru, he's been cynical in this one, just getting the queens off the board, getting pawns off the board. And that's what you need to do in a situation you're happy with just a draw. I wouldn't be shocked if Hikaru at some point pushes one of these 3 pawns just to make sure there are no back rank checkmates against the white king. And ultimately, safety should be in the near future for him. Brings his bishop out instead, hitting the black rook, which doesn't have too many good squares to use. Another logical move. Hikaru, Tanya, clock situation slightly down, but board in control.
Absolutely, and 12 minutes with this kind of a position should not be that much of a trouble. I think he's done a very professional way of handling this final rapid game, given no chances, no unnecessary drama, entertainment on the board required. You need a draw. He got the opportunity to trade as many pieces of the board, and he did it. And the other person who I think is doing just the right things is Fabiano Caruana. Perhaps we jump over to that, against Pragg in a must-win game with white. Fabi making his intentions clear from the start, pretty much throwing a kitchen sink there at Pragg, getting those pawns moving up. Let's bring that up as it looks like Pragg's managed to create some counterplay on the left side of the board, David. Again, pattern recognition, that's the kind of Sicilian-esque breaks that we see in standard chess that Pragg's created with black, pushing that B pawn, creating some pressure, trying to distract Fabiano from the attack on the king side. But it still looks incredibly powerful to me. I mean, once that knight joins the party, once that h-pawn gets to h6, all these checkmating tricks, it's like Pragg's just a little bit too slow on the other flank.
Yeah, it just looks super slow. And the downside for Pragg here, you can push a pawn, but the white queen will happily retreat. You haven't really gained much. If you trade right now, which is what Pragg wants to do to open up lines, after a rook exchange, you suddenly realize, whoops, you cannot even take with your queen to occupy the open line because this black knight is loose. So the knight would be forced to retreat. Fabi's actually down a full pawn here, but that's the least of his concerns, as you point out, Tanya, just to show what could well happen on this board. It's all about the battery here on this diagonal. If you ever try and block it, you just get checkmated in the corner. The queen-bishop kind of... The combination here, it's one of the first things you learn in chess on the long diagonals. This is why the fianchetto is so strong, and here it just looks fantastic for Fabiano.
I mean, when we have Connect 4 on the board, David Howell's like, you're winning already. You get a Connect 5 that has to end in checkmate, right?
Oh, I'll be dancing on the table if it's a Connect 5.
Deal. We take you up on that.
Yeah, well,
if I had a Connect 5,
I had a Connect 5. Gotta be careful what you say on air, my friend. That's been saved in perpetuity. The rooks will leave the board there. The knight has to retreat in order to pick that one up. And then now Fabi has more permission to keep marching that H-pawn forward. The death march has begun.
Get David Howell on the table, James. He's sitting right next to you.
I meant to say if I ever had a Connect 5 in my games. Oh, it might be broken.
Oh, have you been saved by Pragg?
Oh, Pragg is trying to save me here. Fabi could...
Trying to save you and save himself, I think, maybe more importantly.
Yeah, it's definitely not worried about me. Fabi might just play it anyway. It just looks like a good move, unfortunately. For me, that is, unfortunately for Pragnananda, maybe. Connect 5.
I mean, if it happens, you got to give us at least a dance move right there. You don't have to get on the table. But come on, David. You keep screaming, Connect. James is already grooving to the beat.
I have no issue shimmying,
Shimmying.
Shimmy a day.
I'll floss if I...
Oh, dear God.
Oh, gosh. After this round, so we can stick to the chat.
Viva Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. They're gonna have you pay this off, my friend. We need the move to be made, but production's gonna make you pay this one off.
Production's ready for the moment if Fabi plays.
All right, we're already. Oh, there it is. Okay, we don't even have to wait for the move to be made. We can just. If the idea of a Connect 5 gets him moving.
We need some Maroon 5. We need some Jackson 5.
We need that Connect 5.
Okay, Fabiano, is he going to play that move, or is he going to break all of our hearts now by trading off the head of the pawn chain? I think that's the one move we won't see, at least in this exact position, because the black bishop will recapture and actually challenge this long diagonal. The black bishop, black knight are so passive that you do not want to let them loose in this position. Here, Pragg isn't really necessarily threatening to capture this pawn because it only opens things up even further. So what will Fabi do?
I mean, the only other move that comes on my mind, well, maybe there are several, but something that does continue attack is what we were discussing about earlier, right? Jump in with that knight. But that comes in with a pawn sacrifice because Pragg can take the pawn on g5 if you land that knight on g4. That requires a lot of calculation. David, what's the top engine move in this position?
Connect
5
Yeah.
for the win.
I mean, it's consistent, right? Like, consistency is key in life and chess and in all pursuits, and that's the plan he enacted a few moves ago.
You're saying Stockfish wants you to dance as well?
Apparently. Oh, my weak Stockfish 17 here on low depth wants to push that pawn forward. And that is logical. It does mean that you're breaking the base of the black pawn chain. And essentially, if you do open that diagonal, you're always staring down at threats against the opponent's king. I think he'll play it. I think he's just waiting to kind of figure out the follow-up. If this pawn does step forward, black most likely will just try and block. You need to keep the white rook out of the game on this line. But then there's a pin forever, perpetuity here.
Yeah, and in this case, can I then slide my light-scored bishop one to the right, and I'm hitting that pawn as well as a fork between the king and the queen?
Yeah, I love that move. Just pressure, tie it down.
If you want to block that, you have to slide that pawn forward, and boom.
And boom, and boom. And this would end in checkmate very shortly. So, yeah, lots of very pleasant-looking alternatives for Fabi. The other move Tanya mentioned, jumping forward with the knight. The live position is on the bottom right of our screens, but allowing this capture does require some calculation. The idea would be now to play this pawn forward, now that you've broken this line open. But, yeah, judging this, comparing it to the other one, that's what Fabi's doing in his mind right now.
Well, this is the time to think, right? Crucial moment. And he has to get the victory here, so he set himself up for success, but you don't want to let it slip away in those final moments.
It's really the big one, right? Fabi, must-win game. He's got everything that he wanted. You know, it's a dream position. You've got the black queen far away from assisting the king. The other knight also hasn't made a developing move in this position. So it just feels like you've done everything right. You've got your rook in the attack, the queen bishop, the knight's ready to jump in. The two pawns are eyeing a break right now. But it's all about being precise. I think Fabi does go in. He knows he needs a win. And after that, the question is, Pragg's thinking about his response. He's not just sitting idle there, you know, sort of cursing himself for the mistakes that have gone by. He's thinking, how do I respond once Fabi gets that connect 5 on the board? Do you see a direct path for him, James?
Yeah, that's what Pragg's thinking. I tell you what chat's thinking. They're just thinking of which tracks they want to make David dance to, as you can see there. How about Mambo number 5, my friend? That's a throwback right there. Yeah, exactly.
If you guys sing, I'll dance.
No, I don't know if I want to be committed to that.
Let's do it, James.
Nope, not starting my singing career here and now. Not today.
I mean, if there's any city in the world that can happen, and it's got to be Vegas. Right?
Yeah. As chat points out, Hans was dancing yesterday. Maybe it's only fair that I dance today.
Let me master the world of chess before you throw me into the spotlight when it comes to my singing voice.
And both these chess and dance, you gotta have moves, you know.
This is true.
Factor.
This is true.
You gotta have rhythm. Okay.
Gotta find the flow.
How do chess players do on the dance floor?
Actually, we have this big Bermuda party that happens at perhaps the biggest chess tournament, the Chess Olympics. You know, it's a traditional party that happens. I've seen a few of the top players sort of shake a leg. I think I'd say they got some moves. And I will also say that David is a bit of a super grandmaster when it comes to dancing. I've got some videos on my phone right here, by the way.
A man of many talents, I tell you that. I mean, he never ceases to surprise me when it comes to the skill set that he possesses.
I would say Vidit out of this group, out of the 16 grandmasters in the arena, the playing hall right now. I would say maybe he's the most impressive dancer I've seen.
I mean, have you seen his wedding videos?
Yeah.
It's basically with it just dancing straight for 2 days.
That's a good reason to dance. It's a good reason to dance. Well, this board, there's definitely some thinking going on. As I say that, I saw Fabi reach for a piece.
It was the knight. Lands at the center of the board, a move that we did not think of.
Yeah, that's a different landing square, and it does get the question mark.
That one felt counterintuitive to me because it could get hit in 2 directions by either of these 2 black pawns. And yeah, it felt like the white knight might also want the option of jumping to the edge of the board with a check. This is more one-dimensional, going only for the f6 point. But Tanya, still the advantage for white in this position, board and clock. But is this Fabiano slightly starting to lose the thread here?
And I think that's one of the hardest parts about chess, right? And it's true for every single level, that you get this position and you have this feel that you're really close to crashing through, but then you have these pleasant options and choices, you know, the problem of plenty, it's real in chess, making that decision, you got to do it in good time as well. But Fabi still keeps advantage right now, and look at that, Pragg was I'd say almost ready with his response because he pushes the D pawn, attacks the knight at the center of the board. Is Pragg back in the game?
Ooh, given a question mark, this move, though. And that means there's probably something. Fabiano, this is the first move he would have looked at when he jumped his knight forward. And he's definitely not going to retreat now. You do not jump forward only to see a pawn push and then lose time. So he must be about to blow the position open. He must be about to open up lines.
Agreed, David, but that means a bunch of trades, right, that are going to follow. And you better be sure that those trades work out in your favor. You've just eased the pressure off. Yes, you can go pawn takes pawn, and I believe he does just that.
No connect 5, anyone?
No more connect. Yeah, you're right. There never was a connect 5. They got a shimmy out of you without the connect 5.
I saved from the full frontal dance there.
That's true. But you're welcome, chat at home, for what you got. But how about this?
Fair.
A little bit earlier in the show, in this very round, right, we were talking about these two players and how they match up stylistically, and you said normally these guys would very much be considered the calculators. So the question is, who did the calculations right in this complex variation of trades that we're about to see happen?
Yeah, I would normally think Fabiano, just because he spent so long on that knight jump and he's so committed now. But I don't know, the fact that he's paused, first of all, the fact that Pragg is so quickly and happily playing into this variation, maybe Fabiano hasn't calculated as clearly, as crisply as he wanted. And okay, piece sacrifice on the board. Double exclamation mark.
Big move.
Wow, that is fantastic. Whether it works or not is another question, but allowing this knight to drop allows the white rook in. Oh, that does actually feel very powerful. Let's put it on the board, live board, bottom right of your screens. If you take the knight, you have to take it with the pawn, not the knight, otherwise you allow the white queen in. We would see a rook check. And I think bishop takes pawn would be my choice here. Or you could actually just take the black bishop off the board, and you are threatening all sorts on these two diagonals now. This just looks catastrophic.
Very scary.
And that's a move. The one that was just played was foreseen by Fabiano Caruana when he bought that knight to the center of the board. He had calculated this entire sequence. Pragg pushes the knight back, Fabi refuses, takes the pawn, and then goes on to sacrifice a piece. That piece will not be picked up by Pragg. That's just completely lost on the spot. Now, anyone in this situation, the first move that comes to your mind is just block that position on the right side of the board. Push that pawn one step forward and make sure there's no rook jumping in. But that would mean that for the rest of the game, Pragg's knight is just stuck there because you've made this huge weakness on the diagonal. There are checkmates along the long diagonals all across the board once you get g6 in. And I think that's what Fabi was relying on. You simply move the knight away and you've paralyzed Black's king side.
Yeah, just to put that on the board, Tanya, the pawn steps forward. Probably the white knight moves, not trades. And James's idea from earlier, the white bishop coming to target this pawn in conjunction with its knight. This is actually landed. This is the live position.
Ooh, and this is that's actually very scary because then the king doesn't have anywhere to run either. If it ever wanted to just try and get out of dodge and make its way towards the left-hand side of the board, that light square that it would try and move diagonally to and make a run for its own queen is already protected by that knight. So he's completely locked away in the right-hand side corner of the board.
Yeah, throw away the key. That king is not getting away, getting out of that prison anytime soon. This just looks almost terminal. I'm surprised the eval bar says that Black still has a chance.
Yeah, where are the outs?
Ooh.
You have to just shift your attention to the other flank now, right? Knowing that that knight can never move from there, you're tied down. A few of your pieces are tied down. The rook, the knight, the bishop to defend those dark square weaknesses. You're looking at the only other open line in the position, which is the B line. So get your queen right there. Try to perhaps trade the queens off. That's one trade that I'd be looking for if I'm Black here. David, get that queen to the B4 square that you're highlighting, and just try to get this to go into an endgame.
Yeah, maybe another idea to block the long diagonal is to throw a pawn in the way. Now that that square is protected by the black knight, maybe that's his idea. For example, just to put my move on the board here, to create a threat, a double attack here, would be a big mistake now, because Pragg would block this diagonal with a pawn. And if it's recaptured, for example, now you can take the bishop, now that you're safe, and suddenly things turn full 360 here. So, okay, big moment. He still needs the knockout blow. Fabiano, he's been circling Pragg for a while now, but struggling to land a punch.
It's a good thing he's got those extra minutes to work things out right now. Also, I just realized I love your idea of throwing a spanner with the central pawn move, because it's really not easy to get the queens off the board, right? The e6 pawn is such a weakness. Even if you manage to get into an endgame, it means you're going to end up losing a key pawn. Not just that one, your entire center falls apart.
Yeah, Pragg does look the happiest he's been all game, or at least since the opening stages. He's always been one of those movers, shakers during games. And yeah, he's bobbing his head. He was looking at the camera a minute ago. And heart rate, both around the 100 mark. This one starting to heat up.
Now, I do want to make sure we don't miss the conclusion of this, but there is some action breaking down on a few of the other boards. So let's go back over to Arjun Erigaisi, Noterbek Abdusatorov, where things continue to get worse and worse and worse for Noterbek's position. Arjun Erigaisi really doing his best to put the clamp down on his opponent. Not over just yet, but as you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, the bar well in favor of the player piloting the white pieces.
Yeah, this is simply a clash between control for black. Black's bishop looks beautiful. Black's rook and queen look super nice on the open file versus material. And white has a rook for bishop and an extra pawn. So a big, big deficit there.
Yeah, I mean, black's got the flying V defense.
Oh, I love that.
Right?
Flying V.
Yeah. Oof. How do we break through?
That is, actually, now you mention it, that's a beautiful formation.
Isn't it? Wow. It's very pretty, but for whatever reason, even though it has some symmetry to itself, the computer is not a fan.
No substance, that's the problem, no threats. And any exchanges, now Erigaisi, he's setting up this rook exchange. Any trades are going to favor white, simplify the equation, and the black bishop is actually just a optical illusion. It's hitting the net, Tanya.
Also, there's no stability on that flying V, right? That's the big problem for black, because white's got this deep pawn that can move one step forward and just spoil that construction, unfortunately, for Noterbek Abdusatorov, get those trades in. And I think the Valbar is not lying. I think even, again, from a practical perspective here, white should have this in the bag. It's the extra exchange, and the last pair of rooks are about to come off the board as well on the open E line.
Okay, so white should have this one in the bag. A board that maybe is less certain in terms of his outcome would be Javokir Sindarov up against Hans Niemann. However, during the time that we were away, the young Uzbek has found, again, just a little bit of an edge, and maybe it comes most recently off of a question mark given to Niemann's most recent rook move. But this is looking rather scary for the guy who came in as maybe the second best looking player in the group stage behind Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, he's a good looking player, what can I say? But in the meantime, look at this, Sindarov, messing up the advantage apparently with a rook trade. I was going to say he's got maximum stability, and it was all about the third rank. Bishop, queen, knight, and previously the rook were all sitting on the third rank, kind of controlling white's half of the board. And I was going to say it's time to start pushing this pawn. This is long-term your trump card. That's a potential future queen. So he wants to trade off. But maybe here, after an exchange, the white king gets a bit more open. It's lost its key defender, the rook. And queens and knights are sometimes tricky pieces, Tanya.
And there's a clear path in, right, after that trade. And like you're saying, you divide the board into two halves. The king is all alone on the right side. For white, all the pieces are on the other side, kind of offside, right? So that gives us... That would give Hans the time to actually combine the queen and knight combo that you're insisting on right now. Get the queen on the dark squares. You know, you could go d6, c7, b8, any one of them. It comes in with a hit on that h pawn. Yes, the other pawn as well. But David, more importantly, the black knights are jumping into the attack. You know, that black knight from g6 can land on h4, getting closer to the king. The other knight also jumping to the center of the board. I'm actually really liking this. I mean, it almost feels like a momentum shift because of that one rook trade, one move by Sindarov.
And we got there just in time to see it.
Huh? I think he's just forgotten that double attack. The black queen coming up attacks pawns on both sides of the board, the two corner pawns. And Sindarov, that happens when you're low on time. You seek simplifications. He's down at 3 minutes. You just want to clear the board. You just assume, I've been there so many times, guilty myself. You just assume trades help you.
And that's the big difference between their first round and this round, right? Shu was on the other foot in that previous round, where Sindarov was sitting with good 20 minutes to his name, with single digits over there for Hans Niemann. Okay, the board almost lied to us for a moment. We will get that rook trade.
Has Hans spotted it, though? The double attack that David's pointing out. And David, is it absolutely crucial to choose that square? Because I was also thinking you line it up from c7, b8, maybe same ideas, but now that you say it, that double attack feels a lot more powerful.
I was just attracted to that other white pawn. That
pawn
runner.
grabber.
I'm such a pawn grabber. I saw a double attack, but of course you don't need to necessarily attack this probably less important pawn on the flank right now. It's more about getting to the white king, as you point out, Tanya. So yeah, I think one of these three moves is almost guaranteed by Hans Niemann. all with the same idea of hitting the white pawn near the king.
But you can't, it's one of those moves, you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you plant the queen on the most active of those 3 squares, then you can decide. And he's reaching out for it, and it does land on the board. Hans Niemann isn't missing anything in Vegas.
Big moment, though. I think this is what Sindarov had planned, so maybe he didn't miss it after all. He's hoping that if the black queen moves away, he lands a check at the top of the board. The black knight will block. I'll just quickly put this on the board. And after a block, now you win a whole knight. The question is whether the white king, which is pretty bare, can avoid the checks. Engine says it's a dead draw, and black can continue checking the white king forever. But for a human, it looks like you might be able to run away a bit later on. So very hard to evaluate, and Hans now has to decide what to do.
He does. He decided. He's gone for the other pawn.
Defending this knight so that he's able to block with the other.
Oh, look at that. Okay, so the material does go his way.
But that is a pawn. I mean, now that the knight is defended, you can always block that check and then move the other knight away and free up your queen. So doing the math quickly, still material balance, so he's just regained the lost pawn and looking for some activity from the queen. But the bar says that Sindarov's the one who will be on the push here. Do you come in with the queen? Do you come in with your knight? What's the attack here?
Well, the answer's the queen. There comes the block, nice and quick. Won't be able to pick up the knight, but I guess we now have something to go after, right? It's that remaining isolated pawn here.
But don't
from Hans Niemann.
Don't go in with your knight to the center of the board. I just spotted a cool tactic here. My first instinct was get that knight to e5, but that runs into a nasty check, a double attack check at the edge of the board, winning that knight. And yes, you lose your own knight, but I think black is completely out of the danger woods once that trade happens.
Yeah, watch your back rank. That's the moral of the story in a lot of the games we've seen so far today. Some checks.
Maybe king e2 then? Just kind of tuck it up in there, make sure that we avoid something like that.
I love it.
Yeah, prophylaxis, that's what we call it. You see your opponent's threat coming a mile away, you stop it before it even lands or even gets close to landing on the board. I love that move. At some point, we'll see the knight jump. At some point, we'll see Fabiano's kind of idea of pushing this h-pawn forward just to close doors around the black king. Hans maybe still on the back foot, but the fact that he's no longer a pawn down, if we had this exact position with the white pawn running up the side of the board, that would have been over. So missed opportunity already for Sindarov. Okay, Tanya, predictions, is this going to tie breaks?
We said that at the start of the show, right? And not that our predictions have turned out very well so far, but I think everyone wants to watch this match go down to the wire to get that 10+10 in a best of 2. It will be if this ends in a draw. But James, your move, the king advance, just hiding from any potential checks in the future, it's a very Magnus Hikaru-esque move. All these top guys, they always do this prophylactic stuff where a threat is stronger than the execution, so you're always with the idea coming in. And he was almost reaching for the king, I thought. Did you see that?
Yeah.
We might see it happen on the board. And there it is. What a call, James.
Grandmaster Dash.
Hey, you'll see me here on the circuit next year.
I mean, that's an impressive move. That's a really nice hiding place for the king for now. As long as the black queen can't kind of come in round the other side and start delivering some checks. But she's far away. She needs to defend her knight in the meantime. And Tanya's move now has been safely set up. And if the white knight comes in, the white queen slides across. There is a target on this square.
I think he's going to stop that idea. He's going to move that other knight in front of the white pawn, just taking control of the central squares, improving the position of your own pieces, and freeing up your queen from defending it.
And that's what he goes for. Yeah. I don't know when this would occur, and it might be too slow for anything. Queen to b2 just feels like a tricky little move. Well, I'm attacking the pawn, attacking the bishop and the pawn, trying to dislodge them. Obviously, I can't take the pawn just yet or anything like that. But then it allows me still an avenue back towards the center of the board along this diagonal and attacking that original pawn over there on the h-file, exactly, that we were looking at with our original double attack.
Yeah, that would be a nice way to get in, switch focus. Just while this board looks like it's roughly level, maybe we can go to Fabiano.
We got to do it right now.
Let's go to Fabiano versus Pragg to see how that one's playing out. Again, Fabiano, he's been fully in the driver's seat since early on in this game, and he continues to have the advantage, but hasn't found a way to break through entirely just yet. And how about this? The counterplay maybe starting to mount on the other side of the board with the pawn push most recently from Pragg here. He's starting to attack the base of that, pawn chain that Fabi has built his entire strategy around.
Yeah, the dark squared pawn chain that was set up on move 3, move 4, it's finally been broken, and this is a sacrifice, but I think he has some really devilish ideas in mind, Pragg. If you do take this pawn with your bishop, then the black knight will move. Probably you actually step back to this square to guard a weakness that we'll talk about in a moment, but suddenly there's a pin, and the white bishop will be captured next move, the pawn chain will be broken, and Fabi goes a different direction instead. He attacks this pawn. This is a sacrifice. If you take this pawn with a check, what could be more tempting? The white king will move, and you have no good way of defending this pawn, which is going to come with a hit on the black queen and king. Instead, Pragg, whoa, sacrifices his knight.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What is that move?
Discovered attack against the white queen. It's also a check. The white king defends its queen.
But it's your idea, but Pragg's just given a whole piece for it. Does he want to get his rook to slide over with a check next? After taking the queen. What else is the follow-up here? I think that's the idea.
I mean, at the very least, he's kind of destroyed the power of that diagonal, right? The bishop and the queen battery that originally existed. But yeah, we still have...
He's going to take the queen, bring the rook over, bring the rook to the first rank, and claim that he's got counterplay because of that d2 pawn. I think we've got moves already, David.
Oh, we have moves. The camera blacked out. I blacked out there for a second. The queen trade. And we're waiting to see whether Pragg gives a check with his rook. And you have to. You're a piece down. You're just in time before the white bishop swoops and grabs a pawn with a nasty check. But this is what Fabi has in mind. He guards his first rank, not allowing the black rook to infiltrate. The black pawn, that's the only source of counterplay for now.
Yeah, it's not great, but I don't hate it for Pragg, right? At least now we've forced our opponent to land a pawn on that dark square, right? Again, kind of shutting down the angle of that bishop that had been so powerful for so long.
Yeah, but a piece is a piece. It's a whole bishop to the good for white. And the fact that the eval bar is not completely white right now shows that there is counterplay. But Pragg needs to be super accurate right now. Otherwise, it's just a decisive material advantage for white.
Pragg's about to lose that pawn as well, right? At the center of the board. Nothing's going to defend that pawn. The only counterplay that he's relying on is the pawn on d2 and the fact that the rook cuts off the king from coming closer to it. But David, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. You know, a piece is a piece is a piece is a piece. You can say that as many times in these kind of positions. All that white seems like you have to do is to re-coordinate the pieces and put pressure on that advanced asset of black. Once that's off the board, that's game over. Bring the knight, bring the rook, win that pawn. Is it as easy as it is in my head?
I think so, and he's one move too short. If he could move the black bishop across one square, he would have supported the black rook coming in, but the black rook was indirectly hit by the white bishop. Okay, it kind of defends the pawn, although the pawn might still just drop with the check, defended by the knight.
But he set up that idea, no? Bishop to a3 next.
Bishop to a3 next, followed by the rook coming in, or a pin potentially. So I would be very tempted to move my bishop forward just to stop that idea. And like you say, Tanya, eventually the white rook will come. Eventually you might start kicking back this black bishop. It's still going to take a while for Fabiano, though. So this one definitely not over yet.
To me, that sounds like 3 moves, right? Get the bishop out, push the pawn forward, drive the black bishop away, get the rook in. Once that pawn falls, the game collapses. So for Pragg, he needs to find his counterplay over the next 3 moves.
Yeah, and it looks like tie breaks are the favorite if Fabiano can close this one out. In the meantime, Hans Niemann, that game we just came from against Sindarov, still looking very balanced. Hikaru against Levon Aronian looking roughly balanced. And Arjun Erigaisi still with a big material advantage against Abdusattorov.
Yeah, so the two big stories right now in terms of decisive results are the board we're currently looking at in Arjun Erigaisi versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and of course the one that we just left in Praggnanandhaa versus Fabiano Caruana. The important thing to note here is that since these two are tied at half a point apiece, it's all about Arjun Erigaisi looking to book his ticket to the next round of the upper bracket here without having to go into a tiebreak scenario. For Nodirbek, he's fighting against all odds here in a disadvantaged position.
He's never let the white rooks get active. That's the kind of that's the whole strategy behind his play, Abdusattorov. If the white queen comes in, give some checks, maybe you can grab some pawns, but you leave your king slightly abandoned. The white rook, though, that's the one that needs to enter the game eventually. And the fact that the black pawns are advancing just cramps the white king slightly. If you push your pawn to block, then the black bishop might have some nice diagonals on the dark squares to look down at. I'm not going to say this is over. Oh, whoa. Erigaisi pushing this pawn forward. Maybe it is over. This is a very brave move, not on my radar at all, but he's trying to crack open some lines for the white rook and queen.
That is the most anti-David move if I ever saw one in the position. You know, you're up material, and Arjun just sticking true to his style, still bringing on the fight, still wanting to create complications on the board, but it looks extremely direct, right? When you've got the rook and queen combo, you want to open up as many files as possible. That's what he's trying to do. And there we've got our amazing audience. If you guys can hear us, wave. Shout out to you guys. What's up? They look like they're really locked in.
I would be locked in too. We got 7 boards in play. The only result the only result that we've seen so far here through our second round is Magnus Carlsen taking the win over Vidit Gujarati. He moves to 2-0. Big waves back to you here from the studio. We appreciate y'all for coming out. We hope you're enjoying the show. But these upper bracket bouts, they're delivering so far, right? And it is looking very much like we're going to multiple tiebreak scenarios here as we continue the day here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, more chess is always better. And yeah, this move wasn't on my radar, maybe because it's not my style, but also because it allows en passant, allowing the pawn to be captured, the one that's just moved 2 squares, as if it just moved 1. But that would only simplify the equation for white. Erigaisi would... Okay, there we go. It has happened. Erigaisi is probably going to just take that pawn back with his queen, and suddenly the white rook has another open line to look at towards the black king. This is Arjun putting the finishing touches on what should be a decisive game here.
And he always does that in the most active way possible, James.
Yeah, and we kind of have 2 games that feel like they're going quickly towards a decisive result. So we're going to give you a little bit of whiplash at home. Stick with us as we jump back over to Pragg versus Fabiano Caruana, just to see how maybe Fabiano is going to put the finishing touches on this one and buy himself that tiebreak scenario to keep his tournament hopes alive.
Wow, and Pragg has jumped in with his knight a couple of moves ago. We saw a pawn drop, another pawn drops. It's a double attack hitting the black rook, the black knight. Fabiano looks very relaxed. A knight check is the only way to save both of those pieces at the same time. The black rook has to move, but it's not just about the black pawn anymore, although there are some threats against the white king. The black bishop now coming and caging the white king in the corner. It's also about the fact that white has a trump card of his own. This pawn is hanging with a check. White has a very far advanced pawn. Tanya, I think I would probably just slip my king up 1 square, though, just to make sure that there's no caging in that corner.
I completely agree. I mean, this is an idea that you called out a while ago, right? On the dark squares, and that's the big trick that Pragg is relying on. So just fight against it. So much material advantage as well on the board, and then bring your bishop back and start moving that pawn up the board. Not even to mention that the other pawn at the edge of the board, the 8-7 pawn, is hanging in the position. Love it. King to b2, bishop to b3, d5, d6, win the game.
That being said, I just realized my suggestion might be a blunder.
Really?
The white king forward looks like nice and healthy, prevents the black bishop from stepping across because the black rook would be falling. But the rook comes down anyway, sacrificing itself after a rook capture. The black bishop could drop, deflecting the white king with a check.
And then you capture with a promotion.
That is amazing.
Whoa.
Never trust a grandmaster.
Pragg is not out of it yet.
Well, and yeah, these are the kinds of tricks he has to play for, right? You know, if he didn't try and launch any kind of counter-offensive here on the left-hand side of the board, he really was just going to crumble under the pressure slowly but surely. So doing everything he can in his power to put an end to Fabi's tournament run here and now, at least in the upper bracket side of things.
Then maybe the simplest way to counter your idea is to switch up the move order, right, David? You actually do start with sliding the bishop back and then block that file with your own bishop. Plant it on c2, make sure that there's no rook infiltration possible, and then start rolling up the board with your pawn.
Very professional. The white knight is going to feast on a pawn sooner or later anyway. Kill the opponent's counterplay. That is the professional way to do it. Fabiano, though, down at the 1-minute mark now for the first real time, lower on the clock than his opponent, but that's because he smells the finishing line, he sees it.
And it's also the extra 30 seconds, the bonus time every time a player makes a move, presses the clock that you get, and he comes back with a knight. All right, still under control. Now the bishop slide would be met by knight takes pawn. Everything is fine for white here. How does Pragg keep the game going? I saw him look sideways, a glance towards the audience. It almost felt like he was resigning himself now to the reality of a tiebreaker coming up for him.
It's the left shoulder look.
It was.
It's the look when players are realizing that it might be the end for them. He's going to look to defend that pawn by sliding the rook over, but now that trick is no longer in his repertoire, at least for now.
He's trying one final trap. He's hoping that Fabiano steps forward with the king, which might well happen anyway, and the position might repeat itself. He's hoping that the black rook will come back with a check. And again, if you step to the wrong square, there's that whole trick we mentioned. I'll just put it on the board. A rook c1 trick with the bishop coming to deflect the king. So here, Pragg is playing for tricks, but I think the one way to shut that down is to blockade with the white rook, and that's pretty much game over.
Yeah, that just feels like the most straightforward move in the position that doesn't require any calculation. Fabi could also go for the other idea, bring the king up and slide it over closer towards the right side. We see a check repeating. Just don't move it to that left square, to the dark square that you were pointing out earlier, David. But I think his idea is to move it to the queening square in front of the black pawn and then get it over to the other side.
Yeah, that's very classy. You still control everything. You walk into a check, which is a bit scary, but all under control. And Fabiano has enough time in this increment format to work this out. Or he could just go back the other way and repeat the position once. Nope, he does play your move, Tanya. Nice blockade. The white king is a fantastic piece here, controlling the light squares. It's nice that the white rook is defended by the white knight as well, so any checks are not really creating anything here for black.
Do you think Pragg plays this on? Because I have seen him, I think he does fight on. It also kind of gives you the time to adapt to what's coming up next, right? In your mind, you want those extra minutes to kind of calm yourself down, even though you realize you're about to lose in this one. You know, you set yourself up for the tiebreak rather than rushing into it.
Yeah, he'll play on. It's kind of one-dimensional, his tricks. It's all about promoting this pawn. Black's king not doing anything, the other pawn's not doing anything. But until Fabi proves that he can take that pawn off the board, wipe it out, then I think Pragg will continue playing.
What am I missing? Why can't you do it immediately?
You probably can. It will come at the cost of a couple of white pawns. After I'll just put it on the board while the players think. The rook pins the knight, the white rook steps forward. This pawn drops, the white bishop moves, and another pawn drops. Maybe he just doesn't want to allow too much material to disappear off the board. But yeah, either way, it's winning for Fabiano, as it looks like Bibrisara, Asuabayeva, and Lenier Dominguez have finished their game.
Yeah, their game has completed, and it is ending in a victory for Lenier Dominguez Perez. So after a draw in the first game and him hopping to the black side of the board, he did manage to get it done in that second round of the day. So he'll move right along in the lower bracket, continuing his hopes for third place in this Las Vegas event.
Meanwhile, Arjun with a massive advantage, as has been the case for the last many moves, still playing to perfection, converting his game into a win against Nodebek. Nodebek fighting on, but I don't think for much longer.
Yeah, Nodebek running out of resources, but the status quo has pretty much been maintained over the last few moves. Not too much has changed over there.
Yeah, Queen's still on the board there, at the very least, as opposed to this one. More stable situations when it comes to the Levon, Aronian, Hikaru boards and the Hans and Javakir boards, although I will note just the bar slightly creeping in the favor of Levon Aronian for the first time in the entire game. I think that one still has a little bit of runway though, so we're gonna try and stick here for the conclusion of a number of these matches, and then we'll hop on over and maybe catch the end of a Hikaru Levon game if Levon manages to bring it back.
Yeah, it feels like Hikaru is playing very, very determinedly for the draw. And in the process, maybe not just playing the best moves. Here we see Fabiano try to maximize the position. He's not rushing. He will capture this pawn in a moment, defend it with his rook, as Tanya pointed out. But in the meantime, he's just putting everything else on protected squares. Very professional. If you know there's no rush, just defend everything first. A good general tip in time scrambles.
Very clinical by Fabi, right? He just makes sure that he's only going to lose one of those two pawns that he has. Next move, this is coming up. The knight is about to capture that big asset that gives Pragnananda compensation. Pragg falls back with the rook, attacking the two pawns. It might happen right now. If you do take the pawn, Pragg will capture the central pawn. Again, there are those dynamics that you end up losing both the D and the F pawn as white. But he goes for it. The rook steps up. And I wonder if he's going to take the knight and pick up the other pawn, though that should be lost.
Yeah, unfortunately after a trade, the white rook is coming in and behind to win some pawns of its own. So maybe he'll try a last trick. Maybe he'll throw a pawn forward to try and kick away the white bishop, indirectly defended by the black rook. But Fabi will just find a safe square. Fabiano just needs one more move, get the white king out of the pin, release the knight, and release the tension by taking the win.
No, he needs a miracle right now, Pragg does, to save this one. He's down big material, but he's fighting on. This is going to tie breaks. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, this one looks like it is going to tie breaks and will be the only one going to tie breaks so far of our concluded matchups. Although I say that, and it looks like there was just a result found between Ray Robson and Vincent Keimer. Draw again. So they drew in the first round, managed to draw again in the lower bracket, so that match as well will be going to tiebreakers to see who can continue to keep their tournament hopes alive. As once you find yourself in the lower bracket, a loss means you are eliminated from contention.
Yeah, that means we have said goodbye to Bibisara, we've said goodbye to Vidit.
Correct.
And awaiting some other results in that lower bracket.
Yeah, wow, and this has been really impressive by Fabi, you know, back to the wall to make a comeback win in this one, to get the position that he had and then to play it out to perfection, knowing that you've got just one chance, one game to stay, to keep those championship dream alive. I mean, that's the reason the guy is one of the absolute best in the world for the number of years he's been that.
I mean, it's funny, but in a way, this performance from Fabi is kind of why when you asked me or asked us to predict all the way to the end of the tournament, I find it almost impossible to bet against Fabi. I could bet against him in any singular matchup, right? He can be beaten by any of the other, 16 players here to a degree. But when I think about his consistency over the course of a tournament and his ability to reach either final tables or, the one just before, semifinals, he just always seems to be there. And it's because of his performance in moments like this where there's a demand of him. He has to find the victory. And that's when he turns it on. That's when he creates something genius out there on the chessboard.
Yeah, very goal-oriented there. He knows what needs to be done and more often than not gets it done as the Black King moves. I think Fabi now will try to get the White King out of dodge as well, as we see Vincent Keimer, who did just draw, watching one of the other games in the other bracket. And in the meantime, Hikaru definitely worse in his game. Javelkis Sindorov against Hans Niemann. I'm going to call that now. I'm going to say that's going to tie breaks. It looks very drawn, not many pieces left on that board. We saw it level out a bit earlier. But Arjun on the brink now of getting a win. Fabiano getting a win, most likely. Yeah, more blood. Every round there's blood spilled.
Lots of blood. And that's the way freestyle chess is designed, right? We want high action. We want high octane. And the players are giving us just that. It's going to be quite the pace switch up, though. Remembering, from here into those tie breaks, we're going down to 10 minutes, 10-second increment. Back what we saw a bit on display just yesterday. So I'm sure some players might be relishing in that fact that they get to go back to maybe a comfort zone that they found just yesterday, the likes of a Hikaru or a Hans Niemann. For others, that's going to be, a bit of a gear shift that they have to mentally reset between now and just a few minutes' time.
And so far, Fabi, with every move, he's not rushing, but he keeps things under control. He's showing, again, surgical precision in this conversion that he is. Black, meanwhile, for Pragg here, he gets the king up the board, trying to create some counterplay. If you're Black, your defensive hopes rely on trying to swap off trade as many pawns as possible. So perhaps at some point, trying to push that G pawn up the board, get that off. If the right side of the board gets liquidated, perhaps that starts giving Pragg just a sliver of hope to be able to hold this.
Yeah, just a little bit of hope. I really like Fabiano's move just before he moved his king out of the way. The white A pawn now defended by its bishop. That is the potential winner. If you keep one pawn on the board, you have an extra piece. That pawn is a potential future queen. It promotes on a light square as well, which is the key for any future potential endgame. But in the meantime, it's all about the white knight. Finally liberated, finally free again after self-pinning and winning that black pawn. And given one more move, it's going to re-enter the fray.
Self-pinning for glory. That is one of the most iconic tweets of chess.
Yeah, especially in the last few years. Ding Liren, his crowning glory, pinning and winning his own piece. In the meantime, I think Pragg's going to resign. I just have a feeling. He's fought on as long as it makes sense to. There we see the Jumbotron, the big screens up there in the playing hall.
Yeah, being here live means you get to track all the action on the big screens as well as see the players up close and personal throughout the day.
Maybe we check in on Hikaru, who's now in serious trouble.
Oh, wow.
Serious trouble. Okay, now that's a development. Oh, and I see exactly what you're talking about. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's flip over to Hikaru Nakamura versus Levon Aronian again. Hikaru, all he needs here is a draw, and we always laud him for his defensive capabilities. But now looking at this position, he's really going to have to turn up the heat if he wants to prevent this from going to a tiebreak scenario, a place that maybe Levon will feel confident given his performance yesterday against Magnus Carlsen.
You know, there's this chess wisdom that the worst way to play for a draw is to play for a draw. And I wonder if that's what happened in this matchup right now. Perhaps too much of a cagey, cautious approach by Hikaru, just sort of trying to neutralize and play extremely safe to get that draw in, and that made him take some less than objective decisions. I see the bishop pair. You know, you could even pick up the pawn on that last move, but instead, Levon here doubling down on a weakness, the unchallenged dark squared bishop now combining with the rook, hitting on that f2 pawn. A miss though. Was there something stronger? For me, this looked incredibly powerful.
Yeah, there was something stronger just to point out on the last move, at least according to the computer, taking off this white knight and then playing the move Levon Aronian did. This would have prevented any defense of this f2 pawn, which will drop, and then, like dominoes, the other white pawns would drop too. This was just a winning move, essentially, for Levon. But I think from a human point of view, very difficult to part with the two bishops, which look so strong, especially the dark squared bishop here. And the white knight not looking great, so trading it off, counterintuitive.
Okay, I was going to say, I do understand the general strength or considered strength of a bishop pair, but with exactly equal material in terms of value, I'm actually quite surprised that the advantage is as great as it is for Levon.
Yeah, right now it's just about the kind of dynamics of this this endgame. Concretely, there are threats. The black bishop and black rook now eyeing a pawn. That can only be defended two ways. The most logical way, or the desirable way here, is to trade rooks. He will not trade rooks. He'll pin this white bishop, which is immobilizing half the white army now. The white bishop, white king cannot move. The white rook's stuck. The white knight is the only piece that can really travel around the board now.
Hikaru is known to be, well, maybe not even second to Magnus Carlsen, the most resourceful player in the world, just up there with Magnus. His resilience is one of his biggest strengths here. You know, he just manages to turn these positions around, save even the most drastic, dire-looking situations in chess. Now, there is a big pin on the board, and I see your idea of trying to neutralize the rooks on the board. I wonder if it's time to shift the rook over, to bring it to the back rank one more time, the first rank, to once again challenge that black rook and get the bishop out of the way. That's the defense that Hikaru's chosen here.
Hikaru's wife in the audience there, cheering him on, hoping that he can mount that defense so as to not have to play through a grueling tiebreak scenario.
To us?
He doesn't have headphones on. So why are you not listening to us? But no, she's a very, very strong chess player. She knows what's going on. She knows Hikaru is on the defensive here. But if anyone can hold this grim endgame, Hikaru can.
Oh, but he doesn't look happy with his prospects.
He's not enjoying it. Nobody's enjoying this position for white, but at least it's got better. I think maybe that one missed opportunity that Levon had to take the knight on favorable terms, he might regret missing it. Now you have to drop your rook back and challenge the black rook. There we go.
But my question to you here is that even if black was to trade the rooks, you know, that d pawn's about to fall. You can't defend it. It's too far advanced. You get the rooks off the board, move the bishop up, and I think we might see this being played out. You pick up that pawn. You say you've got an extra pawn on this ending. You've got a bishop pair. How big an advantage is this really? Because the bar seems to say that white still has a holding shot.
Holding shot. You're going to try and blockade on the light squares with white. Black's extra pawn will be a passed pawn, but you can blockade on the light squares. I'm going to say it's like 60% winning chances, 40% draw, or maybe even higher winning percent chances. Tanya, these two players specifically, is Hikaru going to hold it?
You know, if anyone can save this position, it has to be a player of Hikaru's level. His level of resilience is required in this. Now, the dream would be to try to trade the knight for the light squared bishop, get an opposite color bishop endgame, and that's an immediate handshake. You know, that's the trade you're aiming for. So for Levon, it's absolutely key to keep those light squared bishop, to keep that light squared bishop on the board. He slows down, doesn't immediately pick up the pawn, and I wonder if that's what Hikaru has in mind. The moment the bishop moves away from that, the knight will jump to the center of the board, once again offering that trade.
Yeah, you need to keep your bishops as a pair for as long as you can. Maybe only later when you start making progress advancing do you think about any exchanges. This game's going to go on for a long, long time in the meantime. Should we go elsewhere?
Yeah, while we maybe jump over to Arjun Erigaisi versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because it's been a minute since we've checked in with that, I can reveal to the audience at home that we did have our first result in the upper bracket quarterfinals here between Java Kirsindarov and Hans Niemann. It will once again be a draw for them, so at 1 point apiece, they are headed to tiebreakers. So 10-10 stares them down. They're going to take some time to rest and retool before getting back out onto the field. Oh, this will be the drawing for that tiebreak, it looks like, in terms of the color that he will begin with. Looks like he landed on the black pieces.
Yep, and we'll see those two back in action very shortly. Not much separating them so far. This game, white is simply winning everything on light squares. That is the key. When you are facing a dark squared bishop, the fact that he's material up is a bit of a bonus here for Arjun. And the attack for black has fizzled out. It's up to the white pieces now to coordinate and go for the black king.
And I think the one trade that white would love to have here is get the queens off the board. And that's because of the weakness on b6 that black has, which will be impossible to deal with. Arjun here starts with a check, but I'm just wondering, once the king moves away, is he going to centralize his queen, offering that much desirable trade at the center of the board? I'm looking at the d5 square as well here, David, because I don't think you can go pawn hunting and leave your king open to the checks. You know, queen h5 was a big idea.
Yeah, queen d5, another very nice idea. He's doing the same thing. He's trying to trade queens forcibly in this direction. Any checks can be blocked. The white queen is threatening to give this check and get the queens off. If the black king runs away, then there's another check. I think by force he's getting those queens off, and that will spell the end. With the queens off the board, the white king will sit on a light square, the white rook will go pawn hunting, and the black bishop is just an empty piece.
Very nicely done. You know, this is the one thing I've noticed about these top guys, James. You know, you can get the plan and the idea of, yes, you want to get the queens off the board, but they know exactly how to do it.
Yes.
They do it perfectly.
Yeah, execution top level. And this might be resignation any moment from Abdusattorov here. He tries to get in behind. Is there a knockout now? Can Arjun deliver a check with his queen, deliver a check with his rook, and in some manner or other end the resistance? He just moves his king. Wow, ice in his blood. He is such an assassin.
What are these nerves that Arjun's been blessed with? It's absolutely crazy. I'd love to get a read on his heart rate right now. I'd bet it's somewhere in the 60s.
I've never seen it not in the 60s. So like I said, I'd be quick on the phone to some... like, there it is. It hasn't moved.
How? It's not even within a band of 5. It's been within 65 and 67 the whole day, Arjun. Winning, losing, no matter the time control. Earlier, he was walking around and his resting heart rate was 66.
Seriously.
Unbelievable stuff. But this is a beautiful move, you know. He's found another creative path to get the rook to try and give checkmate to his opponent, get it on the h-line, get the queen to give lateral checks, and that would be game over. Arjun doing this beautifully while maintaining an out-of-the-world heart rate.
Yeah, just incredible. We even saw Levon Aronian a moment ago stand at Arjun's shoulder. So Levon feeling confident, walking around with only a few minutes left on his clock. Nodirbek here, nervously looking at his clock. He's still got 3 minutes, but I think he's on his last legs.
Did we just get all our predictions wrong? Pretty much.
You'd have to remind me of my own predictions.
You know, Hikaru going through, Pragg going through without a tiebreak.
You're right, you're right. Well, hey, don't call the Hikaru game over just yet.
Yeah,
he's fighting.
Pragg's still alive.
He's fighting, and Pragg is still alive. Exactly, exactly.
Okay, this one, as Tanya mentioned, there's a threat of the white rook giving a check, and then the white queen continuing wherever the king goes with another check, and that will end in checkmate very shortly.
And if you want to be David Howell, you could also be threatening to trade queens with a check on f4.
Oh, that's even better, Tanya.
Better than checkmate. Take it to the end game, win pawn by pawn, then promote, then think about check.
Yeah, accountancy chess. In another life, I would have been an accountant. Just count those pawns, count those numbers. That's a big threat. And any check can be blocked. That is the key. The black queen coming behind can be blocked by the white rook, and nothing changes.
Yeah, this is actually a stunning move. You know, sometimes in chess, you don't always have to go for the most direct approach. Sometimes these little king moves is what it takes to wrap things up. A check given, that will be blocked by the rook, coming in with an attack on the queen, as well as all the ideas that we've been mentioning for white, for Arjun. Starting with checkmates on the h-line and queen trades.
Yeah, he'll block that check. He can block with the rook. He can also block with the queen. That's the only reason he's really hesitating right now. But Arjun is about to take this one still at 66 heart rate. I would actually think the heart rate monitor was broken if we hadn't seen him do this already in Paris.
Agreed. No. It's the fact that it's never changed that tells me this is the heart rate we can rely on. Rather, we know that this is telling us the truth. Over in the Fabiano Caruana versus Pragg Nananda game, I think it's interesting. You know, again, still very well advantaged towards Fabiano. But if we flip over there real quickly, you can see that Pragg really is putting up such a big fight, trying to get that pawn rolling towards the other side of the board. Anything he can do to create counterplay. Obviously, right now it's kind of at an impasse. It can't go much further because that light squared bishop is eyeing the next square that it wants to move to. But that is kind of his one shining hope, right?
Yeah. It's just impressive, Tanya, that he's kept it alive this long. I was talking about resignation, but at least there's some chance. And if he gets rid of the white final pawn at some stage through some tactics, then we might be talking about a totally different result. But for now, Fabi's still just about in control.
We might have written off Pragg just a tad bit too soon. Yeah, he keeps the fight going move by move here. Has managed to get a pawn to the 3rd rank after giving one up on the 2nd rank on the D2 square. So the fight is still on. Black's rook coming in as well on that last, on White's 1st rank to laterally attack the final remaining pawn in the position. Ideas of rook to E1, rook to A1 to the corner of the board to get the pawn that you guys are talking about.
Yeah, checks from behind, going pawn hunting. I have a feeling that Fabi's getting a bit frustrated and nervous. Just the fact that he didn't kill this game 15 moves ago must really be irking him now. As, okay, it's a rook pin instead, followed by a rook check, most likely, since the white king is just too active, hitting the black bishop. You can't push your pawn now as black because you get skewered. The rook will step behind. And here we go.
But this sequence of checks has just allowed the white king closer to the black pawn, right, as a defensive resource. I find it slightly surprising. How would you explain that?
The only explanation I can come up with is that he wants to bring his rook behind now and set up a trap with the black rook giving some checks. There we go.
That's exactly what he's thinking.
It's a good sign.
Yeah, so rook takes bishop now would be a big blunder by Fabiano, as the black rook would come across with a check and win that rook on the next move.
What do you think? What are the chances of a miracle in this one? Because it would be a miraculous save.
Yeah, it would be miraculous. Fabi will be kicking himself if he doesn't convert this. He's been winning for the last 35 moves now.
I mean, it feels like pretty much since he pushed that G pawn for the first time in the game, he's been in the front foot, right? He's been in driver's seat, just sort of navigating the attack, converting that into a material advantage, getting that into a one endgame. But it's not over just yet.
Yeah, slim chances, though, for sure here for Pragg. Still not out of it entirely. Maybe we go back over to Levon versus Hikaru to see if Levon has made any progress in converting this one and forcing that all-important tiebreak scenario in the upper bracket. Take a look at that question mark given to the most recent move here by Hikaru.
Hikaru loves these positions where he gets stable. I know he's on the worst side of it, I know he's defending, but as soon as he's got stable squares and can rotate those juices and just move his pieces and kind of prevent the opponent's threats, it's just kind of preventative chess. He does tend to defend these more often than not. It's just very hard to imagine how black wins. Black needs a second front. You're up one pawn, but your central pawn is blockaded for eternity. So you need to somehow maybe create a pass pawn on the right side or trade off the right set or somehow bring the black king in, but that's a dream right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Levon, Hikaru is double defending that square that would be the basis of an attack towards the pawn chain from that dark squared bishop, right? Can't slide down there. Even if you tried to force that king away, the knight itself is still holding that square.
Yeah, and yeah, this is a dream for Hikaru compared to what we saw when we jumped in a bit earlier, where it just looked like he was almost about to get knocked out. This one, it might still be winning for black, but it's going to be a long journey.
And it feels like the defensive task in these kind of positions on the easier side, right? You already have the setup that you need, and now you just kind of maneuver around and wait for your opponent to show cards here. The thing is, if that D pawn, that extra pawn that Levon has, was a few files away, right? Further away from the white king, that would give black far more chances. Right now, that extra pawn being at the center of the board, easily held together by that white king and the knight, just makes it a lot easier to defend this position. Still, a big task ahead of him. But Hikaru, you know, you look at him, you know he's up for it. And like you said, you know, such a resourceful player, one of the best defenders in the world. I think he believes in his chances right now.
Yeah, I think he believes that this is a draw. Like, if he was streaming Hikaru, he'd be like, yeah, I'm going to hold this.
Really?
Yeah, it's just, I've seen it so many times, and it just looks hopeless some positions, and then suddenly he gets the stability where he cannot be immediately tricked in any concrete tactics, and then it's just slow improvement, kind of pieces on the right squares, and the opponent suddenly runs out of ideas.
Okay, well, bishop slid up to g4 there, the light squared bishop with a check on the king, forces it to slot up one square. From here, what are we looking at? Maybe exactly a reroute here. Now check the king, eyeing that pawn. There we go at the base of the chain, something like that here for Levon.
Good start. I think this is 50-50 suddenly. I think 50% Levon wins it, 50% draw.
Wow, stunning. Okay, but really a two-result game.
Definitely. And huge, huge for Levon. He still hasn't drawn a game so far in this event, so that's a good omen for him.
He's staying true to the patterns that he's developed for himself here in Las Vegas.
He's just better with black in Las Vegas.
That's true. I mean, seriously, get out there to the roulette tables. Always bet on black, my friend. Either way, all three of the boards in our upper bracket are still well in play. Obviously, we still expect Arjun to find his way to a victory there, but no real pieces have come off the board.
Maybe we can go to the Fabiano board, because it looks like something has just happened over there. Unless my board is betraying me, it looks like some drama as Pragg just blundered the game.
What?
Let's take a peek.
Let's go straight back.
From my computer, it looks like...
Did that just happen? Because look at the gang. They've got a big smile on their face. Has there been a huge slip by Pragnananda? We got to rush to that board right now. And that's it. Fabiano Caruana, I believe, has got the win in.
Yeah, looks like Fabi picks up the win. We're going to try and get that board up on the screens. There it is, bottom right-hand side.
And Hans couldn't believe it, what just happened.
I hope we can get an action replay, because that was crazy. Pragnananda, one of the players of the year, just hung his rook. He put his rook on a square it could be captured, and discussions with the arbiter now.
The discussions are definitely about the tiebreaker coming up. I think the result is in the books, David. Fabiano Caruana says, not just yet. It's game on. It's reset on this match. We go to tiebreaks.
Nobody could have expected the ending to that game. Just the way it happened. Yes, Fabiano was still winning in the closing stages, but it was starting to get close. And just a quick action replay as we hear the players discuss what just happened.
Yeah, I think we have the board up. Are you able to walk it back here for people?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Keep your eyes down there at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, rather, and you can see the final moves, perhaps baffling move here from Pragg.
Yeah, I'll just play the final few moves, actually. We saw the black rook come in behind, give a check, the white king steps back, and this is the best position that Pragg here has had in ages. A rook check, for example, kicking the white king away, would have asked some serious questions. He played rook to a3 instead. It's not a mouse slip because they're playing over the board. The rook just hangs to the white knight. Fabiano took the rook, the free gift, and Pragg resigned.
Unbelievable. Unreal. I mean, the whole game, Fabi was better, playing for the win. But to lose like that, you know, a one-move blunder, that's going to be absolute nightmares going into a 10+10 format. That was a stone-cold killer performance by Fabiano Caruana, and in the end, finishes in heartbreak fashion for Pragg.
Yeah, absolutely not to take away anything from Fabiano's victory there. As you mentioned, he was really in control from start to finish, but an uncharacteristic move there at the end from Pragg just to seal his fate, and ultimately that one will as well be going to a tiebreak scenario. Both of those players winning when they have the opportunity to pilot the white pieces. So back to Nakamura and Aronian we go to see if Hikaru can continue to mount his defense. He wants to be the only quarterfinalist here to
Levon trying to turn the screw here. We're in for the long haul. This is definitely going to be the last game to finish.
We're in for the long haul here, so the only other upper bracket quarterfinal that's still in play but might soon find its way to a conclusion is Arjun Erigaisi up against Nurbek Abdusatorov. As we hop there, this is a familiar looking eval bar to what we've seen all day long here for Arjun Erigaisi. Still hasn't found a way to put the screws to his opponent just yet. Offering queen trades time after time, but every single time Nurbek will refuse. And
wow,
the game goes on.
It does go on. I mean, the championship bracket goes on, right? We've had 2 matches ending in their rapid portion, both going into tie breaks. You know, you've got the big one, Pragg versus Fabi there. Pragg with that point lead, Fabi made that comeback win. Then you've got Hans versus Javaki, 2 draws, but also going down to the wire in that one. And this, I think this might be the matchup that does in fact end in the rapid. You know, but Nodebek, he holds on. He keeps fighting. And his one hope is that the White King is so incredibly weak. If he's able to get that combination of giving checks with the Queen, centralize that Queen as he's doing it now, that might give him some hope to survive.
Yeah, a little tiny bit of hope left, but the Black King is so kind of out in the open, feeling the heat here, that there must be a knockout simply. Whether it's the White Queen somehow going and grabbing some of Black's pawns, or whether it's kind of forcibly maybe moving the White Rook across, going for some checkmating ideas. Arjun here, he's done a good job. He spent the last, well, I was going to say 5-10 moves protecting his king. He continues to do that with the White Queen. The White King's super safe, and the checks will begin in the next move or two.
Yeah, it looks like Arjun's the one who's getting to Nodebek's king first. Notice how White's king, though in the open, Black's queen completely offside. No checks on the horizon for it. Queen d5 coming in, queen to c6 coming in. A few moves away from victory in this one?
We've been saying that, though, for a while. That's testament to Nodebek's defensive skills, by the way. That's nothing against Arjun kind of lacking a killer instinct. He's done everything right, Arjun Erigaisi, but Nodebek, he's been fighting tooth and nail just to survive. And that's all you have to do as a defender, just survive move by move, and the opponent might eventually get nervous.
It also speaks to Nodebek's never say die attitude. And unfortunately for him, it does look like he's kind of staring down the barrel of a similar Grand Slam performance as a number of his previous runs, right? Usually impressing us to a degree in the group stages, making it out into the brackets, but generally falling down in those initial rounds. Of course, we have that double elim style bracket this time around, so he'll still be in contention if he falls down here for anything up to 3rd place. But unable to kind of shake that trend of the first round.
You know, it wasn't move number 8 in this game that Arjun won that exchange. He got the rook for the bishop. And ever since then, actually, Arjun's played a flawless game. Slowly but steadily, he's kept the advantage. Yes, the game goes on. Nodebek's fighting it out, trying to hold on, create counterplay. But Arjun's played fantastic chess. And I think it's hard to fault White's play in this one.
Yeah, flawless, as you say there. If I were Abdusacharov's coach, you mentioned the quarterfinal defeats against Magnus and just not quite getting it together in the longer time formats, I would just say, stop trying to do so much. Like, sacrificing a rook for bishop on move 8, it's not necessary. I understand you want to win, you want to take risks, but against the top players in the world, playing fast and loose, I mean, the consistency won't be there, and it's very hard to beat these top 5 players. And it just feels like he's taking massive risks, Nodebek, every time. And sometimes you just got to play a bit more conservatively, a bit more patiently, and at least show your opponents you have different gears. Because now people know what to expect against Nodebek. They know he's going to go full throttle, and sometimes calling his bluff, knowing he's sacrificing for the sake of sacrificing, that's just a big kind of advantage for the opponent.
And I think especially against a player like Arjun, that would be great advice and great strategy, right? Try to get Arjun into a position that he hates to play. Basically positional battles, slow grinds, you know, more controlled situations on the board. If you try to fight for compensation, for initiative, you're sort of taking the fight into Arjun's biggest strength right now. And I think that's exactly what Nodebek fell for in this game.
Yeah, when he became World Rapid Champion back in 2021 as a 17-year-old, he was doing it in really positional ways. He would play the same opening, the English opening, every time with White. He would beat all the top players. Now he's going so hard at them every time, and it takes a lot of energy. Here we go. It's a check.
It's a check.
Will White take that pawn in the near future, Tanya, if the Black King steps forward?
If the Black King steps forward, I think that's very attractive because you take it with a check. But if the Black King was to move back, then taking it with the check would allow some counter attack with the Black Queen. But instead, Arjun does get the possibility. He gets the opportunity to pick that pawn up, but also incredibly attractive to slide the rook over and give a check on the F line.
Oof, checks galore. I just want to take a pawn. I know I called myself the collector or accountant earlier, but that looks so tempting. Free pawn with a check.
He reaches for it.
There it is.
There it is. Arjun's going to be our first semi-finalist.
Yeah, and I think he deserves it. Arjun, yeah, it's just such similar styles, these two, and he's just done things slightly better, or at least he got given a bit of a head start maybe in this game, and Yeah, the previous game was up and down, but this one much more stable.
But even in the previous game, you know, I was just thinking about it, that Arjun was the dominant player. For the most part of the game, he had an upper hand until the very end, where there was a slight edge given to Nordebek. But the advantage that Arjun had was far more in that game than anything that Nordebek got at the end. Eventually ended peacefully, but one had the feeling that perhaps Arjun wasn't the happy one of that draw. But coming into this one, a dominant performance after that first imbalance was created by Arjun Erigaisi.
Only one thing I see left that Arjun has to be careful of once this king slides out of the way. Make sure you don't leave that rook open to be exactly hit with the double attack alongside the king.
Okay, I'm convinced, James, that that heart rate monitor is stuck. There is absolutely no way, and we do have
No,
to
it's... Oh, the resignation came through. There you have it. I mean, Arjun, he really did control so much of this series, not just game 2, but game 1 as well. And for as much tenacity as Nordebek showed in that game 1 to come away with a draw, he didn't have enough gas in the tank to overcome Arjun Erigaisi this time around. We have our first quarterfinalist moving on to the next round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, brilliant win, well deserved there, Arjun Erigaisi, and he'll await his fate. He knows that his opponents in the next round may be going through tiebreaks now, as we see the one remaining game in that upper bracket. And not much has changed since we were last here.
Yeah, he'll move on to face the winner of Pragg versus Fabiano Caruana. Of course, they are moving to tiebreaker situations, so he'll get to sit on the sidelines. That's a beautiful position to be in when you're the one who gets to be on the couch watching your future opponents go at it.
Yeah.
It's a happy one, but I will tell you one thing. I mean, Arjun and Pragg are such good friends, you know, they've known each other for so many years, they practice together, that Arjun's rooting for his countrymate. He's rooting for his best friend right now, but guess what? Even if that happens on the other side, you gotta face the guy.
Maybe you're secretly rooting your best friend, puts up a good effort, falls short, so you don't have to face him in the end. But either way, that one is going to be a close tiebreak.
Now, we've been talking about how this board is still very much in play. Hikaru just trying to mount that defense, get the draw on the table, and join Arjun in the next round without having to end up in a tiebreaker scenario. But I did want to check in with just one board that we really haven't seen all day long, and this is Wesley So, Sam Sevian, the only other remaining board in play. And as you can see, it's a rook and 1 pawn, a rook and 2 pawns a piece for these players. But for Wesley So, similar position to Hikaru. All he needs is a draw to move on in the lower brackets.
All he needs is a draw, and he's the one fighting for the draw. Only Sevian can win. It's rook and 2 pawns versus rook and 1 pawn. But Wesley So's last move, he didn't need to play it. He could have just sat still, and this should be a draw. But he's given Black the opportunity to bypass his pawns, create 2 connected passes, and he's arguing that he's built a fortress that cannot be passed. Maybe the White King will step forward as a blockader. Tanya, it feels like it should be a draw. Black's H pawn alone will not win in a rook endgame or even a king and pawn endgame. But can Sevian land one last trick?
I love what Wesley's done. It's such a direct approach to get that draw in the bag. You shall not pass is what Wesley So is saying right now. If you do try to get that connected passer, and if not, if there's a pawn trade, that's an immediate handshake in the position.
Yeah. And just to put it on the board while Sevian thinks this is not what is happening, a king and pawn endgame is just a dead draw as well. The White King will just move back and sit in the corner and will never be evicted due to stalemate ideas. So yeah, you simply cannot trade pawns in this position. I don't think you can even give a check because the White King will step forward and trades will be inevitable. So the only winning attempt is this one to push this pawn forward.
Only move in the position for Sam Sevian to keep the game going.
And played.
And that move is played. Wesley So, he'll have to be notified and head back to his board to respond, but he's got plenty of time on his clock to find the response. He's just peeking in on that upper bracket bout between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian.
But David, in this endgame, do you just plant your king on that h4 square? Is there no improvement? Because I'm seeing ideas, if the black rook runs on h3, that would be a checkmate in the position. So does black have enough time to maneuver it along the 5th rank, get it to the 3rd rank, and then thank you very much?
Yeah, that's what he'll have to try. I think Sam Sevian, he'll have to take a risk at some point. And White's resource there will be some checks from the side, but then the Black King might start moving forward, and you have to evaluate that very carefully. The ear plugs go back in for Wesley So.
And look at that, following him back to the table. Beautiful shot.
Gives a check first. He doesn't even want to move his king. And the Black Rook might block. Then you cannot trade, because Black has 2 connected pass pawns. So White now needs to keep the rooks on the board But I think the idea will be to step back one square and keep the black king cut off the black pawns in the eye line of the rook.
I like this move because then you're also threatening a check on that square in front of the black king and then essentially forcing Sam Sevian to repeat the position by bringing the rook back. And if not, if you're forced to bring your king to that 7th rank, that's definitely progress for Wesley. Sam does fall back with the rook, and immediately Wesley responds, threatening a check on that square in front of the black king, which would force Sam's king to the corner of the board.
Yeah, Sam looked like he looks like he knows body language.
That was the crack of the neck of, oh, okay, yeah, this is going the way of a draw.
Yeah, it's always sad, rook endgames, when you're a pawn up. Rook endgames, they're just the most common type of endgame, but ultimately there's such a drawish tendency. A check. Oh, he touched his king. He'll move his king, but he didn't commit to the square.
Touch and move.
Touch and move. That was my catchphrase as a kid. So many people in tournaments would touch pieces and try not to move them. But those are the rules.
Them's is the rules.
I'm a stickler.
But also he doesn't have an option. I mean, he either repeats the position or puts the king on one of those squares on the 7th rank. He's just trying to make a decision on that. Wesley, meanwhile, is more interested on the action on the other board. And I think we should also check in with the other board, with our championship bracket. Hikaru Nakamura still holding that position.
Holding as fast as he possibly can. And as we get there, you'll see it's 2 minor pieces per player and still 4 pawns to 3. That ever so slight advantage there to Levon Aronian. So it's really just been a positional battle here down the stretch.
But there has been a structural change by Hikaru, right, on the right side of the board. Last time we left it, that f-pawn was on a different square, David. Let's just pick that up and show the pawn chain that existed. Who do you think this favors? Because it does create a backward pawn for white.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that Hikaru committed to this. He did it voluntarily. I think it was just to prevent the black g-pawn from springing forward and creating an imbalance on that flank. He's just hoping that nothing can happen. But I think long-term, this is... Hikaru's shaking his head as well. Long-term, this is really damaging for the white structure. You can even sometimes afford a trade of light squared bishop for knight now, as long as the black bishop can come behind, something you mentioned earlier, James, and win these pawns which are fixed. I think maybe he just got a bit trigger happy with his fingers there, pushed the pawn, and now is regretting such a committal decision.
I'm actually very surprised as well, because one idea you pointed out, get the bishop all the way around. I'm going to point out another idea. With the g-pawn for white now being undefended, black can also think about pushing his own f-pawn 1 step forward, g-pawn 1 step forward, and after all the trades, it will be the dark squared bishop that gets activated. Hikaru stops that for now. He puts pressure on the base of that pawn chain, not allowing it to move any further.
Yep, and now I'm expecting maybe a check from Levon Aronian just to drive the white king back. There's only one safe square there. The white king will be forced away from the whole kingside structure. Another third plan that's now become viable due to the pawn push here is for the light squared bishop after this check to move away, and the black king a bit later on try to occupy the square the bishop sits on to go running towards the white kingside.
He opts for your first suggestion there, just sliding the dark squared bishop down to b6 there, check on the king. Quickly moves out of the way there for Hikaru, ducking behind the safety of his knight.
And there's just one counterplay that I see for Hikaru that you need to watch out for. You know, we pointed out 3 plans, but that white knight is eyeing the central square, combining itself with the bishop. So I think really strong here by Levon. He takes a breather, he takes a pause, first drives the white bishop out, attacks a central pawn. If the king moves forward, Hikaru will plant the bishop exactly where it's come from.
That's just what we call nuisance chess. You just try to annoy the opponent. Back and forth, hit pawns, and the black king doing the defensive job alone. Maybe it would have been nice as well to plant the black bishop in the center just to cut across that idea. You mentioned, Tanya, just to stop the white knight ever coming into the center. Look at all the players watching with interest. I wonder what they're predicting. It looked like Vincent Keimer was suggesting a winning plan for black, or an active plan at least.
But also the day isn't over for these guys, right? Javakir still has a tiebreaker to play.
Yeah, so does Ray Robson, so does Pragnananda.
So does Vincent. A fair amount of our field is staring at 2 more games at the very least here to follow the conclusion of our final 2 30-30 games that are still in play out there on the stage. We'll spend most of our time with this one because it very much looks like Wesley So will come away with that draw up against Sam Sevian, and there is still a fighting chance here for Hikaru.
Han Solo at the back, right there. Also tiebreak coming up for him against Javakir.
Just hanging out. And in the meantime, this is the formation Hikaru is relying on. The White King now just stops the Black Bishops coming towards those White Pawns. The White Bishop kind of ties down one of the Black pieces to the central pawn. The White Knight ties down the King to the other Black pawns. Sooner or later, Levon will push a pawn himself. There we see Hans with tournament director Sebastian Siebrecht behind.
What do you think? Is he thinking about his tiebreaker or he's focused on this matchup?
There's probably multiple things going on in that big brain.
Yeah, I would say he's probably focused on this, right? Because how much can you really think about? That's the thing about freestyle chess. There's no planning to be done until you know the position. So unless there's some kind of, again, some kind of meditative pre-game ritual that the player, likes to go through between each time out onto the stage, there's really only so much you can do to prepare for a freestyle matchup.
Yeah, staying and being fresh is perhaps the best prep that you can get in for such a format where the position in front of you will pretty much be the first time that you're ever seeing it appear. And this one still goes on. David, how much does Hikaru believe in his holding chances in this one?
I still feel he believes he's favorite to hold it. Maybe with best play it is a draw, but at this point the eval bar is only slightly in Black's favor, showing that it should be tenable, but it's still torture. It's still a lot of suffering, and it's not something he's enjoying, Hikaru Nakamura. With the white pieces, with the start he had in this game, super solid. To be on the back foot, now 80 moves deep. Nobody wants to be in those shoes.
Now, in this situation, is Hikaru okay with essentially any even material trade, or no?
Ooh, very good question. I think light squared bishop trade, that's the big question. Normally, dark squared bishop for knight, you would say that's okay for white. Not in this scenario, however, because it would ruin the white pawn structure.
Okay.
And the black king would come closer and grab a pawn. The one trade Hikaru would love is the knight for black's light squared bishop to disappear. Then it's just opposite color bishops left.
Gotcha.
And that is always a draw due to fortresses on each color complex.
And each king's ability to defend the base of that pawn chain.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I think for Levon, the only thing he can consider in terms of piece trades are the dark squared bishop for knight, if he wins a pawn in the process, and maybe a trade of the light squared bishops. The dark squared bishop versus knight, that's the one that interests me the most. I think that if the light squared bishops both come off and black has the dark squared bishop alone, that should now be winning because white's structure is so rigid.
Perfect. So now we have a better understanding of what each player is playing for here. Look at that. King goes up to threaten that light squared bishop. Light squared bishop will now go to threaten the base of that pawn chain. I imagine the king... Ooh! Okay, so this is when we'll finally have a commitment of one of those pawns now, starting to move forward. Of course, earlier that was not allowed because the secondary pawn in that chain was unprotected after that pawn moves. But of course, with that light squared bishop, we're okay to do that now.
Hikaru very emphatically put his knight in the center of the board there.
Yeah.
As if it was like a winning move, but that knight will get hit.
Well, I have to imagine it's got to take such confidence in these late game scenarios to make a pawn move, right? Because as we all know, the pawns can go forward, they cannot go back. So what is it about that specific situation that Levon said, okay, now is the time that I need to make this committal move. My F pawn will move from F7 to F6. It can never go back. It can never, recreate that three connected pawns. I'm either locked to keeping my light squared bishop in defense now or finding another piece to come over and defend if I want to keep all of those pawns together.
Yeah, great question. I think it was reluctant. I think he was just tired of that white knight jumping in to attack the black pawns and the black king being tied down defending that pawn. And he's hoping maybe to kind of push a pawn a bit later to create some tension, something Tanya mentioned. In the meantime, the black king has a choice of two directions. I would love to kind of bring the black king in. I finally found a way that white can win this game, just to put it on the board.
Oh.
This is not going to happen, but if the king moves, let's say white just passes and the black king moves forward to try and get in, then whoops, you get checkmated by the white bishop. So unlikely to happen, but this is a key detail as Levon does choose direction for his king. Exclamation point. And I think later, under the right circumstances, that is his plan, a king run. Those white pawns are pretty weak.
We're going to see that happen on the board, but he's going to set that up, right? He's first going to try to reroute his own bishop away from that central square, so there's more breathing space for the king once it does land on f5. So either choose the h1 square for the bishop, then get your king in, or perhaps even get it on another diagonal via a retreat. But I think Levon, you know, to your question, James, choosing that moment, had kind of jumped around, had maximized all the plans that he could, and he realized he needs to shift the pace. He needs to find a new path, and then with no breakthrough coming in. And that's the moment that you've tired your opponent out. You know, you've made them find all the defenses, that you kind of change the dynamic. You shift a little bit with a pawn move. I think really nicely timed by Levon. Aronian f6 was creating new chances and dynamics. And Hikaru, he keeps shaking his head, but if there's one thing that I've learned in commentary by calling the action on his games is just never read too much into Hikaru's expressions.
Mm-hmm. I've played him so many times over the board, and he's been doing it for years, and it's always deceptive. It's always hard to read. Hikaru shaking his head when he's totally...
I was going to say, he could be a 7-point advantage and be absolutely with a look of disgust on his face.
You did that to me once.
And then you're like, is he disgusted at my play? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. I think he was annoyed once that he didn't kind of finish me off on the spot when he played an equally strong move anyway. Just won the game 3 moves longer. But in the meantime, knight for bishop trade. That was the one we said Levon had to avoid. Knight for light squared bishop. So the bishop steps back, and Tanya, maybe now the blockade has been broken, so the black d-pawn, is it stepping forward?
It's the other plan in the position, right? But then I would say you need to time it really well. Maybe play another few moves, jump around in the position, you know, try to threaten the king advance from the right side, and only when you've consumed all your other resources, because once that pawn moves forward, you're also sort of blocking your own bishop into staying passive and defending it for the rest of the game. You've taken away ideas of targeting the white right side of the board. There's no more bishop penetration possible along the diagonal. So it's super committal. It's always on the cards, which is what makes it so much more difficult for Hikaru, because he needs to calculate at every move. What happens if black plays d4?
I know the king's currently defending the base of that white pawn structure, but what about swinging our dark squared bishop down into the left one, right? Threatening the knight, being able to then infiltrate all the way down to that first rank and just start, again, asking questions of Hikaru's position.
I like it. I think that might well happen, sooner or later at least. The only drawback is that the white knight might get access to some central squares if the black bishop moves off this dark square diagonal. But that can be solved. There will be checks to walk away from any knight forks. Oh, Levon's getting so close, it feels like.
Yeah, he's played it beautifully. I mean, honestly, to convert this kind of an advantage, almost a minuscule advantage in the position with the black pieces, how the game started, getting that extra pawn, and then slowly and steadily improving it. He's done it to perfection, but can he get the ball at the back of the net? Can he actually... by the way, James, great call there. He goes for your plan of improving the position of that bishop, targeting the base of that pawn chain on g3, which will then paralyze white's king. Levon's played incredibly well this comeback.
Phenomenal
game.
chess.
He's played super well, but still, right? He's trying to break down the brick wall that is Hikaru Nakamura's defensive ability.
But that's the thing. This is not supposed to be easy when you're playing against a guy like Hikaru. He's going to test you every single move, every part of the game, every phase that comes along.
And 30 seconds on the clock for Levon.
Huge
right?
threat,
You don't have an immense amount of time with which to make all of these decisions. Threatening a check on the next move here. 20 seconds to go here for Aronian to find his response.
Yeah, it's like swinging a hammer at a wall. You know, it's like chipping away slowly and slowly, and maybe 100, 200 hits later, you eventually break it down. But
well, yeah, does the wall give out or do your muscles give out first? That's kind of the question that's being asked.
Exactly. Does the hammer fail? Yeah, okay, there's a big threat of a knight jump into the center, which Levon stops. And have we had this position before?
That's a scary question, you know, but that's something that's on Hikaru's mind as well, because he could come back with a knight, force the bishop back, and kind of get that setup that we just saw.
This is the second time we've seen this position, and last time Hikaru did retreat his knight. Will he do so again? Does he realize they've been here before? It was a bit of a, well, not a direct path, this repetition. This was 4 or 5 moves ago already.
Something that we've seen in the tournament before by Ray Robson, right? In the round robin, where in a span of 20 moves, he was able to figure out a threefold repetition, a position that appeared 3 times at different junctures, moves and moves apart. So I think for Hikaru as well, that's on his radar.
Yeah. Impressively, Wesley So and Sam Sevian are still going, but nothing has changed over on their board.
Yeah, no need to necessarily check in on that one. All things remain the same over there. It's just Wesley So trying to edge his way towards a draw. Sam Sevian fighting as best he can to keep extending his tournament hopes. Looking unlikely.
And this is such a battle between these two players. It's incredible to watch, right? Hikaru on the defense with all his survival instincts at play. He does come back with the knight. There's a semi-final seat on the line in this one if Hikaru is able to hold it. Or will Levon keep his chances alive with a win and take it to tiebreaks?
That is the big question, and given a question mark, Black's last move, last time he went to a different square, so he'd been there before, he knew it. Levon Aronian, he just didn't want to repeat the position. For the second time, that would have been fine. No draws until the third time a position's been reached. But this bishop, it does guard some of the squares the Black central pawn wants to run down. So maybe he's just narrowing the path here for Hikaru, trying to at least pose a new, different problem. I still think Levon, just the clock situation now slightly in his favor. I think he's done everything right. It just feels like this is his chance.
Predictions. Tie breaks or not?
Tie breaks.
James?
No tie breaks.
Tanya, break the tie.
Oh my goodness, that's a tiebreaker in our studio. I think this goes down to the 10+10. I think Levon finishes this one.
Okay. Big moments ahead. Hikaru pondering what to do. There aren't so many forcing moves. The white knight doesn't have too many good squares. The white king is definitely not going to be walking away from its pawns. And that kind of leaves the bishop. One question to my eyes would be what to do if the white bishop falls back and offers a trade. It actually goes back to a different square. He's trying to force a trade of light squared bishops maybe in the next few moves. But if those bishops disappear, the black bishop will be jumping in and behind towards some pawns.
And don't underestimate the fatigue factor setting in right now for the players. You know, it's been a full day of chess. I mean, this one itself, a marathon defensive task. And we spoke about this in an earlier game, right? The side that's on the defense that needs to be precise, that's sort of holding on. It's always more exhausting and taxing for that side. You kind of start seeing ghosts in your head. You're trying to keep that defensive setup, but it's hard to keep the blockade going on. And for Hikaru, you know, his face, his expression, it says it, that it's getting harder every move.
Definitely getting harder every move. Maybe the one thing you can, you know, kind of rest your head on is, if I can get it done, then I don't have to go to those tie breaks. The energy spent will be worth it.
Yeah, and Levon looking for a plan. I think yeah, he's debating whether to push the pawn, Tanya, but again, don't rush would be my advice.
And it's so tempting, right, to make that change in the position as well, but you need to time it super well. There's so much at stake and on the line for these two players, and Levon chooses to hold with that pawn, not rush through, attack the knight. Again, don't trade opposite color bishops, would be an instant draw. And here Hikaru reroutes it, perhaps to another square. It might land on e3, asking some questions to that light squared bishop.
Yeah, that felt like it just improved the white knight, I've got to say. I'm not such a big fan of what Levon's been doing there. It was very hard for him to bring his king in. That was the problem. On the last move, bringing the black king in would have walked into another checkmate, but that time it would have walked into a fork with the knight. He relocates his bishop.
Did you see Hikaru just pulled a Beth Harmon right there, you know, looking at the ceiling and then liking what he's just done?
Yeah. High ceilings here in Vegas, first thing I noticed. Big buildings, high ceilings.
Yeah, just a couple moves ago, the computer was giving Levon a 2-point advantage. Ooh. He wanted the bishop, he wanted the light squared bishop to move, going to f5 of all spaces, as opposed to kicking that knight out, like you said, and kind of, in essence, improving the knight maybe for Hikaru.
Yeah, going around this way, maybe with some pawn pushes to boot. Instead, he went with the wrong bishop, a big miss, apparently. And now, yeah, it's difficult. He's found the f5 square. The big question is, can white trade off light squared bishops? I'm inclined to say no, just because the black dark squared bishop has so many targets. Normally, you do want to trade off a bishop pair. Maybe it's just better to maintain the status quo here. Levon, I don't think he's ruined too much. He might get a chance like that again, but yeah, it's difficult here. Everything just looks the same. That's the problem for him. It's just comparing all these very similar looking positions.
And you know, Hikaru is really living up to his reputation of being one of the best defenders in the world, if not the absolute best defender. It's just incredible. I mean, the bars just stayed exactly where it is. Every single move by White, how he's maneuvered the pieces around, it's been awesome to watch. And this is why he's one of the hardest players to beat on the planet.
Okay. I was thinking maybe there was an opportunity to offer that light squared bishop trade by dropping back to d7. Instead, he's going to keep playing around. He's targeting now once again that knight on the dark squares.
I think Hikaru doesn't want to even calculate that trade, you know, whether that holds or not in a same color bishop endgame. It's dangerous to think about it. He's got this set up. He's used to it. He's familiar with it. He wants to keep the structure and the formation intact.
Yeah, I think Levon, the big miss was kind of allowing this white knight to sit back as a blockader. Knights are just the best blockader in chess. Bishops, they're okay at blockading pawns. Queens are horrible blockaders because anytime they're hit by a lower kind of value piece, they have to run away. Rooks also, they're active pieces. They don't want to be blockading. But knights control a lot of squares while sitting in front of passed pawns. And the white knight was actually worse placed a bit earlier. He's driven it, Levon, to a better square.
And I want to bring this all the way back to what you told me earlier when I asked what would be the pieces, you know, that each player would be okay with trading. Since that knight landed on a white square, the only minor piece that can remove it is the light squared bishop. That would mean we have opposite color bishops remaining, and that's going to be good for Hikaru.
Yeah, you can never ever dream of trading off this white knight. And the white knight not only blockading black's pawn, but stops the black king from coming in as well. The white knight controls any entry squares that the king might want to use.
Wow, from a donkey to a warhorse, that knight has been converted with just a couple of moves and landing on that d3 square.
And the head bob is back from Hikaru.
That is just, that is pure Hikaru, right? The head bob goes so many years ago. I feel like ever since I've known him, I've seen that head bob happen time and time again as a player playing along, well, not alongside, but in the same venue so many times in the chess Olympiads or seeing him at tournaments. It's the characteristic that we've seen that's come to be sort of his thing, the head bob, the famous head bob.
Now that we got all the players wearing headphones like this, I'm just waiting for the memes where people overlay different soundtracks, you know, to what is he bobbing to as he's bobbing to victory.
You know, it's funny, one of his matches against Magnus Carlsen in online chess, he was listening to a Bollywood song and
really
crashed through in that match, just one beat Magnus. I think it was the finals of a speed chess championship, I want to say. It was 2022. Maybe I'm getting the year wrong, but I remember it because it's one of my favorite Bollywood tracks.
That's awesome.
That was a fantastic match between Magnus and Hikaru.
It's homework for our chat then. Anytime Hikaru starts bobbing his head, probably any second now, with the headphones, clip it, put some tracks on top, remix it, and let us know.
When was the last time we had a capture?
It's been a while.
Well, we had that F-pawn move one step forward, right? I think that was the last pawn move that we had.
Okay, yes.
18 moves ago.
18 moves ago. Not those many left. Something to keep in mind, though, James.
So that was move 82. If the game gets to move 132, then the game will be declared a draw, unless there are pawn pushes or captures. We're now at move 100, exactly.
Very interesting. What would be your song of choice in such situations, David, to listen to get your head bob or your moves going on if you had to wear headphones during a critical matchup where a semi-final seat was on the line?
Putting me on the spot, Tanya, my Get Pumped tune back in the day, back in my mid-20s, was from Mulan. I'll make a man out of you.
Let's go. Solid choice. Full support on that one. Maybe a little Eye of the Tiger.
That wasn't my jam.
Love it.
Don't want to get copyright struck, so we're not going to go too far. But
because clearly it's so good.
Tanya, what was your jam?
You know, now I can't forget the beat that Hikaru had on that one, and it is one of the big songs from Bollywood. I wonder if I should leave this question to chat, because it was quite famous as well. So let's see if chat gets it. What was the song that Hikaru had on when he beat Magnus in the finals of the Chess.com Speed Chess Championship? And I'm going to give chat about a minute to respond to that. Wow, is there some music playing?
Yeah, I went to go check on chat, and then I got hit with an ad. And the volume. Let's see here. Darude Sandstorm.
Nope.
Seems to be the consensus from Twitch chat.
Here's a clue. It was...
Am I saying this correctly?
I think you are.
Chaya?
Yes, that's the one.
Chaya?
It was Chaya Chaya.
Chaya Chaya. Okay, yeah, I see some people saying it twice, some with once. Okay.
Yes, that's the one, chat. Everyone knows it. What a song.
I'm going to check it out later. In the meantime, zero progress being made by Levon Aronian. I think the Hikaru accidentally has stumbled on the defensive formation he should just be sitting with now. And he had it earlier. He moved his knight away, but then he's come back to it, kind of forced back to it by Levon Aronian. And here we go. We sit in the same position. Black needs to get the king into the game. Currently, the king unable to enter the action is the main thing that is preventing Aronian. And there we go. Osiron23 in the chat correctly identifying Tanya's jam.
Well done there. Definitely check it out. It's a beat that gets you pumped, and I think Hikaru is super pumped right now. He just adjusts his knight there. You know, it's combining a threat on that central pawn, defended now with the bishop moving back. David, has there been real progress that Lev's been able to make? A lot of shuffling around over the last 20 moves?
I don't think so. He was afraid to kind of go for it with his...
Hold up.
What happened?
For one moment there was a dead even position.
Oh my goodness.
There was zeros for a moment.
Okay, but that's a move by Hikaru.
Hikaru's gone for it. He's changing the nature of the position. No more 50 move rule. He's trying to trade off pawns. He's trying to simplify. And that one is not a pawn sacrifice, it's a pawn trade. The white bishop is attacking a couple of pawns now on this flank, and if the black bishop moves away to take this white pawn, then this central pawn disappears. That is very opportunistic from Hikaru Nakamura.
The move he didn't see, though, was knight taking d5. Knight takes d5. Bishop recaptures.
Whoa.
Incredible. And a capture here. And then this corner pawn disappears.
Wow.
Black is not winning there.
But also evaluating that, because there's still one pawn alive, right? Even if you see this line, to understand that there's no win here for black, it's a tough call to take. Unless someone pats you on your shoulder and says, hey, there's a direct line here.
Exactly.
I actually like Hikaru's approach. F5, swapping a pair of pawns, and it's amazing that Hikaru takes this big call.
But it feels risky, no? To change the position like this?
Yeah, I would personally have just sat still and tried to sit on the fortress. Yeah, I've got decision paralysis, but Levon, he's got a dilemma now ahead.
Though, you know what? The computer in a number of ways is supporting as well what Hikaru has chosen, really only saying that there's one response here from Levon that kind of maintains any semblance of an advantage.
Wow. Which is?
G5.
Oh, wow.
G5.
But doesn't that lose the H-pawn?
Bypass. Yeah, you're hoping to give up the H-pawn instead of the D-pawn, just to put it on the board while Levon thinks bishop takes pawn would allow a capture by the white knight, and now all the pawns on one flank, things disappearing. This is very likely to be a draw. If you take the other way, then the white bishop will take this pawn in the corner, and white has a very strong passed pawn. Black's doubled pawns don't make a great impression, so G5 you mentioned, James. If white takes now on H5, we'd see some trades, and this pawn falling. At least black has two connected, or no, not connected, but two pawns now, two passed pawns to push a bit later. Still feels like a draw, to be honest.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it's only 0.3 in favor, you know, of Levon if it does go that way, but he doesn't go for it.
It was the only thing to do to keep hopes alive. Has Hikaru sealed the draw once he takes the H-pawn, David? Because I'm really liking the fact that the H4 pawn is a clear passer for white. And yes, black still has the extra pawn, but really, what is that extra pawn with the double F pawns?
There you go.
So hard to beat.
It really is. It's just some of the most impressive play.
It's Chaya Chaya all the way again.
And to be sticking in it, right? We're past move 100 at this point, and they've been locked in such a, you know, a winding positional battle here with the same pieces on the board for quite some time. And finally, he finds the right time to launch a pawn forward and create this kind of an imbalance in the position.
We're getting almost a record number of 100-move games today.
And now Levon, 12 seconds on the clock. Look at this, hands on the head. He's starting to feel it. Was that his chance? Did it just disappear?
I think it did. 5, he needs to make a move. He does, he centralizes his bishop, but I think he realizes that a big chunk of the advantage is gone with the structural change that has happened with that last move of Hikaru. What a beast move, f5.
F5, that is a boss move. That's the thing, if you tapped me on the shoulder and said, there's a great move here, I wouldn't have found that piece sacrifice, but I think I might have gone for this one. And Hikaru, he doesn't need that kind of nudge. Even after defending passively, just doing nothing for 50 moves, he finds a way to change the pace of the game. And now I think what Hikaru might be doing is setting up his knight, rotating that pony, or however he describes it on his streams, and just bringing it to blockade the black doubled pawns.
I'd also be thinking about getting the bishop out of the way and start at least threatening to get the h-pawn moving up the board. The only tactics that you perhaps have to watch out for is if you place the bishop there, can black push the f-pawn? Is that a possibility? But I don't think that works out. Hikaru, you know, he looks a lot happier with what he has on the board now.
He knows he's close.
He's close.
Well, and his heart rate moving back into, you know, more of a rested zone there.
Double digits.
Yeah, down at 74, and it's Aronian who's maybe, again, feeling the pressure of the moment and letting it slip away.
There we go, he brings his knight back, his horsey. And the other thing about material disappearing, like, that was a trade of pawns, it's that simple. Those pawns disappearing means that now white can even give up the knight for black's remaining pawns. If all of the black pawns disappear, even if white is down a whole bishop, that is a draw. 2 bishops against 1 bishop, we were talking about endgames earlier. That is another one you cannot win, since your opponent's bishop will just guard 1 color complex, and any trade would end in a draw. Oof. Few seconds for Levon, he needs to move. Panic in his eyes. Drops the bishop back, does not capture.
Hikaru's moving fast now, man. He's starting to feel it.
This is the Hikaru, right? The speed monster as he's known, because he completely gets it. The hard part's over. He's got this h-pawn. Look at the confidence with which he's getting into a same color bishop endgame. Declined by Levon. The d-pawn moves forward now. Is Hikaru going to move his own bishop out of the way and start pushing his passer?
Yeah, I like it. That white h-pawn, there's not actually much that can stop it. I think the black king's going to have to sprint back to the corner just to stop the white pawn running forward. Maybe that pawn will just act as a deflector as the white pieces start to clear up the rest of the board. Which way are you going, Tanya? Which square for the bishop?
I would put it on f7 simply because I'm also thinking I want it to come back in case a defense is required of the d-pawn moving forward. So I'd be quite tempted to plant it there. I also like g6. I just like the idea of getting the h-pawn moving up the board as a distraction. And look at Hikaru. He's not even looking at the board. And now he makes his decision, reaches out, pulls back. It's going to be the bishop to g6.
Okay, the black king retreats. And
push him, baby?
Yeah, push him. Why not? That white pawn is going to totally paralyze the black king. And without the black king, you just don't win this position. We saw that earlier for 50 moves.
How worried are you about the trade on f4? It is still an extra pawn, a terrible one though for black, with 3 pawns lined up on that f line once white recaptures. Is that anything to play for?
Unfortunately not. I think just to put it on the board, for example, if we see a trade on the f4 square, this white pawn and the white bishop will keep the black king out, and white will just wait with his own king on the dark squares. You cannot be evicted from the dark squares, and this will be a draw. The 2 black pawns, you could just throw one of them off the board. They're just superfluous here.
But what an impressive showing here from Hikaru.
Just digging deep, 106 moves now.
Well, and showing us, you know, in so many ways why he didn't have a single loss yesterday, right? Because in positions where he was losing, he still manages to bring them back to draws positions. That could be 2 of the draws he had yesterday, and the majority of the time, he's just winning anyway.
Yeah. He's perfected these defensive skills over years and years of playing online, over the board, all these different time formats. Nobody, I mean, across the number of games he's played, it must be in the hundreds of thousands at this point, nobody can always get a dominant position from the opening. So these disadvantaged middle games, these struggling end games, he's had so much practice. He knows the mindset that's required. And just that change up in pace with f5, that was so instructive.
I mean, I imagine after something like h5, he could literally dance back and forth with his king here on d2, e2, till the end of the game.
Exactly, fortress. This one, He knows he doesn't need to do much. He's following that recipe.
There it is.
Black's dark square bishop can't create any threats. You can't trade off for the white knight productively, and you can't attack anything else.
Now comes in with a threat, pick up the knight, pick up the bishop. Hikaru reaching out for the bishop, places it to a different square. And I think the realization is also set on Levon, right? That all winning chances have evaporated in this position now, simply because of the unhealthy pawn formation.
Yeah.
That move by Hikaru was, for me, move of the game. You know, it's so difficult to change the characteristic nature of the position when you're on the defense for so many moves, and that just shows his class.
Yeah, that was the one thing I was mentioning earlier when we were talking about grinding out these long endgames. It's kind of going on and on. Whether you're on the advantage side or the defending side, you just keep defending, keep going, same pace for a long time. Suddenly you switch it, and in practical terms, the opponent is often thrown off balance. That's what Levon was there. Like, okay, it was probably a draw anyway by that point.
Right.
The fact he didn't play g5, the only way to really keep the fight alive, and at least there was some imbalance, 2+ pawns. Levon immediately went into a line that's given Hikaru zero trouble. So just that change of pace, which Magnus has, Hikaru has, Gukesh and some others have. So impressive.
Look at Hikaru's face right now. You know, in the chess world, I don't know, I think he's the most expressionful player. I mean, he almost looks like, you look at him right now.
Again, if you just isolated his face, I'd be like, this guy's on the verge of losing. He's about to be knocked out of the whole tournament or something. But instead, he's about to move on to a semi-final.
It's unbelievable.
You know what happened? He was about to move his bishop away. He was going for his bishop. He nearly reached out for it. And just to put it on the board, the live position is he moved his king. If he had moved his bishop, suddenly now, a trade of bishop for knight, and the black king enters, wins the other pawn. Suddenly, he would have been lost, Hikaru Nakamura. So I think he had almost a mind fart, a brain fart, and he pulled back from it. And kind of pulled himself back into reality. And that was why we saw that reaction.
Good on him then.
It's the realization that, you know, you got to be really alert right now. Again, so many hours of play. We've been talking about energy, about fatigue setting in. Hikaru pulling himself back, getting a grip on the position, avoiding that that landmine right there. So he needs to keep this h5 square defended with his bishop. He just cannot allow the black king to come in.
Yeah, that white bishop needs to cut off the diagonal. So he's just going to wait with his king.
It's just king moves.
And if the black pawn ever steps forward, the white king will then move towards it, and the pawn will not survive much longer.
Okay, so now Levon, maybe realizing that, says, I gotta start making some movements with a couple of those minor pieces.
Okay. Expecting him to move the king back.
But can Levon start dreaming of pushing that deep on at a moment when, if you get the king in, the bishop, the dark squared bishop, maneuvers itself to give some checks along the diagonal?
So maybe bringing itself round.
Exactly, David.
Yeah. And, ooh, he does move his bishop.
Is he setting it up?
Wow.
Wait.
Okay, so why is that okay now when it wouldn't have maybe been okay for him to move off of that diagonal defending the h5 square before?
Let's put it on the board. The players here having a lot of fun discussing this endgame or talking about chess. Bishop takes knight. This is my analysis, not what's happened on the board. The black king will step forward, and now, just in time, the white king is able to step across and block. And black cannot push this pawn. This is the key, since the white bishop swoops back and actually pins the black pawn to the bishop.
Wow.
Just in time.
Not only that, oh my god, he'd be able to pick up the bishop and defend the promotion square in the same move. That'd be crazy.
Just like this. There we go, and suddenly white is winning.
Oh my lord.
The other key detail is that if the black bishop drops back, preparing the pawn push, only now does the white bishop give a check, kick the black king back, and then he readopts his defensive formation, and he'll be able to blockade the dark squares.
Beautiful alertness there.
Just in time.
Finding these differences of the bishop square, incredible stuff. All right, so he makes use of that moment, slides back up with his bishop. Levon head in hand. Could be the final few moves for Lev in the championship bracket.
He's got to try what he can. He's got to try everything. We only saw a pawn push 5-6 moves ago, so he will try and press it right to the bitter end. We might see a merry-go-round, just as we did in the previous encounters between Vincent Keimer and Ray Robson.
And would you believe it, Wesley So and Sam Sevian, as I say it, will find themselves to a draw. All the pieces come off the board. It's 2 kings standing. With that, Wesley So moves up to 1.5 points to Sam Sevian's half of a point. Wesley So moves on in the lower bracket, still in contention for anything up to 3rd place. Sam Sevian will exit the competition in 13th through 16th place.
He put up a great fight, Sam Sevian. He tried to the bitter end, but in the end, Wesley just too solid. As we see a pawn up for grabs, but Tanya, I don't think he'll take this pawn, as the white knight would get trapped. There we see Wesley victor in that encounter.
Yeah, I bet a sigh of relief for him that he gets to escape going into some 10-10 battles, and he can be more of a spectator towards the remainder of the day. And just like that, he goes to the only match that has a spotlight still on it. It's Hikaru Nakamura up against Levon Aronian.
And it's a tricky position in that one right now, you know. We've got backstage all the players looking at this game right now. Wesley front stage looking at it, you know, from inside the ring, and Hikaru there trying to calculate, shake of his head. I think you're absolutely right. Taking that pawn incredibly dangerous. The bishop will slide over. Was he about to reach out for it? That would be a big blunder. Has he played it?
He has blundered.
Levon Aronian is back.
This is a huge blunder.
That knight is trapped. That knight has nowhere to go. If it gets hit one more time by the black bishop stepping forward, the white knight will have to stand at the top of the board, and it has no way home.
Oh my goodness.
He realizes it.
The frustration coming out of Hikaru. I mean, literally on the verge of booking his semi-final ticket with just some stable play and under a little bit of time pressure here in the final moments.
And Hikaru defended like a demon, right? And what a performance it was. And this mistake, a blunder really, Levon Aronian just has to hit that knight right now.
And by the same token, credit to where credit is due. Levon Aronian has also held in on in this moment, and there he finds the move he needs. Well advantaged is he. Now we see, of course, a flurry of moves coming out. We got to make sure the time is still on the clock, and Hikaru wants to build a bit of a bank back up.
But this is what they sometimes call the knight's stable. The knight is stuck here. Look at how the black dark square bishop cages it. That white knight is paralyzed, the white bishop paralyzed defending it. And now black has a free hand. He'll start to improve the king. He might start to push the pawn forward in the near future. This is pure panic from Hikaru.
Can you believe it?
It's unreal. After everything that Hikaru did. And the point is, the knight, you know, we were saying it's the best defender, the best blockader. Now it's too far gone. Black can even plant the bishop on that h5 square. Start just simply pushing the d pawn up the board. And I think Hikaru knows that this is close to over. He knows that he'll have to fight the tie breaks now. You just come in with a check, push that d pawn. Where's the defense?
Yeah, there is no defense. You can give a check. You can even start bringing the black king over to replace the black light squared bishop, release it, keep an eye on that knight. And that is going to be good night for this piece. Hikaru, that was panic. When you build a fortress, you have to sit still. He just got tempted by a pawn there. I think he panicked. At some point, the path narrowed. He wasn't just moving back and forth with his king. If he'd done that, he would have been through. But it's so hard as a human to just sit on your hands and do nothing.
I'm still really surprised by this. I mean, it's hard for humans, because Hikaru, he's superhuman in most cases, right? And he knows it now. Look at him.
Levon, this is a golden opportunity for him. He gives a check, forcing the white king back. He closes the door now. Those two black bishops in the center of the board dominate everything.
And look at the body language change, right? Levon, no longer hands on head. He's more alert. He sees it. He knows that he's right back in this game.
It's just that knight is trapped at the edge of the board there. You know, on that 8th rank, it's got nowhere to run. It can't come home to defend against the d-pawn. And Hikaru voluntarily stepped into this.
So instructive. This pattern for everyone at home, that is how you dominate knights. It's not necessarily even on the edge of the board. If you keep a piece, a bishop, a pawn 2 squares away, then you often control the knight's jumps. This is over. Hikaru just has to sit and wait, and it's inevitable now. The black king is going to come and hit this knight as well.
And you can feel the shift in energy, not just in Hikaru Nakamura, but Levon Aronian as well. He smells it. He knows he's super close to that comeback victory. And you know what? He's done it in the tie breaks. He took down Magnus Carlsen. He took down the world #1, and he's about to face the world #2 in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Vincent Keimer knocked him into that playoff or that tiebreak against Magnus Carlsen, but he still was able to stand tall against the world #1 and earn his bid into this upper bracket quarterfinal. And then on the verge of defeat, off of a one-move blunder here by Hikaru Nakamura, he's right back in it and looking at forcing that 10-10 tiebreak, resetting the table between the two of them.
He still needs the finishing touches. If the black king moves, I think that's a very good move, but it would at least create some counterplay of the white h-pawn stepping forward. So you need to do a bit of contorting to go around and win that pawn a bit later. Hikaru, though, looks devastated. At the right moment, the winning plan will be to push the black d-pawn forward, but you have to time it correctly to prevent the white king from winning that pawn, stepping across. He's just almost paralyzed, though, Hikaru. His minor pieces totally immobilized. He's just got to move his bishop back and forth this time and hope, pray that Levon can't find a winning plan.
And there you have it. Yeah, it's bishop shuffle, little waiting move. Now the reroutes.
That is
finding new angles here for Levon.
He's aiming to put his bishop as close to the promotion square as possible. Then he's just going to shove his pawn forward. And the white king, when it steps across, will be losing some pawns on the other side of the board.
This is just a very clear path ahead. And the thing is, it's absolutely heartbreaking, right, for Hikaru, because he defended so incredibly well. And he had it in the bag. With that f-pawn moving forward, that was just a finishing touch to get that draw in. And then one slip, and Levon pounces straight back.
Yeah, I mean, think about how many moves we watched play out where Hikaru took, you know, like a 1.5 point advantage for Levon and clawed it back a tenth of a point or, you know, a fraction of a point at a time. Finally gets it to dead even. And then just a few moves later, an unfortunate mistake, and it swings right back again towards Levon. I mean, that has got to be absolutely gutting.
Instead of taking that pawn with a knight, he could have held things together with a very narrow path, but the fact that he kind of found himself in only move territory, Hikaru, that's what made him panic. That's what he normally does to others. And Levon Aronian, yeah, full credit. Like the way he did it to Magnus yesterday in 2 endgames, the way he's done it here in an endgame so far, if he can round it off now, not many people beat Magnus and Hikaru in any endgame.
For real. Are you kidding me? And he has to do that just to get to a semi?
Well, just to get to a playoff at that point.
Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. You're right. He's not even at the semi just yet.
All right, Hikaru's still fighting. He knows that the battle is close to over and the fight will continue. But this has been just a crazy day, right? Pragg versus Fabi. Pragg takes the lead. Fabi bounces right back with that second win. Hikaru versus Levon. It looks like Hikaru is about to be the second semi-finalist. Levon bounces straight back. And we're going to have 3 tiebreakers even.
If this goes to tiebreak, yeah, in the championship bracket. If this goes to tiebreak, we'll have 4 in total. And it does. There's the resignation from Hikaru off of that blunder in the late game after an incredible defense. Levon Aronian once again remains alive in this tournament, hoping to charge through the upper bracket. Took down the world #1 to get here. And of course, now staring at the world #2. We move to 10-10. 8 of our competitors still have plenty more chess to play today.
Hikaru Nakamura there, heartbroken and devastated, as right before leaving, he did touch on the arbiter's hand. He gets the white pieces as they'll move on to 10+10. What a comeback win from Levon Aronian. This fight is far from over.
Yeah, he resigned in the final position, Hikaru. His knight was about to fall. A combination of black king, black bishop would have rounded up that piece. And
it was quite some time ago that Daryl Morey was out there on the stage giving us position 498. And what an interesting position it was. I'll remind everybody, the right side of the board, a standard game of chess. Left side of the board, a freestyle game of chess. And it gave us quite a bit of action across the field. Magnus Carlsen, of course, he made quick work of his opponent in Vidit Gudrathi today in the lower bracket to keep his hopes of a 3rd place at the very least alive after falling down just yesterday to the man Levon Aronian that we just saw on our screens there. Hikaru, again, he's really been pushed to his limits, but Fabiano as well, somebody we got to talk about when he needed to get it done against Pragg, the #1 out of his group. He does just that with some very beautiful play, white pieces for him, tying it up at 1-1. We say goodbye to a few people, though, in our lower bracket. That would be the likes of Sam Sevian, Bibisara Asabayeva, and, of course, Vidit Gudrathi. Those are the 3 that are out so far. We still have that one tiebreaker between Vincent Keimer and Ray Robson. The person who wins there keeps themselves alive, and the other will fall out at the very end. Let's take a look at those brackets, though, just so you have an image of it all, because there's a lot that goes on here between all 16 players. And I'll remind you, it is a pseudo double elimination bracket, so maybe we can take a look at the top first so you could see who the 8 are who are fighting to move on. We can effectively move Arjun along, though, on that bracket. His name's not filled in just yet, but 1.5 to a half a point over Noterbek Abdusattorov. He's the only one who got it done in the 30-30 portions of the day. Everybody else all tied up, so they'll move into that 2 games of 10-10 and possibly more if things remain tied from there. For Noterbek Abdusattorov, it's not over yet. He will drop down to play later on in the week against more of the lower bracket finalists here. You can see Carlsen moving on, Wesley So, and of course Linier Dominguez as well. So that's a picture of what the bracket stage looks like so far. We got plenty of chess action still to come your way. We're going to go to a break for 10 minutes. When we come back, we'll dive right into that position lottery. We'll let the players discuss and then dive into some more freestyle chess action. We'll catch you on the other side.
Chess, but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Noterbek, congratulations. You're through to the upper bracket after a long day in the round robin. You finished on 4.5. How do you reflect on the day?
Yeah, it was quite a successful day for me. I had nice games. I could have, played even better if I would have won this game against Aronian. I would stand at +4, but I end up in +2, but I take it, and most importantly, it gives a spot in the quarterfinals.
What was your favorite game that you played today?
I would say against Vincent. I played with black pieces, and I got a comfortable position out of opening, and I really liked my own play, and think I outplayed him in the end game and managed to convert it very cleanly, and that was my best game.
You have quite a bit of experience by now when it comes to freestyle. You've played in Weissenhaus, you've played in Paris, and here we are in Las Vegas in the stunning Wynn Hotel and Casino. We also have spectators for the first time. So how is this experience different for you?
Yeah, it's absolutely different from Paris or Weissenhaus because we have more players and new format and audience. It's all new experience, and yeah, I really liked it. I think it's very interesting, and also I think that fans also appreciate the new format, and yeah, I mean, it was very exciting.
And it was very exciting following your games today. Congratulations once again on qualifying to the quarterfinals, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
In Paris, 12 grandmasters came together as the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour arrived. 8 days and 100 games, they brought creativity and bold ideas to the board. From wild openings to breathtaking tactics, the freestyle format once again delivered. The final? A clash of giants, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. And it was Magnus who sealed the deal with focus, precision, and brilliance. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana edged out Vincent Keimer in a thrilling battle for third. Paris gave us passion, surprises, and stories to remember. But freestyle chess wasn't done. Next stop, Karlsruhe, Germany. Magnus Carlsen made history, delivering a masterpiece at the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open. 9 rounds, 9 wins. A perfect score. The traditional tournament brought more than 3,000 players from around the world together, from ambitious amateurs to the very best on the planet, giving players the freedom to choose their battlefield, classical or freestyle. Magnus claimed the crown once again, and now the story continues. Will the greatest of all time keep his winning streak alive? Welcome to Las Vegas.
Magnus, congratulations. You just won your 2 games against Vidit, but it was in the lower bracket quarterfinals, which I think not many people were expecting. What do you think went wrong yesterday?
I think it started well yesterday. I felt all right, relatively rested at least compared to other days. And then I don't know. I didn't enjoy the whole process of just being pretty isolated there for many hours and not being like able to talk to Peter or Alla in between rounds and not being able to use my devices and so on. And yeah, what happened then was just like kind of a complete collapse of my nervous system. Yeah, I could have scraped through, of course, with some help, but it would have been completely underserved. So it was a complete collapse, and yeah, sometimes you have one bad day, and I've had that in freestyle before in the preliminaries, but then there's been a bit of a wider margin to get through, and yeah, this time it wasn't.
Do you feel just one day is not enough to have such an important stage?
Yeah, it's okay. Like you have to kind of balance everything, and like it's not an excuse. I should make it regardless. But you know, it happens, and I feel like it's been a thing recently that when things are going well, I play really well, and then I'm not really able to sort of change bad trends, and when sort of my nervous system starts collapsing, then it's all quite bad.
Yeah, you had dominant displays in Paris and especially in Karlsruhe. Then in Zagreb recently, you mentioned you didn't really enjoy. Do you feel it's just a bit of a down moment at the moment, and the trend will change again?
Yeah, I mean, I have bad days in pretty much every tournament. It's just, you know, sometimes they happen at inopportune moments, but yeah, I haven't felt like in Zagreb or here at the top of my game, but at least you know, now that there's zero pressure, that I don't have anything to play for, at least I can maybe enjoy the games a little bit more. Today, you know, more than anything else, I was just trying to play fun chess and play dynamically from the start, and that worked out well. So that's, you know, the advantage of playing freestyle, that even if you don't have anything to play for, it's kind of a little bit easier to play kind of for the love of the game than in some other forms of chess.
Today were fun games, but they weren't that long. There wasn't that much time for you to enjoy them. They were both done quite quickly. But did you take pleasure at the board playing those games today?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I'm under no illusions that I'm not thinking that everything that I did was correct and so on, but I enjoyed the kind of the process of mucking up the games from early on, and that's kind of what freestyle is here for, right? Just putting pressure on from the start, and you know, I see the others as well, like they're following it, like they're doing better than I am, so I shouldn't, you know, it's working, but like they're all playing kind of the same setup that they've discussed for 10 minutes, and I find that utterly ridiculous. And I imagine people sit at the board and they will think for themselves as well. Like in the last game, for instance, the setup that everybody chose immediately led to a very fine position for Black, which I mean it's kind of mind-boggling to me, and I don't think that's the intention of what we do. But yeah, what can I say? It's worked out. That strategy has worked out better than mine has, for sure.
You mentioned you missed yesterday being able to talk to Peter Heine or Ella in between the games. Was it missing being able to talk about the chess, or just in general to be able to get out of the bubble?
Yeah, I just wanted to get out of the bubble, like especially when things start going south a little bit. Then I feel like I'm just kind of left in my own head a little bit, and it would have been probably a little bit easier to shake off if I could talk to somebody very familiar.
And the final question, you're not the only shock exit into the lower bracket, also Vincent Keimer, who won in Weissenhaus, so we will get a new Grand Slam champion in this event. Who is your money on?
I really don't care.
Was there anyone yesterday who surprised you doing really well?
No, I mean, some people played well, others didn't. It happens.
Magnus, congrats on the win today. Thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I really like his mindset. So I'd love to train all the USA guys, but if I had to pick one, I'd pick Hans.
We'll ask him what he thinks about it. Thank you so much, Matt. We'll leave the players to focus now to our audience. Have fun. To the players, good luck.
Yeah.
Take and then like these E5 for example.
So what?
Bishop B7.
Oh.
Because also our queen is out.
Yeah, this is true.
That's what I think. Maybe we don't like.
Okay, yeah. Knight G3?
Knight G3 also.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Knight G3.
Probably have to go like C4, yeah.
Yeah,
it's like B3, C4.
But F5 is maybe premature.
I don't think you get E4 with Knight E4. I think it's quite.
Yeah.
Let's E4?
No, you want to go again. Now I think with Bishop F3.
Yeah, this is better than should take.
I don't know. Yeah, but Bishop B7, Bishop F3, Knight G6.
H4.
But we cannot play 6. We cannot play something like C4 takes.
I don't like what we do with our queen.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like D4 either. But what else to do?
To play B4, for example.
Okay, B4, E5, C4, or
B4, E5 feels wrong.
I don't know. But what else is Black playing? Because B4, B5, A4 should be good. I assume.
Or E4, E5, B4. Like maybe we get this position.
Okay.
I think B4, B5 is more.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying. Because at least we have B5, A4.
Yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. You have more space now.
So we still think maybe B5, A4 is good for us,
I don't know.
Something.
After Knight G6, you want to go G3 or?
Knight G6 now? G3 isn't crazy.
Yeah, I'm just thinking whether we need it. Like, maybe we can make it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm worried with G3 is we get H4, H5, but like White plays D6 and that's a point. Like H4, H6 and Knight on E7, like what do we do in this whole thing? And then Black plays F5. I don't think G3 is good enough. Not G3.
Knight E3, yes.
Or E3. What about G3? Is Knight E3 B6? How do we...
D3? I like this D3.
Knight E3 D3, this is our setup?
Yeah, I like this setup.
Why is the Knight on E3 better than G3?
Like C6 you can never really push because of Queen A.
No, this I like.
D6 is no longer okay to get the Knight to E6.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
say D6, because then you have Black's
Yeah, very logical.
Do you play like C4 then?
Knight C6? Yeah, Knight C6, Knight C4. That's that position.
So if you go Bishop B2 and D4 or something good for stuff, how that
Okay.
Scared, like,
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about this position.
Hello. I can still play F6, I'm not so scared.
No.
So I'm not scared. Wait, it's too safe.
Yeah, no, this.
It looks reasonable. And also, D6 on the...
Yeah, D6?
F4 if you really want.
No, but okay, D6 you can just go knight G3 and castle, yeah? Because knight G6 you might have knight H5.
This feels wrong, D6, D6. Yeah.
Okay.
So what's wrong with D6, D4? Taking knight E6? I just thought maybe D6, D4 or knight G6. Ah, but anyway, it was on D. Yep. Okay, D5, but D5 is also just go on like A3, right? What is... Okay, sure. Unless like knight C6.
Yeah, no.
C6?
Knight C6 could be an issue.
Yeah, C6 is actually C3.
Yeah, I mean, you can go C3 and gambit something.
Well, actually, I haven't taken knight before. I'm not so sure if that's...
Why shouldn't we play this with pawn on B3 maybe, instead of B4?
So just
Yeah.
I probably can get this and then...
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe 5 is a must.
B5, bishop B2. F6, we don't want to play.
Wait, oh no, this bishop B2 starts.
Knight E6.
No, I don't think the symmetry will work. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that it will be a disaster very soon. Also, maybe they don't expect this stuff.
E5? But it's logical, no?
Yes. But professor is there.
No, professor is nowadays.
Ah, professor. Ah, joining us. Ah, this guy. Look at him.
Yeah, maybe we should take this kind of Indian stuff, no?
Yeah, we'll slowly try to come out. I mean, it's slightly pleasant for white, yeah?
Or D6?
Maybe D6. I mean, we have to play D6 anyway. And then bishop E6, yeah. Let's say bishop E6.
Yeah, the bishop is back, but we can go C6 and...
Knight D7, yeah. I just don't know what we're going to do with our queen. That's the problem. Queen C8,
C6, bishop C7.
It's slightly worse, but it's not the end of the world, yeah? I can also play some H5 at some point, yeah?
But bishop C2,
Yeah, let's say bishop E6.
Knight E3.
You want to play with D4, yeah? I understand. Yeah. Okay, and...
maybe some Knight C6, yeah.
Also Knight D7, I'm not so afraid of this D4 stuff. I can take it.
Yeah, 97 C6. Right, this.
A bit better for white. Also, we can think here, yeah? We don't have to rush. Knight G6 we can go. See? Okay. So castle H4 is coming, yeah?
Yeah, that's why we shouldn't marry with Knight G6, I think. So anyway, H4.
Why don't you like Knight C6 then?
Yeah.
Right after, anyway, Knight G6, Knight C6.
Here, yeah? Here. Knight E3.
And we're back for the kickoff of the tiebreakers here with 8 competitors still in play for the day. We're really asking everything of our chess players here at the Vegas event. After 2 grueling 30-30 games for all 8 of these players, they have to step back out into the arena for a couple 10-10 matchups. It's position 101. You can see there the heat map from the data that we've collected of Chess.com games played from this initial starting position. Not a specific consensus there in the heat map, but I'd say the same kind of holds true for at least the discussions that we've heard so far through the players. Not a very specific, singular consensus of the best way to approach the position.
Yeah, it feels like the players are confused or unsure about how best to start. We see the heat map. There's a lot of red in the center of the board. That does mean that from past experiences, past games, often players starting with those central pawn pushers, e4, d4 for white, a little bit of b3 action as well. And they were the teams with white here in Vegas, talking about pushing that pawn even 1 square further forward. But ultimately, this does promise to be a fun one, position 101.
Without a doubt, some fireworks going to be on display here. Let's also not forget, again, the switch up in pace. 10 minutes on the clock, 10 seconds per increment. All these players have to have that well within their minds. Don't get lulled into the pace of play that you were just playing mere minutes, hours ago in those 30-30 bouts.
You know, it's already been a marathon day of chess. It's time for a sprint now as we go into this other time format with 10 minutes and only a bonus time of 10 seconds every time you press the clocks. And one guy who almost escaped that was Hikaru Nakamura, but a last-minute blunder by him cost him that match, got Levon the comeback win. And with 27 seconds to go for the first moves to come in, you wanted chaos, you wanted entertainment. It's all happening in Vegas.
And honestly, Tanya, it's a perfect analogy, right? The idea of it's been a marathon up to this point, but even marathons end with a sprint. It's that kick. How much gas do you have left in the tank? You're shoulder to shoulder with the guy you want to beat. If you've got 1 more ounce in you, now is the time to put it on display. 5 seconds away from game time, and off we go into our tiebreak scenarios.
For the first rapid game, you can start.
And there's one guy who's chilling in the semis. That's our generic guy. See, he got the job done in the rapid portion. 3 spots up for grabs. It's going to be an awesome fight here. Now, David, in the round robin, we had the exact same time control, right? It was 10 minutes with a 10-second increment, and it was Hikaru Nakamura who dominated that portion. He was just such a beast, undefeated, 6 out of 7 to finish at pole position in Group B. But today is a different dynamic altogether. It's going to be hard for Hikaru to replicate that kind of power play and that kind of success.
Yeah, I just want to point out, though, in the meantime, Levon Aronian starts with black, his favored color here in Las Vegas. He's won, I believe, 5 out of his 6 black games, including against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. And the fact that none of his games have been drawn, all decisive, means that we're guaranteed some action here. We start with some a mix-up here.
Right.
Bit of pawn pushes in the center.
A black victory, the game that just happened before this, to force this very tiebreaker, sure, off of an unfortunate misplay by Hikaru down the stretch. But once again, Levon has been afforded the opportunity to breathe new life into his tournament hopes. A reminder that, of course, we have those 8 players across 4 boards. As Tanya mentioned, Arjun is awaiting his opponent, so I'm sure he'll have his eyes most set on the Pragg versus Fabiano matchup because he'll be playing the winner of that one. Of course, checking in with all of the players who are out there trying to put on their best display of chess.
And what's fascinating right now in all these tiebreakers, the 3 going on in the championship bracket, is that the first 2 moves by the white pieces have been identical across our boards right now. So players with a consensus in the time that they have while they were discussing. And someone tell Hikaru, you know, it's switched up. It's 10 plus 10. You can't just move around like that.
I like where your head's at, though. Let's go ahead and zoom out, take a look at all 4 boards, because as you mentioned, so far, the first couple of moves, complete symmetry across the board, or mirroring. I'm waiting for the first person to go kind of their own way.
Yeah, we started with the board that's furthest advanced, probably, between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian, but the same pawn structure on every single one of them. Sindarov and Niemann quickly catching up to reach the same or similar positions, and Fabiano Caruana against Pragg. Things are less developed. Actually, Fabi breaking in the center up there very ambitiously from the American. And for me, it's going to be all eyes on Pragg and Hikaru Nakamura just how they recover from those heartbreaking defeats when they were so close to the semis.
Well, let's zoom in on that intriguing move then for Fabi, because like you say, it's kind of an aggressive strike in the middle here. If we can hone in on that board, you'll see exactly what David was talking about there. Pawn in front of the bishop, joining its counterpart from in front of the rook, trying to control more of the center of the board. But immediately now Pragg has to consider, do I take this trade? Do I perhaps allow the advancement of that pawn one more square, begin the connect 4 game that Fabi wants to quickly take a victory in?
Yeah, Fabi's just saying no one puts the queen in the corner right now. I want to get that queen to the center of the board, perhaps even reroute it to the right side, towards the flank. You want to plant your bishop on the long diagonal, so if you're able to set up that battery, I think that could be dangerous very quickly, very early on. Something that Fabi, in fact, did in his comeback victory against Pragg. Get on the front foot, build the attack super quick early on. So I think taking that central pawn would be a big, dangerous decision for Pragg. He slows down right now, but to your point earlier, I mean, for Fabi and Levon to score that comeback win, right? We speak about momentum in chess so much. You feel like this is going to be hard and the tournament might be over, the championship dreams are over, and your opponent might get the security that he's got the job done, and then you change that. And usually the player to get that last win before the tiebreaker has that momentum advantage. How much will that play out in these tiebreakers?
Yeah, I have noticed the pattern, though, in recent top-level chess. It's like if you exert so much energy coming back in a second game, you win on demand. Suddenly, you realize you don't have that much left in the tank either. You feel like you've accomplished your goal and you're unable to maintain the same intensity. So it's no guarantee that momentum is going to be the only decisive factor here at Pragg. Spending a long time thinking as he decides how to react. Maybe failing to adjust to the new pace of the game. 3 minutes on move 3.
That's my concern for him. Deficit of 2 minutes. Let's also not forget how long these guys have been waiting to get back out onto the stage, right? Again, remember that they may have, you might have let some of that energy slide away as you're just anticipating your turn to go back out on stage and do battle. So it can be hard sometimes to immediately generate the kind of, speed, I'll call it fast twitch muscle, to use a traditional sports term, but that's kind of what they need to be doing right now, is activating those faster twitch muscles.
Especially after Pragg made the blunder of the day, losing a rook in one move. We do say in chess that backward knight moves are the hardest to see. He blundered it to a backward knight move, but losing a rook in one turn, that is a huge confidence denter. And Tanya, maybe that's why we're seeing him slowly, tentatively edge into this game.
Indecisiveness, right? Right there by Praggnanandhaa, very early on, uncharacteristic of him. He finally does go for a pawn move at the edge of the board. He activates his rook, a concept we've seen often in freestyle chess. When you've got the rook on the flank, castling is not the only way to get it into the game. You advance that h-pawn, you go all alpha 0 on the position, you do a rook lift, and you try to improve your position that way. Pragg chooses that path. The evaluation bar does not approve.
And normally the default setting, if your opponent pushes a rook's pawn like that, you do not let it cross into your territory. You do not let it push further, because then it's hard for the white rook to ever lift up the board. So I do wonder whether Fabiano is going to play copycat, whether he feels that insertion is going to improve white's chances, black's chances. The alternative would be to totally ignore things and kind of connect 4, maybe by pushing pawns in the center or on the queen side, just to gain some space and argue that, okay, that flank doesn't matter. I'm going to control the middle of this board.
And I will say another dynamic in this matchup, yes, their rapid game ended with a one-move shocking blunder by Pragg, but that whole game was, in fact, a Fabiano Caruana show, right? Just from the start, putting so much pressure on Pragg and getting that very well-deserved comeback win in. I think Fabi's got to be feeling good about the chances, and I think you can't underestimate what we spoke about, just the energy factor. Do you think youth being on Pragg's side will perhaps also be something to think about, going for these long-haul games, a long day of chess?
On paper, right? Youth, we're just becoming used to it, that they win ultimately. This generational shift with Gukesh winning the World Championship, and Keimer and Mertzin, others with big successes, Pragg now. But I don't know. I'm an older guy. I grew up with Fabiano. I'm so used to him digging deep and getting these clutch wins, just as he did in the previous game.
I mean, talking about Fabi's energy, he was playing blitz games of chess at 10 p.m. last night before a 2-hour game of Avalon. So I don't know. I feel like this guy has an endless well of energy that he seemingly can tap into when the time calls for it. But there's that move that you talked about, David, saying, okay, I see the pawn in front of the rook move. I'm just going to go ahead and stop any forward progress there. And while these guys continue to develop some pieces, I want to go over to Hikaru versus Levon, just because it is the most advanced game, right? The most moves having been played on that board. So we can kind of check in to see, as they're blazing a bit of a trail maybe for the rest of the players to take a peek at. You can see just about equal time for both players. In fact, a small advantage here for Levon. And as we get to the board, look at this, a small swing here in favor of Hikaru. Not loving this most recent move, gets the question mark. Why is that?
Well, I'm confused what the bishop is doing on that square. I look at the bishop, I look at the knight not far from it, and they are within forking distance by a pawn. So the first move, especially in light of what I see on the eval bar, the first move that comes to mind is to push for glory, push in the center. Levon actually goes a different direction, maybe equally effective, or maybe a precursor to what's about to happen, but he goes for this misplaced knight. Note how white king is castled. That's committed. It's fixed on that side of the board. But Levon didn't castle his king, maybe because he wants to use his rook as a propeller for this battering ram of a pawn, hitting the white knight with a central break to come.
And I think this was exactly something that Levon was talking about when the players were discussing, that if one does castle before the other, this idea becomes that much more powerful. And I briefly heard him say that, and the players just moved on, that you castle, you push the h-pawn up the board. So it's happened on his very board, and he barely took any time to make this a reality, and our bar also approves. So much of it will be combining the idea of that central pawn move, the side pawn moving forward. You know, now one of the ideas on Fabi's board that we just checked in with was to stop that h-pawn from going any further by advancing your own h-pawn up the board. But because of the dynamics of the castle, that's not an option available for Hikaru Nakamura. He will have to allow h4.
Oh, and he strikes in the center while Levon plays on the wing. Very logical, but given another question mark. Does feel like Hikaru may be slightly affected by what happened a bit earlier. And, great move there from Levon Aronian. Prophylaxis again. He knows the white knight was about to jump forward if it had been attacked. So he takes away that square with his queen and bishop both teamed up to cover f5. Levon about to take a sip of water. That's a boss move. Normally someone who's confident in a blitz game or rapid game will take a sip of water.
He's very comfortable with the position that he's gotten, and it's clear why, right? Because of this h-pawn moving up, the queen now back in the game. I think he's happy with what he has with the black pieces. For Levon, just getting that win. You know, chess players, they have this incredible memory, right? And of course, Hikaru knows that Lev beat Magnus just in the quarterfinals, in the round-robin stage to book his spot into the quarterfinals. How much of that do you think plays on Hikaru's mind coming into this matchup, knowing that his opponent just took down the world #1 yesterday?
Chess players have very good short-term memory, and I think he'll just be fixated on this past game that just happened. I think he'll just know that Magnus was out of sorts yesterday, Magnus was out of form. He knows Levon was very impressive yesterday, but he'll be focused on this game alone. And, I just think it's all about the fact that he started off badly with white.
Yeah, exactly. And even still for Levon, right? Again, just seems to be playing at just an incredible degree when he's piloting the black pieces. Got to be the favorite of his here in freestyle chess. Let's take our first look at Hans Niemann versus Javakir Sindarov. Haven't gone there just yet in this tiebreaker between two of the young guns here that have impressed us. Obviously, in Javokir's regard, all the way back to Weissenhaus of this year. Hans more recently jumping in and having a bit of a beautiful display. Don't worry, we'll get these cameras fixed for you and the right board up on the screen so that you guys can see how Hans is navigating this situation as well, with a slight advantage here on the black side of the board, and again a small time advantage. I wonder if he feels like he's falling back into his comfort zone, that 10-10 where he seemed to kind of be, head above the rest aside from Hikaru in his group. Maybe he's feeling confident once again.
Yeah, that being said, Sindarov was also impressive yesterday in the group stages. And I just want to mention there is an imbalance here. I'm just going to very quickly take it back because Sindarov threw away a pawn, gambited a pawn very early on. I'll call it the Sindarov gambit because in this position very early, we saw something similar in several of the boards. This pawn in the middle attacked. Instead of trading, he simply stepped forward, allowed a trade, and given a question mark, he dropped a pawn to the black knight. So he's had to play very high energy chess to try and compensate for it. If we fast forward again, we see that the white bishop, white queen on this battery, on this diagonal, are about to be challenged, neutralized. We'll see a trade here and now. And Tanya, I'm going to say white has good compensation due to the central control, due to the white knight coming towards the black king, but do you feel it's enough?
That's going to be the question that Sindarov will have to prove, right? But I do like the development and the piece activity. You could also just snap that bishop back up with the knight, bring that knight back, and then eventually jump the other knight closer. If he can have the arrows there, getting to h5 at some point, targeting that g7 pawn. I think this was a key move to try to block that queen diagonal from getting there, David. But still, the central control. We've seen these kind of gambits happen so much. You give the pawn, but you play for piece activity. The rook lift already there. The f-pawn eventually moving up the board. The knight's jumping forward. Feisty battle. I'm actually liking the piece activity more than the material deficit here for white.
Also feels really hard now, right, for the black queen to get involved in the game. I also see that knight that just came forward to recapture the bishop, has ideas of jumping in for a fork on the queen and the rook. Of course, Niemann not going to fall for that one, but it still is a threat that he has to consider.
And Hans is more comfortable on the white side of these positions. He regularly kind of gives up pawns just for the initiative, just for some threats and yeah, some momentum. So I don't know how comfortable he'll be defending. James, great call in the meantime. The pawn is attacked, and when it is defended, Hans will of course spot it. The white knight will actually drop back into a very nice post in the center with his eyes further forward.
I'm loving it, right? Because Hans was kind of forced to push that f-pawn forward, creating some light square weaknesses, and Javakir, realizing that instantly, reroutes his own piece, comes back to that square, James, that you pointed out, and now will jump further into the game. That f5 square looking juicy, the h5 square looking juicy, the f-pawn moving up onto the board. A lot of piece play here for Javakir Sindarov.
And meanwhile, things are going from bad to worse for Hikaru in his matchup against Levon Aronian. Let's flip back there real quick just so we can see how it's all breaking down. Things, from my perspective, looking extremely claustrophobic in the white position. Look at that. All of the pieces, sure, centralized and somewhat grouped up, but with just so little space to work with.
Wow, look at these white pieces. Traffic jam's the right way of putting it. For now, there is a threat, but if this white light squared bishop if Levon just retreats here, this bishop alone is paralyzing half of white's army on this diagonal. When the center explodes, it's going to be the black rook with targets, with already the white bishop in its sights. And anytime there's a pawn like this near your king, it's so scary. You're just going to be forced to kind of deal with this sword dangling over your throat. And I just feel that this is Levon's type of position as well.
Agreed, but Hikaru keeping some pace on the clock here and still a lot of pieces on the board. I think it all comes down to that one move that Hikaru rushed onto that's given the position edge to Levon, which was the quick castle that he did, allowing this free H-pawn advance up the board for Lev. Great pieces, great pawn center, a lot of pressure, but still it's a game for 3 results, simply given that this is only a 10-second bonus time. That's not enough to build on, and we know that out of these two players, Hikaru, he's just so fast.
Super speedy guy. Levon thinking for a long, long time there before retreating his bishop. I think the most natural thing to do, given a question mark, of course, my suggestion, Levon's move, but keeping the pin, that was the key. Giving up the bishop for knight would have changed the nature of the game completely. It would have been less about control, would have alleviated some of that congestion that white was suffering from. So Hikaru, can he at least put some pressure on the clock if he's suffering on the board?
He's got to do that, right? He has to keep the pace. And there we see he's getting ready to make his next move, but it's just not easy, right? With the pin that you pointed out earlier, the tension in the center, so much calculation is required. These are the hardest positions to play with that 4-pawn face-off in the middle of the board to play on intuition.
Yeah, and remember, folks at home, to Tanya's point about this really being a 3-result game, even though the computer favors the black position, not a single piece has left the board yet.
Not a single pawn is left.
Like, we are still in for quite a few trades, and therefore a lot of calculation and a lot of opportunity for misplay by either player to open up new possibilities.
Usually when that happens and no pieces, pawns leave the board for a long period of time, you know, when it rains, it really pours. So then you've got this flurry of trades that takes place at the center, and I think that will happen and the position will explode in the next couple of moves, David.
Yeah, position 101 was drawn earlier, and Chess 101, you want to at least have a coherent plan. And for now, Hikaru has established his first real threat of the game. He wants to push this pawn forward, trap the light squared bishop. So Levon has a big decision ahead. Does he finally alleviate the pressure in the center? Nobody wants to blink first. I think it's a matter of pride sometimes in chess. You don't want to be the first one to capture, but that might be the critical line. Again, he could take this knight, save the bishop, but he's reluctant to do so after we saw how powerful he was with the bishops in the previous game. And yeah, again, the clock. Levon was a bit slow against Magnus despite winning, and that was the only maybe a slight weakness in his game yesterday in what was otherwise a very impressive showing.
And that's the thing, right? Once the clock goes below that 1 minute mark, anything can happen. With only 10 seconds increment, how do you build on that time? Big turnarounds, and this is the kind of positions that the critical questions lie ahead. You haven't had a single trade as yet. So huge stuff coming up, and you've got less than 2.5 minutes on the clock, a 2-minute deficit there for Levon Aronian. It's going to be a big fight. Should we just use this moment to zoom out and go to the Hans board, you know, where Hans has an extra pawn, but is under pressure?
I think it's a great opportunity for us to do that, hopping over there while Levon had taken quite a bit of time to eventually jump to this queen move that gets the X as we go. Javakir Zindarov, similar situation, spending a ton of time crafting his response to the most recent move by his opponent Hans here, just sliding the queen up, now dipping below 2 minutes on his clock to the 5:30 of his opponent.
Yeah, it's crazy. Since we were last here ages ago, we've only had one move, one move each. That's how long Zindarov's been spending on the clock. And it's a very committal move. The white pawn stepped forward, allowing some tension now that the black queen has developed. I was very impressed by how quickly Hans pushed the pawn forward, kind of loosening his queen side, but getting his queen, more importantly, out into this diagonal. Sooner or later, Zindarov will have to shuffle the king into the corner just to save a square. But for now, Hans is on the attack with his pawns, hitting the white queen. Feels like this is starting to turn in Hans's favor. Feels like Javakir unable to really coordinate his pieces yet to compensate for the pawn deficit.
It's very tricky, but I think it could also get incredibly difficult for black if white is able to get one of those central pawns moving. But Javakir, does he have enough time to calculate all the lines? Hans has a clear plan. Keep pushing those pawns on the queen side. He's got an extra pawn there. He's trying to create a passer and eventually a queen out of that. Javakir first moves in with the bishop with the threat of pushing the pawn, doubling down on that knight. You pin and you win it. But first, Hans attacks the white rook. F5, a threat on the board.
Yeah, that black knight, you might need to do something about it. And that white bishop staring down this diagonal as well. Knowing Hans, he might just ignore it, though. He loves to sacrifice material. He's already one pawn up. He might be able to just focus on his own plan.
Keep marching.
Whoa, that is dangerous stuff. Actually, you're right. Hans might go for that. How many times have you seen him sacrifice material for this kind of an edge? He doesn't care. It's just the best of two. He doesn't care about playing safe. A4 looks very powerful here.
Does he have enough resources, though, on the left-hand side of the way? He appears to think so. I was about to ask if he had enough to support this stepping, you know, forward of the different pawns.
Later, a rook might slide across. I don't feel that it's such a big positional threat, at least, to step forward and hit this black knight. The black knight will have to move, but it will be granted a beautiful outpost in the center of the board with eyes further forward, again with some forks. For Javakir, it's such a high kind of demand, this type of position. You are a pawn down, the opponent has such a simple plan, you feel like you need something here and now. But to play that with 1 minute left, okay, he goes in, critical moment, that is a sacrifice. Hans was about to reach out and make a move, but given a question mark, Javakir losing the thread.
Well, the thing is, if you double take on that square, you know, you pick that pawn up with the rook after the knight trades, then f5 gets very strong because it comes in with a fork, attacking the rook and the knight at the end of that. Don't know if you have time to show that line, but I don't think you can actually go for this trade here, David. This looks like, wow, and the bar does approve of this, so no real big resource here. And then do you actually allow white to just have a pawn living on that e6 square with the trade?
Yeah, you might have to if this capture does occur. Maybe it's time to start pushing some pawns. Maybe the black bishop comes to step across. But this is, yeah, very double-edged. I don't think it's necessarily a big practical mistake from Zindarov. I think he's just trying to muddy the waters here. And that's what he needs in this position to at least get Hans to slow down. That time advantage is potentially decisive.
Because every second your opponent's thinking, you're thinking as well, right? And Sindarov needs maximum of that. With just a minute and a half and the position blowing up the way it is, you're sort of setting yourself up for deep time trouble territory. Hans does take that knight. Don't pick up that pawn just yet, Neiman.
Yeah, no man is going to be taking that pawn. And hey,
good one, Daddy.
Yeah, so a pause to think, but this might be a good opportunity to go back over to Hikaru's board alongside Levon Aronian, because talking about players in winning positions, but still working against clock disadvantages, Levon Aronian creeping below 50 seconds on his clock, still so many pieces left on the board that need to come off before he can really take what looks like a solid advantage and turn it into an actual point on the scoreboard.
Wow, this is just chaos. At least one pawn has left the board. We only have to worry about 31 pieces now.
That's ridiculous.
But okay, bishop trade. More are disappearing. And again, that happens when someone's low on time, whether it's good, whether it's not. He does trade off. And great move there from Levon, keeping his structure intact. There's a trio of pawns here. He's one pawn to the good. He's just trying to bank that for later.
Yeah, I can always now take that light squared bishop, right, slide it back behind the queen, reroute it to the other side of the board if he wants.
Trades first. This feels like, you know, there's a battle going on the board and the clock. Levon's winning the board battle, Hikaru right now winning the clock battle, and that's got to be his best friend. He has to keep the pace going. Trades tries to get more pieces off the board. But let's remind everyone, Levon has an extra pawn. More trades favors the side with extra material.
Yeah, that being said, the extra pawn is this one highlighted now on a light square. Could be snapped up a bit later by the white bishop. It's kind of on its own on that whole flank, just with the queen to support. But in the meantime, Levon is lining up some nasty tricks on this diagonal, the dark squared bishop having parted. Dark squared trouble still potentially in white's future here.
Yeah, now we've got to consider how to get the rest of our pieces into play, right? Taking a look at that rook that's kind of tucked away up in the top right corner of the screen. Maybe needing to slide that down, rook lift, to get it into play. Start threatening along that g-file as a possibility.
Can still castle later if it needs to connect rooks here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just thinking that knight can jump forward as well in support of that.
Yeah, other knights jumping. I think this is still a sizable advantage here, Tanya.
Looks like that for Lev, and he's also managed to gain some time. You know, the clocks are leveling out right now. Wow. I mean, incredible start, right? Levon starts the day with a 1-point deficit, comes back, takes the advantage with the black pieces in their first game. Should we jump to some of the other action?
Clock's leveling out here, but definitely not leveling out over in Hans Javakir's board. I just saw Javakir creep down to 20 seconds. After making a move, he'll pop right back up to 30 seconds, but 3 minutes still for Hans to work with. And again, he has just the slightest of advantages, though the computer is giving a nod to Javakir's most recent move.
Well, it's an extra pawn for black currently, right? You've got 6 pawns to the good against white's 5 and a huge pawn on that b3 square. The big question is, can you keep it defended? Because it's really not the easiest find. How do you keep the pawn alive? The white rook is ready to come up to b2 as well. You know, after the rook slides up, he first trades on the square. Now just bring the rook to attack that very advanced b pawn. And how are you holding this?
Yeah, it looks like that pawn is dropping. It's just about whether Hans can find some other type of advantage to compensate. White has this very strong pawn of his own. Ooh, look at this from Hans Niemann. Beautiful. He uses his bishop to protect the pawn. The white queen is caught in 2 minds here. She cannot step up and take the bishop as the rook is hanging in the center.
That queen's an overloaded piece right there, and I think this was a defensive resource we in our studio completely missed out on. It looked like Hans was about to lose that pawn, but tactics everywhere, and Hans seems to find all of that. Javakir pushes his own pawn to keep his asset on e6 defended. It's still game on, but with 40 seconds, it's advantage Hans.
This is a very strange pawn structure to have interacting with each other, right?
Bizarre structure, and I'm going to say this is still very much 3 results in play, just because of the white potential for an attack. If you capture this pawn, sometimes the white knight might want to leap forward. Maybe you can also just take back with the pawn. As long as white gets 1 more move, shuffles the king into the corner, the threats will start to resurface against the black bishop, against the black king. And like you said there, The white pawn is a bit of a thorn in the side for later.
I want to compare these two passes, right? It just feels like the b3 passer would be so much more dangerous if it's an endgame, simply because Hans's king is super close to that e-pawn. So it might be a good idea not only to counter those checkmating patterns and ideas that you're talking about that white can set up, is to get a queen trade on the board. I'm just wondering if Hans can get that queen up the board to try to get it off and then get the rook into the game. But he pauses with that idea. He doesn't go ahead with it. He first improves the position of the rook, and it gets an exclamation mark. That's a good move.
A very, very good move. And as expected, Javokir gets out of this diagonal, finally releasing the white rook. And moment of truth, the most... Okay, going for the queen trade. I was going to say the most tempting move for me would be to try and break in through the back with the black rook. But a queen trade is something you mentioned, Tanya, as supporting black's advantage here.
I'd love to get that in, because you get the queens off the board, the rook takes the queen, and then the other rook swoops over to the line that you were pointing out. You know, not only targeting the back rank ideas, but also getting rid of that white rook key defender on the second rank. And he has allowed the queen trade. But he says, I'll do it on my terms. I've created some breathing space for my king.
Well, I think he recognized exactly what you called out, right? At least if you have to come forward and capture my queen, you don't open up that second rook along the 8th rank to slide all the way over to the left-hand side of the board. It'd have to move through its own rook in order to do so.
Yeah, big moment. You could trade queens, but the white rook, would be hitting some stuff along this c-file suddenly. So moment of truth. Will Hans Niemann find something more productive to do? He does take the queens off. I was going to say, you can support it, this bishop, with your own rook. And white's 2 rooks are pretty much paralyzed for now.
Yeah, but I don't mind playing on the right-hand side of the board now. Does my pawn just move forward, my h-pawn, one more time? Now I'm threatening again to kind of undermine the safety of the king here.
Black might just try to block that flank.
I think the biggest threat in this position that white has to take care of is the rook sliding over to the A-line, right? And then coming over to the second rank to challenge that rook on b2 as well, and then just promote queens. Instead, we see a pawn trade there, which leaves the e6 pawn up for grabs, taken.
At least he's deflected the black rook. This rook is going to take a while to break any blockade over on the other flank. Javokir pushing forward. The white knight might soon enter the game.
Can you do it with tempo? Can you do it with energy? Hans known for energy. Push that central pawn, swoop the rook over to the A-line. It almost feels you get that in, you win the game.
That is very, very powerful. Very energetic and a bit hidden, but maybe possible. There are some back rank ideas against the black king, which might force him to pause for thought here, Hans Niemann. But nothing too scary.
And if you want to play it safe, maybe you just slide the rook one step over. Why sacrifice any material and then get it over to the A-line?
Very good as well. Hans Niemann definitely with an advantage here on both board and clock.
Okay, I was going to say, I feel like if Hans doesn't threaten moving all the way over to the A-file, that I would do the exact same thing as Javokir, dropping my C-rook back to C1, coming over to A1, and then threatening the same kind of back rank situation against the black king.
Yeah, it's a race to that open file, but it's black who's about to win that race, and nice prediction, nice call. Black's
what he has to do, but the computer says it's not good enough.
Because black's first to that file, right? And then again, big threats on that A2 square as well. Hans with a huge advantage on the board, as well as those extra seconds on the clock. He reaches for the king. He's about to give the A-line away.
Wow, big call by Hans Niemann. The white rook is about to take the open file, and this game is still very much alive.
Yeah, Javokir low on time, though. I want to make sure he makes a move here just to buy back a little bit. He does. He's going to slide the king over, so we have to jump over to Fabiano versus Pragg, because Pragg has Fabi absolutely on the ropes right now. Both players, though, in a bit of time trouble. Pragg, the one to make a move here with 35 seconds on his clock. He'll do just that now. Fabi immediately with 10 seconds or less to work with here. He's got to find a way to weasel his way out. Otherwise, he's going to be in the exact same situation he was in 30-30, needing to fight back in the second round.
Yeah, but that time he would need to win with black, which is even harder. And just as we jumped in, Pragg had the advantage, but it grew because Fabi had missed this move. The black knight coming in, and now the question is, does the black knight have some sneaky checks?
Can't you just give a check on F1 and win the G3 pawn immediately?
Looks like it.
I mean, that just looks like it should be game over once that pawn falls.
He finds it. He takes the lead here with a pawn dropping. Rook checks in the air as well, and you don't withstand this. You very rarely withstand a queen and knight combo, let alone a black rook entering the fray as well.
As Peter Deco says it, you know, if this is not checkmate, I don't know what is.
Fabiano about to resign. He's only got 15 seconds on his clock. Oh, he allows a discovered check.
So
He
many
had to.
tempting ones. Where do you go, David? Which one do you give?
I would just take a pawn because I'm greedy and convert some endgame. But maybe you can give a double check. Double checks are always the most powerful because they force the enemy king to move. You just need to calculate what comes next.
He
Where is
goes
the
for
crushing
it.
blow?
It also blocks the queen from coming into the defense, right, in front of the white king. So leaving the king bare naked there. He's going for the checkmate. Does he just fall back with the knight to the juicy f4 outpost, threatening the queen coming in with devastating effects on g2?
Yeah, white has zero counterplay. This is just over. White has one check in the corner, but the black king will happily step forward, and the white king is just naked here. This is, I think, one more calm move, as you mentioned, Tanya. Maybe there are other immediate knockouts. That's what Pragg's looking for as he goes down to 16 seconds. But this should be over with one more accurate play.
I mean, the gloves came off in this one. Pragg just throwing haymakers left and right.
Oof, nice move there by Pragg. The knight could not have been taken because of a skewer check with the queen sliding over, winning the queen. But Pragg's got 10 seconds. Does he have a follow-up planned? Because Fabi was not going to fall for that. He does plant the knight on f4.
Okay, still looking very, very good for black here. Big threats of the black queen coming in. I don't think you defend this. Your king is in no man's land out in the open like this. Fabiano looks devastated.
How do you even survive a few moves here? Because the king can't come back anymore. You put it on the second rank. You lose your queen on the way. With the king stuck on that position. There's a check on g3 coming. There's a knight check on g2 coming with a fork. I think Fabi's about to resign.
Yeah, we're going to see the handshake.
You can see the disappointment on his face there,
5
realizing
seconds.
he's right back in the same situation he just fought his way out of to earn himself this tiebreaker. He will make a move with the rook just to try and keep himself alive for a little bit longer,
Coming with a
looking for
queen.
new outs.
Just come in with the queen. He goes in with the knight.
Ooh, gives up his queen Fabiano Caruana. He's still losing, but this game is now going to go on for a lot longer.
Okay. Well, if this one's going on for a lot longer, then we should go back over to Levon versus Hikaru Nakamura, because both of these guys now in a bit of a time scramble. But again, Levon definitely well advantaged in this one, still trying a way to put, you know, the death blow to Hikaru in this first game of our 10-10 tiebreaks.
Oof. Rook's behind past pawns. Levon's gone behind with his rook. Look how this one pawn alone paralyzes Hikaru Nakamura's rook himself here. Still not easy the conversion stage.
Watch out, there's a threat. A rook hanging at the edge of the board. We've seen rook blunders before today, so he can't just pick up the central pawn just yet, but fantastic play by Lev. I mean, this whole match has been an absolute roller coaster.
Yeah, it's been a masterpiece so far by Levon Aronian, but queen and rook endgames are notoriously difficult. Look at Hikaru trying to throw a spanner in the works here. If the black queen had taken that pawn, the all-important A pawn would have dropped off the board. So now 2-pawn advantage for Levon, but Hikaru has slightly opened up the black king.
Yeah, double attack, double defend on that A pawn by both players. And of course, one extra pawn here for Levon to work with. Can he just start marching that E pawn down the board?
Very soon. First he needs to deal with the threat on the black rook, and that will be the plan. Okay, he drops his queen back. Sooner or later, he might try and combine his pawns pushing with an attack on the white king sitting in the corner. The black rook might suddenly switch and go for the back rank.
But this doesn't give up that pawn?
It does, but there's a very cool tactic. I'll put it on the board while Hikaru thinks this is not going to happen. There would be a check, the king would be forced forward, and there would be a double attack, a check, another check, hitting the rook in the corner.
Wow, that is very tricky.
Very tricky.
Hikaru instead does make a move. He moves the rook away from the defense of that A pawn, attacks the black queen, challenges on the D line.
Very clever move.
He just simply blocks it with the rook, but this gives up a very key pawn in the position. The A3 pawn's about to fall.
He could have brought the black queen away to the corner, for example. Now he's having a think. Which pass pawn does he want? Does he want this pawn, or it's going to be very similar to the last game? It's the central D pawn that's going to push forward.
Oh my goodness.
This is still not over. You know, Hikaru's going to try to defend, and this is the second time in that match that there's this D passer that Levon's been gifted with. It happened in his comeback win in that last game as well. Don't trade the queens. King pawn endings are lost. You need to keep the queens on the board. He attacks that central pawn. It will be defended by a queen move.
This is why I worry for a player like Levon. Hikaru is building a bank. Again, he's so good in these low time controls of building a bank of time, making those quick moves, and keep putting that clock pressure back on his opponent, even while he's the one trying to defend a losing position.
Yeah, he's just fantastic as a defender, and this game is going to go on for a while as well, so maybe we switch.
All right, so I think we have to go back to Pragg versus Fabiano Caruana again, just to check in on that one. It's a lot of our players piloting the black pieces that all have the white players on the ropes, and it is no different in this matchup. Once again, feels like a losing battle here for Fabiano as he's playing with a bishop and a rook to the queen of his opponent, but still fighting with every ounce he has left.
Yeah, but in the meantime, the Black Queen not only centralized and dominant, it's all about the pawns. And look at this, Pragg is going to push them. It is a matter of time before those pawns overwhelm the blockading bishop. And a few checks, the Black King might join the action as well. It is Fabiano Caruana who's going to crash the defeat here.
And now we go to Hans Niemann and Javokir Sindarov. It's been an absolute roller coaster in this game. And as we get there, I'm not sure we'll have enough time to walk this one back, David, but I think there was a move not too long ago where things got a little bit more equal and then fell right back in favor of Hans.
That's right. Hans has been piloting a rook versus knight advantage, but unfortunately for Sindarov, he hasn't found enough counterplay. The white knight looks active, but actually isn't doing too much, a bit offside, and it's the black rooks that are going to be feasting on some pawns very shortly.
Starting with the one that's about to fall on the next move. You can pick that up. You can also double down on the G pawn next to the king. Just bring your rook to the second rank. There are all kinds of checkmating ideas here. I think this is over. Hans is about to take the first match. He does just that. He brings the rook up. Now, he's going to win that pawn with check. And he knows that he's so close to this victory.
Yeah, which is interesting, because back on move 39, it was a dead draw. If anything, slightly advantage towards Javokir, even in that rook and knight versus double rook endgame. Perhaps once all the games have concluded, we can go back and take a look, because I think that would be an interesting and instructive moment. Either way, these guys are blitzing out moves, so they're actually gaining some time with which to think. But
yeah, this is
right now. Absolute danger here for Sindarov.
It's the king. It's in a kill zone right now. And we hear an applause. The game has just ended.
I hear claps, so I'm going to take a look to see which one that might be. It looks like Pragg did take down Fabiano in the end, exactly as we expected that one would conclude. And so he enters the second round of the tie breaks with a 1-0 advantage over Fabiano Caruana, very similar to the situation that Fabiano just had to fight his way out of.
But is this just over right now? Black's got a double threat in this position, right? You're hitting the knight, you're threatening checkmate in one. Are you expecting Sindarov to resign here?
Maybe he'll try one last trick. He can bring the white king back to prevent checkmate, to keep an eye on one of the black rooks. It is totally winning for black now. You just need to find the right squares for your rooks. But Sindarov not yet resigning.
But Javokir, it's the only move in the position, right? Otherwise, you just lose big material.
He's blundered mate in one.
That's it. Rook H1, and he's reaching out, and there you see it happen.
Beautiful, beautiful play. There it is. Hans Niemann picking up a victory for himself, continuing the trend of the players with the black pieces in this starting position, taking the victory. There's only one more board left to go to. Hikaru Nakamura, he's trying to be the singular, the lone player with the white pieces in our upper bracket to scrape away with maybe a draw, but it's not looking good.
Not looking great. Since we were last here, black has made so much progress. Levon Aronian has planted his queen in the middle of the board. The black pawn is now only 2 squares away from touchdown, and the black king, active as well, is going to start walking. It's going to try and hide around its queen, and as long as the checks do eventually get blocked or dry up, the black d-pawn will promote and make a new queen.
And that's just incredibly instructive, right? The way to hide your king is get it closer to that pass pawn and then use your queen and pawn to defend against the checks. And that's exactly what Levon Aronian is doing as Fabiano Caruana looks on into this game. And to everyone's surprise, I think Hikaru is going to be the one who will be in a must-win situation in this tiebreak for the second time. Lev's about to do what he did. First he did it against the world #1, and now all set to do it against the world #2.
Just wishes he could play black every round, Levon Aronian. He's just so powerful as a counter-attacker, as a counter-puncher. And there we see the first of the blocks. Watch out for these queen kind of counter checks. And here we go. The black king is now going to hide, and the black pawn is ready to push. Here we go. Not many checks left.
And both players with 3 digits in their heart rate right now. The nerves all frayed after the day of chess that we've had. Levon Aronian, one of the senior players in the field, has been the comeback kid for today, losing the first rapid game, bouncing back in the second one, and about to take his victory in the first tiebreaker.
very surprised Levon Aronian went that way. He could have gone to the other side and there were no more checks. So walking towards the black queen, because the black queen would help block some checks. Watch out, checkmate in one threatened. You cannot push your pawn. The black pawn cannot push. The black king has caught itself on the sidelines here.
And we've seen Javakir miss that one, but Levon Aronian does not. But it's a blunder.
It's a blunder. Now the white queen can step across and it's going to be very difficult for the black king to avoid some checks.
Oh, he does it the wrong way. Same idea, wrong execution.
Yeah, now the black king isn't quite caught and still a narrow path here. It's still very difficult for Levon Aronian to win.
Is this the only move?
And you can hear the response of the audience there, seeing that, you know, one moment for Hikaru to pull things back to equal.
And you see that Hikaru, I think, immediately realizes the right square for the queen because he had to make sure the black queen remains tied down to defending that 8-7 square. He's allowed it to escape.
He needs to give a check, though. Only winning move for Levon Aronian. He misses it again, and Hikaru pauses. I'm really shocked Levon missed that one because he could have pushed his pawn forward, supported by the black queen. Now it's very hard to defend your pawn and kind of get your king out at the same time. You need these two jobs.
Is he looking at the geometry of giving a check from the E1 square and then the G3 square and then going back around with the king?
Oof, but then the black queen will not be able to block any checks. Maybe that's what he'll try. Again, apparently the only winning move, queen to centralize in the E4 square and then just to walk the black king back out. It was up a dead kind of blind alley there, the king on the edge of the board.
That's a tough one for Levon. Don't give any checks. Keep the queen centralized. Take control of the squares as he goes into a pause right now. 17 seconds. Will he figure this out?
Centralizing queens is 101 of queen endgames, but it's so difficult here with the king cornered. He gives a check. He'll just repeat the position once, I think.
Yeah, he wanted time to think, so now he comes back. He's going to force the king into the corner again, but now he's got 15 seconds to find it.
He needs to bring his queen to the center and then walk his king back. He found the wrong plan, hiding on the edge of the
board. There it is, E4.
Plays it. Great move by Levon. And now Hikaru has to create counterplay with his own queen. How do you do that? You've got some checks on the board, but black's got a clear path close to the pawn on D3. Get that king marching up.
These endgames are such a nightmare to defend. Like, even if you find all the right moves, it just takes one kind of misstep with your queen in order for the opponent to win. That black pawn should still decide this game.
And the big difference between the square where Hikaru's queen is and would have been if he had made the right move is, and David, if you can just place it on that G7 square for white, had he found that, is that there would have been a check from F7, and that would have been very difficult to counter.
Yeah, diagonal checks are the one you want in queen endgames. And now it's up to Levon Aronian to find the winning plan. You can start bringing the king out. I just hate putting the king on the edge of the board. It just looks like you're about to get checkmated. I think you will realize that that was a mistaken angle, but he gives a check instead, Levon.
Push the pawn now.
Very strong.
That's the idea that you were talking about.
Yep, good check. Now defends the square that the pawn wants to move to.
There we go.
And he will do that.
He's reaching out.
One step away from the promotion.
Ooh, watch out. There's a sneaky checkmate threat again established by Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, sliding all the way down to H7, right? Yeah, with that diagonal.
Just bring the king back.
There it is. King defends the square himself.
Everything controlled.
It's a good recovery from Levon, right? Considering that he, you know, it was such a one position, threw it away for a moment. Okay, regains his composure, and it looks like he's going to be able to do it.
Oh, and now Levon has found the winning plan. Look at how he's totally paralyzed the white queen. The white queen is purely an innocent bystander now, cannot move. And
there you have it. Oh,
resigns.
Hikaru so frustrated with himself. Still showing respect to his opponent, extending the handshake, but you can see the frustration on his face and in his body to have let that one go. To maybe even be in this position right now. I'm sure he's sitting there thinking, I shouldn't even be playing 10-10s right now.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time Hikaru lost 2 games in a row, let alone both with the white pieces. Just incredible. Just persistence from Levon Aronian. No tiredness at all in his game.
And every single player in our upper bracket tiebreakers won with the black pieces. I think that's quite interesting. The only one that went to a draw was our lower bracket bout between Vincent Keimer and Ray Robson. So they stay tied going into the next round of their tiebreaker. But for everybody else on the top side of the bracket, it's do or die time. They're going to have to mount wins to force more games or fall down to the lower bracket.
3 decisive results, 3 players in a must-win situation. But what a tiebreaker this was. And I think Levon Aronian, he's definitely the MVP of the day. Just the way he came back against the world number 2 in Rapid, taking the win in their first game. And for Hikaru, it's been absolute heartbreak. But it wasn't luck. I think Levon, again, from the very start on that upper hand, Pragg getting the win against Fabiano, so incredibly impressive as well. And now pressure on Fabi, and Hans just continues to be, well, the king of Vegas.
As soon as things sped up, he was right back in the driver's seat, right? And yeah, on the point of Levon, whether he intends to or not, the guy never fails to entertain. Right? I mean, he's crafted some of the craziest storylines already within this tournament alone to overcome Magnus, now to force this tiebreak against Hikaru, to be on the verge of knocking out world number 1, already knocked out world number 1, verge of knocking out world number 2, and going straight to the semifinals. I mean, also, what a turnaround this is from his last performance on the circuit back in Weisenhaus, where everybody was left a little bit wanting more out of him.
100%, and I think it goes beyond that also. Levon's hungry for a good tournament performance. It hasn't happened for a while for him. He's a legendary player. I think it's Garry Kasparov who said that the chess world is a better place when Levon Aronian is playing well. And I think to see him bounce back like this, you know, get into that tiebreaker, take Magnus down, take the lead against Hikaru, this is awesome stuff going on, David.
It's just in his nature. He's an entertainer. He loves it. He's lived such an incredible life. He's very bohemian as well in his tastes and his hobbies. And yeah, he's entertaining us. Still no draws here in Vegas yesterday or today. And by now, he's played a whole bunch of games. So impressive.
Oh, this is the Niemann and Sindarov game. If we could, I think it was move 39, if I remember correctly. We had promised we'd go back to kind of where there was, an even board state that slipped away again. Let's just kind of work through this because there was an opportunity for Sindarov to equalize in this knight rook against 2 rooks endgame.
Yeah, and it was here that Javokir Sindarov, with not enough time on the clock to work through a very complicated variation, this is where he let it slip. And rooks versus knights. Knights, they need outposts. You need counterplay. You need strong pawns as well. And this is where Sindarov blew it by playing knight takes pawn. And yes, you grab a pawn in the process, but you start to drop your beautiful pawn chain on the other side. Hans immediately took the opportunity to rid white of 1 strong pawn, followed by another strong pawn, and things started to fall apart. The knight no longer had any nice outposts. Instead, he should have played his rook up the board, threatening some really nasty checks. I think the reason he didn't do this is because he didn't have enough time to calculate a sacrifice. Hans would have given up his rook for that knight, the knight too strong, and now he would have put his rook behind this passed pawn, and this looks very scary, the pawn pushing. But if he had more time, Sindarov, and Hans using the clock as a weapon, then he would have realized that this position is totally fine for white. The white king is in time to run across, win this pawn, and actually the black king very much stuck.
Yeah, so hard to fault him for not being able to find it, considering the time that was on the clock when these moves had to be made. But even still, it just shows you the margins with which these games are being played on, right? And we've kind of seen that all throughout the day. Again, just referencing the previous Hikaru and Levon game that brought us to this point. Hikaru had finally inched it right back to even and maybe had, secured himself a semifinal spot. 1 move, and it all disappears.
And it was the same storyline in the Pragg versus Fabi, right? In their rapid portion there. With Fabi striking back, Pragg now taking the lead in their first tiebreaker. And let's not forget Hans versus Javokir. I mean, there are 3 players who are in a must-win. We predicted, all our predictions were wrong for the rapid. I'm going to put you guys on the spot one more time. You know, the final 10+10 games. Do you think we're going to have a 5+2? Will we have a second tiebreaker, and which player bounces back? Will it be Hikaru? Will it be Fabi? Or will it be Javokir?
Odds-wise, we get 1, right?
Yeah, there's going to be 1 of 4. 1 of 4 is going to tiebreaks because I don't want to discount the lower bracket, battle as well, where they are currently tied. I think Fabi gets it done here.
I think Hikaru gets it done.
So you think he's the one who brings us to the 5+2?
The 5+2 as well, yes. That's one match that I think goes down.
I think that's the best bet.
In the upper bracket, it feels like that one. But knowing how chess works, there's going to be 3 winners in the upper bracket, and we're going to be in the lower bracket for the Blitz tiebreaks. What do you think?
I have faith that Fabi's going to lock it up here, I think, and he's going to book his ticket to the semifinals. I just don't know how to evaluate Hans and Javokir, if I'm being honest. I feel like that's a complete coin flip in every sense of the word.
Yeah, so Fabi needs to win. He needs to win to take it to the second tiebreak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fabi, Hans, and Javokir.
Yeah, these are the three players who are fighting for it. So you're saying Fabi takes it to the second tiebreak?
Yeah.
That's the one in the championship bracket. Is that the only one that you're predicting then?
I mean, I think Hikaru can do it. I think I'm worried for Javokir here because in the faster time controls, I don't know, something about Hans. He just seems more fearless in this setting. And so I kind of want to give the edge to him there. But it's a tough call regardless. What about you?
I think Hikaru takes it through. Pragg versus Fabi. You know, Pragg was just also so impressive in the 10+10 in the round robin. Fabi, he was super solid there. And the first performance that we saw in this 10+10, I think it's going to be awesome to see this go down into the second tiebreak. But I think Pragg takes it in the next one. Hans takes it in this one as well. I think Hikaru goes into 5+2. David, final predictions.
I still think it's going to be Ray Robson and Vincent Kleimer.
Everyone else gets decided in the championship bracket.
Hey, those guys are still fighting for third, right? And at the end of the day, it's the players who get to decide. But there is another factor that comes into play, the position lottery, and where these players will have to be starting their battle from. We go back out to the stage where Fiona Steele-Anthony is standing by for the position draw.
Welcome back to Game 2 of the Rapid Playoff. In Game 1, we saw one draw between Vincent Kleimer and Ray Robson in the lower bracket, but we saw 3 decisive results in the higher bracket wins for Hans Niemann against Sindao, for Pragnananda against Caruana, and for Aronian against Nakamura. So their opponents are now in a must-win situation to take the match to Blitz. We are ready to draw the next position, and in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage Arjun Kapur from Left Lane Capital. Give him a round of applause.
Oh, 639.
Position 639. Thank you very much. You can hold the number into the camera and then drop the ball right here. No, not in the right here, since the players will not be playing that position again. Thank you very much. Arjun, we are going to let the players prepare now. They will get 10 minutes. So thank you very much, Arjun, and to our audience, please have fun.
Yeah, we just play it.
E4s.
No, but E4, E5 just not a 3 or what?
No, that's a G4.
Oh, sorry. So E4, E5 and then what?
G3 is an important.
G3.
Position does look kind of interesting.
Yeah, it looks unbalanced. But I mean, okay, so we need imbalance.
What about F4?
Okay, so against F4, what are we doing?
Kind of have to copy in.
How are we going to win this? I think. No, I mean, how do we? I mean, because I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, we just go E4 and then. Yeah, they just go E4 and
you have to take the bishop.
Yeah, and you can go E5 and make it draw. No, I think at F4 we have to play D5.
Okay, so we just play.
I think we just go. We just play D5 and F6 or something, or D5 F5.
And okay, G3.
G3. There's F5. No. F5 D3.
This is a close position. And G6.
Yeah, G3.
Anyway, if they play D4, we should play F5.
Yeah.
No, I mean, after D4.
So we have to go F5 ourselves. But D3 here also is.
No, I don't like this at all.
Okay, well, can we try to play like D6, G6 and all that? I don't know.
It's too much time here. D4, D4.
We kind of have to play F5. Unless we do this kind of French thing, D6.
Yeah, but the bishop on H8 is very bad.
We get G5, but yeah, it's going to be It's gonna be a bad position. Maybe we play G5 next.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, that actually makes sense.
E4 G5 is already annoying because if G3 you take Queen F6 and you win a pawn.
Yeah. No. This one I actually kind of like. No, this I like. I do like this. G5. We've got our game.
G3 G5
G3, G5 what?
Knight C3.
Yeah, D5 or?
D5, yeah, D5.
Or Knight G6 here.
Maybe Knight G6.
Knight G6, yeah.
Knight G6, E3, D5, and then play chess.
Can I just ask if you
No, this, yeah. What's in here?
Yeah, and D4, Queen D2. D4, Queen D2.
This play for you. Should be good.
Yeah.
That looks good. That's 4, let's see. What do you guys do?
Yeah, F5 is definitely not for me.
I'll play with D4, no?
E5?
Let's see F5, no?
593, no? Oh no, still not. Definitely not. E4 here, yeah.
Just this and E4. But it's very comfortable for black.
Yeah.
I like the structure on C3 D4. You bishop on H8 as well. I don't think E5. Okay, if someone is a must-win, they'll play E5.
Which one?
Since we're playing a must-win, I think they'll play E5. Yeah, and a must-win, that's what he played.
Why not D5 also is...
Yeah, but not just G3.
Yeah, D5.
E5.
So what if they make it different?
E5, okay, take.
What if they just play G6 or something?
G6, E4. Well, maybe we can...
Then take?
No, but why not just G6? Even something like D4. Since we're only to draw.
And why not D4?
Well, also possible.
Chicken shit, huh?
Well, we only to draw. Yeah, you can go along. No, but why not?
Like computer usually likes this.
No, exactly. Exactly.
Because here, I don't know. So, I think like Knight C3, F5 is kind of...
No, you have Bishop D4. Knight C3. Is it? Wait, sorry. I need to sit. But I don't see how D4, E4.
E4, okay. Takes G6, F5. No?
Yeah, but okay. The main thing is, I don't know.
It's not worse. For bishops.
Yeah.
No. Sure.
Very decent.
No, but not Knight C3 first. Wait, why not Knight C3? Here?
F5?
But, no, then D4, Knight E3.
C6? What is Knight
Oh, you have like...
I'm sorry?
Some bishop.
Oh.
No, I meant like D4 first. D5.
E4, D4 also. So we should play D4.
Yeah, D4, Rook E8. Wait, I just want. Let's just try to make E4 work on the tempo.
But F5 is coming.
What about G4? Wait, what about Knight C3, F5, G4?
But why?
Okay, yeah. What do you want? No, Bishop E3. Sorry, no. Knight C3, F5. Anyways.
What about E4?
E4 take G4.
I like the sound of it.
Yeah. That's, I think.
Before he will not play, right?
No, then E5. E5. Yeah, I think this is it.
This is it, yeah?
I like this.
Yeah. This looks good.
Am I back to being the professor?
Professor. No, but...
Get 96, take knight f4, queen f3.
No, but Professor is something that I see.
We're back and mere minutes away from the second round of our tie breaks here between the 8 remaining competitors. You can see the heat map flying up on your screens for position 639. Again, that data is pulled from Chess.com games. So it does seem like there is some favoritism to a couple early moves that are made. And before we discuss the starting position too much in depth, I do just want to call out one of the fun things here in Vegas is, of course, the live audience. We've talked plenty about that. But many of you might not know that the live audience has access to a number of the rooms, including our very community stream room. We were just joined by a couple of lovely fans, including a young man whom we asked, who is your pick for the tournament overall? And he said Pragg. I'd say right now his tournament pick is looking pretty good, Tanya.
It's looking awesome, and we've got him on our screen along with Hans and Levon discussing the starting position. I mean, for Pragg, you know, he had to choose his opponent. He picked the world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, a player he has so much history with. Fabi is the one he knocked out in the semi-finals of the 2023 World Cup, in the tiebreakers, in the faster format, sort of pulling Fabi into a situation where he wasn't very comfortable in. And Pragg, he took the early lead in the rapid. Fabi bounces back. I mean, this is what you expect when you're playing against the best guys in the world. He needs only a draw. Pragg does to secure his semi-final spot. Or will Fabi strike back for the second time today? But things are looking good for the Indian Grandmaster, and he's got a lot of fans here.
All right, so nothing feels like a given in the starting positions of freestyle chess. But David, now I turn to you. How do you evaluate this starting position against the demands of our different players for what they need to either push themselves into that next round or extend for another tiebreak?
Well, what I found most intriguing is the fact that the players with white, that group, Aronian, Pragg, and Hans Niemann, who only need a draw, they were talking about some really crazy variations. They were talking about some very ambitious lines, even a pawn sacrifice early doors, even as early as move 3. This is a very rich position. Both bishops on one side of the board, already one fianchettoed. I think it has a lot of promise. It's very rich for both sides.
Well, there you have it, 10 seconds away from diving into these matchups where for many of these players, they're playing or they're on their last legs when it comes to an upper bracket continuation, a run towards that top spot in our Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. There you can see some of the matchups flying up on top of your screen. Pragg, Fabiano Caruana, that's a big one. They're already underway. Javakir Sindarov up against Hans Niemann, and then, of course, Hikaru Nakamura up against Levon Aronian. That's the board we're going to start with to see how Hikaru looks to bounce back against Levon after a very impressive showing in the most recent couple matches here for Levon.
And interestingly, all those 3 players who were discussing, the ones in the lead who need only a draw, who start with the white pieces, have chosen the same first move, starting with the f-pawn in front of the knight, opening up one of the long-range pieces, opening up the bishop, and we're seeing early tension come on the board. Hikaru gets that g-pawn up. Some questions to be answered by Lev.
Wow, not just the g-pawn up, but the eval bar up for white. And this g-pawn push was discussed by all of those players in must-win situations with the black pieces, simply trying to create some imbalance. I'm very surprised Levon quickly took that pawn. There were some very tempting other options.
Yeah, some tempting other options, but he's following kind of the decision of the rest of the players with white over on their boards. It was a different move order on Hikaru and Levon's, where Hikaru opts for that more central pawn to come forward first. But on all the other boards, we ultimately did have kind of the capture of pawns on the right-hand side of the board.
Yeah, pawn sacrifice, actually, from Fabiano Caruana and from Javakir Sindarov as early as move 1. So we'll break those down in a moment. But here, Tanya, it's been an exchange of pawns. They do say in normal chess, don't bring your queen out too early. But in freestyle, it tends to be viable as long as the queen can't get kicked around too much. What do you make of this imbalance now?
I like it, you know, when you are playing for the win, you want to get those early imbalances in, as Hikaru does right now. Now, we spoke about predictions in our studio. We had a fan come in, say he's rooting for Pragg. James, let's get our chat involved as well. Which out of these 3 players who are in the back foot, you know, is it going to be Javakir, is it going to be Hikaru or Fabiano Caruana? Who does our chat believe will make a comeback and take it to the second tiebreaker, to that blitz game? Let's find out.
It's a good question. We'll wait for chat to come rolling through. Maybe we can fly some of those answers up on the screen. Let's go to the 4 board to see how the early moves are breaking down for each of the players. I notice a couple small differences between the boards. It's Hans Niemann who elects to bring his dark squared bishop out as opposed to the knight that we saw jump forward there for Levon in response to that early queen picking up a pawn and making herself a target.
And that's the point that, David, you were talking about, right? Bringing the queen out, sure, it looks extremely active, but you're also exposing yourself to certain threats on the board. And now we see Javakir, he's slowed down. He's trying to find the right square for that queen, where you want to remain in an attacking, aggressive position, but make sure that there are no more tempos that you lose.
Yeah, Hans Niemann asking questions, asking them very quickly as well, keeping as much time on the clock as possible. The bottom right board, Ray Robson against Vincent Keimer, is very congested, very blocked in that lower bracket, so we won't delve in too deeply there. In the meantime, a long think by Pragg, who is up a pawn after Fabiano gambited it on move 1. He does not yet make a decision about whether to give it back, but that is a long time in the tank. Pragg now down 3 and almost a half minutes. This early on, as early as move 2.
And maybe it's an interesting position to jump to, right? Because Pragg has the option to actually get a material advantage just right now. But he's slowed down quite a bit. He doesn't rush through with that decision. And I'm just wondering what's stopping him from pushing that edge pawn 2 steps forward to defend his own pawn and then just say, you know, Fabi, you got to win this game. Prove your compensation to me.
Yeah, so we're only 2 moves into the game here and already down under 7 minutes on the clock, deciding whether or not he wants to be materialistic. How much do I value the 1 point of material that this pawn is worth?
I would play it. I would keep the pawn. You know me. But let's just backtrack and show some interesting moments already in this game. It's only move 2. And, okay, he does keep the pawn, it looks like. There we go. He pushed his f-pawn forward, and a lot of the players, 2 of the players actually, sacrificed a pawn immediately, given a question mark. And the best move, according to the computer, is not to take that pawn, is to step forward, and the whole idea is to cage this black knight. This black knight struggles to get out now past this pawn, but greed is very understandable in this position, and this is where Hans Niemann gave back this pawn. And the game with Hikaru Nakamura as well featured the black queen coming out to take this pawn. Pragg says, I'll go my own way, defends it, and this is the idea. Another pawn offered. If you take this one, however, the black queen swoops out. Look at how this white bishop is trapped in the corner. That would be very embarrassing. Ooh. And another pawn to fall in the process. So g4 played by Pragg, and the whole idea is to establish a protected pass pawn on the edge of the board. But he's only playing with pawns so far, now passing the move to black. I wouldn't be surprised if this position blows up even further.
And both players only playing with pawns so far. Fabi has actually responded, moving his black pawn in front of the knight there, up to create just even more tension, already threatening the structure that Pragg has created here on the right-hand side of the board.
I love what Fabi's doing, and I love the speed with which he's doing it. He's got more time on the clock than what he started with. It almost feels like this has been part of home preparation by Fabi, like he has some deep opening knowledge. But let's not forget, this is freestyle chess, a fresh position. So very impressive the way he's handled it with the black pieces. Very similar to what we saw from that comeback win in 30+30 by him, right? Taking the fight early on, creating that tension, creating those complications. He's done a good job of that so far, David. Activating the bishops, eventually aiming to target that h5 pawn, which will be left weakened once the dust settles on the g-line.
Yeah, Pragg is playing a very long-term strategy with that pawn. In any endgame, that's going to be very powerful. Pragg will have the advantage, but God placed the opening and the middle game before the endgame. A long way to go before that. And Fabi getting developed. This one looks very spicy already.
Now, Hikaru's game already accelerated. This, I think, will come as no surprise. It was the game that advanced the fastest in the last round, and it seems to be following a similar trend this time around. You can see here, he's already committed his king to one side of the board, castling up there in the top left, and now he'll swing his queen under threat all the way over to the left-hand side of the board as well. Maybe even beginning to think about launching an attack towards that king that looks mighty claustrophobic there for the white player.
This just looks beautiful for black. If you look at the black pieces, like the queen is out, the black bishop is beautifully fianchettoed already, black knights are out, the black rook's centralized, ready for some pawn breaks, the black king's safe. What has white been doing? Levon Aronian, he's moved his bishop, he's moved his knight plenty of times, and too many pawn pushes. It's level material. I just fear that there might be some knockout tactics already in the near future. And Levon, he needs to invest some time here now just to stabilize. It's not anything serious, objectively, but he needs to be very, very accurate. And this is a dream start for Hikaru. I'm actually shocked that the white players went for this variation because it's so imbalanced. It's so chaotic. And they're a point up. They could have just played a bit more solid. Okay, he pushes a pawn to blunt the bishop, but the white knight is not so happy about that move.
The white knight isn't happy because you've got no squares to develop, but perhaps what Lev's aiming for is to push that deep pawn, build a bit of center, and find some space to get those pieces out. Usually in this kind of an advantage, when you're up ahead in development, time is really of the essence. I'm not talking about the clock, I'm talking about the board. How can Hikaru keep the initiative? Will he be the first to strike in the center with a pawn break?
Yeah, he's got two of them. He can push his D pawn forward, he can push his F pawn forward. Both look like they have pros and cons. Either way, you need to accelerate the play before Levon Aronian's pieces come out. The white knight still has one square, and as Tanya mentions, the center will be built in the next move. So this is the small window of opportunity Nakamura might get.
And how about this? It's a similar looking position over on Javakir Sindarov's board up against Hans Niemann, with maybe a couple notable differences. Number one, the fact that that white knight isn't all the way over on the right-hand side of the board, right? So perhaps making a few less moves, even though the black queen has still tried to find her way to the left-hand side and mount some offensive play here for Javakir Sindarov.
You know, I look at this position, and again, the ideas of the central break is what comes to mind if you're playing with the black pieces, especially if you're the player who's in a must-win situation. Notice how blacks managed to get the rook into the game. The castles happened, lined up against the queen, strike in the center. One of the three pawn breaks that you're talking about, I'd be very tempted to push that f-pawn 2 steps forward as well, David, trying to open up my bishop, the light squared bishop if you trade, and if you don't, if you push your own pawn ahead, there are further breaks to be followed up. I think Javakir needs to do something in the center right here, right now.
Yeah, fully agree. Just like Hikaru Nakamura, Javakir finds himself with a lot of choice, a lot of pawn pushes. Maybe he'll get his knight active as well, but this might, again, be the window of opportunity before the white queen steps forward, before the white king gets castled, and Hans establishes some control.
Would you say, because all the players with the white pieces, you know, they had this approach starting with that f-pawn moving forward, they all sort of copied each other after their analysis. I wonder what was top move from the engine was there, and do you think that was already an inaccuracy by the players?
By white?
Yes.
From move one?
Yes.
From move one. Not taking that pawn was actually the key. At least according to the computer, which gives white a big advantage as early as move 2.
Wow.
Just a quick action replay for everyone. Stepping forward with this pawn, opening up the bishop, met by the sacrifice, and computers give this one a question mark, but also give the capture a bit of a miss, because stepping forward here is a very positional thing. I'm surprised. Hans was literally talking about this idea in our studio yesterday, that he didn't play it. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for this, and the whole idea is that you do not allow the black knight out of prison, out of its starting square.
Very nice positional concept, and I think we see this across board in different kind of positions where you place your pawn 2 squares away from the knight to really take away some key squares. By the way, decision by Javakir. He doesn't rush the plan with the break, but he sets it up. He makes sure that white isn't able to push that pawn 1 step forward by planting his own pawn on d6. f5 is coming up next.
Yeah, very interesting, very cagey approach, but keeping the tension, that's often a good strategy in a must-win situation. You don't necessarily have to go kind of burn your bridges, all guns blazing early doors. You can sometimes just keep the tension, hope the opponent gets nervous or gets a bit too passive in their attempt to make a draw. That's what he's doing.
Now, it's still early days, but Fabiano Caruana, he's slowly working his way towards what he needs in this matchup. Again, a reminder that he has to get the victory here over Pragg to extend to yet another tiebreak scenario and buy himself 2 more games. And as we flip on over to that board, you'll see here it is still a fairly equal evaluation bar, but I'm noticing time on the clock, right? So again, Fabi just has a little bit more to work with, and maybe he can rely on that when we come down the stretch.
Yeah. He knows what to do. He's been here before today already. He's been there plenty of times throughout his career, countless times, I'm going to say. And the clock situation, as well as the board, I think, doing very well here. Fabiano Caruana, big threat, I'm going to say, hitting the white queen, which is a bit vulnerable. And the white king sits on that same diagonal, so some potential pins, a pawn hanging in the center as well. Tanya, what do you make of this? Dynamically very, very balanced.
It's amazing how under pressure, you know, Fabi's been today all day, and yet he finds a way to create these imbalances and actually start playing for an advantage early on with his back to the wall. This is a big threat you're pointing out, and I think he wants to do it anyway. Now that the bishop's moved ahead, he can start jumping with it. And to that point, David, I wonder if he can actually, in fact, go directly with the sacrifice on this d4 square. Knight takes pawn. You know, you can't really pick that up with your pawn because of the pinning idea that you pointed out. The bishop would slide over, you'd win a queen on the spot. Did Pragg miss this, or am I missing something in this tactics?
I think Pragg must have sacrificed this or just blundered it, missed it. Just to backtrack as well, it was pointed out to me by my lovely co-commentator that here Fabiano had a very strong move. He could have brought his queen out with a double attack, hitting a rook, hitting a bishop. Fabiano missed this.
Oh, wow.
White knight would have blocked, would have defended, but then the black knight comes in, and this is a big advantage for Fabiano with the knight about to destabilize the white queen, and things fall apart for white. But to your point, Tanya, he brought his bishop out, and this has to be the acid test of what Pragg has just done. Knight takes pawn. And if he realizes he's blundered, he's not going to take the knight and lose his queen to the skewer. I guess he's just going to castle his king and pretend he didn't blunder that pawn. The game goes on.
How about that? I think maybe Fabi does smell a little bit of blood in the water, right? Taking his out. This is where that time bank is going to help him out. He goes, okay, I've got 4-minute time advantage. Let's really assess whether or not this is my moment to strike. Is this where, you know, I go for the win?
He has to. I mean, he has to maximize every single opportunity that he gets, you know. He just needs to make sure that he calculates what happens after white does get the king to safety. The rook lines up against the knight and the queen on that board. I think that's exactly, Pragg hasn't missed this. He's just set up a pawn sacrifice. That is the logical explanation here. And how do you evaluate this position? You know, white suddenly looks like you're the one with the open line. The queen and the bishop battery set up against that c7 pawn. I'm liking the bishop moves that you're pointing out.
Yeah, it looks very scary visually. I totally understand why Fabiano is hesitating. Look at this, the 2 diagonals plus the newly open d-file. You've just basically thrown away 2 moves just to grab a pawn. But if you're down in a match, you have to take risks at some point. Grabbing a pawn, at least you suffer for something. So I think Fabiano should take this pawn. It's definitely on his radar. He's just weighing it up, although visually very, very precarious.
Well, so while he weighs his options here, we'll come back to check in on him and see what kind of a decision he makes. Let's go back over to Hans Niemann and Javokir Sindarov. We'll check in with that, then maybe scoot on over to Hikaru's board. Just want to keep stock of all of our upper bracket bouts, make sure we're tracking them as, again, they're all locked in battle. None of these players wants to fall down into the lower bracket. They want to keep their hopes for a top 2 finish here in the Las Vegas event alive.
Yeah. It's all important. So much money on the line, so many tour points on the line, all important, especially since some of the favorites have already fallen. And here we see our bird's eye view.
Yes, and from the bird's eye view, we're going straight into Hans Niemann versus Javokir Sindarov, because look at this. In the last couple moves that were made, I'm starting to see an edge built up here for Hans Niemann. He's already the one with the advantage in the score line, and so things are getting dire here for Sindarov.
Yeah, question mark move. Maybe a bit too cagey what Sindarov's been doing. I did quite like the fact that he put both of his pawns on these squares, just preventing white from stepping forward. But then he's been dancing with his queen. The black queen does not look like she's on a great circuit. She's about to get hit by a white bishop. And a retreating move by the knight. Very, very slow. Tanya, what do you make of this? Is it just the fact that white has a beautiful pawn center that gives Hans the advantage?
It's all these points that you mentioned, right? You've got the space advantage, the more active pieces, and the queen problem that black is faced with, right? How do you even solve that? White doesn't need to even waste time thinking about castling, getting the rook into the game. You're looking at ideas of pushing the a-pawn, the bishop falling back, hitting the queen. Meanwhile, for Javokir, all his pieces third rank and below that, and he continues to run away with that queen, which can again be put into pressure if white was to move the d-pawn forward. And I'm just wondering if tactics are involved, because you need to time that well, right? You want to push that d-pawn, but it comes with its own weaknesses. You leave behind a key c5 square for the black knight eventually to jump into. You've opened up the bishop at the edge of the board. So perhaps d5, the knight jumping onto d4. There are a ton of ideas to look at.
Yeah, I love it. This bishop's suddenly a very, very happy piece in the corner, sniping down at the white king and the pawns in front of it. So yeah, this pawn push does not look productive for Hans Niemann. This is a critical moment. If he doesn't find a good way to deal with a hit on this pawn, it's now triple attacked, then things might turn.
I was going to say, yeah, he's definitely earned himself this advantage, but he's spent a decent amount of time to do it. Now the knight jumps to the edge of the board. He is threatening that queen. But unfortunately, the computer doesn't love it and feels like finally Javokir has a way back into it.
Yeah, Hans has been kind of single-mindedly just trying to attack that queen and now loses time. That's a tacit draw offer. And of course, Javokir won't accept. If the black queen goes back, then there'll be a dance between knight and queen. Can Javokir find a better resource, though, a better move?
I mean, whether he likes it or not to play this position, he has to play it on. There's absolutely no other option for him. A draw is as good as a loss, so there will be no repetition. But how does he play this on? It's very interesting that Hans just sort of passes a move here, you know, puts the pressure on, and he does it while keeping some control on the clock because he is a minute down. It's important for him to make these fast decisions.
Yeah, fast decisions are key. Shavokir would love to bring his knight further along the board. I think White's idea is to actually bring his own knight towards this side of the board to hit the black queen, kick her away. I mean, I don't actually see too many escape squares for her. Some tricks and tactics in the air there. Key moments, but very, very tense on this board.
I like that because you could also land the knight on another square to kick the queen out, right? You've got these two beautiful options, and it looks like the route your knight wants to take. Hans, he's got to be feeling good about what he's got, and Shavokir reaches out. Indecisiveness there.
Some tension on this board. There's a whole bunch of tension on Hikaru's board as well. As we head over there, take a look at this. The light squared bishop here for Hikaru, a little bit off sides as he fights tooth and nail to find a way back into this one. What an interesting position this is, with the center all kinds of locked up. And again, that bishop in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Not too many options of places to go.
Yeah, I'll just show the last few moves because this is getting critical now. And it was just a normal position 3 moves ago. Levon was the one who said, okay, come at me. I'm going to give you my pawn in the corner. And in a must-win situation, you always take a gift like that. It does remind me of the Bobby Fischer bishop takes h2 pawn grab where you get trapped. But this time, the pawn blocking the diagonal, blocking the retreat is being undermined indirectly. And the center is exploding. The black bishop is trying to get back to the square.
I love this direct play by Hikaru. You know, he sort of takes the fight with that decision that he just made, and this last move opening up the center, making sure the bishop has a route back. Now under pressure, is he about to pick up that e4 pawn, the central pawn? Will he go for counter offense, or will he fall back with the bishop? Watch out, because there's a pawn on that a7 square that can be picked up with a checkmating threat coming up after that.
Oh, critical moment. It looks so scary for the black king once the white rook sneaks in like that.
But did you see, David, it almost felt like Hikaru was ready with his response. He does reach out, he does take the pawn first. Now he's going to pick up one of the 2 knights. If you had to do it intuitively, which one are you going for?
That one, just to not open up the white bishop, which would have then been on a great diagonal. Also, that white knight was ready to jump towards the black king. And I think he's trying to take this pawn in the center next. And Levon Aronian, to stop now and calculate when your king and queen are forked is a bit odd. He must have a plan. He does take with the rook.
So that's an extra pawn for Hikaru, opposite color bishop complexes, but let's see what's hanging right now in the position for Hikaru Nakamura. There's a pawn at the edge of the board, and the central pawn as well on e5. The queen and the knight lined up against it, but that's a tough one to take because you're opening yourself to all sorts of pins along that file. So Hikaru just keeps the key pawn defended. Don't grab the poison pawn at the center of the board.
That was a big moment, by the way. Hikaru,
yeah, what happened there?
Hikaru kind of doesn't call Levon's bluff. He could have taken this pawn in the center. Rook takes pawn. This does look terrifying, so I don't blame him at all, Hikaru, for avoiding this with checkmate threatened. But now the black king can move. The white rook, once it retreats, would then allow another pawn push with a fork. So a gain of tempo would have bagged him another pawn, but instead suddenly things stabilize for Levon Aronian. The white knight is destined for a nice outpost, and still anyone's game.
Anyone's game here. Honestly, probably anyone's game across all of the boards, but the action is definitely heating up. Fabiano Caruana and Pragg, we're going there now. It's Fabiano who needs to get a win on the board, and he looks to be doing just that. Again, this guy, every single time he's up against the ropes, he seems to craft a beautiful response, having the advantage in this one. Now moving his rook over to the right-hand side of the board, targeting that offsides pawn there. Maybe a weakness here in the white position. It's looking good, but still plenty of work to be done if he actually wants to convert this into a victory.
Yeah. Go on, Tanya.
It's just amazing to watch Fabi do what he's been doing today. You know, I mean, he's got that extra pawn. The pawn's at the center of the board looking absolutely beautiful. How many pawns up is that? That's 2 extra pawns for black in this position. The knights, the bishops, the black king defended by his own pieces, by the pawns. I mean, I don't know. I don't see Pragg actually getting any sort of compensation here. I think this is a comeback by Fabi.
It looks that way. I don't see at all what White's next move is necessarily. The white queen is actually very much trapped. She has no squares to go to. She looks nice and pretty, but offside queens perched on the edge of the board rarely pay off. For Fabiano, any endgame is winning as well, so even a queen trade, even that trading off that very passive queen probably helps him long term due to his number of pawns. But in the meantime, it is only the black king that can really be his Achilles heel in this position. White is quite centralized for now.
And this has got to be so frustrating for Pragg, right? You feel like you're almost booking your semi-final spot, and then your opponent just makes a comeback. Did it in the 30+30, about to do it in the 10+10.
Yeah, just die already. You know, that's what he's thinking. Come on, brother.
These top guys, they never die. They're immortals for a reason.
I mean, and you know what? It is. We've talked in previous events about kind of the old guard versus the new guard, and it is in these bracket stages after really hot performances by a lot of the youngsters in groups where maybe they fall just a little bit short. Pragg is kind of trying to shirk, you know, that pattern that has developed over past events, and he's been so close to doing so all day today. You can just feel it for him. The pressure of the moment. Again, even if he were to drop this game, they're still going to another tiebreak scenario. So he should hopefully still feel some solace in that regard.
I mean, 2025 has been a year of titles for Pragg, right? Starting in January from the Tata Steel Masters victory that he took in the tiebreakers against the world champion Gukesh. Then went on to win the Grand Chess Tour in Romania, and very recently the Uzbekistan Chess Masters. So brilliant performance right now. He's won so many of them in these faster time controls. But yeah, it's just something. It almost feels like Kaisa comes to, the goddess of chess, comes to Fabi's rescue when he needs it the most.
And another one that might be looking like we're going to yet another 2 games is Javakir Sindarov up against Hans Niemann. As we flip over there, it's Hans who's under a little bit of time pressure with just over a minute to his name, 3 minutes over there for Sindarov. But look at this position here. Yeah, Hans is going to try and infiltrate, maybe create some counterplay, but it's not looking good for him as that rook gets picked up.
Were we not singing Hans's positions praises last time we checked in? I thought Hans was completely in control. This has turned around. How many pawns is that? That's 1 pawn down for Hans Niemann. Javakir with an extra pawn, but more importantly, all the pieces super active. The rook lined up against the queen. Is this busted for Hans?
David, take us for a walk.
Yeah, we'll just go back very, very quickly. It's been a lot of moves since we were last here, but the white center did start to explode. And I'll just point out 4 question mark moves in a row for Hans Niemann as the black queen was chased around the board, went back. He just couldn't find good squares for these 2 knights. And look at the center explode completely. It's all about the black rooks staring down at the queen. And after some exchanges, more mistakes from Hans Niemann, we did see the center start to fall. And the best move here was this block. And to catch up with the current position, a few moves later down the line, it is the central lines that have exploded. The black queen coming, the black pawn can just capture it. It's not just a pawn here, Tanya, it's a big attack as well.
It's huge attack, and I'm just looking at across our battlefield. We might be headed into 3 matches, all the matches from our championship bracket going into the second tiebreaker, a 5+2, a best of 2 of that one as the players are looking at comeback wins. The rook and the queen lined up for Javakir Sindarov, ready to strike at that white king. What is Hans's rook doing? He's essentially playing down a rook in this position.
I mean, can he still castle? I mean, it's too late to castle now for white, but...
no, I think he slid his king over 1 spot earlier. I can't remember, though, exactly. Either way, look at that.
Yeah, he gives a check, he's going to give another check, and I think he just picks up the rook at the end of that line because you always have your back rank defended. He might have to do some calculation on that, but the big question, can he win on the spot? Can he win that rook right now?
My goodness, well, the computer gives it to him.
Oh, even better.
Wow.
Stunning.
Rook takes pawn, it's a sacrifice. Once that rook is taken, the black queen is taking a pawn. Hans Niemann is about to get checkmated.
Cold-blooded victory there for Sindarov in a do-or-die situation. Oh, the young Uzbek, he does it, and Hans has to show some respect there. The handshake extended, that's a victory for Sindarov. We go to another tiebreak scenario. 5-2 stands in front of these gents.
It's too beautiful. You got to show the checkmate in this one, just really quickly, David.
Yeah, let's bring the board up and show how Javakir finished it off with a beautiful rook sacrifice as they discuss what's about to happen next in the blitz tiebreaks, choosing colors. After rook takes pawn, white only has 1 legal move. Rook takes rook forced. Now queen takes pawn would have caught the white king on the edge of the board. Either the white king steps up and gets mated, kiss of death here, or you drop the knight back and the knight would have fallen. Either way, it's mate.
Stunning stuff there. Hans Niemann can't believe what just happened. Refuses to get up from his chair. Finally, he leaves because there is another match reset that has just happened as Javakir strikes back in a must-win, and Fabiano Caruana looking at doing exactly the same.
Yeah, that white queen still offside, still unable to really move. Maybe can join the action a bit later, but it's all about the black pawn over on this right flank. For now, it's under lock and key. One of the white knights is guarding its advance, but that does feel very temporary. And here Fabiano tries to force it through with his rook as guardian now. Big threat on the board.
Well, you could plant your knight on that square and just say, I'm going to stop that pawn from moving forward. It is an ugly move to make, not a happy choice. Instead, another retreat here by Pragg. He falls back with the rook.
No happy choices, it seems, at this point in the game here for Pragg.
No good moves in bad positions.
Absolutely not. And as we are covering this one, I can reveal to the audience at home, Vincent Keimer gets it done with the black pieces against Ray Robson. That's what he needed to end Ray Robson's tournament run and continue his hopes of a third-place finish here in Las Vegas. So good on Vincent Keimer, our first leg winner from Wiesenhaus this year.
Yeah, seems to be a black round so far. A very bloody round with a lot of decisive action, but 2 black wins. This one, big advantage for black if he can convert Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura as well, doing slightly better with the black piece.
And this is so impressive about Fabi, you know, just the conversion that he does. He plays the tactics, he brings on the complication. When he's got the advantage, he simply trades off into a winning endgame, and then he converts that flawlessly with great technique. Queens are off the board, but the troubles are not off for Praggnanandhaa. Down a pawn, and what a pawn it is on g3. It's about just moving the knight away, finding a good square, and then bringing that bishop in. Just don't step it to f2. There are tactics that you need to be careful about in this position.
Yeah, I think that still works, knight to f2, because things are defended. The black bishop defends its rook.
Yes, of course.
I mean, the move I wanted to play was actually pawn into the center, but maybe that's not getting to the heart of the position. It's all about forcing this black pawn through, as you say. Tanya, I like your knight to f2 as well. There we go. Fabi plays it.
I thought
another pawn was hanging.
I thought that was just a blunder with the rook hanging, but Fabi, of course, calculates it all the way through. He's got a winning position. David, you see tactics.
Where is the winning blow? Because now this pawn is hanging. This is the key moment. Fabiano's winning. What is the killer? Only one winning move apparently in this position.
Whoa.
And he finds it. Fabiano Caruana. There we go. He reaches for his knight. It lands on the board, attacking the base of the attacking pieces, and Pragg resigns.
There it is. We're all tied up once again in a quarterfinal in the upper bracket. Fabiano Caruana, he just manages to get it done every single time. We're going to another tiebreaker. There's only one more board in play. It's Hikaru Nakamura again with the black pieces, so he's hoping to follow the trend, and he needs to follow the trend. Get a victory here against Levon Aronian, and he as well gets 2 more opportunities in a tiebreak scenario with faster time controls up against Levon Aronian.
I'm telling you, it's going to be a blitz night against the Vegas lights right here, right now, with 3 tiebreakers going into 5+2. Hikaru, can he do what the others have done? Fabi got the job done. Javakir did it. Hikaru Nakamura, extra exchange, but this one's a hard convert, David.
This is not easy at all. It's also bishops of opposite color, so white's going to put everything on light squares. There we go. Levon pushes a pawn. He has 4 versus 3, and to break through on the opponent's color complex, that is a difficult one. I'm still recovering. The reason Pragg resigned, by the way, for anyone wondering at home, the white rooks were about to be kicked out the way, and the black pawn was running through. This one, it's not going to be any pawns running through. This is going to be maybe just as long a grind as we saw earlier in the day.
I think that was a very instructive finish by Fabi, to your point. Perhaps when we have some chance before we go into that blitz tiebreaker, you'll show us exactly why. You could see a shift in Pragg's body language. The moment Fabi jumped with his knight, the game would have been over in the next 2 moves, but beautifully found and calculated by Fabi. And this one, Hikaru, what is he calculating is the big question. At some point, you need to get the king into the game, you know. King is the most important piece here. How do you activate it with that bishop stopping that c8 square as Fabi walks out?
Yeah, Fabi walks out. Hans looks, well, he's trying to watch this game, but he does look a bit disappointed. If you could pick up the black king and put it anywhere else, if you could kind of put it in white's camp, this is just over. You have another attacking piece. To your point, Tanya, I think maybe one idea would be to try and create a pass pawn as well on this side of the board. The black pawn could push. The A pawn is a potential passer. Maybe that's for later. Keep it up his sleeve. And Hikaru just retreats. It's like Shu is on the other foot. This is similar to Levon Aronian trying to grind down Hikaru a couple of games ago.
And Hikaru also trying to put pressure on the clock by playing some of those fast moves in, and I completely agree with you. I think for Hans Niemann, you know, we saw him walk out of the playing arena head in hands there. He was definitely disappointed with his own performance, so close to getting that semi-final spot, but allowing Javokir to come back in a game where in the opening it was a Hans Niemann show.
Yeah, and interesting animated discussions behind the scenes in the players' green room.
Yeah, I mean, some of those guys, especially Javokir and Fabi, right? They've got to be feeling the energy of their victories. Well, as you mentioned, maybe Hans, a little frustration. Again, the idea that he has to continue playing more games today.
Ooh, Levon's being very active. He's not happy to just sit. I thought he would just wait and hope to build a fortress, but he's trying to create a pass pawn of his own, trying to initiate the race here. The white D pawn is the one. Here we see some trades. Oh, it's a race now. Black's pawn marching, although guarded by the white bishop for now. Oh, what do we make of this? It just feels like with a rook, you can switch focus a bit more easily, but Levon goes for it.
Gets the exclamation point.
It's a good direct approach, you know, the bishop can move back and that pawn can reach the 7th rank, really tying down Hikaru's forces here. It almost feels like Hikaru's done everything beautifully to get this position, but perhaps it might just not be enough.
I mean, if I can get rid of both of these black pawns, right, then just trade off a piece or two.
How do you even get that going, right? The bishop moves back, the pawn steps forward.
Yeah. Which way are you going?
Keep it defended, always keep it defended. But the only thing of walking back on the right diagonal would be that you might allow Hikaru the counterplay of pushing that A pawn. So perhaps the diagonal on the left side is more attractive for the bishop.
Yeah, somewhere along this diagonal. Okay, he pushes a pawn instead. The white knight is doing a great multi-purpose job defending both of its pawns. And Hikaru here, can he keep track of both of them? That is the big question. The black king, such a sad piece, not really participating. If all of the pawns disappear, all 3 pawns that are remaining, it should be a draw. But that endgame is so difficult to defend. I've been there myself once or twice.
Yeah, I'd be slightly worried about stretching this knight too thin, though, right? Because now it is, as you mentioned, polling double duty. If we can kick that knight away, then there could be some trouble in defending both of these pawns.
Yeah, luckily it sits on a light square, and the bishop will be able to defend it. Here we go. It's about to be defended by the bishop or the king. Maybe the king, actually, otherwise the bishop is stretched too thinly. The black pawn might be able to run as a distraction.
I like that idea of getting the king into the game. For Hikaru Nakamura, it's got to be frustrating. While Levon Aronian has so many fans across the world, I think there are a lot of people rooting to see Hikaru into that semi-finals as well. He needs to get the win for that. Levon does look like he's reaching for the king. He does it, centralizes it, defends the knight, and also keeps everything under control. The bishop on d7 stopping the pawn advance that Hikaru is aiming for.
Hikaru going behind.
Ideas of a check and picking the d6 pawn.
I would not like to be Levon Aronian defending this one, but he's doing it so accurately, so energetically. He's not afraid to keep pushing. He's not taking his foot off the pedal at all.
Yeah, fearless.
Beautiful stuff by Lev.
Exasperation on Hikaru's face.
It's just frustrating, right? You play this stunning game with the black pieces. You're up a rook versus a knight, and yet you can't improve your position. And you know your entire semi-final spot, your run, is hanging by a thread, depending on this comeback.
And you got to be sitting there thinking, I am the best player in this tournament. I came in with the best form. 6-7 out, 6 points out of 7 coming out of the group stage. How did I let this get to a tiebreak scenario?
And I'm also the one who took the first win today.
Exactly.
The first win of the 30+30.
Losing twice with white, just unthinkable, right? As Hikaru brings his rook back to pin the white knight, but now the white king is getting super active. And it's all about this white bishop. That's the MVP, guarding the black pawn, the runner. And yeah, just preventing black from doing anything active here.
Yeah, black king wants to get involved, but right now it can't move any farther forward. It has to either cross that diagonal or step towards the white king. Neither are an option.
It almost starts to feel like it's Levon Aronian playing for a win in this position. Just the activity of the pawns that we're seeing, the bishop, just the precision with which Aronian's bringing the fire on.
I don't see a productive move for black. You either invite the white king further forward or you allow white to step another pawn forward. Maybe the white knight will start improving itself as well with some forks in the air. This is Levon Aronian on the brink of the semi-finals now.
Definitely on the brink, and for Hikaru on the brink of dropping down into the lower bracket.
What's happening in Vegas? The world #1 out of the championship bracket, the world #2 about to be knocked out of the championship bracket.
This is what you get when freestyle chess comes to your city. Pure chaos.
Love it.
I mean,
all the sins are being committed.
Nothing is a known quantity in freestyle chess. Maybe there was an opportunity there for Levon to kind of put a seal on the game. He doesn't find the move either way. All he needs is a draw, so he's just playing for a stability.
Also, something's to be said about the time that he's built up. You know, you want those extra seconds on the clock. And look at Hikaru. He looks to the right, a head shake there. I think that dream run is about to come to an end.
White could have also pushed a pawn forward, costing the black bishop its life, and any endgame there would likely have been drawn as long as the black pawn is not allowed to run. But Levon knows he doesn't need to break the status quo here. He's threatening to give a check with the white knight, followed by pushing his pawn through for glory, and that will bank him his spot. Hikaru, probably the best bet is to give a check with the black rook and then go back where it came from, repeat the position, but that won't get the job done, and there we go. Hikaru, he knows a draw is the same as a loss. He's taking big risks now.
You know, maybe Hikaru and Magnus's destinies are just so aligned. We don't get it in the championship bracket. Maybe if he drops down to the lower bracket, that's where that's headed. Though we are all going to get a Magnus versus Hikaru. Not the fight that they wanted or the fight anyone wanted, but you know, it's still entertaining.
Some things are written in the stars.
They are. You can't fight that destiny.
In the meantime, the white knight steps back, blocking the black rook's vision, and we see a couple of checks. The position repeating itself now. Hikaru, is he going to take any final risk here? The white pawn 2 squares away from promotion. Or is it going to be the final move, the final handshake? Levon's first draw, potentially, of Las Vegas.
Wow, that's just spectacular.
What a performance this has been by Levon Aronian, under so much pressure. Whether it was a round robin, whether it was his match against Magnus, the tiebreaker, and today as well. And look at that, he's a picture of calmness, just complete control there. He knows he's so close, but he's got to be alert every second. It's against Hikaru. Is he about to resign? Is he giving up?
Looking like it. It's going to be he's going to shuffle the rook. There's the repeat of the position one more time.
And if he does that, that's just match over. It's Levon Aronian through to the semifinals.
He wanted these last few seconds to think for any final resource, and he's going to just go for something like David talked about. More king shuffling, again, trying to buy some time on the clock. Is there any avenue back into this one?
He claims.
There it is.
Levon Aronian's about to book his spot into the semifinals.
Getting the arbiter's final word.
David, what's the confirmation in this?
It is a draw. The position will have repeated itself, not always in the same way, but ultimately the same position after some rook checks. This time it was the king and knight dancing, but all roads lead back to this position with the knight in the center.
Hikaru knows it.
Yeah, he knows it, doesn't want to believe it. I almost can't believe it. Again, that we're looking at, Levon, who's been utterly spectacular from the black side of the board all tournament long. But when he needs it the most from the white pieces, my goodness, he gets it done. There it is, Levon Aronian. He takes down the world #2 after going through the world #1. He is off to the semifinals here in Las Vegas.
Incredible stuff. And for Hikaru Nakamura, that's the end of the championship dream of a Grand Slam title.
Wow, especially with Magnus Carlsen knocked down. This was Hikaru's golden opportunity. Tour points at stake, just to win this slam alone. And he was such a favorite heading into today alone, but to start with a win and to see what happened after, just incredible scenes. Levon Aronian, man of the moment.
And what an absolute rebound from a disappointing first leg of the year. Definitely wasn't the way he wanted it to play out in Weissenhaus. Didn't get an opportunity to show us his stuff in Paris, but when he's given that second chance here in Vegas, boy is he delivering.
And he almost did not even make it to the quarterfinals. Just the way he's played, his style, his swag, he's got the moves on as he walks backstage. He's completely calm. and composed. He will be joining Arjun Aragaisi in the semifinals. 2 more spots up for grabs.
Yeah, so in the tie breaks, as we see some of the highlights roll through, we did have a couple of winners come out on top. That would be Vincent Keimer in the lower bracket over Ray Robson in this second matchup, taking the win with the white pieces. And then, of course, we have Levon Aronian over Hikaru Nakamura, but still more games to play. Javakir Sindarov, Hans Niemann locked in battle as they move to 5 and 2 time controls. Pragg doing everything he can to dispatch Fabiano Caruana, but he just can't seem to get rid of him.
Yeah, it's like a bad smell. You can't shake it off. And Fabiano, though, clutch stuff. Levon's a rock star. Fabiano's just super tenacious. It's these experienced players. They're there for a reason. And the younger generation battling, struggling to get the job done.
I think Levon's just Hans's new best friend, you know, just across the world. He takes on the world #1, now takes on the world #2. And I'm just thinking that just leaves the field wide open. With Magnus out, with Hikaru out, everyone wants to get into that semi-final bracket.
Yeah?
Do you think Hans is topping up that bank account of Levon's?
The PayPal.
Yeah, PayPal.
I mean, I'm just thinking about the players who remain in contention for the top spot, right? Fabiano is obviously the highest up in terms of the overall tournament standings.
Yes.
If we just kind of take those point totals, you had Hikaru, Vincent, and Magnus, who were the others in the top 4 falling out. From there, it's next Arjun Aragaisi, in fact, on the freestyle rankings, who still remains. And then you're looking at a player like Javakir Sindarov, who was in that tie for 9th place with Norbek Abdusatorov. Obviously, as Norbek falls down, this is Javakir's opportunity to create even more separation within those standings and climb up the leaderboards. But he still has to overcome Hans Niemann, who's kind of alongside Levon, has been absolutely one of the surprises here in Vegas in terms of his hot start and the fact that he continues to challenge in the upper bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, Javakir, though he's made his comeback, right? He's ready for the fight as their match gets a reset as well. This is anyone's tournament. This is Vegas. Anything can happen here. Expect the unexpected.
Well, more chess is headed our way, but we'd be remiss not to get a word from a couple of the victors. And Vincent Keimer, since he was one of the earlier ones to finish in this tiebreak scenario, we got a quick word with him on how he evaluates his day and ultimately keeping his run alive for at least a 3rd place finish here in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. Take a look.
Vincent, congratulations. You just won your match against Ray Robson in the lower bracket quarterfinals. It was a tremendously long day for you, and you played almost without a break for 9 hours. How do you feel to win the match in the 4th and final game?
Yeah, I mean, after having won the match, that certainly gives back quite a lot of energy, but I think it's safe to say that this is probably the most tiring top-level tournament that has ever taken place, because I don't think we have ever had that long days, so it's tough for everyone. And as we will see, I mean, the tiebreaks are still going on. I think at least 2 matches are gonna go to the Blitz section, and which means that there's a quite fair chance one will go to Armageddon. So I think they still have a long day ahead. But yeah, as I said, you know, if you win, it's completely fine to have such a long day. I think if you would ask Ray, he will probably have a different feeling. But yeah, it was a very tough match. I think in the first game, maybe my position out of the opening wasn't too great. Then I had some winning chances, which I kind of gave away due to time trouble. Second game I also felt quite shaky. And the starting position was very unfortunate for White, because we had no option of doing really something. So the best option was just to be very solid, which neither of us really wanted to do. And the plan we played was just not really bad, but certainly not good. So I felt it was more a dangerous game for me, which I managed to draw. And yeah, the first tiebreak game again, very complicated, and I think the last one was relatively smooth. Of course, clearly quite a few mistakes from both sides, but overall I was quite happy with that game.
And let's talk about yesterday. I'm sure it was a disappointment to you not to make it to the top 4. With you and Magnus, we lost 2 previous champions of the Grand Slam Tour. How do you reflect on the day?
Yeah, I basically destroyed the day in the first round. I mean, having that queen endgame pawn up against Magnus, and okay, not winning it is completely fine, but losing it is like absolutely crazy. It's not only that I lose half the point, but also the feeling that comes with it. And then the next round against Sindarov, I also threw a good position. And after that, it's so tough because I can't play the way I normally do, because I have to go far more aggressive than I would like to. I mean, the game against Norbek, it was an equal position, and you know, I can't just make a draw and play normally, so I had to go forward and ended up losing that game. So I think it was just that first game that kind of got everything rolling. I mean, the game against Pragg he just played well. It was a complicated game, I lost, but these things happen. It's just that I wasn't that far away from like getting to the qualification spots, and yeah, I clearly think just that first round really was really unfortunate. And of course, anyway, the groups are very strong, so it's tough to get there. I mean, even when I won the event in Weissenhaus, I was rather struggling to make the qualification, and there we had 8 out of 10 players. And Paris, again, only with wins in last 3 rounds I managed. So it's never easy, especially since I usually am a bit better at the longer time controls. But okay, now I'm happy I won that match, and hopefully I will continue to have a few nice matches in the lower bracket.
Vincent, we will let you go enjoy a much-deserved evening. You've had a long day. Congratulations once again. Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Vincent Keimer for coming out on top at the end of this very long day. I mean, you can see the fatigue on his face. We're asking so much of these players, and we're asking even more of the 4 players who still have to get back out there and play 2 more games of freestyle chess today.
You can probably see the fatigue on my face as well, because it's been a long day, but imagine being in the thick of the action with so much at stake, forced to find good moves, pushed to the edge by world-class players. Yeah, it's tough. Really, whoever wins this tournament is going to have proved it, and yeah, impressive.
Yeah, you won't be able to take anything away from the winner of this tournament in terms of what it took for them to ultimately claw all the way to the finals and take it here in Las Vegas. It's a 5-day sprint, but that covers the distance of a marathon, is exactly what it feels like, just mere seconds away from finding out what will be the position of our first game here as we move into 5-2, back out to Fiona for the position lottery.
Welcome back. So out of our 4 matches, 2 have ended in wins for Vincent Keimer against Ray Robson and for Levon Aronian over Hikaru Nakamura. 2 matches remain. They now move into Blitz playoff. They will play 2 games of 5+2. Those matches are Fabiano Caruana against Pragnananda and Javokir Sindarov against Hans Niemann. Without further ado, we are going to draw the next position now, and I would like to welcome to the stage Sam Schmalzer from Advantage. Give him a round of applause.
893.
Position 893. Thank you so much, Sam. The players now will have only 5 minutes to prepare for their games, so the preparation time will be shorter. Sam, thank you very much. To the players, best of luck, and to our spectators, both at home and here, have fun.
Yeah, before is 45 Actually, 3 is. Oh, it's not. Do F5 maybe? F5 to 1. 5 to 6. They come again. But C4 is not going to be C4 is 6. Yeah. Okay, you have to play before. So 6 of 6. Yeah.
63. And take d4, so. Knight g3, yeah? No, it's not so. Okay, let's. Oh, mine is going to play d4, yeah? What is it? CD? d5. Switch. I don't know. Okay, wait. Come right here. Did not come like g3. C6. Bishop f4.
Yeah.
I don't think d5 is.
Pragg says they want it as
No, first c6, no, first c6.
before.
Then you could take bishop e6, f6, bishop e6, you could dark players. Before you take bishop e6, then g6. It's hard to say.
Yeah, not sure.
No, this first. I think we need to find. There should be some initiative. That's like there should be enough initiative.
Yeah, this was the kind of.
Harm. This is bad because of the cards. It's supposed to. But you know, I don't want to lose. I'm worried about this.
But you want to get a knight now?
Why not b5? Wait till this. Not b5. I think it's too much. Okay, what's the simplest here? See?
Yeah,
just how does the bishop? You have to go. You can go like.
Gentlemen, it's 1 minute to the start. 1 minute.
They can play 96 bishop e6. Move a5. You can delay castling.
Yeah.
Because now 96, there's not much pressure. Black's playing for e3, d4, but you can play c3. The bishop is bad. I don't think so. No, the bishop is like. You lose to me.
As if things couldn't heat up anymore here on the Las Vegas stage. There you go, 30 seconds away from 2 more games of freestyle chess action. We've got 2 boards in play, and it's 5-2 for the time controls. Very similar to what we saw break down between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen just yesterday. Who will be the one setting the pace in each of our matchups? Taking a look at it, it's Fabiano Caruana, who's continued to extend his tournament life time and time again here against Pragg, who topped his group coming out of the group stage. And then, of course, Javakir Sindarov up against Hans Niemann. This is bound to be an exciting matchup between both of these groups of players.
Yeah, there's going to be twists and turns. That is guaranteed. All of these 4 warriors, they started their first game today 9 hours ago. So it's a test of endurance. We will jump into the moves any moment now, but position 893 is where their destiny lies. And it's Fabiano Caruana starting with the white pieces in their encounter.
Yeah, Fabi with the white is Javakir as well, who also has the white pieces. That means Pragg and Hans Niemann each piloting the black pieces. We're taking a look at Fabi and Pragg to start, but quickly we'll also get a peek in on Javakir and Hans as well, just to see how the openings develop. Of course, they had 5 minutes to discuss within their own little pods. Interesting part of the day has been that those pods are shrinking from 8 players down to 4 players, now down to 2 players apiece. So they're going to have to be a little bit more on their own when it comes to deciphering these positions.
Yeah, and here we go. There's another game in play, of course. That is between Javakir Sindarov and Hans Niemann. And have both games started the exact same way, almost. Just the placement of 1 knight is the difference, as Hans Niemann tries to trade off some pieces to clear the board. And okay, knight's coming out. Tanya, instinctively, do you feel that this is a dangerous position for the side with black?
It really does. You know, the first move advantage perhaps coming to something, because we can see certain knight jumps that appear first. The one right in front of us by Sindarov attacking a pawn. Also, a potential break in the center might be first directed by white. Both players playing with black, Pragg and Hans, are the players who took early leads in their matches, came to naught as both matches were reset. So much psychological warfare. 10 hours of play in, matches still go on, fatigue will be in play, energy levels, you know, it's going to be all about who makes less blunders in a 5+2, barely any time to build on.
Yeah, and for me, that was the golden nugget from spending time with Hans here yesterday in the studio. He said, you don't have to do anything special. Sometimes you just play simple moves, use logic. And actually, I feel that this is the stage of the day where that is even more key than ever. You just have to, as Tanya said, not make a big blunder.
Yeah.
Just stay in games, stay in the fight, and hope for your chances.
There is no doubt these players are feeling physical fatigue, mental fatigue. So to your point, make things simple for yourself. Just follow logical moves, try to minimize the mistakes, rely on your opponent to be the one to make the first blunder.
Well, that's easier said than done. This is freestyle chess. No such thing as keeping it simple. No familiar patterns on the board. As we see, Javakir Sindarov, he's trying to get a break in or push the H-pawn further up the board, putting pressure. And I think that's absolutely key, right, David? Because shorter time formats, if you can go on the attack quickly, if you can be the one posing early questions, you're going to force your opponent into things, and that's going to come out into play in the later part of the game.
Yeah, there we go. The move you predicted, Tanya, threatening to step forward and hit one of the black knights, this corner pawn here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the other corner pawn start to advance up the board, later trying to undermine the black dark squared bishop. Definitely the type of position, I think maybe the starting position a bit favorable for white, but this one, it feels like zero risk for Sindarov, and he's asking questions in the process. But so far, Hans is staying level on the clock, which is good news for him, even in a difficult position.
Yeah, all players staying very close on the clock as I'm tracking both games simultaneously, and we'll be sure to get you to any important moves. As I say that, computer doesn't love this most recent move here from Hans Niemann, and a quick response here from Javakir is enough to capitalize on the mistake.
Oh, that is a big mistake, at least strategically. Hans Niemann, he winced, he kind of grimaced there, shaking his head. He thought he could maybe have time to trade bishops, but there is no time. The white knights are both poised, locked in, looking at the same square. A knight check would also be a knight fork, picking up the black rook. And Hans forfeits castling rights out of necessity there, moves his king across. That comes at the cost of the dark squared bishop at the very least, or maybe a knight jump anyway.
Yeah, and that feels ugly in the long term, right? Trying to unlock that A8 rook. Gonna have to do it through a rook lift of some kind, maybe along the A file.
And I think to your question earlier, is this the kind of position of freestyle chess that gives white that extra edge just out of the opening? I think that's being played out in both our games right now. And it all comes down to the fact that white is the first player to grab these posts, these outposts after natural play and bring on those threats on the board, just not giving the time to the player with the black pieces to actually harmoniously finish development.
Yeah, so while Javakir has a small advantage here, he's actually going to open up that rook for Hans, of all things. That's a slightly surprising move for me to see.
Yeah, I thought he might hold back. I understand why he did it. He wants the bishops. Top players are a bit biased towards bishop pairs, but yeah, slightly surprising. And this board, meanwhile, very congested, almost symmetrical.
What in the, no, but this is, yeah, let's stay here. What in the heck is going on the right side of the board here? Look at the congestion. We had the perfect mirror of the stack, and we'll try and get back to that because I do want to decipher that position between Fabiano and Pragg. We have rook, bishop, pawn, knight, knight, pawn, bishop, rook. Perfect symmetry there. But then right next to it as well, we're not done with the symmetry. We got knight, pawn, pawn, knight. How do you even begin to assess what's going on here?
I don't know if you do assess the bishops as well on the other flank with some pawns. Total symmetry. The only differential in this position as a whole, okay, now the kings have both also done the same thing.
So it's the queen placement.
It's just the black queen. That is it.
It's the only differentiator in the position. All white needs to do is step up with the queen, and there you have it. Perfect symmetry after all these moves. But I think there are other plans on Fabiano Caruana's mind right now. One of them might be striking in the center, break that symmetry, get that deep pawn rolling up the board.
Yeah, very logical. And as white, you have the right of the first move. That means later, if it is symmetrical, if your opponent just plays copycat chess, you can break the symmetry first. You can force your opponent to stop copying you. And there we go. He does break in the center, Fabi. He was ready. All of his pieces nicely protect those central squares. And there we see Pragg could no longer copy. The central tension was too much. I really hate the idea as black of allowing the connect 4, of course, but also a big threat. Hitting and destabilizing the black knights.
Well, these guys mirrored on the clocks. Pragg now just dipping below the time that Caruana has in his bank, looking for a response now that the symmetry is broken. But look at this, right back over to Hans Niemann's board against Sindarov, and within mere moments, within mere moves, all of a sudden he's the one with, half a point to a full point advantage.
Big mistakes from Sindarov strategically here. Also, I hate to say it, but the connect 4 again appearing, and that is why black has the advantage. It's a nice pawn chain blunting the white dark square bishop. I'll just quickly take it back to that moment, as you said, James. Taking this bishop was a big mistake, or at least the sequence that followed. He should and could have planted a knight in the center, maybe even taken the other bishop instead, with the bishop pair, with a nice stable advantage, a nice piece there, but trading, and then this move, bring the queen forward, ended up being a blind alley. The black pawn pushed forward. Very nice tactic here, but this queen would have then landed on a awkward diagonal, stared down by the bishop. He retreated his queen instead, and that was what cost him the advantage. Sindarov, and now the pawns are rolling. Momentum black.
Cost him the advantage, and he's down on time. Look at that, creeping under 1 minute. Hans still with half of his starting time still remaining. You get +2 in this increment. It is near impossible to build a bank back up with that increment.
And every move Hans plays is one with intent. He's got a plan, he's got an idea that forces his opponent. Just this concrete level of play, that knight retreats only to push the white knight back, which doesn't have so many squares, It's kind of almost trapped at the position that it's in. It will be forced to the absolute edge of the board. And there as well, not such a bright future. Once again, Hans super impressive in his handling of the opening. And then one inaccuracy gets the game on. The rook on A doesn't even need to move. It's on a beautiful open line. Hans first clamps down on the other side of the board. By the way, big developments on the Pragg Fabi board. Fabi sacrificed the pawn. Might be a good time to jump into that.
Yeah, let's go over there to see how Fabiano, maybe for the first time today in game 1 of, kind of the 2-game bout that they have, he's the one who feels like he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and it's all about the white knights right now. We talked about how Hans Niemann was about to kick one of the white knights to the edge. That was because the black king was super safe on the other side of the board. Here, the white knight's lurking nearby. It's not just that, but the kickback is about to begin. And one of the black knights is about to be kicked to the edge of the board, and then a pawn will follow. The black bishop actually a bit trapped in the center too. It's all about the dark squares, and the black king sitting on this dark square diagonal might feel the heat a bit later on.
It's amazing. Fabi actually sacrificed that central D pawn for all this activity in play. And look at that. The pressure's on with little time on the clock. Under a minute, he makes a mistake. Does Fabi have the direct path that David was talking about? Push the G pawn, push the F pawn, win a key pawn in the position with a tender spot on F6.
Is it just a pawn, isn't it? A piece. Oh, actually, the black bishop does have one square to retreat to. Oof. This does look horrible, though, for Pragg, as okay, very surprisingly, Fabi brings his rook across. That piece was doing nothing, so I understand why he wants to activate it. He also wants to stare down at the black queen, making it impossible to break out in the center, but that's a very important tempo he's just lost.
But now both players are under 1 minute, and with just 2 seconds increment, that's barely any time to get a move in, right? It's still a game that anything can happen, but you can see the panic on Pragg. He's trying to break free. He hits the chaos button in the center, lines up the rook against the white queen.
Well, there's a capture. Watch out, there are some tactics. The white knight now taking a bishop. The black queen was defended, so everything holding together. But I do fear that it's the dark squares that will come back to haunt Pragg. Any check on the dark squares by a white bishop later on will end in mate with the white knight nearby. Tanya, this pawn sacrifice looks like it's more than justified, more than enough compensation. But Pragg is fighting hard, getting active at least.
Again, from a human perspective, it actually looks like you still have everything to play for. You have an extra pawn. It's scary, but it's not over. It's about those bishop pair advantage. If he can neutralize, if Pragg can find a way to get more pieces off the board, which he's trying to do right now, That should be useful, but a question mark to that move. David, to me, it looked like the most natural response. Get the queens off the board, you're up a pawn.
Me too. Some calculation is needed, but apparently Fabiano can win some material here by just trading queens, which is counterintuitive when you're a pawn up. The whole idea is that, oh, wait, we're going to see it. One of the black knights is going to have to move. That one was under fire, and look at this. The black rook is trapped, cannot move. It has to defend its bishop. The variation continues because one of the black knights is going to jump with a real family fork there, attacking a bunch of pieces. But Pragg doesn't go for it. He drops the rook for a bishop, and now it's material advantage for Fabiano.
And this is going to be the first time in this matchup that Fabi will be the one who will take the lead with that 1-point win. He's so close to getting this in the bag. He's up in whole exchange. The bishop super active. Pragg will have to do what Fabi's been doing all day long.
It's looking exactly like that, and we're going to try and stay nimble here. We got to go back over to Hans Niemann and Javakir Sindarov's board because Sindarov is up against the ropes, working with mere seconds on the clock. And as we get there, you'll see him make a move by himself back up to 4 seconds, but it's looking bad for him as Hans Niemann continues to lay on the pressure here with the black pieces.
Ooh, discovered attack for this last move, and a queen sacrifice by Sindarov. His queen was almost trapped anyway. The black rook sniping from afar. And here we go. It's bishop and rook for a queen. That is the material balance. Sindarov down, but at least the black queen for now can't get in. And another sacrifice by Hans Niemann.
He's unstoppable, Hans is right now. He's playing for the pawns. He's playing for the queen activity against the white king. Once that h-pawn moves one step forward, the white king feeling completely bare right now. Who's going to be defending it with all the checks coming in? Slides up with the king, Hans Niemann does. Going to grab some pawns.
Normally 2 rooks can fight a queen, but look how poorly coordinated the 2 white rooks are. One of them is fast asleep in the corner, the white king trapped as well. Queen and bishop were delivering checkmate, and it's a resignation. Hans Niemann takes it.
There it is. Javakir Sindarov throws in the towel in the first game of our 5-2 tiebreakers here against Hans Niemann. We got to get straight back over to Pragg versus Fabiano Caruana, though, because they are both working with double, or rather single digits on the clock here. But it's Fabiano Caruana who can put the screws to his opponent. As Tanya said, this will be the first time today he comes out ahead going into the second game of the tiebreak. And what a boon that would be to his chances. Oh, computer almost lied to us there on a blunder, but it actually is diving into the back rank here with that rook. So he's got the rook to the knight of his opponent, and the same number of pawns. However, all of his pawns are connected here as opposed to the floater in the middle of the board.
Ooh, some counterplay though for Pragg. The black rook, knight and pawn in the center are creating some serious threats, and it is rook for knight. It should be winning for Fabi, who's going pawn hunting. But Tanya, stranger things have happened than knight forks.
When the knight's on the board, it's not over. It's far from it. And look at that. Pragg's got a pawn on d2. Watch it. There's a check coming in from d8. And Pragg finds the move.
No.
A big blunder.
No way.
Whoa, he's losing now. Fabi's losing.
Pragg's done it.
He's about to do it. And in 2 moves, everything changed. It turned around.
And
David,
like,
you would have to do a slow motion for us once this ends.
We'll recap this later, but now Pragg is about to make a new queen.
Yes! And he misses it!
Oh, we're back to even! Oh my God!
Fabi's winning now!
What's going on? There's a queen on the board.
He missed it! And the knight gives a check, but the knight is too far away.
It's not over. It's not over. There's a fork at the end.
Fabi's pawns are going to rush through. The black knight completely offside.
An absolutely stunning sequence. 2 pawns to a pawn and a knight here, but things are looking good for Fabi if he can get these pawns marching down the board, looking for a promotion. And there it is, the resignation from Pragg. He had a couple opportunities down in the stretch there. Fabiano almost gave it away. You can see it there. He feels it. He knows that he almost let that one slip through his fingers, but he scrapes away with it. He's up 3-2 in the overall scoreline in this matchup.
I think that's the first time I've seen these emotions on Fabiano Caruana. It's unbelievable what just happened in those last few moves. David will take us through all of it, slow, move by move, but what a roller coaster that was. Whites winning, blacks winning, all over the place, a blunder after blunder, and eventually it is Fabiano Caruana who takes the lead for the first time in this encounter.
Absolutely wide-eyed is Fabiano Caruana there at the sequence that concluded that game. And as we maybe return to the studio, we can turn to David because we need to slow that down. We were merely reacting to what we saw, but I want to understand what we saw as soon as we possibly can. Whew. Fabiano Caruana up by a point going in to the next battle. battle. And it's Hans Niemann who has the same advantage up against Javokir Sindarov. They'll flip sides of the board. They'll go at it one more time with a new position and 5 more minutes to strategize.
Wow. Catching our breath here in the studio. The players are going to need a few minutes to catch their breaths, especially Fabiano and Pragg there. The 12-move sequence at the end of that game was so content-packed, it could have lasted a whole tournament. It would have kept us entertained for a whole week, but it happened in the blink of an eye, and it all started here. Wow, okay.
Let's go, let's see it.
Let's go. This position, Fabiano Caruana is totally winning. White has a rook, black has a knight, but there is one source of counterplay. It is this black central pawn. He pushed at Pragnananda, trying to make a new queen, or so it seems. That is not actually the bigger threat. The bigger threat is for the black rook to come down and force the queen to live, rather than just taking the white rook in the process. Fabiano now, the only winning move was a difficult one. He had no time on the clock. He should have slid his king across to stop the pawn, the rook and king holding it. And if the black rook now comes down, you can take a pawn and actually double attack the black rook, black knight, winning the knight, and white just has too many pawns. This one is over. But he slipped up here. He played a mistake, first of all, bringing his rook up the board, trying to get behind. Fabi, this one was shut down. The black king stepping back. Now a losing mistake, allowing the black rook to come down. Black about to make a queen. Double exclamation point given. Check now from Fabiano. Desperate play here. The black king cannot take this pawn, as it would allow the knight to drop with a check. No time for black to make a queen. So Pragg actually found the winning move after this check. He stepped across with his king. Now, pawn to b7, a desperate attempt from Fabiano, and now only one winning move for Pragnananda. Instead of making a new queen here, he could have given a knight check. Checks are all important in any position, and when the white king moves, now you would make a queen with check. Or if you go up the board, you could simply take the white rook, defending the promotion, and make a queen of your own. The white rook hit as well. To continue this, more drama ahead. A new queen appeared. It looked like here Fabiano was about to throw in the towel. Rook takes rook now, apparently the best move. Instead, he gave a check. Another mistake, trying to lure the black king onto a square that white promotes with a check. And now the decisive one, the final mistake of the game, about to land king to c6, walking onto a terrible file, because after a rook takes rook check, double attack, the black queen has to recapture. Suddenly, there's a skewer at the end of all of that. The drama didn't end, of course. Rook takes queen, followed by a knight fork, winning the white rook. But what Pragg had maybe missed at the end is that the white pawns are just too strong. Nice push of the g-pawn here, the black king too far away, and promotion inevitable.
That is some unreal stuff.
And
this entire sequence that we saw, James.
All of that took place over the course of 20 seconds?
No, 2 seconds on the clock every move that Pragg has. He was barely playing on any time.
That's absolutely absurd.
It was nuts. And every move, a turnaround there, it's just insane. And Fabi gets the lead. And now for Pragg, you know, this is such a difficult situation to be in from a mindset. He's been leading this match every format of the way, starting from 30+30, going into 10+10, and now in this final tiebreaker with 5+2, it's Pragg who's on a must-win. And losing this, how do you even calm yourself down? How do you even get your nerves back?
Honestly, I don't know if you even want to. Keep that energy going into the next round. You've seen that the game is winnable at any stage, right? And I think that's maybe one of the things you rely on, is that there is no admitting defeat until there are no more opportunities for a way back to victory. We've got to find one more position for these players to do battle. Let's head back into the arena for the draw.
Welcome back to the second game of Blitz. First of all, I'm really impressed how many of you are still here. So give yourselves a round of applause first. It's been a long day of chess. We saw 2 wins at the previous games, a win for Fabiano Caruana and for Hans Niemann. That means Sindarov and Pragnananda are in a must-win situation now to force the match into a potential Armageddon. We are going to draw the next position, and in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage our tournament director, Sebastian Siebrecht. Sebastian, are you ready?
132.
Position 132. Thank you very much, Sebastian. The players will get 5 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to our audience, please enjoy.
I don't understand what this is. Before. 93 also, no? 93, 93. That is 94.
No, that's not good. No.
C5.
D5. Usually, such quick decisions. For example, C5, C3, D5, D96. Relation comes.
Ah, this is.
You know, yeah, you've seen the minus.
Yeah, minus can.
Yeah, you know, I think D5, D4, you open both bishops. This is not possible. Maybe F4.
5 is.
E4, take continues.
But also E5 here. Possible. Wait, so you go C4?
C4, and E5?
Sicilian, no?
Maybe E5, we play D4, take knight D3.
Yeah, it's just Sicilian, right? What is it? D4, C5.
I think like the C5. Okay.
Knight E6. Take rook D5. E4, rook. C5.
Why isn't it good for you also?
Huh?
It's also good for
F4, I think. Why?
pieces to help people.
Yeah, maybe.
C6, G6. So first move, what are the options?
C4.
C4. Okay, C6 is good.
C4, C6?
Yeah. C6 is for equality.
Looks good.
E5.
Yeah, I would be pretty sure.
Even if also to play for win?
No, okay, yeah, for win. Change and try to reach 5, so you take here.
E4 is 1 minute to the start, 1 minute.
The players looking a little shell-shocked as they stare into what is their 6th freestyle position for the day. It's starting to look akin to the initial round-robin group stage where they played 7 in a row, but I'll remind you, they kicked off the day with 30 games. They are well into their 10th hour of chess played today. So, I mean, good on these guys. First of all, kudos to them for just staying upright at this point. But, Tanya, I think there's also another interesting dynamic at play. In each of these discussions, there's a player who is currently advantaged in their scoreline, as opposed to a player who needs to get a victory to tie once again. And I would think that that would lend to them wanting maybe very different opening approaches. So I wonder if any of that's at play, or if they're really consciously thinking about that. You know, Fabi, I just need a draw, but Javokir, he's really got to get it done, and they are working together. Same dynamic exists on the other side of the board.
100%, right? With Pragg and Hans trying to figure their way out. Pragg needing a win, Hans needing only a draw. 1 second to go. The players started at 11 a.m. local time. That was 9.5 hours ago. What do they have left in tank? But Fabi, he seems unstoppable today. Comebacks and taking the lead now. And on the other side, Hans Niemann, he means business in Vegas. He's here to prove a point.
Away we go. And right away, there's a difference from move one. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, it's Pragg with the white pieces needing a win. He's going to go for that pawn in front of his dark squared bishop on the third file in from the left. Counter to what Niemann is doing, he's going to go for that D pawn, 4 files in from the left-hand side, so a little bit more towards the center of the board. Right away, these two games are not going to look similar.
And here we go, Sindarov on that right board, already indicating his intentions of going on the attack. He pushed a pawn in front of his rook. Unlikely we'll see castling now on the next few turns for either side, since the pawns have been pushed forward. And for Hans Niemann, I think symmetry makes a lot of sense. And just because the draw is enough for him, so he doesn't want to take too much risk. He doesn't need to be the one pressing. I was going to say, for Sindarov, he wants to break the symmetry, hence that last trade. Bishop for knight, and he will hope that at least a little bit of imbalance, a pawn structure in this case, is sufficient for him to create some winning chances later down the line.
And he plants his bishop on a nice spot. Now that the white pawn formation has been destroyed, there's no pawn that's going to kick that bishop out. So I like that approach by Sindarov. In a must-win situation, you're looking for those early imbalances. And let's remind everyone, this is the final blitz game for tonight, right? If a player makes a comeback, if Praggnanandhaa or Sindarov win their game, we will have an Armageddon. We will have a winner go through into the semifinals.
And honestly, how could we not after the day we've had? Connect 4 is found here for Sindarov with the black pieces, but that knight made the long trek all the way across the board just to remove what was a very strong bishop position there for Sindarov. So Niemann definitely not wanting to let his opponent hold on to that piece.
I know I joke about Connect 4 a lot, but every time it's played, it's given an exclamation mark, and every time someone allows it, their eval just drops. Hans Niemann was actually a lot better before he allowed that pawn to push. Suddenly the white bishop in the light squared bishop in the corner here, just staring bluntly at a pawn.
It's
the
also
knights love it.
Beautiful space advantage that it creates, right? Because to get a Connect 4 in chess, it means that you have to push the pawn on the other half of the court here. And that's what he's done with that e-pawn. So looking good for black. He will improve the position of his knight. The double bishops, they're only as powerful as the open diagonals that they have. The light squared bishop has none in this position.
And I think the pawn chain made even more effective by the fact that Sindarov already baited that f-pawn for the capture over to the g file, right? So again, I can't attack the head of this pawn chain with my own pawns. At this point, it's going to be really hard to undermine that structure.
Yeah, strategically, that was a very questionable decision by Hans Niemann. That being said, bishops do come to life a bit later in the game, so as long as he doesn't get knocked out immediately, doesn't facing any direct attack with white and stabilizes, he will have chances later in the game.
A minute off the clock for both of these players. Let's check in with Fabiano Caruana and Praggnanandhaa. Remember, it's Praggnanandhaa who, for the first time today, has to fight back against Fabiano, who holds the point advantage over him. And as we get here, you can see Fabiano is looking good, at least by the evaluation. Very different board makeup, though, overall.
And this is a tournament scenario that I think Pragg is just not used to, right? A must-win game for him right now. He pushes Fabi's knight back, but that means he blocks his own bishop on that b1 square, the light squared bishop. He'll have to find a brighter future for that. It's hard to see it. Meanwhile, Fabi with a beautiful pawn center, a knight behind a pawn. Freestyle chess has taught us that that's really how you want it, controlling so much of the board. Where will Pragg create his chances? A slow move on the left flank.
Oh, that's sad. To have to play a slow move like that, very time-consuming. Fabiano improves a knight in the meantime. Just looks beautiful for black. Very hard to know what to chip away at if you're Praggnanandhaa. What to do, how to strike. He moves his bishop across. That was actually the ulterior motive behind his last move, but easily blunted by black's bishop developing. Fabi's just playing easy, logical chess, and he knows that's enough for now to solidify. He doesn't even need to go for the attack with black. a draw is sufficient.
And Pragg now going to scoot his knight out of the way of that light squared bishop just to open the scope of it a little bit. But even still, now of course his dark squared bishop is going to have a little bit more trouble. Yep, sliding up just like that onto the b2 square. So solid diagonals if he can hold them for later into the game when they become longer sight lines. But I think that's the question. He's got zero center control right now.
Connect forward, Tanya. You're going to say it.
Give us the exclamation point.
I think it's about to happen. It looks like a beautiful move as well, right? Just blunting that dark squared bishop even further. Fabi first sets up a battery, lines up. I'm going to point out one dynamic in this position. The players need to set up getting that castle in, right? With these H-pawns that have moved forward, they are a bit of target, so you have to time that well. Right now, first Fabi decides to reroute that knight, opening up the queen to defend the pawn so that eventually he can get that castle in.
Yeah, might be here and now. He was about to reach out. Fabiano, very healthy on the clock. There we go. He lifts his, he touches his king and lifts the rook over. The king stays on the same square though. Everything for black is very nicely centralized, nicely defended. White lacking space.
Let's go back to the other board. I see a double question mark out on the table, and this is after Javalkir Sindarov had found a pretty solid advantage, but just like that, that advantage disappears and even starts to slowly creep in the other direction.
Wow, he's hung a pawn. Is that the issue? This pawn was previously defended by the black queen, the knight now in the way. Unless he has a trick here, Tanya, that I'm struggling to see. It just looks like a bit of a miss here.
There are some knight jumps that one needs to calculate, but I agree with you. It looks like none of them are working out. Hans, is he going to take the bait? Will he call the bluff on this one, or has he spotted something better? I think after queen takes pawn, you're looking at ideas like the knight coming in to a juicy square with some forks, but white will have a trade. And at the end of this, as we see, in fact, the bar does say that it will be Sindarov on the edge. But what's...
Oh, it's this move that he's missed. Attacking a rook, attacking a knight, double attack. And has Hans Niemann found this?
That's the big question. If he takes the pawn, then he has. He still hasn't made his decision. Sindarov puts a trap, but is he about to get trapped himself right now?
Oh, that's so sneaky. If he takes this pawn, Hans Niemann, I think he's just going to win. Either you're a pawn up, or your opponent blunders immediately. He reaches for it. Key moment.
Wow, he goes for it.
He spotted the double attack. Oh my goodness, this is the moment.
Okay.
Is Hans Niemann about to go into the semifinals?
Yes, I mean, he slides that queen up.
Whoa, what a find. Hits the rook, hits the knight. This is game over. This is match over.
Well, we've said game over before, so I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We saw how many times the script flipped in that Fabiano versus Partenonda game when it was coming down the stretch. But this is a definite advantage here for Hans Niemann. And now Sindarov, I think a bit lost now for an answer, as maybe this was the one thing he overlooked when he thought he was the one laying the trap himself.
Yeah, when you go for tactics, you have to be 100% sure all the forcing moves are covered. And unfortunately, Czechs captured the threats. He forgot the threats, the double attacks. And Hans Niemann, that is genius, just spotting that. Note this self-control. He spent 30 seconds, a minute, Hans Niemann, and then he went for the sequence. And yeah, black's pieces are just all hanging. He's about to go down a full piece.
And it's clear with Javalkir slowing down at this moment that this is exactly what he missed in the position. He calculated the line through. He saw what happens at the end of that queen trade. Happy with that. We saw the bar approve of that calculation. But now it's clear on his face and the camera that we're seeing right now that this was the big miss and the big spot.
Yeah, Hans hits him with the call an ambulance, but not for me moment of the game. There it is. He's going to go ahead and trade off the knight for the bishop, but the queen dives in, picks up the rook. The knight has to drop back to defend the king, obviously, as it is a check.
Just watch out, the bishop at the edge of the board is under attack.
You can close the knight's escape route, though, by dropping the white bishop back, and the black knight isn't able to retreat. It's going to be kind of stuck behind enemy lines on its own for the rest of the game. So that looks very logical. Hans Niemann might be thinking of bringing the bishop to other squares. He can advance it as well. Instead, he offers to trade queens.
Well, Hans needs only a draw to wrap up this match as well, so perhaps more of a professional and a practical decision. He gives up the bishop, trades, and Hans Niemann, he's finding all the tactics. He now jumps when...
Look at this, Hans Niemann, he castles his king.
Whoa.
Wow.
Unbelievable stuff. The knight is trapped. He's about to win that knight by stepping up the king one step forward. And he's calculated this in seconds.
Traps the knight and connects his rooks at the same time.
What is
there
this?
It is.
What is this performance by Hans Niemann?
Wow.
How is he...
Whoa, wait a second, though.
Wait a second, he's allowing the other black knight forward, and that black knight now knows that 2 rooks are within forking distance.
It's not over till it's over.
Why would he not just continue with his plan?
Just take the knight. Like,
well, maybe he thought it was always there, right?
Ooh, and
okay.
It was there in the end.
Okay.
Javakir missing an opportunity. Feels like a couple of double attacks. That's his blind spot so far in this game, Javakir.
I mean, it is the 10th hour of play for both these players as well, so we can't expect a mix of that happening. Now it is a rook versus knight dynamic. It's an extra exchange for Hans Niemann, and he needs only a draw.
It was a rook versus knight dynamic earlier in the day as well.
This is true.
Dash pointed out there were opportunities for the knight, and the black knight is very, very strong. So not over, although Hans a big, big favorite.
I'm going to point out a path that Hans's king has up the board. King of the hill can be played on the dark squares, start targeting all those light square weaknesses, and who's going to defend those pawns?
And he sees it as well. Javakir is going to try and shut that opportunity down by sliding up his A pawn. King can't advance any further just yet.
And actually, how do you improve the position of your pieces? It might be time to slide over the rook to that A line. You have to calculate what happens with all the swaps of the pawns. And he does it. He goes for the idea. He wants to give up the H pawn to try to grab that A pawn and bring the rook into activity. I like it, David.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And in the meantime, as Hans tries to press the advantage, looking like he's getting excited now, shifting in his seat, big clock advantage. It looks like Fabi doing very well on the other board. Here we go. Pawns being traded, though, meanwhile, on this one.
Yeah, we'll keep you apprised of the other board. Don't worry, we have eyes on it. But yeah, Fabi looking good. And actually, Pragg down to 8 seconds. So this is a good time to jump, just to check in on it real quick. You can see here, evaluation bar completely level, but that's all Fabiano needs. So again, the pressure is on Pragg here to make the moves that are going to blow open the position.
Yeah, but things are happening. Fabi has lost a bit of control, and there were some tactics in the last position. Just to mention, the white bishop could have taken a pawn as the black queen was overloaded defending her own bishop. Missed opportunity for Pragnananda, but Fabi, how are his nerves after that last crazy encounter?
But there are going to be tons of missed opportunities with just 4 seconds on the clock. How do you even find the right path forward when the whole board is on fire? Look at the amount of pieces that are hanging, the white rook hanging, the white knight can be picked up with a skewer attacking the queen and the other rook on the board.
Oh, he takes with the pawn, Fabiano. I thought he would take with the bishop there, the bishop hanging in midair there. But Fabiano, he is up material. He's up a rook for bishop and pawn right now. But the white bishops are very strong, and the black pawn's very, very weak, all isolated. This one is still anyone's game.
It's inching ever closer. There for Pragg, look at that. Just above the halfway point for him. But again, he's working with 8 seconds, 10 seconds now, dipping below into the single digits is Fabi. We're back over to the Hans Niemann and Javakir board on your, in terms of the live viewing, what you're seeing. Bottom right-hand corner, we'll switch just so we can update you on that board.
Again, the rooks beating the knights. Although there are some knight forks in the air, it does feel like trading things off with a draw insufficient here for Hans Niemann. He should be safe.
Yeah, we got to go back, though, because now Pragnananda is well advantaged in his game all of a sudden. So as we go back, take a look at this. The eval bar likes his position, but again, both players are working with 5 seconds on their clock right now.
He's just playing barely on increment right now. It is the power bishops, but can he get the job done? He moves ahead with the king. Look at the 3 beautiful pawns on the right side of the board. They've got to march up the board, protected, assisted by those bishops. He first brings the rook back.
Pragg, he's looked so good all day. He's been the one who's kind of taking it to Fabiano up until this very, most recent match. But now when the shoe's on the other foot, the pressure's on for the youngster to get the full decisive victory. The computer loves his position. It's giving him a full winning advantage, but can he bring it to a conclusion?
Oh, he's winning. Pragnananda so close. Look at that.
Fabi handshakes.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. We're going to Armageddon. Pragnananda versus Fabiano Caruana.
What a match. Unbelievable. Goes down to the Armageddon after 2:30 plus 30, after 2:10 plus 10, after 2:5 plus 2. It will be an Armageddon, and Hans Niemann gets the job done.
Yeah, as we pan to the other board, you'll see again the handshakes extended. Hans will pick up his hot pink jacket as he moves to 4 points to 2 in the overall score line, winning the tiebreaker. He's headed to the semifinals.
Wow, great game by Hans Niemann. Some incredible moves, including castling queenside when all of us had forgotten it was legal. Some really genius play and closed out nicely. Pragg, meanwhile, wow, his nerves held out so strong in that second encounter. From a position of weakness, he managed to outplay Fabiano.
And that's not a feat, not an achievement many players can boast of. Praggnanandhaa on the back foot, a must-win, takes it to Armageddon, but that's the nature of the game. At the end, there can be only one winner, and it will be decided in the next game. There's no running. You can hide, but you can't run from that result. What a performance. Started with looking like Fabi will get the job done, but it wasn't meant to be, not just yet. These players neck to neck.
Las Vegas has delivered in every way so far. Only 2 days into this event. But look at this. We're going to Armageddon.
It's been pure craziness. What can we say? Yesterday was wild enough, not just with the group stage, the twists and turns, but the playoffs. Magnus Carlsen dropping out. Today, all the way to Armageddon. And this was the final position. Hans Niemann against Sindarov. The rooks coming off the board, the white pawn pushing forward, the black knight sidelined. This is very straightforward stuff. Hans, we saw him with the advantage. I'll just very quickly show the key move a bit earlier. The castling queenside, when most of us had forgotten that this was a possibility even, caging the black knight that he later went on to win. But I think it's all about the other game where Praggnanandhaa, with some incredible play, simply, against Fabiano Caruana. This was the final position, and Caruana resigned here because the white pawn stepping forward, and the black king actually checkmated in the center if it had marched. Wow.
Absolutely stunning.
This is amazing stuff. I mean, checkmating Fabi's king like the way he did. And it's just the whole storyline, right? You're leading the match, every segment of the format. Fabi strikes back, and you think it's just out of your control. You lose the first game in 5+2, and there is Fabi. You know, this was his moment. This was his opportunity. But it's Praggnanandhaa who strikes back this time. Armageddon coming up next. We're going to have the players' bids.
Yeah, but you really just can't ask for anything more from these guys. And yet, we will. We will ask them to play one more game of chess.
They haven't given enough. They haven't sweated enough today. One final game to decide a lot in this encounter.
Huge encounter coming up. But what a performance by the guy in the hot pink jacket, right? Probably the hottest guy on the circuit when it comes to drama on the board and off the board. Hans Niemann getting the job done in 5+2. You know, you want drama, Hans always delivers, flips the script on that one, takes the win against Javokir. Fearless, loud, that's Hans Niemann. He's getting it done here. And for Pragg, the pressure's on. How does it go now? The players bid for their time?
Yes. That's how Armageddon works. Yeah, so essentially bidding time for black, because for those of you who don't know, in Armageddon, there is essentially no official draw. A draw would be a victory for the player with the black pieces. If you end up with the white, you have to play for a victory. So both players will be bidding up to that 5-minute mark for the privilege of playing for the black pieces, but therefore only needing a draw to come away with the victory itself. Now coming together with the head arbiter, this is where the bidding will occur.
The papers are being handed out because very often, sometimes it's just a 5 and 4. 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black Armageddon. But I love this twist in the tale, where the players get to decide their destiny, right? Do they want to play for result odds? How low can you go for the black pieces? The player with the lowest time bid starts with black. If it's a draw, you go through in the match. The player with the white pieces will start with the base time, but must win on demand.
Well, there haven't been any draws between them so far today. 6 decisive results.
But which side of the equation do you want to be, right? I mean, I think you want to be on the black side of the equation, but...
Take the time, take the clock time. The clock is deciding everything, these time scrambles. That would be my advice.
What would you bid right now? What are you expecting from the players? What kind of variance do you think is going to happen from Fabi and from Pragg?
I would bid 459.
Oh, you really want the white pieces?
Yeah, take the white pieces. I don't know. The variance, anything below 4 minutes just feels almost suicidal.
But that's where the metagame begins, right? You're bidding 459, I'm bidding 458.
Yeah.
Right? So in your head, you're doing this equation, you're stepping yourself down a second and a second and a second and a second, because yes, of course, as you mentioned, a lot of these are coming down to results, it feels like, due to time scrambles, and so sure, having more time probably is a bigger advantage here. But if I can come away with a draw and only be in a deficit of 1 or 2 seconds, I'll take that trade any day.
You know, I'd guess that the bid would be somewhere between 430 and 435, because you're just saying that I'm okay to go down those few seconds for the result odds, but it's not that much time.
437, that's your number?
Between 430 and 435.
Oh, I like it. I like having a very specific 437.
All right.
Just to point out the results spread, both sides have won 2 games with white today and lost 1 game with white. That means they both lost 2 with black.
Given a good think.
This is just absolutely nuts, you know, this match. This has just entertained us for the last 10 hours today. The first move on their board was played at 11 a.m. local time, and we're sitting at close to 9 p.m. local time.
Oof.
I mean, I want to know, you know, secretly now, I want to know from a number of these pro players, right? What is their thought process stepping into this bidding, you know, situation, right? Do they have some kind of a formula in their head, you know, to work out what is the perfect number?
Yeah, they've both been there plenty of times. Pragg against Arjun in the World Cup, I believe, might have gone to Armageddon. And Fabi, last year in Weissenhaus in 2024. This year in Weissenhaus in 2025, he's had some long playoff encounters. That being said, Tanya, it feels like Pragg has to be the favorite. This year, he's won those 3 big tournaments you mentioned earlier in the tiebreaks alone.
The Tata Steel Masters against the world champion Gukesh. Then he went on to win the Grand Chess Tour in Romania. And finally, the Uzbekistan Chess Stars Cup, and all of it done in faster time format. So much about the bids. Those papers have been handed over to our arbiters. I'm waiting for the bid reveal right now.
Well, there you have. Both of these gentlemen are stepping center stage to reveal the bids. We're going to hand things over to Fiona one more time as we enter our final battle of the day. Fiona, take it away.
Welcome back to our very first Armageddon game. No draws between these 2 players. Such a fighting match. This is the only match that goes to Armageddon. Hans Niemann won his match against Sindarov. And what's going to happen now is we're going to do a bidding for the time control. So the player of these 2 who bids lower will get the time they bid, they will get black, and they will have draw odds. So our chief arbiter, Gerhard Becktown-Nurli, will now give the notepads to both players. Both of them will write down a time that's under 5 minutes, and the player who bids lower, as I said, will get black and will get draw odds. So we get for Pragg 4 minutes 27, and for Fabi 4:02. So Fabi will play with black. He will have 4 minutes and 2 seconds, and a draw will see him through to the next round. Now it's time to move over here to the table to find out the final position for today. And we have Jermaine here, who's the captain of Team USA Chess Boxing. The World Championship is coming up in September. Give it up for him. And Jermaine, are you ready?
$356.
Number 356. Thank you so much, Jermaine. Give it up one last time for our players who've given it their all. They will have 5 minutes now before we get to the decider, the Armageddon. To the players, best of luck. To our audience, please enjoy.
Well, there you have it. It all comes down to this. 5 minutes on the clock. Both of these gents, there's no more discussions to be had. There's no one to have discussions with. You are left to your own devices for this 7th and final game of the day. It's Armageddon. We saw the bidding take place. Fabiano betting 4:02 for the black pieces and draw odds. He's the one who's going to get that privilege, but of course working with 58 seconds less overall than Pragg with the white pieces.
That is so brave, Tanya. So brave. We said anything under 4 minutes felt like too much to kind of handicap yourself. I'll just remind everyone, in the previous game, Fabiano only needed a draw with the black pieces. In that one, he had 5 full minutes plus an increment, and even that wasn't sufficient. It was all about the clock, time scramble. Here we see the heat map of position 3, 5, 6. That means in previous games to have reached this position, white has only pushed a pawn to e4, black has only pushed a pawn to d5.
I will make a note that there is a very small data set for this position in particular. So while, yes, those are the initial moves that have been recorded on Chess.com, I wouldn't read into it too much. There might be some other possibilities there that when these super GMs take a look, they can maybe find some other avenues of how to approach it.
I mean, this is entertainment at its max at the entertainment capital of the world. It's a format so brutal that we call it the Armageddon in the chess world. And look at that, 4 minutes, 2 seconds, the bid that Fabi made before the position was revealed. And what we have, 3, 5, 6, it's really no easy way to get it into familiar patterns. You know, the way the pieces are placed, queen, sort of at the edge, at the flank of the board. You know, to get your king to castle, you still have a lot of pieces and pawns to get out of the way. With all those dynamics, I don't think it's going to be easy for Fabi to keep the time under control. This is a format where flagging is highly, highly encouraged. For Pragg, super important to keep the pace up from the very start.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough for Fabiano. He did not get lucky with the position draw either. And knights in the corner, looks like you just bring them out. You only have one square, but knights are notoriously bad on these b3, g3 squares. They can get hit by pawns very, very quickly. So this one is going to be very, very difficult to maneuver. The white king in the center, as Tanya said, that is going to be a tricky one.
Arjun Arigasi in, Levon, Aronian in, Hans Niemann in, 3 out of 4. The semi-finalists, they're in place. One of these two will join, and it all comes down to this Armageddon.
Yeah, who will it be? Will it be Pragg, the first seed out of his group, Group A, or will it be Fabiano Caruana, the guy who scraped into the 4th position to make it into these quarterfinals? And it was Pragg who called his shot with the selection of his opponent. He said, I want Fabiano Caruana. It's gone through 6 games so far today, and it comes down to this 7th.
I will say though, right, chat did make a petition to rename him to Fabiano Caruana, considering
not many draws though today.
Not today, but what we saw in the speed chess format of freestyle chess, you know, 6 solid draws by Fabi. So I think he needs to channel that energy one more time. All he needs is a draw to get through. For Pragg, the task is cut up. He has to create chaos. He has to create the dynamics as quickly as possible.
Imagine going from one day drawing nearly all your games, the next day up and down and no draws in sight. Yeah, I think it's just impossible to be fully mentally stable here and just be super focused on the game.
6 games. They've traded 6 punches between each other today. 30 plus 30, best of 2. 10 plus 10, best of 2. 5 plus 2, best of 2. Win-loss, win-loss, win-loss.
You have to so massively respect mental fortitude of both of these guys to be sitting back down for another game of freestyle chess. They have absolutely been put through the ringer. Regardless of the result here, both should hold their heads high for the performances they've put on today. But like we said, only one can reign supreme in this quarterfinal matchup and book the final ticket to the semifinals.
You know, it's the kind of day, it's the kind of match neither of these two deserve to lose.
I know, that's the thing. At this point, you're rooting for both of them.
Green versus purple, who's winning? The jackets. What's your favorite color?
Purple's my favorite color.
Oh, I know who you've got then.
15 seconds to Armageddon.
Final countdown of what has been a mammoth day.
Can you imagine the intensity, the adrenaline coursing through those veins right now? The speakers blaring just above you. The clock hits 0. The arbiter gives you the okay, and off we go. Again, time pressure for both of these players, but in particular for Fabiano Caruana. He gave away 58 seconds for the privilege of playing the black pieces and getting those draw odds. Soon enough, we'll see the clock tapped, and off we go.
Add to that the twist of just understanding this freestyle position that you've never seen before to make sure you don't land up in too much trouble out of the very first moves.
Fabiano, he needs a good opening. It's as simple as that. You cannot burn time in the early stages. It's a handshake. We are off. It's a c-pawn pushing forward as Fabiano almost copies, almost echoes a slightly more modest response. And both sides have opened up a set of bishops along the way. Pragg already burning a bit of time here, Tanya.
And that's absolutely key for him to speed up. He's thinking about, does he continue with the pawn push? Does he build the center? Or has Fabi set up the position where he'll get a Slav-esque kind of a position, pushing his own d-pawn forward on the next move? That's too much time, Pragg. You're thinking it's an Armageddon.
A 58-second differential has shrunk to 30, just like that, on the second move of the game.
And he does go for the idea that we were talking about, but he had to play it in 10 seconds.
Yeah, Fabi's going to move a little bit quicker here. He knows that he has to gain back some of that time. Already, though, we can start to see that e-ball bar creeping a little bit more towards the favor of Fabiano, but we're not going to read into that too much, as we've seen the way that all the games have gone here today. Here's some tension towards the middle of the board. The first pawn's facing off here on the C and D files.
Yeah, this is great news for Fabiano. He actually brings his queen out. Watch out, Pragg. There is a nasty check in the air, the white king on an open diagonal. That could be dangerous if you're not careful. The white knight comes out to block. For now, the white dark squared bishop ready to jump out to block. Fabi brings the piece out. Super speedy from Fabiano. Great stuff so far from black.
One more time. That knight's about to jump to the h4 square. Line up with the queen with some big threats on the right side of the board. I completely agree. The opening has gone in Fabi's favor. And the clock says, well, starting to level out, which would mean Fabi just has result odds for nothing.
Okay, here, black is the first to get the king to safety. First to castle. The white queen steps out of the way. Pragg wants to echo that. So far, so good for Caruana, but Pragnananda has been so impressive in the last game and in other time scramble situations before.
Yeah, but feeling the need to speed up as Fabi has played a blitz of moves. He got his king castled already, so he's committed to the right-hand side of the board, as is Pragnananda.
It feels like centuries ago that Pragnananda picked Fabi as his opponent, and it was just last night. Just at dinner last night.
Nah, 3 years have passed since then. What are you talking about?
We're 3 years older, that's for sure. Hundreds of gray hairs older.
Okay, Fabi having to spend a little bit of time, though, now, right? So we're back up to a 37-second differential. That's going to feel good for Pragg after he gave away a little bit of it very early on in this Armageddon matchup.
Yeah, both sides bringing pieces out, very logical, and Fabi tries to lock things down. Maybe he missed a trick by not caging this white knight in the corner. He could have done that by pushing an f-pawn forward a bit earlier, but still very healthy position here for Caruana.
And the clock truly is the 17th piece when it comes to an Armageddon. So it's very important, even if you're not precise on the board, you're not objectively playing the best moves, as long as you're not making any big inaccuracies, big blunders, keep control on the clock. That's pretty much as much of a key as what's going on the board.
The knight jumps. The engine does not like it. A red cross appears there. The black queen retreats. Watch out, the white knights are within forking distance. The black pawn threatening to step forward.
Man, didn't like Pragg's move. Disliked Fabi's even more, though, as we see it swing into the favor of the player with the white pieces for the first time since the opening of the game. Here, a flurry of trades. We're going to see some pieces leave the board. The queen is under threat here, hit by the bishop. Gets the question mark, but the queen will have to retreat. And just like that, look at the clocks. Nearly dead even.
And usually the dynamic David of rook versus two minor pieces favors the side with the minor pieces, but that's not the case because Pragg here is about to build a big center with his pawns.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, the current material balance, white has a rook and 2 pawns for the enemy 2 knights. Rook and 2 pawns, that's 7, 2 knights worth 6. Small material advantage for Pragg, although a question mark given to this last move. There are tactics in the air. The black knight is jumping. Which way is it going to go? It goes towards the white king. Could have gone the other way as well. A bit of a missed opportunity there. There were actually some nasty knight forks that Pragg could have utilized. Fabiano could have utilized even. And this one's still very tense.
But actually the position's looking beautiful for white right now. And once again, if black is able to set up an attack with the minor pieces and the queen, that's the counterplay that Fabi is looking for, but not easy to get to that king. Meanwhile, Pragg keeps advancing the pawns, keeps the pressure on the clock, attacks the knight, pushes it back. Is Fabi going to move ahead with it?
Yeah, you either jump into the heart of your opponent's position. Fabi did something very similar earlier today when he beat Pragg, or you go back to a nice outpost. I'm very surprised Pragg actually allowed this outpost to exist. The black knight looks healthy in the center, and the only way to support this is to throw the white pawns up the board before it's too late. We talk about Connect 4, push those pawns. Pragg needs an easy plan here.
Yeah, knight retreating to d5 for the first time. Fabiano has the lead on the clock as Pragg is the first to dip under 2 minutes here. So he does what you asked for. He gets that Connect 4. Quickly, though, the bishop responds to the right-hand side of the board, threatening that rook down there on f1. Pragg now giving another think.
That is bad news for Indian fans. The fact that Pragg has gone below the clock compared to Fabi. 2 minutes for Fabi, minute and 40 seconds for Pragg. Problems on the board as well. Big threats. And look at this. This is absolute chaos.
Yeah, he's giving away the rook there in exchange for the bishop.
And the
so
big pawns.
A bit of material grab back here now. A point advantage in material for Fabiano, but the computer says it's dead even. At the end of the day, the computer evaluation doesn't matter too much when you've only got a minute and 30 seconds to deal with.
Wow, bishop trade offered there. Pragg says no, keeping his pieces on the board, and Fabiano brings his bishop out. It looks so dangerous, though. The black king is being stared at. The white pawns look super strong, but a piece is a piece. Can the knights make their worth count here?
That's the big question. It's so much about the clock. Remember, there's no increment. There's no bonus.
Finds the best move in the position. Knight to e6.
Taking advantage of the pin along the F line. You can't pick up that knight. There's a checkmate by picking up the rook.
Yeah, pin on the F-file. Big target in the center. The base of white's pawn chain now. I just don't think you can hold it. You cannot defend that pawn with any pieces. The white king, therefore, steps forward, defends its rook. But that is bad news for Praggnanandhaa. He's stepping forward with pawns, but now black can blockade on the dark squares.
Yeah, he feels like he has to press forward, right? It's win or you're out here for Praggnanandhaa.
Okay, Fabi just needs to move his queen. He's thinking about other ways of doing it. There we go. He slides across. The black knights look super strong now.
It's a knight for just one pawn in this position. Fabi has an extra knight, a completely winning position, but Pragg's going to play this out until the end. Now the queen comes into the game, threatening a big check at the center of the board. Pragg's king feeling very bare.
He needs a miracle, Praggnanandhaa. This is a nasty check. Full piece down as well. The white king hiding on the edge of the board. Fabi centralizes his queen. The knight forks are coming. The knight attacks are coming.
What a beautiful power performance by Fabiano so far in this Armageddon with the black pieces. He's completely dominating the position right now, and the clocks are level.
50 seconds each, though. He brings his knight in. Wow, he's dropped it behind Pragg's lines there. That's a check, forcing the white rook to give itself up. The white king otherwise would have been in big danger. It's a full rook advantage for Caruana. He's got 48 seconds on the clock. Time advantage 2. This should be enough, surely now.
That's a whole rook, and Pragg trying to keep as many pieces on the board. It is going to be a flagging game. That's the big hope right now. Fabi coming in with the queen, a big check being threatened. He's about to get the queens off the board. He does it.
It's only the clock that can save Pragg. He needs to flag Fabiano Caruana, but it's so difficult here. Piece trades.
Pragg's got less time on the clock as well. Is the 17th piece that's not in his favor. It's the board that's not on his favor.
Up.
This is going to be Fabi's match.
They're playing second for second, though. Like we said, now it's a flagging game here for Praggnanandhaa.
We need to see the clock. It's all about the clock now. Fabi is simply winning on the board. No doubt about it. No counterplay at all.
Look at that, it's 22 seconds. He's got a 1 second advantage right now over Fabiano. They got to absolutely blitz out these moves.
Oh, struggling to move his king.
Completely lost.
More pieces fall off the board. There goes a bishop. Now he's got a full rook like you talked about. He's going to check the king on the side of the board, repositioning towards the middle. The king on the chase as well. Just quick moves, blitzing out. Can't give away a single move blunder, but it's more important to look at the clock. Look at this, 17 seconds apiece, 19 seconds. Just trading back and forth. It's too quick to follow in so many ways. We're playing a flagging game. Can Praggnanandhaa do it for Fabiano? He just has to hold on, and he does just that. Fabiano Caruana in a marathon of the day. He was pushed all the way to Armageddon. 7 total games of freestyle chess, and he does it once again. Mr. Consistency is going to the semifinals.
Absolutely stunning stuff, David.
So convincing, Fabiano, not just on the clock, where he clawed back a 58-second disadvantage there, but on the board, he was dominant. He saw his chances, took his chances, and it deserves to go through.
And the crowd breaks into a much-deserved applause. What a marathon of a game this has been. Fabi did it in Weissenhaus against Sindarov, took it down to the wire, won the Armageddon. He does it today against the world number 4, against Praggnanandhaa. Fabiano Caruana will be in the semifinals.
Just a stunning display of resilience from him. Again, he was the one on the back foot for so much of the day, coming out of that first round of 30-30, down a full point, needing the victory. Then going into the first tiebreaker, takes the first loss. Chaos has to strike back. Okay, finally, once we get to 5-2, it seems like he's generating some steam, but Pragg still has something to say about that. Forces the Armageddon, and then when it all comes down to it, Fabi bets lower time and still fights back from a 58-second disadvantage for the win.
Yeah. When you ask chess fans who is the strongest player never to have become world champion, Fabiano Caruana is always in the conversation. One of the best players in history, simply one of the best players of the last decade. And he needed to dig deep. He needed to show extra gears there. Actually, in the break, James, I was saying, Pragg's going to take this time advantage as well. But that was a power-packed performance from Caruana.
Man of the moment, Fabiano Caruana. This moment does belong to him, but also let's take a moment to talk about Praggnanandhaa. What a fight he put on at the start of the Armageddon. We had the feeling neither of these two players deserved to lose this one. You know, you want to see both of them in, but chess is cruel like that. Sports is cruel like that. And there we have our bracket, semifinals ready to go.
That's exactly right. The upper bracket, only 4 players left in contention for the #1 spot. All of them vying for a trip to the grand final here in Las Vegas. Fabiano Caruana getting it done over the #1 out of the group stage from Group A in Praggnanandhaa. He'll be up against Hans Niemann, again, who had quite a battle today against Sindarov, going just one shorter than the Armageddon, getting it done in 5-2 fashion with a 4-2 scoreline over Sindarov. Then we hop to the bottom side of that upper bracket, and you can see, of course, Levon Aronian, who got by Hikaru Nakamura in 3-1 scoreline. And then, of course, he's facing Arjun Erigaisi. Don't forget that Arjun Erigaisi is in the semifinals. It might be easy to forget just because he booked his ticket so much earlier on in the day. And now we get a peek at the lower bracket. 4 of our players exited the tournament today. The 4 on the left-hand side of your screen who lost out in their matchups. That would be Vidit. That would be Sam Sevian. That would be, of course, Bibi Sara and Ray Robson falling out of the tournament. The winners of those matchups move on to face the losers of our upper bracket matchups. So Pragg falling into a matchup against Carlsen, Sindarov up against Wesley So, Nakamura up against Linier Dominguez, and Abdusatorov facing off against Vincent Keimer.
What is this world that we're living in? Praggnanandhaa, Nodabek Abdusatorov, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, all out of the championship bracket, playing in the lower bracket for a fight for third. I mean, that feels like an alternative reality right now. Magnus gone, Hikaru gone, out of the top 4.
And imagine, for Praggnanandhaa, so much lay on that last game. A win, he would have gone forward, he would have played Hans Niemann in the winner's bracket. He ended up losing. He's rewarded with Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, just no easy opposition here. And I mean, just the marathon they had today. We just have to applaud all of our 16 players.
It's been incredible to watch, just the drama that we've seen unfold here. And what a match this was for a fight for that semi-final spot. I mean, Pragg gave it his all. Fabi gave it his all. Pragg being in the lead in the match 3 times today and eventually going down in that Armageddon. Incredible stuff. But I have to say, the man of the tournament so far, it's got to be Levon Aronian, right? Going all the way through the semis, and what a path he's had, what a run he's had, taking down world #1 and world #2 to get there.
Yeah, he's absolutely put on a show both days. And I think that's the thing, right? Is he was kind of pushed to the limit yesterday, having to do it against the world #1. And then to get today against Hikaru Nakamura, who had such an amazing showing in the group stage. Again, 6 out of 7 points. I'm pretty sure everybody came in favoring Hikaru on the day, and still Levon had something to say about that. Winning his classic black side of the board, but then when it mattered the most, getting that victory finally with the white pieces against Hikaru so that he could book his ticket to the semi-final. I've given David Howe the inglorious task of trying to find a move of the day because there are just so many games to choose from. I'm not even sure if he's ready yet, so I'm not going to put him on the spot until he gives me the okay that he has found the one that he wants to discuss.
I mean, it's only 10 hours worth of chess that he has to pick from, you know. What a day we started with at, once again, 11 a.m., sitting at 9 p.m. You know, who cares about food when you've got this kind of chess going on? And I think, David Howell, are you ready with your moment of the day?
Bring it on. I'm going to choose one for one of the winners of the day as well. And that move, it was part of a sequence, but it had to be extremely well calculated. It was one of Hans Niemann's move. It all started here. Black actually has a favorable position. Black is Shavolkir Sindarov, but a mistake here, a tactical blunder, bringing the Black Knight forward, allowed Hans to set up the move of the day. First, he took a pawn, walking into what looked like a family fork, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop, hitting the rook, and now what Hans had to see, and the move of today, was that he doesn't need to trade queens. This is the only thing Javalkyr had calculated instead. Stepping forward, queen to g5, exclamation point given by the computer, hitting the black knight, hitting the rook. This one-hit material went on to win him his quarterfinal.
He's going to go on to the semi-finals to actually face his new best friend, right? It's going to be Hans versus Levon. I mean, a player who knocked down Magnus and Hikaru Nakamura. Definitely something that Hans has been feeling very happy about. How do you think that's going to play out, the dynamics of Hans versus Lev? And who's a favorite on paper in that match?
It's Hans versus Fabi.
All right, I'll take all of that back.
Yeah.
Then Hans will not be facing his best friend.
Yeah, Hans versus Fabi, Levon versus Arjun. But I think almost even more interesting of a stylistic matchup, Fabiano Caruana against Hans Niemann, because it is just this pure aggression, you know, this kind of unfettered, wild aggression from somebody like Hans Niemann against what is the stability of Fabiano. So can he break through? I think that will be the test.
And he's often spoken about this opportunity to play against the best in the world and how he's not invited to these top tournaments in the US, right? So every time he's playing against a grandmaster from US, I think there is this desire to prove himself, David.
Yeah, definitely. And who else in the US other than several-time US champion Fabiano Caruana? What other statement result would there be? This is going to be a huge challenge for Hans Niemann, but one he's going to relish.
I think it's time for bed.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Already? I want more chess. What are you guys talking about?
If you want more chess, I got good news for you. There's more chess coming your way tomorrow. It's going to be same time, same place. We have 12 people still in the tournament, 4 of which are competing for the #1 and #2 spot. The other 8 fighting it out in the lower bracket for as high as a 3rd place finish. So make sure you get your rest tonight so you can load up for another marathon day of games tomorrow. Who knows? Some more Armageddon? One can only hope, and we hope to see you there. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride.